Chapter 1. The Injury. Note: this narrative does not imply that the protagonist will necessarily form a romantic bond with the female lead upon their first encounter. My writing style is rather free-spirited, leaning more towards the evolution of the storyline and character relationships to determine the sequence of events. If this concept does not align with your preferences, please refrain from reading. As a human author, I am prone to oversights or moments of inadequacy. Crafting a narrative is no simple endeavor, and I ask for mutual understanding. The starry continent is divided into 5 realms: forests, grasslands, icy plains, deserts, and oceans. Amidst the icy plains resides a mysterious beast tribe, which remains aloof from outsiders. None among the beasts can ascertain their origins. However, it is rumored that atop the icy peaks, an eagle beast once beheld a female of extraordinary beauty, akin to a reincarnated goddess, adorned in garments of 5 vibrant colors, seated at the edge of the snow, with a robust and majestic wolf beast by her side. At the summit of the icy plains, within the ice fortress, a pallid young maiden collapsed upon the icy steps. A single crystalline tear clung to her long, curled lashes, suspended in the air. What should we do? This grievous wound will surely be discovered by the elders." The maiden's voice was soft and laced with a hint of panic. A strikingly handsome youth, with a fair complexion, knelt beside her, supporting her injured foot upon his thigh. The beast's ears atop his head twitched slightly, a profound self-reproach etched upon his features. "It is my failure to care for you. I shall take you to the shaman, and Yunza will willingly accept punishment from the elders." With that, he lifted the maiden into his arms and hastened towards the side of the ice fortress. The youth moved swiftly, causing the wolf-tooth necklace around his neck to sway gently, capturing the maiden's attention. "Is this your tooth? I don't recall seeing you wear it before." She glanced up at the one cradling her, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. "That's odd. I just saw as in his beast form, and his teeth appear to be intact." Yunza lowered his gaze to the tooth at his neck, a symbol of their wolf tribe's identity, and a fleeting shadow of sorrow glimmered in his eyes. "This is my father's tooth. In our wolf tribe, when a chieftain passes away or steps down, we bestow this symbolic tooth to the next leader as a token of strength. I believe I once saw Az's father in the elders' council chamber. He appeared quite youthful, so he must not have abdicated. Has something happened to him?" The maiden gazed into the youth's eyes, a trace of worry flickering within her own. "Not quite. The wolf tribe fights to protect the snow fortress, and death is also a form of honor." Yunza's voice was calm, yet the underlying pain in his eyes was imperceptible. Observing the youth's expression, the maiden discerned no further abnormalities and chose not to press the matter. She had only encountered the former wolf tribe leader once. During her 18 years in the ice fortress, she had never seen an outsider, save for the 2 elder council members and the shaman. Soon, they arrived at the shaman's ice dwelling. The snow spirit clan is scarce, venerating the Entices, with elders to the left and shamans to the right. Thus, although the shaman's abode lacked the grandeur of the ice fortress, it was still more spacious than the average ice house. Yunza carefully set the maiden down, cradling her gently, and knocked on the door of the ice house. It was swiftly opened from within. The one who answered was a remarkably youthful male, with hair, brows, and lashes as white as snow. Clad in a pale white robe that revealed his athletic chest, it was difficult to discern his beast type just from his appearance. The male seemed to catch a whiff of blood in the air, his gaze shifting towards the maiden leaning against the wolf beast. His eyes descended slowly, settling on her injured calf, his brow furrowing slightly. "How did this happen?" The Saintess' well-being is paramount to the entire Snow Spirit clan. If the elders learn of this, you shall not escape punishment. The shaman's tone carried a hint of reproach as he assisted the maiden towards the ice bed within. Upon hearing this, the maiden quickly interjected, "It was my own carelessness. Do not blame Az. I implore you, do not inform the elders." Her voice was earnest and pleading. The shaman regarded the wolf beast crouching beside the bed, eyes fixed intently on the maiden's wound, then glanced back at the saintess who lay upon the bed, her gaze unwavering. He sighed softly. It is uncertain whether the saintess' reliance on this wolf beast is entirely beneficial. In just 3 days, the time for selecting a new saint husband will arrive. Though the wolf beast has always been the guardian of the ice fortress, they are outsiders and thus ineligible to participate in the selection. The Saintis has long been detached from worldly affairs and may be unaware of certain matters. The physical well-being of each Saintis is tied to the fortunes of the Snow Spirit clan. There exists a Saintis life pearl in the center of the Elders' Council. Upon the birth of a new Saintis, her blood is dripped into it, and all matters concerning the Saintis are revealed to them. Hence, the attendants guarding the life pearl have likely already informed the elders of the Saintis injury. The maiden's delicate features clouded with concern. Noticing her distress, Yunza reached out to stroke her silvery hair, conjuring a semblance of his abilities. His palm opened slowly, revealing a butterfly crafted from water hovering above his hand. The butterfly's wings fluttered, and through the water's surface, one could faintly glimpse a clearing beyond. Isn't it beautiful? This is a butterfly, which cannot be found within the ice fortress. I encountered it while traveling through the grasslands to trade salt at Falling Sea a few days ago, but alas, I cannot bring them back, for they would freeze to death. The maiden seemed entranced, her gaze fixated on the water butterfly, her breathing softening as if fearing to disturb its delicate form. It's truly lovely, thank you, as. The shaman's hands worked swiftly, wrapping the maiden's injured leg in a circle of white silk. White silk, made from silkworms, is a rarity in the beast realm. It takes over 50 crystal stones to exchange for half a length. To put it in perspective, a single crystal stone can purchase 100 pounds of rice, a staple for herbivorous beasts. Given the low combat prowess of herbivorous beasts, large tribes are few, resulting in limited trade, thus making rice exceedingly precious. The Saintis body is unique, and her wounds heal slowly. During this period, she must be cared for with utmost caution. Avoid bathing in broth or similar for the next few days. Yunza nodded, carefully lifting the maiden from the sickbed. Does it still hurt? He inquired gently, his gaze on her bandaged calf. The maiden shook her head, as if to reassure him that he had not missed anything. It no longer hurts, please do not worry, as. The snow fortress is perpetually blanketed in snow, and now, Thumb's-Eye's snowflakes began to drift from the heavens. To prevent snow from accumulating on the maiden, Yunza enveloped her in a gentle blue protective aura, shielding her from the storm. Upon reaching the entrance of the snow fortress, they found several men clad in white robes standing in the once-empty hall. Like the shaman, their fur was entirely white, and they appeared remarkably youthful. Particularly notable was the leader, whose attire differed subtly from the others, a white silk robe that shimmered with iridescent hues. His hair was silver, loosely tied back with a silk ribbon. Yunza paused for a moment, taken aback by the unexpected presence of the elders. Chapter 2. The Punishment. Saintis, the individuals in the hall, save for the man at the forefront, placed one hand upon their hearts in homage. As Yunza entered the hall, he gently set the maiden down, dispelling the protective aura, and stepped aside. The leading man surveyed the maiden from head to toe, his gaze lingering on her bandaged leg. Xueling, would you like to play in the garden behind the ice fortress? The man's voice was warm, his eyes fixated on the girl's pale cheek, which betrayed her injury. The maiden's expression brightened at his words. Really? But the elders have said I cannot go there. Today you may. I shall take you. A smile adorned the man's face, his ethereal countenance imbued with a touch of earthy warmth. The maiden instinctively stepped forward, her eagerness palpable as she yearned to explore the garden, having been confined to the ice fortress for so long. Even the nearby garden, so close yet so far, had been off-limits to her. The furthest she had ventured was to the shaman. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and turned to Yunza, who stood just behind her, speaking cautiously. May I bring us along? The man's smile dimmed somewhat, yet his voice remained gentle. No. The elders have matters to discuss with him. The maiden looked towards the elders standing behind the man. Then I shall not go. If I leave, they will punish us. It was my own fault for falling. I should be the one punished. As her words fell, a chuckle escaped the lips of Elder Han, standing to the left. Should he not be punished for his transgression? Our Snow Spirit clan provides the wolf tribe with 100 snow crystals for trade every 12 months. They exist to safeguard the ice fortress. Was it not thanks to our Snow Spirit clan that they became the foremost tribe in the icy plains? The maiden's mouth parted slightly, words failing her as she realized her ignorance and struggled to articulate a rebuttal. After a moment, she spoke slowly. But it is unjust to strike him. It was I who should not have fallen. It is my failure to protect. I accept the elder's punishment. Yunza knelt on one knee, drawing down the beast hide that had concealed half of his body with a single hand, revealing his entire fair upper body. Do not, Shuling urged, attempting to assist the kneeling figure. But as she took a step forward, someone seized her wrist. Shuling, this is the clan's decree of the Shuling tribe. As the holy female, you must not waver in the slightest. If you intervene, it will only exacerbate his injuries. Will he die? The girl's voice trembled slightly. If you obediently accompany me to the garden, he will not. A single crystalline tear fell, and the girl nodded, her gaze lingering on the kneeling Yunza as she was led away from the hall by the man. You are the first orc to call me Shuling. Her voice was somewhat subdued, her expression weary, still pondering the punishments Yunza might endure. The girl found herself cradled in the man's arms, her petite form resting on his bicep, delicate hands encircling his neck. Do you not like it? The man's lips curled into a smile, seemingly in high spirits. No, it is just rather peculiar. Even A's and the others have never called me by my name, because only I possess the privilege to do so. It seems this is our first encounter. What is your name? Are you from the Elders' Council? A flicker of curiosity danced in the girl's eyes at the man's words. Qingyan, that is my name. Indeed, this is your first sight of me, but it is not my first sight of you. I have been watching over you since the day you were born. Shuling furrowed her brow on the day of her birth. Qingyan appeared to be only slightly older than herself. Are you very old? In beast years, the girl hesitantly inquired. Ha Qingyan chuckled lightly. Well, I'm over 300 years your senior. Shuling's eyes widened slowly in disbelief, her gaze scrutinizing the face of the man who held her. She was 18 in beast years, and adding 300 meant Qingyan was 318. Truly befitting of an elder of the council. She had heard Yunza mention that the orcs of the Xingla continent enjoyed great longevity, particularly the Shuling tribe. Moreover, the Elders' Council was said to possess divine powers capable of bestowing immortality, having once rivaled the beast gods during the era of their ancestors. As if sensing the girl's thoughts, Qingyan's voice resonated softly. I'm not a member of the Elders' Council. There have only ever been 2 elders. I have come today for the holy husband selection that will occur in 3 starry moon cycles. What is that? Shuling had never heard of such a thing. You will come to know. Do not worry, I will ensure everything is arranged, and you will come to no harm. Qingyan gently pinched the tip of the girl's nose before carefully setting her down. He conjured a pristine white beast hide that appeared out of thin air, spreading it upon a stone bench before guiding Shuling to sit. Qingyan knelt beside her, his sharply defined hands grasping her slender calves. Upon seeing her bandaged wounds, a shadow of displeasure flickered in his eyes. Then, with his other hand facing downwards, 5-colored luminous glimmers began to emerge from his palm. Shuling felt the fiery pain in her leg gradually dissipate. Is this healing? You are a shaman. Feeling the pain vanish, Shuling hastily unwound the white silk from her leg, revealing that the original scars were nearly imperceptible. Not quite. Do not jump to conclusions. All you need to know is that my abilities are bestowed by you, and I will always protect you. Qingyan's voice held a hint of tenderness as he continued. You wish to see the garden. We have arrived. Throughout their journey, Shuling had been attentively observing Qingyan. At this moment, she finally diverted her attention to her surroundings, and upon beholding the scene before her, she was momentarily rendered speechless. It appeared as if they had entered a paradise isolated by an ice fortress, the ground devoid of any trace of snow. Even the sky was clear, and an array of colors she had never encountered surrounded her. She even spotted a gracefully dancing butterfly in a nearby flower bed. Is that a butterfly? Shuling's voice brimmed with excitement as her feet instinctively moved forward. Bathed in sunlight, the girl was enveloped in a halo, her colorful garments shimmering, casting a delicate blush upon her originally pale complexion. Shuling meticulously traced the blue butterfly perched on a vibrant blossom with her gaze, her expression akin to that of a child receiving their most cherished toy. This is the butterfly Yunza spoke of. It is truly beautiful. Qingyan, standing a short distance away, felt his previously joyful demeanor gradually fade upon hearing Yunza's name. Does Shuling hold affection for Yunza? The man's voice took on a somber tone. Oblivious to the shift in his demeanor, the delighted girl nodded vigorously, her voice laced with deep reliance. I like him. Ace treats me well, and I really like him. A sudden chill enveloped Qing Yan as he realized his otherworldly powers were uncontrollably seeping out. Chapter 3. The beast will forever be a guardian. Xue Ling strolled through the garden for a while. Though she felt a sense of joy, her heart was perpetually burdened by thoughts of Yunze. Before long, she implored Qing Yan to return to the ice fortress. Upon their arrival, they discovered that the members of the Elder Council had already departed, leaving Xue Ling with a sense of unease. Noticing the absence of those who had been vigilantly guarding the hall, she hastened to the second floor of the ice fortress, where Yunze's room was located. The spacious area on the second floor served as Xue Ling's chamber, while Yunze's quarters, designated for a guardian, were situated adjacent to hers, albeit with significantly less space. Gently pushing open the door, her gaze fell upon an ice bed, upon which lay a wolf beast, its body drenched in blood. Xue Ling's expression shifted to one of horror as she rushed to the side of the ice bed, her fingers trembling as they reached toward the beast. Tears welled in her eyes, blurring her vision. How could this happen to Ace? It's all my fault, she murmured through choked sobs. The once sleek fur of the beast now felt sticky beneath her touch. The metallic scent of blood overwhelming her senses. The wolf beast's breath was shallow. Had she not been observant, she might have missed the faint rhythm of its heartbeat. Panic swelled within Xue Ling. She could not comprehend why Ace was to endure such severe punishment for merely sustaining a wound. Had she known, she would have never ventured to the garden with Qing Yan. Realizing something, the young girl sprang to her feet, determined to seek out the one who had treated her wound earlier. His abilities surpassed even those of the healer, and surely he could save Ace. As she reached the doorway, her shoulders were seized by long, firm hands, and a deep voice resonated from above. "Where are you going?" "Qing Yan, please. I beg you, save Ace. He's gravely injured and has lost so much blood." Xue Ling's tears flowed freely. She had never felt such desperation before. The ice fortress felt like a delicate cage, isolating her from the tumult of the outside world, just as the world outside clamored for her. Many lives had vanished in their quest to protect her, their blood spilled for her sake, yet she had never had the chance to witness it. But now, as Yunze lay before her, battered and bruised because of her, she felt utterly lost. Fear gripped her heart. The thought of losing Yunze felt as though it were tearing her apart from within. Qing Yan observed the young girl before him, her face marred by tears, and his heart ached. Gradually, his gaze shifted to the unconscious wolf beast on the ice bed. The shadows in his eyes swirled before settling on the droplets of sorrow cascading down her cheeks. With a gentle sigh, he reached out to wipe away her tears, speaking softly, "Do not cry. He will not die." With that, he approached the ice bed, his powers beginning to unfurl that a radiant array of colors enveloped the still form of the wolf beast, bathing it in a luminous glow. Underneath the silvery fur, the wounds began to mend slowly as time passed. Qing Yan's hands trembled, and his complexion grew pale. Xue Ling alternated her gaze between the wolf beast lying on the bed and the increasingly ashen Qing Yan. "Qing Yan, you look unwell, that if you cannot endure, please stop, that I will take Ace to see the healer." Foolish Xue Ling, how could the Elder Council's punishment be easily remedied by a healer? My abilities merely alleviate the pain. The internal injuries must heal with time. Fortunately, the robust constitution of a beast, coupled with Yunze's status as a 7th-tier beastman, ensures that he is not in any mortal danger. With that, he retracted his powers. "There is no need for you to feel guilty, either toward him or me. Your body is unique. It cannot withstand even the slightest harm. The Elder Council's leniency in Yunze's punishment is evident, and my power S depletion will only require a few stellar cycles to recover." Once the treatment concluded, Xue Ling hurriedly approached the wolf beast, relieved to see its breathing had steadied. Her heart, which had been tightly wounded, finally began to relax. She then moved to Qing Yan's side, grasping his hand with concern. "That I'm sorry. I was too worried. Your hand is so cold that I asked there anything that can hasten your recovery? The elders gifted me many items, which I've stored in the ice chamber. Whatever you need, I shall provide." Qing Yan tightened his grip around her hand, seemingly savoring the warmth of her palm. a slight smile playing on his lips to so, whatever I require will be given to me, regardless of what it may be. Indeed, anything that Qing Yin desires, the girl affirmed, her voice filled with certainty, nave to the ways of the world. The young girl made a promise, feeling an urge to offer all that she possessed to the one she felt indebted to. With a light laugh, Qing Yin continued, then Xueling must remember this promise. Once made, a promise from the Xueling tribe must be fulfilled that as Xueling longed to care for Yunzhe. Qing Yin needed to prepare for the grand ceremony 3 stellar cycles later. Thus he had to leave the ice fortress. 3 stellar cycles later, the bloodstains on the snow wolf had been meticulously cleaned, and externally, there were no signs of injury. It remained in its beast form, utterly unresponsive. The healer, Kai, sat on the ice bed, examining Yunzhe. After Qing Yan's departure, he feared Xueling would worry and sent for the healer. Do not fret. His lack of consciousness is merely due to the ongoing recovery. Such injuries are inconsequential for a robust beast. He is likely to awaken in the coming days, Kai assured as he rose from the side of the ice bed. But why does A's remain in beast form? Is it due to the severity of his injuries, preventing him from maintaining his human shape? Xueling inquired anxiously, gazing at the still figure of Yunzhe. At it had already been 3 stellar cycles. A's lay motionless in bed, and tonight marked the sacred spouse ceremony. Although she was unaware of the specifics, she yearned for A's to be by her side. This is a characteristic of beasts during healing. Distinct from us elves that we are born in human form. If severely injured, we succumb to slumber. In contrast, beasts do not acquire the ability to assume human form until they reach maturity, entering the mating season. When gravely injured, they revert to beast form and enter a state of hibernation, channeling their powers to the site of injury to expedite healing. I see. Thank you, Xueling replied, her worries alleviated as she gently stroked the silver fur of the wolf beast. Kai observed the girl's tender actions and hesitated before speaking again. Saint Maiden, do you know the purpose of the sacred spouse ceremony? With a puzzled expression, Xueling looked up at the healer beside her. Anticipating her lack of knowledge, he continued, in the Star Luo continent, there is a surplus of males and a scarcity of females. Each adult female must select a beast husband during the full moon season in the presence of the priest. Though our Xueling tribe has secluded itself, the customs remain largely unchanged. The only difference is that you are the sole female of our tribe, the Saint Maiden. The sacred spouse ceremony is held in your honor. Meaning tonight you must choose a member of your clan to become your sacred spouse, while the wolf beast of an external tribe will forever remain a guardian. As he spoke, Kai's thoughts seemed to drift back to a time long past. Recalling a beautiful maiden dressed in vibrant colors. Alas, a fleeting bloom for 20 years, a fate shared by each successive saint. Saint Maiden, Yunzhe is no longer in any serious condition. I shall take my leave now. Xueling nodded, her gaze lingering on the wolf beast lying on the ice bed, her mind occupied with Kai's words, thoughts of the elders and Yunzhe swirling in her head, as if they had never spoken such things to her before. Chapter 4. The sacred spouse ceremony. That evening, the sacred spouse ceremony commenced. Yunzhe remained unresponsive, and the elders dispatched 2 clan members to escort Xueling to the event. Today, her attire featured vibrant colors complemented by translucent gem tassels. Her silvery hair was bound back with 5 colored ribbons, adorned with a clear gemstone resting on her forehead. Once dressed, she proceeded to the adjacent ice chamber. Xueling felt somewhat uncomfortable adjusting the gem tassels on her outfit. She glanced back at the still sleeping Yunzhe before stepping outside to join her kin for the ceremony. The event took place in a spacious clearing, where the snowfall had ceased and the snow beneath their feet crunched with each step. The full moon illuminated the night sky, casting a gentle glow upon the snow-covered ground. Curiosity piqued, Xueling marveled at her surroundings. While it resembled the ice fortress, it was a place she had never visited. Cared for meticulously by her kin, she had seldom walked on her own. For reasons unknown, she sensed that her family and the elders were particularly wary of her sustaining any injury. A grand bonfire was erected in the center of the snowfield, with the elders and priests seated not far from the flames. Prominently displayed in the center were 2 lavishly decorated thrones. Drawing the attention of all, nervously, Xueling approached the central seat, feeling the weight of so many beastmen's gazes upon her. Elder Hun, standing to her left, took note of her seated presence, glancing at the eager members of their tribe. who gazed upon their saint maiden and spoke slowly. Today marks the sacred spouse ceremony, held once every 20 years. The saint maiden has reached adulthood, and on this full moon night, the priest shall bless the union in the presence of the moon. As the elder's words echoed through the air, the beast men below erupted in excitement. She was the divine maiden, the moon of all the Xue Ling tribe. The priest? I have never seen this priest in the ice fortress. Could it be Kai? Although I have only heard him referred to as a healer, Xue Ling pondered, lost in thought that a gentle voice echoed in her ears, accompanied by a delightful fragrance. Xue Ling regained her senses and turned her head to the side, only to find the other person so close to her that a warm breath brushed against her face, and their eyes met. The expression of the other remained one of calm delight, devoid of any hint of panic. Xue Ling was momentarily stunned, her gaze fixating on the man's silver eyes, which seemed to swirl like a vortex, unwittingly drawing one in. They maintained their gaze for a while, when suddenly she felt a gentle caress atop her head. Foolish Xue Ling, do not gaze into my eyes like that. I fear I may lose control. Qin Yan's voice was melodious, each word wrapped in a sugary sweetness, his tone filled with tenderness. Eventually, Qin Yan took a step back, and Xue Ling scrutinized the man before her. Your complexion has improved significantly. I have been quite worried about you these past few days. Much better, Xue Ling reassured him. After speaking, Qin Yan took a couple of steps to the side. Sitting on the icy bench one seat away from Xue Ling, her gaze remained fixed on him, and upon realizing where Qin Yan had chosen to sit, her eyes widened in surprise. The guard who arranged my seating said, that is the position of the priest. Qin Yan is a priest. A soft chuckle escaped Qin Yan's lips as his eyes curved downward, a smile gracing his features. That I am the Xue Ling tribe. Only priests possess powerful healing abilities. However, the secret of healing powers must be kept confidential by you. Xue Ling listening to the elders. Tonight's ceremony is to be conducted by the priest, which means it is indeed Qin Yan. For reasons unknown, the tension in her heart eased significantly, and her feet, dangling above the ground, began to sway gently. Stealing a glance at the two elders beside her, Han Yu and Xingzhuo had already descended from the stage, conversing with the wolf beast guards stationed on either side. Xue Ling quickly leaned in closer to Qin Yan, eager to speak. Suddenly, she felt the distance was still a bit too far. After a moment's thought, she stood and took the seat beside him. Sitting closely together. Qin Yan, I was quite nervous earlier, but knowing you are a priest has alleviated my fears that I have never seen so many beast men before. Qin Yan looked at the girl beside him, who was incessantly chattering, his expression filled with an overflowing gentleness. Have you ever felt regret for not having seen many of your kin, given that you have lived in the ice fortress for so long? Xue Ling seemed to ponder his words for a moment before shaking her head. Most of the time, it has been a Zay accompanying me. Even if I do not see others, I do not feel regret. Only Yun Zay. Qin Yan's voice was calm, devoid of emotion, but the tenderness on his face was replaced by a hint of disappointment. Noticing the change in his tone, Xue Ling's lips curled upward as she chirped. But I have not finished yet. There is still you, Qin Yan, and the shaman. The shaman? Qin Yan's voice held a note of surprise, as if he had not anticipated hearing those words. The shaman is very kind and always shares with me many things I do not know. It was the shaman who bandaged the wound on my leg when I had cut it. Listening to the girl's innocent words, Qin Yan couldn't help but chuckle at his own overthinking. The saintess, long confined within the ice fortress, was indeed naive that as he observed the girl's delicate brows and eyes. Thoughts of the upcoming ceremony suddenly clouded Qin Yan's gaze with uncertainty. Xue Ling, do you have a place you wish to visit? The garden. I adore the garden, but alas, the elders do not allow me to approach it. Her voice carried a tinge of disappointment that if not within the ice fortress, then beyond the icy plains, far, far away. Do you have a place in mind? Qin Yan's voice lowered, his gaze fixed on the exquisitely adorned girl beside him. Far, far away? Where could that be? I only know the ice fortress. Oh, I know. Butterflies. I love butterflies, and I wish to go to a place filled with them. I have seen such colors in the garden that I have never encountered before. Xue Ling spoke excitedly. Qin Yan reached out, gently stroking the girl's hair. Then let it be the grasslands. There are many butterflies there. The farther away, the better. The sorrow in his eyes was undeniable, as his moonlight could no longer be concealed. Having completed their discussions, the two elders approached, and Xue Ling settled back into her seat. Silent. Han Yu and Shengzhou strode directly toward Qin Yin, each placing a hand over their hearts in a gesture of utmost respect. Honorable priest. Yes, we may begin. Unlike his gentle tone with Xue Ling, Qin Yan's voice now held an icy chill. Understood. Upon receiving permission, the elders gestured to the guards, signaling the commencement of the ceremony. The beast men, previously separated by the bonfire, swiftly gathered around it, encircling the flames. Even within the Xue Ling tribe, apart from the elder shamans and priests, all males donned animal skins. For tonight's grand ceremony, all beastmen had adorned their faces with vibrant totems made from colorful stones, while their wrists were bound with leather bracers, and their necks adorned with necklaces made of various beast teeth. All the beastmen raised their hands high, as if in prayer for rain. Not far away, another beastman rhythmically struck a cylindrical piece of wood against a stone plate, synchronizing with the movements of the others. The beastmen, hands raised high, moved in unison as if trained, stepping forward with their left feet, then following with their right. Their bodies began to sway as they danced the ancient ceremonial dance around the bonfire. Xue Ling sat above, captivated by the spectacle, her heart longing for Azay to awaken so they could share this moment together. She had never witnessed such a lively gathering of beastmen before. She wondered if Azay was watching. Chapter 5. The High Priest has triumphed. The blessing dance marked the commencement of the sacred husband ceremony, and once concluded, it would lead to a display of the beastmen's martial prowess that the starry continent. Male strength was revered. Apart from the esteemed elders, skilled healers, and shamans, the status of other beastmen was determined solely by their martial might. During the mate selection ceremony, only those beastmen who triumphed in challenges and possessed higher ranks and stronger abilities could be chosen by the females to become their mates. For the competition of the sacred husband, all beastmen of the Xue Ling tribe were determined to succeed. 2 beastmen took their positions opposite each other, first placing a hand over their hearts before simultaneously unleashing their abilities. The beastmen participating in the ceremony had all been carefully selected for their high ranks within the tribe. On the outer sides of their arms, 5 dark stripes appeared, and their originally dull silver eyes suddenly gleamed, exuding a chilling aura. The elf tribe lacked beast forms, so both combatants engaged in their abilities in human form. A transparent protective barrier encircled the perimeter around the two, preventing any abilities or the sound of explosions from escaping. Xue Ling watched the competition intently, when suddenly, a pair of slender, fair hands appeared before her. A small white fruit, glowing with a silvery sheen, captured Xue Ling's attention. A soft, melodious male voice resonated beside her. "Are you hungry?" Xue Ling joyfully accepted the fruit from the man's hand, turning to see that the person who had been a seat away was now seated right beside her, beaming at her. "White fruit. Azay once told me that this fruit only grows on the cliffs of the icy plains, and it is difficult to harvest, and I haven't had it in ages. And I adore it. Thank you. Qingyan, the it is not hard to find. If it is what you desire, I shall procure it for you." Qin Yan's eyes shimmered with tender affection as he gently ruffled the girl's hair. The girl seemed to remember something, stealing a glance at the elders nearby, and whispered to Qin Yin, you should return to your seat quickly. You and T want the elders to see you. Haha, I'm not worried. This will soon be my position. Qin Yin chuckled lightly, his beautiful eyes sparkling as they remained fixed on the girl beside him. Turning away, he unleashed his abilities. A brilliant silver light erupting, and in an instant, the person who had just been seated had teleported to the duel arena. The previous pair of beastmen had drawn, and now a new pair was engaged in combat. Suddenly, the air felt suspended, and an incredibly bright silver light appeared between the two. In an instant, the 2 6-tier beastmen, who had been unleashing their powers, were sent flying. Their bodies crashed heavily against the protective barrier, which instantly formed frost around the point of contact. The 2 beasts slid down the barrier in peculiar positions, landing on the ground, covered in shards of ice. Both beasts simultaneously spat out blood, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at the elegant and extraordinary man standing in the center of the duel arena. They were 6-tier beastmen, considered high-ranking within the Xue Ling tribe. And even among the entire starry continent, they were formidable warriors. Yet, the beastman who had just appeared had defeated them with a single move. They widened their eyes, striving to discern the man's identity. The familiar sight of the white robe he donned shimmered with faint, multicolored light under the moon's glow. Realization dawned on them, and their faces turned pale as they hurriedly stood, placing a hand over their hearts and calling out in unison. Honorable priest. Qin Yin glanced at the two beastmen who bowed to him, then looked toward the outer circle where other beastmen awaited their turn. Are there any others who wish to challenge? The arena was enveloped in a profound silence. After a brief moment, the two individuals within the protective barrier hastily retreated. Outside, the orcs, who had been waiting, swallowed hard and collectively stepped back, a clear sign of submission. Although their esteemed priest had not been seen for quite some time and had only recently re-emerged before the beasts, rumors had already elevated him to the ranks of a near-divine being. A high priest capable of foreseeing the future, and the guardian spirit of the entire Snow Spirit clan. The previously seated Hun and Shengzhu displayed expressions of astonishment, with Hun's face gradually turning pale as he abruptly stood up, intent on dragging the individual away from the duel stage. Beside him, Shengzhu, calming the tumultuous emotions, rose to grasp Hun, who had already descended a step. You cannot defeat him. Remain composed. Shengzhu's voice was hoarse, resembling that of an elderly man, a stark contrast to his youthful appearance. Hun felt a surge of rage swelling within him, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the Snow Spirit, who was staring blankly at the duel from a distance. With a cold snort, he returned to his seat, declaring, "If he disrupts our affairs, I shall not spare him, that do not fret. No matter how formidable he may be, he remains under our control, that he would not dare betray the entire Snow Spirit clan. For as the High Priest, protecting the Snow Spirits is woven into the very fabric of his being." The Snow Spirit gazed dazedly at Qin Yin, who stood in the arena, an unusual emotion stirring within her. Qin Yin resembled the exquisitely carved figure of an elven king within the ice fortress, captivatingly beautiful. Observing that no orc dared to approach, Qin Yin turned his gaze towards the elders above, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The duel has concluded. May the elders announce the results. That Hun's hands, which had been resting at his sides, slowly clenched into fists. Shengzhu cast a reassuring glance at him before speaking. The outcome of the duel has been determined. Do any clansmen have objections? Below, the orcs remained silent, watching their elders with a somber demeanor. Who could fathom why the priest, who had abstained from clan affairs for centuries, suddenly appeared to contest the sacred female? For this grand ceremony, they had tirelessly hunted ferocious beasts and harvested crystal stones, returning home exhausted and grimy. Now, it seemed all hope had evaporated. Observing the silence among the orcs, a shadow flickered across Shengzhu's eyes, though his face retained a warm smile. The designated sacred male for this ceremony is none other than our esteemed priest. Does the sacred female have any objections? He turned his gaze towards the young girl sitting rigidly beside him. Below, Qin Yin also directed his attention to the girl in the foremost position, his eyes brimming with intense emotion, his heart pounding loud enough to drown out all other sounds. The Snow Spirit glanced at the elder who had inquired of her, then shifted her gaze to the man standing centrally in the duel arena, the flickering firelight casting shadows upon his strikingly handsome face, the wind playing with his features. Suddenly, she recalled the shaman's words. Tonight, a sacred male must be chosen. She sensed the gravity of the situation. She had no other options. The intensity of the man's gaze seemed to focus solely on her. With a firm grip on the white fruit, she nodded resolutely under the scrutiny of the gathered beasts. Upon seeing the girl acquiesce, Hun could no longer contain his emotions. He surged to his feet. Fury etched upon his face as he stormed out of the ceremony. The orcs below exchanged puzzled glances regarding the elder's demeanor, whispering among themselves, casting glances at the departing Hun. Shengzhu remained silent, redirecting his attention to the murmuring clansmen. Very well, the sacred male has been decided. Those wishing to remain may continue to enjoy the pure fruits provided. The Wolf Clan's guards have also prepared beast meat for you outside. At these words, the orcs erupted in cheers, forming pairs to prepare for the evening's feast. Qin Yin began to stride towards the high platform, and Shengzhu watched him until he stood before him. Esteemed priest, Qin Yin met the gaze of the Snow Spirit clan elder, who regarded him with a solemn expression, awaiting his next words. You should know better than anyone. This is the final time. We are on the verge of success. Qin Yan's eyes turned icy as he glanced at the girl who was also observing them. his voice lowering slightly. Before my slumber, I once foresaw the current sacred female. She does not belong here, and if the elders insist on their course, the Snow Spirit clan shall face annihilation. Chapter 6. A union through this means Sheng Zhu was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a response. Gradually, he regained his composure, narrowing his eyes. What does the esteemed priest propose? Qing Yin did not respond, but merely chuckled softly, turning towards the girl. Moments later, his voice, smooth yet firm, resonated. Take care of Elder Han. Do not meddle in matters that do not concern you. That a chill emanated from Sheng Zhu, his abilities radiating an aura of frost. What did foresight matter if it came from a priest who had developed preferences? The Elven King would surely awaken, and the entire beast realm would be theirs to command. Qing Yin reached out, lifting the girl from the icy seat with one arm, while tenderly stroking her hair with the other. Thank you, Snow Spirit, for agreeing to be my sacred female. I am truly elated. The young girl appeared puzzled. Being a sacred male akin to being a sacred female? I promised the elder that henceforth Qing Yin could only remain within the ice fortress and not venture outside. Qing Yin, cradling the Snow Spirit, began to walk steadily towards the ice fortress. The girl wrapped one arm around his neck while nibbling on the white fruit with the other. Are you afraid I will also be confined? The girl gently nodded, remaining silent. Silly Snow Spirit, a sacred male is your companion. One who will always be by your side, the beast you are closest to in the entire beast realm. I shall not be confined. No beast in the Snow Spirit clan can imprison me, and from now on, no beast shall ever confine a Snow Spirit again. His voice was steady, as if making a solemn promise. In that moment, the Snow Spirit felt as though her heart was overflowing, the 18 years of solitude and coldness spent within the ice fortress dissipating in an instant. He gently laid her upon the icy bed, the snow fox fur covering it crumpling slightly from the movement. The girl recalled the unconscious wolf beast in the adjacent room and expressed her desire to check on him. Qing Yin, I wish to see Azay. He has yet to awaken, and I am a bit worried that as she spoke, she attempted to rise. Just as she was about to get up, she was gently restrained by a pair of large hands. And a warm, soft kiss met her lips. Caught off guard, she found herself pressed back onto the bed, the man tenderly caressing her lips. The girl's eyes widened, her eyelashes unmoving, her senses overwhelmed by the pleasant scent emanating from Qing Yin. Suddenly, a salty taste filled her mouth, and she momentarily lost her bearings. The next instant, the man who had been atop her had risen. She beheld the figure standing at her bedside, his lips stained with a hint of red blood. A striking contrast to his ethereal visage, lending him an otherworldly allure. Unable to resist, she extended her tongue to gently taste her own lips, finding them similarly salty. Qing Yin, your mouth is bleeding. The girl's voice betrayed her concern, though her heart gradually steadied. Qing Yin smiled faintly, meeting her gaze as he delicately wiped away the blood from his lips with his fingertip. You are too innocent, Snow Spirit, that I could only resort to this means to bond with you. This is my blood, and through the priest's sorcery, it will merge with your body, marking my essence upon your heart while your wrist will bear my beastly aura. Upon hearing this, the Snow Spirit glanced down at her wrist, discovering a slender silver ring encircling her delicate arm, resembling a silver bracelet. How beautiful, she marveled, astonished by its sudden appearance. Qing Yan's smile widened, but as if sensing something, his expression abruptly turned icy, that he lifted the Snow Spirit into his arms and used his powers to teleport them to the adjacent ice chamber of the wolf beast. Gently placing the girl down, he extended a hand, conjuring a brilliant array of multicolored lights that cascaded towards the beast lying on the bed. In an instant, the beast transformed into a naked human form. The Snow Spirit had yet to comprehend the situation when she felt herself turn around. Qing Yin glanced at the still-dazed girl and slowly spoke. Snow Spirit, do not look. The Snow Spirit raised her gaze to the man, who was also looking down at her. Her lips slightly parted in preparation to speak when suddenly, she heard a soft moan from the figure lying on the bed. Yunzhe, awakening to a warm and sanctified energy pulling him from the depths of darkness, had wandered in the fog for what felt like an eternity, unable to find a way out. Now he sensed his strength returning. Gradually opening his eyes, the dim light of a single pearl embedded in the wall illuminated the room. As he felt a powerful surge of energy nearby, his body reacted instinctively, springing upright with a blue energy sphere forming in his hand. upon recognizing the two individuals standing by the bed. The energy dissipated, and he hastily wrapped himself in the animal skins atop the bed, swiftly placing his hands behind his back, his voice tinged with panic. "Sacred female," that as soon as the words fell. Xueling had already turned and rushed forward, embracing the orc tightly. "Aze, you have finally awakened. You have been lying here for several starry days and nights, and I was truly terrified. Thankfully, thanks to Qing Yin, I will certainly be more careful not to fall again, and I will never let the elders punish you again." That be why the end of her words. Her voice quivered slightly. Yun Zhe's body stiffened. The warmth and fragrance enveloping him made him hesitant to move even a fraction. After a moment, he finally spoke softly. "Do not fear. It is Yun Zhe who is inadequate. Alas, you have just awakened. And tonight's sacred spouse ceremony will be particularly lively. That be why the way. Qing Yin is now the sacred spouse. Did you not say that once the ceremony is over, I could leave the ice fortress? Is that true?" The girl's cheerful voice rang in his ears, but with each word that penetrated his mind, a sharp pain began to spread within his heart. His gaze fell, lingering upon the girl's silvery hair. She released her hold and dashed to Qing Yan's side, tugging at the man's hand, eager to head towards Yun Zhe, but was halted by the other hand of the man. "Xueling, time is of the essence. We must first attend to a matter that if we delay, all three of us will be in peril." Qing Yan's voice was calm and composed, yet a hint of unease could be discerned in his typically steady gaze. He could sense that the Elder Council had already commenced their actions. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhe also shifted his gaze from the companion mark on the girl's wrist to the wolf beast standing not far away. "I know your loyalty lies with Xueling and not the Xueling clan, so I must entrust this task to you. Shortly, you will lead Xueling down the mountain and away from the icy plains. Xueling adores the grasslands. You may head there first, but do not trust any orc from the Xueling clan, especially the elders. Xueling must not be brought back. Otherwise, she will perish. Remember, her blood must not be consumed by any other orc, or the entire Star Luo continent shall descend into chaos." After Qing Yin spoke, he affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. Yun Zhe's expression was one of shock. "The Elder Council intends to harm the sacred female. We must leave the icy plains." That he glanced toward Xueling, who appeared equally astonished. Qing Yin sensed a slight tremor from the sacred female's life pearl, recognizing that their time was limited, yet he felt it necessary to clarify certain matters. Thus he spoke succinctly. Chapter 7. The cracking of the sacred female's life pearl. The elders seek to awaken the Elven King. That a millennium ago, the Great War turned the entire Elven tribe into the progeny of beast deities. And the Elven people, devoted to the Elven King, have naturally harbored resentment. However, the Elven King lies in slumber due to grievous injuries. Some clan members have detected portents from the totem, indicating that a sacred female with elven blood possesses formidable healing powers. Their blood is inherently the finest sacred medicine. That on the day of their pairing, the priest casts a spell, and within a year, they will give birth to the next generation of sacred females possessing the blood of the sacred female, while the previous generation will have their blood drained into the sacred female's life pearl. Xueling's complexion turned somewhat pale. Although there was much she could not comprehend, one thing was clear. The elders desired her blood to resurrect the Elven King, the powerful orc enshrined in statues throughout her Xueling clan. Yun Zhe was overwhelmed with disbelief, grappling with the words of the high priest, questioning whether he was deliberately leading him to take the sacred female away for ulterior motives. Yet, the individual before him had already bonded with the sacred female, and how could he possibly allow his partner to depart from the ice fortress to a place fraught with danger? In the beast world, no matter how formidable an orc may be, once bonded, their sole focus would be the safety of their partner. No beast would dare to take such a risk. That he suddenly recalled a saying from his father while he was still alive. Do not become too infatuated with the sacred females. Their lifespans are fleeting. After 20 cycles of spring and autumn, they shall vanish, and new sacred females shall emerge. This may be the curse of the Xueling clan. At that time, he could not grasp the meaning of those words. Only being exceedingly vigilant regarding the safety of the sacred females, searching for green crystals that could extend their lifespan. That a curse. How ironic. Then why must you have me take the sacred female away tonight? She is not yet with child. Yun Zhe's gaze fell upon the somewhat dazed girl across from him, and his heart ached, for Xueling was the 20th sacred female, and also the last. After bonding, her healing powers would rapidly peak due to the male's extraordinary abilities. At that moment, if her blood were to be dripped into the life pearl, its healing properties would reshape the Elven King's body, restoring his abundant powers and awakening him once more. Yunzhe halted, contemplating what he wished to say next. He longed to inquire why they must bond with the sacred female tonight, but he understood he lacked the right to voice such a question. Even now, as the leader of a clan, he was merely a guardian from an external tribe regarding the Xueling clan. Wolf Beast, I know what you wish to ask, that I have my own plans. They are already coming. Take Xueling away from here. That a wave of reluctance surged within Xueling, prompting her to reach out and grasp Qin Yan's garment. Will you also come with us? Delighted by the girl's concern, Qin Yan's eyes sparkled momentarily before being shrouded in deep reluctance. Not now. You must be obedient. Once everything is over, I will come to find you. Xueling, we shall see the butterflies you long to behold. The verdant trees, the clear streams, and the flowers blooming in the warm seasons. You will be free. Xueling's eyes gradually moistened, and she nodded firmly. Xueling will be obedient and wait for Qin Yan to come find me. Qin Yan's lips curled into a faint smile. Then it is settled. This is the promise you owe me. Xueling, did Dio not forget me? The girl nodded vigorously once more. Xueling found herself entirely enveloped in the man's embrace. Her bare feet cloaked in a tapestry of vibrant colors that as the wolf beast sprinted, the wind billowed the colorful garments, revealing delicate, snow-white skin. Without a protective shield, he could not utilize his extraordinary abilities, lest he attract the attention of the surrounding guards. Xueling buried her face within the wolf beast's fur, the soft animal hair tickling her nose, causing her to sneeze involuntarily. From above, the man's concerned voice reached her. Is the wind too strong? There are many guards in this area. I cannot use my abilities. Once we descend the mountain, I will create a protective shield. That as he spoke, the wolf beast's other hand retrieved the fur garment that Qin Yan had just given him, placing it over the girl's head. Though it felt stifling, it would mitigate the wind somewhat. The high priest mentioned that the sacred female's colorful garments must be changed once the guards are fewer. Yunzhe will find a safe place. The girl softly responded with an pulling her face slightly away from the fur, relieved as the itch in her nose subsided. Will we be discovered? Her voice was muffled, tinged with fear of being captured and returned. The elders would surely not spare and Qin Yan. The man gazed for a moment at the sacred female's life pearl suspended above the stone plate. Then his gaze shifted downward, fixating on the totem inscribed upon the plate, his expression growing colder. The totem bore an eerie red hue, teetering on the brink of being entirely engulfed by crimson. Had he not been in slumber, he would have destroyed this object over a century ago. Only during the sacred spouse ceremony do the guards within it depart, now possessing the mark of the sacred female. Perhaps with his level of extraordinary ability, he could attempt something that a century ago, his body having been immersed in the blood of the Elven King, a forbidden element emerged within his own blood. It rampaged within his body. The scorching pain embedded in his blood was something he could never forget. Due to that immense power, he fell into a deep slumber, only awakening not long ago. Before his slumber, a vision of a girl suddenly appeared in his mind. Silver hair, a radiant smile, everything seemed so splendid. Yet soon after, that girl vanished, and all that followed was bloodshed and destruction. Fragments of these images allowed him to forget the agony of his body. He understood this was a premonition, a warning from the totem. Who was that girl in the colorful garments? Was she the sacred female? He fell into a deep slumber, and when he regained consciousness, it coincided with the birth of a young girl. Yet his body remained ensnared in sleep. Strangely, he possessed the ability to witness everything about this girl, from her birth to her maturation, that he beheld the tragic sight of the girl as beast mother, the previous holy matriarch, having her life force drained and discarded beside the altar. Nearby lay a wolf beast, transformed back to its original form, marred by wounds and devoid of breath, that he realized that the visions within him might soon manifest, with each passing day, as the girl awakened. His consciousness would perceive her. Gradually, his heart became ensnared. The priest fell in love with the holy matriarch, a forbidden affair for the Xueling clan. The formidable power of the priest would prevent the sacrifice of his beloved. Hence, his blood was tainted with a taboo, forever bound to loyalty. Qin Yan concentrated his abilities to his fingertips, reaching toward the spot on his chest marked by the girlish essence that a single, round droplet of blood began to form at his fingertip, spinning incessantly, with glimmers of golden light flickering through. The beastly form belonging to the girl, adorned with transparent wings, vividly leapt above his chest, as if the act of drawing blood had never transpired, leaving no trace of injury. Qin Yin let the blood droplet fall onto the life ball, which instantly radiated a brilliant white light. The droplet cascaded down the orb, quickly absorbed by the totem engraved upon the stone plate below. Its crimson hue uncanny. The previously vacant spaces were swiftly filled, and the entire totem emitted a dim red glow. The red light illuminated the life ball above, where a slender thread of red, interwoven with golden lines, began to swirl within, crack. As the blood, mingled with golden threads, fully merged into the life ball, a fissure suddenly appeared above it, growing larger and branching downward like a tree. Qin Yin gazed deeply into the widening crack of the life ball, his expression inscrutable, lost in thought. The sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears, more than one person approaching. Qin Yin snapped back to reality, eyeing the life ball, which had yet to fully fracture, a flicker of urgency crossing his face. He sighed softly, realizing he could not escape the prophecy. Gradually, he extended his hand, tightening it toward the void, forming a fist. Yet, with each increment of pressure, his complexion grew paler, until blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth as he neared the point of clenching his fist. The fissure on the life ball, as if responding to an external force, began to widen at an alarming rate, almost on the verge of complete disintegration. Chapter 8. The Repercussions of the Taboo, sensing the footsteps drawing closer. Qin Yin pressed his lips into a thin line, channeling all his abilities as frost rapidly spread from where he stood. With his other hand, he grasped his wrist, which was about to form a fist. And the palm that had seemed impossible to close now tightened rapidly. With a sharp crack, the life ball, once suspended in midair, shattered into fragments, crashing onto the stone plate below, with some shards scattering onto the icy stone floor. Producing a crisp sound, Qin Yin felt his blood coursing backward, the veins in his arms swelling, then swiftly turning crimson, spreading to his face in an instant that a golden totemic mark emerged on his forehead. Upon closer inspection, it mirrored the intricate designs painted on the faces of the Shuling clan members during the holy rite. The warmth in his chest surged, as if on the verge of explosion. Unable to contain it any longer, he coughed up blood, droplets splattering onto his iridescent white silken robe, resembling blooming red plums. Observing the crimson veins emerging on the back of his hand, they extended upward, seemingly endless. Was this what they called a taboo? He reached to wipe the blood from his lips, but the flow persisted. Aware that those outside had arrived at the door, the icy demeanor in his eyes could no longer be concealed. Suppressing the agony coursing through him, he gathered a sliver of power, and in a flash of silver light, the man vanished from sight. Han and Xingzhu, upon witnessing the holy matriarch S-bond mark illuminate on the life ball, departed to prepare for the blood-collecting ritual. Though they were near divine tier priests and held a degree of apprehension, they regarded him merely as a tool, having been subjected to taboo. Upon reaching the stone plate, Han gazed at the fragmented life ball, the malevolent expression on his face no longer concealed. Truly formidable, he mused, having evaded detection from the numerous high-ranking beastmen stationed outside. He picked up a shard lying on the stone plate. The totem had dimmed, devoid of any trace of the Elven King's essence. Clutching the fragment tightly, he thought, if he fears even the repercussions of the taboo, then judging by the bloodstains on the ground, he must have fled not far. Should I pursue him? With his current abilities, I could crush him with a mere gesture. Han's voice turned venomous as he spoke, just a step away from achieving their goal. Shengzhu's countenance also reflected his discomfort, his gaze dark and brooding as he surveyed the desecrated blood altar. The dying need not linger. The totem no longer resonated with the chief's presence. We must quickly reforge the life ball and locate the holy matriarch to go and see if she remains in the ice fortress. Dispatch the clan members to surround the entirety of Shuling Mountain. A cold smile crept across his face. How could the fleeing priest forget his partner? The entire ice mountain lay in profound silence. The trees were cloaked in snow, their lengthy branches crystallized into rime, exuding a frigid aura from afar. Behind a massive snow tree, Sturdy enough for 10 to encircle, stood a petite girl of graceful stature, adjusting her freshly donned snow fox skin skirt. Piled on the ground were the colorful garments and translucent gemstone tassels she had just changed out of. On the other side of the tree, a tall, muscular man vigilantly scanned the surroundings. The girl glanced at the heap of clothing and slowly stepped out from behind the tree. "Is it acceptable to leave the clothes here? Also, I cannot see the adornment on my head. I've struggled to remove it for quite some time." Yunza turned slowly upon hearing the girl's voice, and the white bee-skin skirt she wore fit her surprisingly well. A fleeting shadow crossed his eyes as he thought of the one who had prepared this garment for her. Taking a few steps towards the girl, he enveloped her in his embrace. "No need to worry. We must hasten our journey. This white bee skin will better conceal you against the icy plains." Just as the snow spirit was about to speak, she felt her head being gently pressed into the man's chest, followed by a sturdy bee skin covering her head. Although she was unable to utilize her abilities, the man's speed remained impressively swift. The girl nestled against his chest, suddenly feeling a burning heat radiating from the silver circlet on her wrist, accompanied by a suffocating pain in her chest that caused her to let out a soft moan. The wolf beast, ever vigilant of their surroundings, immediately halted their swift pace upon hearing the girl's distress. Lowering its voice in concern, "What troubles you, holy matriarch?" My wrist burns, and my chest feels uncomfortable." The girl's voice grew faint as she pressed a hand against her constricted chest, attempting to alleviate the pain. Upon hearing this, Yunza lowered his head to examine her. The bond mark on her wrist had faded, the one silver circle now tinged with gray. Unable to resist, Yunza reached out to touch it, a searing sensation instantly transferring to him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. His gaze fell anxiously upon the girl's pallid face, words of caution lingering on the tip of his tongue. The high priest must be in peril. But how could he convey this to the holy matriarch? The bond mark should pose no side effects for the female. However, if she felt unwell, it could only signify that her male partner was in life-threatening danger. Sensing something amiss during the man's momentary pause, the girl spoke urgently. "Qingyan informed me that this is his bond mark, yet it burns incessantly. Has something happened to him?" Her voice quivered with anxiety as she instinctively clutched the wolf beast's fur draped across her shoulders. Yunza hesitated, but eventually nodded. Instantly, tears welled in the girl's eyes. "Is it because of me that we can't go save him?" she thought desperately, yearning to know if the composed yet gentle man was safe. But as soon as the thought crossed her mind, a realization struck. "No, we cannot go. The elders are formidable. Qingyan, being the high priest, cannot withstand them. We cannot rescue him. I am of no use and might further endanger A's." The voice of the young girl trembled, carrying a sobbing tone as she implored, "A's, run quickly. If you get caught, Shuling will kill you again." Yunza listened to the girl's anguished cries, his heart filling once more with a bittersweet ache. He extended his hand, for the first time acting beyond the bounds of propriety. The softness beneath his palm belonged solely to her. Gazing at the girl, whose eyes had turned crimson from weeping, he withdrew his hand and swiftly dashed down the mountain, but he was determined to deliver her to safety. Fortunately, Yunza was remarkably swift that as he approached the end of the icy forest, he could see the vast expanse of ice ahead. Upon reaching the ice field, he would be within his territory. Even if 2 elders arrived, gathering the warriors of the tribe his father had once led, he would still stand a chance against them. Suddenly, a towering ice tree that they had just passed began to tremble violently, and a massive ice column fell from behind Yunza, barely missing his head. Sensing the shift in the air, Yunza abruptly halted. Carefully setting the girl down, in a hushed tone, he urged, "Run, do not look back. Keep moving forward, and once you cross the ice field, you will be safe." After pushing her gently onward, he turned to face the now empty snowy forest behind them. The girl glanced up at Yunza, who was intently watching the path they had just traversed, a sense of dread gripping her heart. She reached out, grasping his hand that hung by his side, biting her lip to suppress her sorrow before she stumbled away, racing downwards. Yunza felt a fleeting warmth from her touch, soon followed by the sound of her hurried footsteps fading behind him. A flicker of hesitation crossed his mind, compelling him to look back, but he knew he could not. He would be unable to bear it. Struggling to maintain control, the warmth in his gaze swiftly transformed into an icy resolve as he harnessed his powers. shifting into his beast form, standing guard in place. Chapter 9. The final protection of the patriarch beast before long. High-ranking members of the Shuling clan appeared not far off, their faces twisted in anger. The elder Hun informed them that this wolf beast had attempted to unlawfully seize the sacred female and had fled with her. That Yunza's expression turned frigid as he regarded Han, who stepped forward from the gathered crowd, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Even in the darkness, the vision of beastmen remained sharp. Hun stared directly at the wolf beast below, and upon noticing the absence of the familiar figure of the girl beside him, his brow furrowed slightly that he leaned closer to a nearby clan member, whispering instructions, and soon that individual stepped out of the formation, leading 5 or 6 other clan members to encircle and search the ice field. Yunza's pupils constricted, a blue aura enveloping him as he swiftly surged into the midst of the group, the aura transforming into a flowing liquid that assailed the surrounding beastmen. The elder Hun retreated to the side, casting a glance at the beastman he had just cautioned. That beastman immediately understood, glanced at the encircled wolf beast, and quickly veered toward the side path. Yunza remained acutely aware of the movements of the surrounding beastmen, instantly perceiving their intent to split off in search of the sacred female. The mist of his powers thickened, and with a leap, he broke free from the encirclement, arriving at the fork in the path. His gaze fierce as he confronted the beastmen attempting to stealthily descend the mountain. Realizing their plan had been uncovered, the beastmen engaged Yunza in combat. Though they were 7th-tier beastmen, they suffered considerable injuries under the assault of so many high-ranking opponents, especially a deep gash along his back that exposed bone. Blood gushed forth, soaking his silver fur. "Stop resisting, wolf beast. Lead us to the sacred female, and I may spare your life in light of the generations of cooperation between the Shuling and Shualong clans." Hun's voice echoed hauntingly. Yunza found his words grating, that he knew he was outmatched, but he resolved to delay them for as long as possible. Hun, observing the obstinate wolf beast, realized that prolonging the confrontation would only serve to their detriment. Slowly, silver ice shards began to materialize in his palm, rising ominously as he directed them toward the silver-gray wolf beast entangled with several others not far away. The shards radiated a chilling aura of frost, spreading an oppressive cold. Feeling a piercing pain in the already torn wound on his back, an unrelenting chill seeped through him, stifling his powers and rendering him unable to maintain his beast form. In a final desperate act, Yunza leaped a distance away from the 3 adversaries, instantly transforming into his human form, pulling on a pelt from his spatial storage, and raising his gaze toward Han, who stood not far off at that moment. He felt his powers dwindling, even the transformation into his beast form becoming a challenge. He glanced at the 7 black stripes adorning his arm. Truly, the elders were formidable. "Wolf beast, your powers have been temporarily suppressed. As long as you do not hinder my plans further, you may return to the Shualong clan." Hun's tone dripped with impatience that a single wolf beast had consumed too much of their time. Yunza smirked derisively, grasping the wolf tooth pendant hanging from his neck. "Elder Hun, do not underestimate me. Remember, I am not only the guardian of the Shuling clan, but also the chieftain of the Shualong clan. And as for you, do not be deceived by your elders. Using the life of the sacred female to awaken our ancestors is a grand endeavor that holds little meaning for you low-ranking clansmen. You may be the next to be traded for a life." The voice of the wolf beast dripped with mockery, and the Snow Spirit Tribe's beastmen present displayed expressions of astonishment upon hearing Yunza's words, followed by glances of skepticism exchanged among themselves. They then unanimously turned their gazes towards the figure standing at the center, Hunyi, whose countenance was darkened with displeasure. He lacked the patience of Xingjua and had no intention of sparing the life of this wolf beast any longer. Observing the doubt that his words had sown among the Snow Spirit Tribe's beastmen, a more pronounced smirk curled at the corners of his lips. Swiftly, he yanked the wolf fong from around his neck, using its sharp edge to slice open the center of his brow, then pressed the bloodied fong against his forehead that a burst of white light emanated from the fong, starkly contrasting against the darkness of the night, blinding the surrounding beastmen, leaving them bewildered as to what transpired. The entire wolf fong gradually vanished in the glow, and Yunza felt his grasp on it slipping away, his expression turning forlorn. "Father Beast, forgive me for inheriting your will in this manner. T.O. the Wolf Beast clan, the most loyal of promises. One last time, I shall borrow your strength to fulfill my mission. He sensed his physical power surging dramatically. A sensation akin to impending explosion coursed through him. The beast energy, once sealed within, rapidly revived, and the chilling aura that enveloped him was replaced by searing warmth. He swiftly transformed into a wolf beast, howling towards the heavens. Unlike before, this howl traveled farther, echoing across the icy plains, summoning the entire wolf pack. Their leader was calling for them. This was a battle to protect his beloved, as well as a tribal war, heralding to the entire Snow Spirit tribe that their Snow Wolf clan was no longer the small tribe it once was. The demise of several generations of leaders and the guardianship of countless tribesmen had only resulted in a dwindling exchange of precious snow essence. From the moment he assumed control of the Snow Wolf clan, he knew that the war between the two tribes was inevitable, and to establish a foothold on the icy plains, reliance on other tribes could no longer be afforded. This conflict might linger for an extended period, or it might conclude with the turning of the night, but the once beautiful vistas of the icy mountains may never grace the world again. The sentinels of the Snow Spirit tribe had yet to encircle the entire snow mountain when Shuling found a less conspicuous thicket to traverse. Suddenly, her vision brightened, revealing the expansive, icy plains. Almost devoid of flora, the frozen land stretching infinitely, making it hard to fathom that Aes and his kin had thrived here for generations. The young girl dared not pause for a moment. The absence of vegetation signified a lack of cover, making her easily detectable. With every ounce of strength, she sprinted across the icy expanse, her delicate feet reddened and numbed by the frigid ground. Yet she seemed blissfully unaware of her plight. Shuling lost track of time, only feeling the tingling in her legs and the fatigue weighing on her, threatening to overpower her resolve. Finally, just as she could no longer suppress her desire to rest, she spotted a forest not far ahead. More accurately, a grove of trees made entirely of ice, their canopies widening from top to bottom in a perfect triangular shape. Their frozen forms bore no distinction from genuine trees, save for their transparent bodies. Shuling gazed in astonishment at the icy woods before her, realizing that the surroundings were filled with such trees, leaving her no alternative path. Nevertheless, she summoned her courage and ventured inside. The ice trees towered majestically, providing ample concealment as she stepped deeper within. Shuling found a secluded spot to collapse, yearning for a moment of respite before pressing onward. She was utterly exhausted now. Chapter 10. Encountering a strange lion after a brief rest. Shuling managed to rise with one hand, propping her up, brushing off the damp furs with the other, just as she intended to resume her journey. The familiar sound of a wolf's howl reached her ears. The girl felt a sense of familiarity wash over her, and just as she leaned in to listen intently, the howl faded away. She turned back to the icy plains, now obscured by the ice trees, silently praying for Aes and Qingyin to remain safe. Suppressing her worries, she abruptly turned and sprinted onward. She needed to reach the grasslands swiftly, to find a safe haven where they could reunite and remain together forever. The luminous glow of the fish pearl in her hand illuminated a small area. It was the very pearl Yunza had placed in her palm before their escape. In the dim light of night, her vision was poor, but the full moon cast its glow upon the ice, reflecting a faint light that softened the darkness surrounding her. Shuling's steps were unsteady. She recalled Aes mentioning the plethora of beasts inhabiting the icy plains, some of which were even 3 or 4 times larger than their wolf beasts. Clutching the fish pearl tightly, she continually reassured herself that Aes would soon find her. Her stomach growled audibly. She had only consumed 2 white fruits since her hasty departure, having had no chance to eat beforehand. The elders typically allowed her only fruits and salty broths, thus her appetite was modest. She rubbed her flat belly, promising herself that once she escaped the icy plains, she would search for more fruits. As dawn approached, the horizon began to glow with warmth. Shuling stowed the fish pearl in a small pouch, gazing ahead at the now visible end of the ice forest. Exhaling a sigh, she could not recall how long she had been running. After one more brief respite, she dared not halt again. She must reach the grasslands quickly. Aes had told her that the grasslands were the domain of lions, powerful creatures that had formed alliances with beast men across the regions, establishing a royal city. Most importantly, it was forbidden for beast men to intrude upon one another's territories, as doing so was a provocation that could ignite tribal wars. Moreover, The Snow Spirit tribe had always remained hidden within the beast world, and they would not easily expose themselves to foreign beastmen. Shuling tightened her throat, parched and itchy, quickening her pace. The warm breeze brushed against her face, and the dryness of her lips parted. Her clear, bright eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of a verdant expanse ahead. The green trees and crystal-clear streams blossomed in the warmth of the season. "That I've reached the grasslands," she exclaimed, her eyes misting with tears, which were swiftly wiped away by a small hand. That a radiant smile graced her lips as she stepped across the icy ground towards the flowing river. Between the ice forest and the grasslands lay a wide river, which did not appear during the cold and warm seasons. The Star Luo continent experienced 3 seasons: the cold season, the warm season, and the hot season. That in the cold season, temperatures plummeted, freezing the surface swiftly, leaving no room for plants or rivers to survive. That in the hot season, temperature soared, causing the land to dry up rapidly, resulting in withered plants and desiccated rivers. Every 12 months, the cycle of day and night would lead to the demise of countless beastmen during these 2 seasons. The sound of flowing water drowned out all other noises, and the girl crouched by the river, carefully cupping her hands to drink. The water was sweet, a blend of melting snow from the icy plains mingling with the warmth of the season, leaving a faint chill as she quenched her thirst. Feeling the thirst in her lips and throat alleviated, she lifted her gaze to examine her surroundings. Between the ice forest and the grasslands lay a muddy path, and as she ventured farther from the ice forest, the grass grew increasingly lush. Shuling had treaded through the muck, her feet now coated in mud. Looking back at the ice forest, she noticed a distant snow-capped mountain, shrouded in clouds, its details obscured before her. The river divided the vast grasslands. The grassland beneath her feet extended far behind her, and after walking several hundred steps, she would encounter a densely wooded area, with towering trees obscuring the view beyond. Recalling the instructions given to her by Qing Yin and A's before her departure, she remembered that the endless grass was indicative of the grasslands, while the towering trees signified the forest. She aimed to reach the grasslands to seek a lion-beast tribe to join. Females were afforded privileges in any tribe throughout the Star Luo continent. The forest, however, was a place one should never venture alone. It was home to the wandering beasts, those cast out from their tribes or cold-blooded beasts. Unbound by tribal rules, they often committed acts contrary to the principles of the Star Luo continent, and at the very least, females were not given special treatment there, often subjected to cruelty and abandonment. Shuling gazed across the river, wide enough to match the height of 2 male beast men, her brow furrowed in contemplation. After a moment's thought, she found a palm-sized stone by the river's edge and hurled it into the water. The stone sank swiftly, the surface remaining clear, only to create ripples that quickly subsided into tranquility. Bending down, Shuling scrutinized the river, following its course downstream, where it wound its way into the forest, vanishing from sight. A's had warned her against entering the forest, so surely following the river along its edge would pose no danger. Perhaps the water would be shallower further along. With this resolve, she set off, trailing the water's flow, eventually arriving at the forest's periphery. However, the river showed no signs of diminishing in size. Shuling glanced back at the eerily silent forest, feeling a twinge of hesitation. The forest was abnormally quiet. Unlike the icy plains, where the sounds of insects and rustling grass were ever present, this forest was devoid of even the wind's whisper. Her legs, weary from the long trek, felt weak. She gently massaged her calves, lost in thought when suddenly a massive creature lunged at her, knocking her to the ground. The speed was astonishing, as if a shadow had flashed before her eyes. Shuling gasped in terror, the panic that had gripped her earlier now erupting in full force. She quickly pushed against the weight atop her, feeling the warm, furry mass beneath her palms. That as she focused, she realized she was staring into the enlarged visage of a lion's head. During her idle moments with the shaman, she had learned to identify medicinal herbs and some basic healing techniques. Once, she had chanced upon illustrations of the various species inhabiting the Star Luo continent and their corresponding physical traits. That intriguing stone tablet had captured her attention, and after perusing it multiple times, she recognized the creature before her without hesitation. What loomed before her was a genuine lion. Was it a wild beast or a beast man? Was this lion a wandering beast? The strength of a female cannot possibly sway a lion in the throes of heat. The lion's eyes glowed with an abnormal crimson hue, its entire body radiating an intense heat. The alluring scent wafting from its nostrils further muddled its already chaotic mind. Chapter 11. The Serpent Beast. Xinqing today marked his coming of age in pursuit of a seamless transformation into human form. He ventured into the misty forest to seek the elusive Hongdu fruit. This fruit could facilitate the smooth flow of his latent powers, thereby mitigating the risk of failing to transform and becoming a maddened beast. The Hongdu fruit thrived in damp, sunless locales, compelling him to navigate the treacherous depths of the misty forest. However, upon consuming the fruit he had plucked, he realized, to his dismay, that he had inadvertently trespassed into the territory of the wandering serpent beast. The serpent possessed a formidable sense of territory and bore a cold-blooded grudge. It would not tolerate any encroachment by beastmen. Disturbed from its slumber, the serpent sought to strike him down, that he had just attained the 5th level of beasthood, while his adversary was an 8th level power wielder. Fortunately, having just ingested the Hongdu fruit, his powers surged, granting him a fleeting opportunity to escape the forest. Yet the rapid activation of his abilities, combined with the onset of his transformation, ignited a feverish heat within him, leading to an early state of arousal that in his dazed state, he suddenly caught a whiff of an extraordinarily sweet fragrance in the air. Though his vision was blurred, he could unmistakably discern that it emanated from a female, a particularly enticing one that, under the influence of his instincts, he lunged forward. Struggling to regain control of his body, he found himself immobilized as if burdened by heavy stones. Soon, a wave of heat surged through him, igniting a fire within. Unable to resist, he began to lick the female beneath him, that he felt the warmth of her skin against his face and neck. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and her small hands pushed against him with increasing urgency. The lion is licking her. She is going to be devoured. She is yet to wait for Qingyin and A's. Fear gripped the girl's heart as the lion's licks grew more fervent, her body writhing in desperation. Her movements seemed to irritate the entranced lion, prompting it to lick with even greater intensity. The small barbs on its tongue inadvertently grazed her cheek, drawing a trickle of crimson blood that was swiftly lapped up by the lion. An unusually sweet taste flooded its mouth, causing its frenzied powers to mellow, and the heat enveloping it began to dissipate. Gradually, the lion's eyes cleared, and it stared blankly at the despairing girl beneath it. Her pure, captivating visage was unlike anything he had ever encountered in his tribe. Was this a reincarnation of a beast deity? How could such a beautiful female exist in the starry continent? Her silvery hair sprawled across the grass, and the translucent gem on her forehead accentuated her starry eyes, which glistened with tears, rendering her utterly pitiful and evoking a protective instinct within the beast. That a surge of heat coursed through his lower abdomen again, just as the lion stood in stunned silence. Its form was suddenly enveloped by a surge of power, transforming the colossal lion into a naked man. The girl, equally stunned, gazed at the lion-turned man, her mouth slowly agape, her pale face awash with astonishment. He felt a sudden lightness in his body and instinctively glanced at the human-like hands bracing either side of the girl. They were long and slender, with distinct knuckles that he had successfully transformed. Just as the joy welled within him, a subtle pressure at his chest pulled his attention back. "You are a beastman. The beastmen consume their own kind. Please, spare me." The soft plea of the girl echoed in his ears, enveloping him like a gentle cushion. How could a female's voice be so melodious? Observing the now human beast-man before her, it appeared oblivious to her words, its hands continuing their invasive actions. "Great lion, please don't eat me. I can find you something more delectable, I promise. I'm not tasty." The girl's voice trembled with desperation and a hint of tears. His thoughts were jolted back by her suppressed sobs, and he hastily rose from her. His golden curls brushed his ears, and 2 beastly ears emerged. Slightly flushed, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. What had he just done? Although his mind had been clouded, he could still vividly recall the actions he had taken while atop the girl. The more he pondered, the more heated he became. That in a most exposed region, he was undeniably aroused, from his cheeks to his neck. A deep crimson spread, contrasting with his sun-kissed handsome features, akin to a blooming flower bud, as he felt an inexplicable shyness for a tall male. Parched and hoarse, he stammered, "Little female, please do not misunderstand. I did not intend for that to happen. Does your wound hurt? My transformation inadvertently triggered my arousal. I was not in my right mind, but I, as swear to the beast god that I am a good beast. Shuling, upon hearing his words, felt a sense of relief and slowly rose from the ground to scrutinize him. This was the first foreigner she had encountered outside of the Snow Wolf clan. Her gaze traveled down from his face, landing on the unguarded area, causing her to pause momentarily, reminiscent of the stone carving she had seen at the veterinarian. The curiosity flickered in her eyes. The directness of her stare made S cheeks flush even deeper, as if on the verge of ripening. His eyes darted around, eventually landing on the broad-leaved shrubs nearby, from which he hastily plucked a few leaves and fashioned a simple beast skirt to don. With a newfound modesty, he felt the heat on his face subside slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke in the gentlest tone he could muster. "Little female, which tribe do you belong to? What brings you to the misty forest? It is rife with wandering beasts." His words were suddenly interrupted by rustling branches nearby. Although he did not sense the presence of beastmen, caution compelled him to swiftly leap, pulling the girl into his embrace and leaping to the opposite bank of the river. With keen eyesight, as clearly observed a thick black serpent tail descending from a tree on the riverbank. The outer edge of the misty forest, that a chill enveloped him as he realized the serpent beast had arrived. When had it come? He had sensed no trace of its approach. The beast on the opposite side was of a higher tier than himself. Fleeing now would likely result in an instant demise at the hands of its serpent tail. After a brief silence in the tree canopy, the serpent beast finally slid down to the ground in a languid manner. Shuling, gazing at the sudden appearance of the black serpent beast, began to compare it with the illustration she had seen on the stone carvings. The serpent beast, as Kei had once informed her, was a creature that, due to its nature, dispersed across the continent from birth, becoming a wandering beast. However, their innate aversion to cold temperatures compelled them to hibernate in excessively frigid conditions, explaining why such beasts would not be found in the ice fortress. Before her lay a long, stout serpent, its entire body black, glistening faintly under the sunlight. Its emerald eyes, with slitted pupils, instilled a sense of dread in anyone who met its gaze. Chapter 12. Taken by the serpent beast observed them intently, as if assessing something, before suddenly transforming into a tall, slender man, his long black hair cascading down to his waist, lending an almost ethereal quality to his pallid complexion that appeared almost translucent under the sun. His flowing black robe billowed with the breeze, revealing a pair of narrow, icy eyes fixed directly on the girl cradled in Az's arms. With a slight parting of his thin lips, he uttered a few words. "Give her to me." Az, witnessing the now human serpent beast adorned with glaring black stripes upon its arms, felt a surge of anger, his muscles tensing as he prepared to retaliate. Though he had just come of age and was considered the most talented lion beast within his tribe. Standing at the 5th level, in the eyes of the serpent beast, he was merely an insignificant creature that could be easily crushed. Above the 6th level, each successive tier demanded considerable time and effort. With many beasts struggling to ascend even a single level throughout their lives, that high-ranking beasts relied not just on luck, but also on absolute strength. Sensing the warning emanating from the lion's stance, the serpent beast scoffed, "You cannot defeat me. Do not waste your time. Hand her over, and I will let you go," as was infuriated by the serpent beast's taunts, tightening his grip around the girl. With a derisive laugh, he retorted, "You wandering beast think you can claim a female. Even if I cannot best you, I will not allow you to harm her." The young girl felt the arms around her tighten. Slowly withdrawing her gaze from the serpent beast to the lion beast, Az, who was holding her, he cautioned her not to venture into the forest alone, warning of the dangers posed by the stray beasts. This implied that the stray beasts were malevolent, whereas the lion beast, a resident of the prairie, had claimed to be a good beast. Did I in this moment? Choosing the lion beast undoubtedly felt like the safer option. As if affirming her own judgment, the girl clutched tightly to Az's right arm. Sensing the girl in his embrace return the gesture, the lion was momentarily taken aback, before a wave of shyness washed over him, causing him to bite his lower lip, his face flushing a deep crimson. Suddenly, a dark figure flickered before them, and as felt as though his blood had turned to ice, his hand grew light, followed by a violent impact from a black serpent tail against his chest, sending him soaring in a parabolic arc before crashing onto the grass 10 meters away, suppressing the fiery pain in his chest. As hurriedly rose to glance toward the serpent beast, the half-serpent Xianqing held the panicked Shuling, who was desperately trying to escape, her dark and silver hair intertwining in the wind, momentarily dazzling as eyes. His gaze darkened with a crimson hue as he clenched his fists, fixating on the serpent beast. The serpent beast said nothing further, ignoring the lion standing not far away, and turned to enter the misty forest. As summoned all his latent powers, transforming into a robust lion with a coat of golden fur, leaping to seize the serpent beast's tail, the Xuanqing's expression remained unchanged. However, the temperature around him plummeted, and the serpent's tail was enveloped in a fiery red aura. As his approached, he felt his fur singe, and a faint scent of burning flesh wafted toward him. Alarmed, as swiftly altered his course and pounced to the side. The serpent beast, possessing an astonishingly high beast rank, had also awakened fire abilities. Observing the serpent beast with its awakened powers, his gaze lingered on the girl in its arms, whose worried eyes turned toward him that a surge of warmth ignited within him as he harnessed the wind energy. Stirring the once silent leaves of the misty forest, the lion leaped across the river and launched an attack from behind Xianqing that a flicker of impatience crossed the serpent beast's face. You seek death. The serpent tail arched upward, instantly thrusting toward the lion's back like a blade. The scales on the tail glimmered coldly in the sunlight, each resembling a sharp edge. The lion summoned all his powers to evade the strike. But upon landing, the rapid flow of energy left his heart racing erratically. With a chilling wind enveloping him, the lion lunged again at the serpent beast. Shuling felt two protective shields suddenly envelop her, one red and one blue. The wind lashed against Xianqing, leaving a small cut upon his pale, handsome cheek. His eyes turned frigid as the fiery energy on his serpent tail intensified, swiftly ensnaring Az, who was about to pounce on the serpent beast. Indeed, the disparity between their powers was monumental. Even with all his abilities summoned, Az found no glimmer of hope that as he felt the serpent tail tightening around him. His fur began to scorch, and he struggled to breathe that in his ears, a sweet voice pleaded, "No, serpent beast, as is a good person I will go with you. He merely wishes to help me. Please do not kill him. I beg you." The urgency in the girl's voice revealed her understanding that the lion had already begun to lose consciousness, his breathing growing faint. The serpent beast, a natural cold-blooded creature, would never spare a prey once captured. Regardless of the pleas from the girl, they were born to survive, often consuming their own siblings from the same clutch. Xianqing showed no sign of hesitation in response to Shuling's words. The serpent tail continued to tighten. Suddenly, a warm tear splashed onto his arm, triggering a flood of memories he had seen countless times before: the snow-capped mountains, the battle of beastmen, a male beast lying on the ground, his silver hair half buried beneath the snow. This was a vision he frequently encountered after inheriting ancestral memories upon reaching adulthood. That it had been a long time since he had witnessed such a scene, until today when he saw the silver-haired girl beside the lion. The same silver hair and the scent etched in his mind from ancestral memories. The Xuanqing's thoughts halted, the serpent tail gradually loosening, followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. The serpent beast cast a glance at the tear-streaked, terrified girl in his arms. Its long serpent tail transformed into slender, straight legs, and it carried Shuling deeper into the forest. Az, lying on the ground, could no longer discern his surroundings. He only heard the faint sound of retreating footsteps before darkness enveloped him, plunging him into unconsciousness. Shuling wiped away her tears, glancing back until nothing remained in view. Only then did she slowly turn her head, retracting her gaze that as she surveyed her surroundings in the serpent beast's embrace. She felt the coldness akin to the night she had leaned against an ice tree in the frozen forest. Yet the girl felt no discomfort. Instead, she was increasingly worried as she was led deeper into the forest. Would Qingyan and Yunzi be unable to find her if she were trapped here? The thought made her heart ache anew. After a considerable time, the serpent beast finally halted at the entrance of a shallow cave. Releasing her, Shuling stood on the ground, her bare feet muddied and marked with cuts from the grass blades. Chapter 13. I will learn to take good care of you. The serpent beast transformed into its beast form and glided into the cave. While Shuling, glancing at the dimly lit interior, felt a pang of disappointment and slowly followed. Her stomach growled, yet she dared not ask the serpent beast to let her out for a moment to find something to eat. The deeper she ventured into the cave, the stronger the scent of dampness and blood became. The soil inside felt markedly softer and wetter than that outside. Shuling noticed that the abrasions on her feet were no longer in contact with hard surfaces, providing her some comfort. The serpent beast coiled itself in the innermost part of the cave, becoming a slumbering serpent mound. Remaining still that a tinge of fear gripped Shuling towards Xianqing. She found a spot near the cave entrance to sit down, curling her legs and resting her head on her thighs. Initially, she was merely zoning out, but the exhaustion from the night's escapades and the recent fright overwhelmed her, and she soon drifted into a deep slumber. Time flew by, and when Shuling jolted awake due to her stiff body, the sun had already begun to set. Warm yellow light filtered through the forest, casting fragmented shadows on the flowers and grasses below. Gently pressing her hands against her calves to relieve the soreness, her eyes were captivated by the beauty of the outside world. So lovely. She had never seen such scenery in the ice fortress. In Shuling Mountain, it snowed year-round, rarely allowing sunlight to grace the land. The warmth of the colors filled her with delight. Suddenly, reality struck her. Oh no, she had forgotten that she was in the serpent beast's cave. Slowly, she turned her gaze inward, only to find, unexpectedly, that the serpent beast was no longer there. That a surge of unease gripped her heart as she quickly stood and made her way toward the cave exit. The sharp stones dug into her feet, sending pangs of pain shooting through her, but Shuling paid little heed as she sprinted forward. She had carefully observed her surroundings on the way in, so she knew how to escape. After running a short distance, she looked up at the towering trees ahead, unable to discern how far she had to go. Suddenly, a powerful hand seized the back of her beast skin garment, lifting her off the ground. Stiffening in shock, she realized who had caught her and dared not struggle. Lowering her head in silence, that a cold voice echoed from above. Thinking of escaping, Shuling's heart raced, her face pale. Xianqing, not receiving a response from her, furrowed his brow slightly, and at that moment he caught sight of her subtle shake of the head in his lowered gaze. This is the misty forest, teeming with stray beasts. In my territory, other beastmen dare not intrude. But if you wander about recklessly, it could be perilous. Listening to the continued words from above, Shuling nodded gently. Xianqing embraced her entirely, her legs cradled in one of his powerful arms, her bottom resting on his sturdy forearm. Only then did she notice that in his other hand, he carried a large beast, lifeless and without a trace of injury. Before long, she found herself back in the cave, this time with the serpent beast carrying her inside and placing her down gently. Obediently, Shuling sat on the ground as the serpent beast exited the cave. After a while, a corner of a black, gauzy garment appeared in her line of sight, and following the fabric upward, she found herself gazing at a palm resting before her. It held a perfectly cubed piece of meat, stained with blood, resting atop a green leaf. Eat. The young girl gazed at the piece of meat before her, her stomach twitching from hunger. For reasons unknown, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. She lifted her eyes to the man who was crouching close, speaking to her. Hesitation filled her heart. Yet the unmistakable scent of blood wafting from her nose compelled her to speak. Must we eat this? I've never tried such a thing before. Xianqing withdrew his gaze from the girl's face to the meat in his hand. His eyelashes lowered as if in contemplation, the tear mole beneath his eye captivating. After a moment, he straightened his posture, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. That I forgot. Females do not consume raw meat. Shall we roast it? The girl recalled a time back at the ice fortress when she had implored Yunzi to cook for her. That flavor she did not detest. Yes, I can eat it, thank you. Her stomach indeed cried out for nourishment. Have you eaten? If not, I can share half with you, yes. The serpent beast replied simply before summoning fire with his powers. However, Shuling observed that he seemed wary of the flames, tossing branches far from the fire. After watching for a while, she stepped forward. Let me add some branches. I'm not afraid of fire. Her voice was sweet, and Xianqing, sensing no fear emanating from her, paused his movements, extending the broken branch in his hand toward her. He had journeyed to many places in pursuit of advancement and encountered numerous beastmen, but invariably, they regarded him with either disdain or fear. You are not afraid of me? The girl cautiously placed the branch into the flames, nodding before shaking her head. That a little, she hesitated, then asked, Will Yaja die? He lay still on the ground when we left. I do not know. He had no interest in the fates of other beastmen, especially since that lion beast had intruded upon his territory and stolen the Hongdu fruit, that it was already merciful that he had not completely crushed it. Wandering beasts possess a strong territorial instinct and do not provoke high-ranking beastmen willingly. Anything within their territory is assumed to belong to the territory's master, and other beasts are forbidden from touching it without permission. Naturally, survival of the fittest is an unspoken rule. Even marked territories may be contested by higher-ranking beasts if the territory's owner is of lower rank. After all, the living conditions for wandering beasts are harsh, and the better environments are claimed by beast tribes, forcing them into resource-scarce areas. Many wandering beasts resort to consuming the blood and flesh of beastmen to bolster their powers, feeling the cold aura emanating from the serpent beast. Shuling instinctively refrained from mentioning Yaja again. After Xianqing roasted the meat, he handed it to Shuling, the exterior charred, with hints of red within. She accepted it without disdain, layering leaves beneath her waist to shield herself from the heat, and took small bites. The food was hot, and the taste was far from delightful, much inferior to Yunza's cooking, but Shuling savored it gratefully. Food was indeed precious. Yunza had once said that many beastmen starve during the hot and cold seasons due to food shortages. Though she had never experienced hunger at the ice fortress, she understood the effort required to gather each fruit, and salt crystals could only be exchanged at distant shores, observing the girl beside him who was quietly eating. Chuanqing's eyes reflected a complex mixture of emotions that today's catch is the Wuzai beast. Its fur soft and light, that I will skin it and tan the hide for you later. Shuling seemed taken aback that the serpent beast would provide her with tanned hide, her chewing halting as she gazed at him incredulously. You are already an adult. I noticed the mate mark on your wrist. However, your male is not by your side, and it is perilous for a female to be here alone. Since I have brought you to the misty forest, I shall learn to take good care of you. Chapter 14. The beast Xuanqing's gaze swept over the girl's fair forehead, trailing down to the scratch on her cheek. The mark was neither deep nor large, yet for some reason it appeared quite severe, the surrounding skin slightly reddened. Have you had enough to eat? Xianqing glanced at the meager remnants of roasted meat in her hand. Shuling nodded, finishing the last morsel, folding the leaves beneath her and wiping her hands on the clean side before tossing them into the fire. Just as she completed this motion, her hand was suddenly seized by the man beside her. Startled, Shuling tried to withdraw her hand, but his grip was firm, preventing her escape. Do not move. You might injure yourself. Feeling the softness of her hand, the warmth of her touch momentarily halted his actions before he quickly regained his composure. Shuling watched as the serpent beast closed his eyes, seemingly attuned to something, his gaze inadvertently falling upon the tear mole on her face. The firelight danced upon his features, illuminating the mole in a way that rendered his countenance almost otherworldly. This posture lingered for quite some time, and Xianqing furrowed his brow in confusion. He had not experienced such visions in close proximity before. His curiosity about the silver-haired beast man, who frequently appeared in his memories, grew. The snow-capped mountains were a realm seldom ventured by serpent beasts. The frigid environment induced a state of hibernation, halting their powers, rendering them vulnerable to numerous dangers. Those with inherited memories would instinctively avoid such places for survival. Disappointed, he released the girl's hand, his expression tinged with weariness. Sensing his withdrawal, Shuling glanced down at her feet and spoke slowly. I just finished eating, and I'm a bit thirsty. May I wash my feet by the river? Upon hearing her cautious inquiry, Xianqing looked at her muddy feet, which bore cuts from sharp objects. That I will take you. With that, he scooped her up and strode toward the cave's entrance. Before long, they arrived at a broad riverbank. Xianqing gently set her down at a safe distance from the water's edge, ensuring there were no sharp objects, then stepped into the nearby woods. As the serpent beast departed, Shuling instinctively called out, "Where are you going?" Instantly regretting her words, she felt a budding dependence on him after his recent kindness. Xianqing turned to look back at the girl standing by the river, her pale visage reflected in his emerald serpent eyes. "I am Xianqing, I will fetch some herbs nearby. Call for me if you encounter any danger." With that, he disappeared into the forest. Shuling's heart skipped a beat. She had not anticipated his actions. Staying in place for a moment, she turned and gazed at the clear, expansive river. The water shimmered under the orange glow of the sun, resembling honeyed wine, intoxicatingly beautiful. Noticing creatures swimming in the river, she bent down for a closer look. Beast, she exclaimed in surprise. Behind the witch's residence at Snow Spirit Mountain, there was an ice river that remained frozen year-round. Once, Yunza had broken the ice to catch a plump beast. She vividly remembered its taste, believing it to be even more delicious than roasted meat. Finding a smooth stone, she sat down, dipping her delicate white feet into the water, which was pleasantly warm from the sun's embrace. As she watched the beast frolicking nearby, her hands itched with anticipation. Testing the water with her feet, she found it easy to touch the bottom, a thrill coursing through her. She waded a few steps deeper, the water reaching her knees, wetting the edges of her beast's skin. She paid no mind to it, her gaze fixed on the beast swimming jubilantly in the river, seemingly unbothered by her presence. Seizing an opportunity, she lunged for a beast, splashing water everywhere and momentarily obstructing her view. Feeling emptiness in her grasp, she sighed, realizing that the beast had swum away, merrily gliding forward. "What are you doing?" A voice inquired from behind her. Turning around, she saw the serpent beast holding a handful of green plants to Its nearly night. "The river is cold. Finish up and come back." Shuling took several large strides to the riverbank, her damp feet leaving a trail of dirt as she stepped onto the ground, her once clean feet now coated in a layer of gray. She paid no heed, muttering, "I wanted to catch a beast. But they are so fast that she continued, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Earlier, the serpent beast had asked if she was full, and she had merely sought amusement in catching one that you were not full. "Beasts are not tasty, that I shall find you some fruit shortly. Now, let us apply some medicine." The voice of Xianqing was faint and elusive, lacking any discernible emotion. However, if a young girl were to listen attentively, she might sense a hint of confusion woven into the man's words. Shuling hastily waved her hands, proclaiming, "I'm full, really, I was just playing with it, thinking that if I caught something, I could eat it later if I got hungry." The serpent beast lifted the girl into his arms and settled onto a nearby stone, with her perched on his lap, nestled comfortably against him in an affectionate manner. Although the girl was naive to the ways of the world, such intimate contact made her feel somewhat uneasy, prompting her to instinctively shift her body away. Just as she opened her mouth to utter a word, she was interrupted by the serpent beast's command. "Don't move." The girl fell silent, remaining completely still. Xianqing crushed the herbs in his hands, applying the green juice that oozed from the plants onto the wounds on her cheeks, that he then retrieved a piece of animal hide from his space. Gently lifted her feet and meticulously wiped away the dirt before slowly applying the green juice. The medicine had been applied, yet the serpent beast showed no intention of setting her down, continuing to hold her in his embrace. "Do you wish to eat?" The sudden inquiry took Shuling by surprise that in an instant, Xuanqing's legs transformed into a long, dark serpent tail, striking the water with force, causing the river to splash wildly, that a faint red aura enveloped the girl, protecting her from the droplets. To her astonishment, she observed several long, plump spiny beasts lying motionless on the riverbank, their gills devoid of movement, their bodies stained with no blood, as if they had been directly shaken from the beast realm. A wave of admiration surged within her. How impressive! Chapter 15. The leather shoes, the serpent tail coiled around the spiny beasts, and Xianqing carried the girl deeper into the cave. Shuling gazed in awe at the serpent's dexterous movements. Such large spiny beasts would surely be a struggle for her to lift. Yet Xianqing effortlessly transported 5 or 6 of them back, as they approached a thicket near the cave entrance. A faint, rustling sound emerged as they passed by. The sound was subtle, barely perceptible unless one was attentive. The girl, resting against the man, remained oblivious, while the serpent beast cast a cold, sidelong glance in that direction before continuing onward. As the sun set, the already dim cave became increasingly shadowed. Shuling retrieved a fish pearl from her small leather pouch, the soft glow illuminating the extinguished campfire nearby. Xianqing glanced at the fish pearl she had placed beside the cave. Raising an eyebrow, "Did you descend from the snow mountain?" His tone bore no hint of inquiry, as if he had already deduced the answer. The girl, leaning against the wall and preparing to rest, suddenly opened her eyes wide, alarmed, and looked at the man who was also gazing at her. The Xuanqing's eyes sparkled with barely concealed interest, that Shuling's lips parted slightly as she blinked rapidly. "That I did not." Hearing her hesitant murmur only intensified the intrigue in the serpent beast's gaze. "The fish pearl illuminates. Could it be from the sea?" The girl pursed her lips, recalling how Qing Yin and Yunza had warned her not to disclose her origins lightly to other beastmen. If this information were to leak, the elders would swiftly come seeking her. Yet, faced with the man's steady gaze, she found herself at a loss for words. She was not adept at lying. And inexplicably, Xuanqing's eyes seemed to possess a captivating power that rendered her unable to utter falsehoods. Just as she felt overwhelmed, the serpent beast chuckled softly, igniting the campfire with a flick of his wrist before exiting the cave. Moments later, Shuling caught a whiff of a fishy odor emanating from the man, noticing he now held several pieces of prepared, translucent meat. The spiny beasts are quite prickly, that I observe that your appetite is modest. So I chose the tenderest portions that I'll roast them first. You can eat when you're hungry. The girl nodded in agreement, but pondered for a moment before asking, Xianqing, why did you bring me here? Seated beside the fire, the serpent beast skewered the fish meat with a twig and placed it near the flames. Because of my inherited memories, your appearance and scent closely resemble another beast man who has repeatedly appeared in my recollections. I thought perhaps there was some connection, though I initially held little interest in it. However, it is rather intriguing. During my travels across the starry continent, I never encountered anyone of that beast man as kind until I began to see more visions. Eventually, I discerned that he appeared in a snow mountain, which is not an ideal habitat for us serpent beasts. Therefore, I lingered in the misty forest, waiting for an opportunity to explore further. The serpent beast rarely divulged so much. And Shuling mulled over his words. Does inherited memory mean you possess the recollections of your ancestors? And the beast man who resembles me? Was he a male? Did you see his beast form? If he has a beast form, then he likely isn't one of my kin. Indeed, came the serpent's brief response, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further. After roasting the fish, he wrapped it in leaves and set it aside by the fire. He then produced a piece of gray-brown hide from his space and handed it to the girl. This is the hide of a woozy beast. I intend to make you a pair of leather shoes. They will be far more breathable than the fox fur you currently wear, and since the nights grow chilly, you should use them for now. The Shuling's gaze swept over the leather in Xuanqing's hand. It appeared quite comfortable. She suddenly realized that perhaps not all wandering beasts were ill-natured. At least Xianqing had been very kind, consistently taking care of her. She accepted the gift, contemplating a brief rest. Although the cave was somewhat damp, the nearby fire burned brightly, providing a comforting warmth. Her eyelids grew heavy as she leaned against the wall, on the verge of drifting off to sleep. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from outside. Accompanied by the distant roars of wild beasts, the daylight had dimmed outside, rendering everything a blurry haze, prompting her to turn back to the man within the cave. Xianqing, sensing her gaze, spoke casually at night. The misty forest is plagued by a black poisonous mist. Beastmen and beasts of lower rank may succumb to this mist, losing their minds and becoming mindless, bloodthirsty monsters that hunt in packs, attacking any living creature they encounter. The man's voice trailed off abruptly, intensifying the weight of his warning. So, do not stray from my side. That lion beast cannot protect you. Startled by the man's earlier words, the girl seemed oblivious to the latter part of his warning, instinctively clutching the leather as she inched closer to the serpent beast, who had transformed into a snake-like figure within the cave. When Shuling awoke, it was already morning. After greeting Xianqing, she decided to wash up by the river. Upon exiting the cave, she noticed that the serpent beast had followed her. Though this is my territory, many beasts have been affected by the mist last night. Unlike beastmen, who regain their senses by morning, those who lose their minds may no longer fear higher-ranking beastmen, and they might still be roaming nearby. Understanding that Xianqing had accompanied her for her safety, the girl smiled radiantly at the beast man behind her, feeling a closer bond with him. My name is Shuling, she said abruptly as she approached the riverbank. Xianqing was taken aback. Since yesterday, the girl had rarely spoken to him, let alone volunteered information about herself. The serpent beast remained silent, quietly observing as Shuling washed her mouth and face with the clear river water. His gaze lingered on her bare feet, now soiled with mud, for a moment. When we return, I shall carry you, he stated. Shuling spat the water from her mouth onto the riverbank and nodded in response. The two then returned to the cave. With no sunlight that day, the misty forest exuded an even greater sense of tranquility. Upon returning to the den, the serpent beast did not curl up as he had previously, but instead fashioned the hide he had draped over the girl the night before into a pair of shoes. The shoes rose to her ankles, the soft fur lining the inside, and the openings cinched with matching hide cords, forming an adorably compact appearance. Shuling cautiously slipped them onto her feet, relishing the unique sensation. They were remarkably comfortable, and an indescribable warmth began to blossom within her. During her years on Shuling Mountain, she had never worn shoes before. Chapter 16. I will go with you, it will rain today. I will venture out to gather some dry branches and fruits that do not wander outside the cave. I shall return shortly. Xianqing had just finished speaking when he swiftly swam out of the cave. Shuling admired her shoes for a moment before picking up the roasted spiky beast meat beside the campfire and began to eat. It was a bit cold, yet the flavor was delightful, more tender than the meat of wild beasts. The fish roasted over firewood lacked any strong fishy odor and possessed a subtle salty taste. Shuling recalled that last night, when Xianqing was roasting the spiky beast meat, he had sprinkled some white granules on top. She surmised it must have been salt crystals. Salt crystals were a vital resource. She remembered that A's would bring plenty of jerky and gemstones every year to exchange for some salt crystals for the Shuling tribe. Kai had also informed her that the females of the continent needed to consume a bit of salt crystals daily, or they would fall ill. With this thought in mind, Shuling ate even more carefully. After finishing her meal, feeling somewhat full, she stood up and strolled around the cave, as she seldom had the opportunity to indulge in such a feast at the ice fortress. The elders had advised her that she should not consume meat until she reached adulthood, and that her diet should consist solely of fruits and salty soups. Feeling a bit fatigued from walking, Shuling leaned against the wall and sat down, feeling a tinge of boredom. She then took out the jiaozhu from her bag, glancing at it from side to side, upon noticing the dim silver beast mark on her wrist. A wave of disappointment washed over her. Despite Xuanqing's kindness towards her, she knew she had to go to the grassland. If A's and Qingyan came searching for her and found her absent, they would surely be anxious. She contemplated speaking to Xianqing upon his return, expressing her intention to first head to the grassland, promising to visit him frequently once everything was settled. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, a commotion erupted at the cave entrance, accompanied by the roar of a lion. The sound resonating loudly and causing Shuling's ears to throb that it was indeed the roar of a lion. She had heard it before during the fight between A's and Xianqing, and it was strikingly similar. With a sudden impulse, she hurriedly tucked the jiaozhu into her beast skin pouch, rose to her feet, and stealthily approached the cave entrance, concealing her body as she peered outside. As her gaze swept over the scene, she indeed spotted a familiar figure. A battle-scarred lion was currently gripping a wolf by the neck, crimson blood streaming from the wolf's wound. The ground where they stood had already been soaked with blood, turning a deep hue. The girl stared in astonishment at the scene before her, momentarily forgetting to call out the lion's name. But yes, if sensing the movement within the cave, the lion turned, dropping the wolf at its feet. It was then that the girl noticed the wolf's unblinking, blood-red eyes. She recalled Xuanqing's words from that morning. Was this the beast eroded by the mists? Even in death, the wolf's eyes conveyed a stark difference from those of normal beasts. Little female, I have finally found you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shuling felt herself enveloped in a warm embrace. The lion had transformed into human form, closing the distance between them in mere steps. Wrapping her in his arms, that he himself was unsure of what had come over him. Ever since he had laid eyes on the enchanting little female outside the misty forest, an uncontrollable urge to draw closer to her had taken hold of his heart. After being knocked unconscious by the serpent beast that day, he awoke to find the sun already set, his injuries severe, and even without them, he would not have been able to defeat the serpent beast. Yet, unable to quell his concern, he had followed the scent to find the little female and the serpent beast. Indeed, it led him to the place where he had picked the serpent beast's lair. The thought of the little female being taken away from him by that serpent beast filled him with rage. Sensing movement in the cave, he quickly sought refuge in a nearby thicket. Watching the little female held in the embrace of the serpent beast, completely entranced by her beauty, which seemed to surpass even what he had seen that morning, he observed her washing her feet by the river. She then darted into the water, attempting to catch a spiky beast that he felt a surge of anxiety and wanted to help, but just as he was about to step forward, the serpent beast emerged from the side. Forcing him to hide once more, he remained concealed in the thicket for quite some time until the serpent beast carried the little female past him. The sweet scent wafting through the air intensified the heat radiating from his already restless body. Reluctantly, he watched as the serpent beast took the little female into the cave. He could feel his own body growing weary, but he feared what the beast might do to the little female. So he remained hidden nearby. His injuries rendered his consciousness hazy, and before he could succumb to sleep, he suddenly found himself hurtling through the air in a parabolic in midair. He caught sight of the serpent beast standing coldly in place. Its dark veil, not even slightly disturbed, that I'll get you for this, beast mother, beast father, and beast grandpa. Just you wait. He quickly shook off the painful memories of the previous day, feeling the soft body beneath his palm. His heart swelled with affection. Little female, the serpent beast is gone now. Let us make haste. The misty forest is unsafe, and there are still frenzied beasts lurking about. Thankfully, I just came to check on you. He couldn't fathom how a cold-blooded wandering beast could care for a female, especially one as delicate as her. As he spoke, he swiftly released the little female, bending down to lift her into his arms, prepared to leave the cave. Wait, Shuling, she thought, though eager to depart for the grassland. She couldn't leave so abruptly. She wanted to inform Xianxing. Just as she uttered a word, a chill swept over her, and she felt herself enveloped in a cold embrace. The lion who had been holding her had leaped far away. Shuling quickly looked up, meeting a pair of glowing green eyes. Did Dio not go with him? A man's icy voice rang above her. Shuling pondered for a moment before struggling to descend from the man's grasp. Xianxing, I appreciate your kindness and understand you wish for me to stay by your side. But I must go to the grassland. My friends will search for me there. They are very important to me. Shuling gazed up at the tall man before her, her eyes filled with pleading. She knew that if Xianxing did not agree, she would be unable to leave. Xianxing listened quietly to her words, his expression remaining unchanged. After a while, just as Shuling thought he would not respond, the man suddenly spoke. Then I shall accompany you. Shuling stared in astonishment at the serpent beast. Did he want to go with me? No, you, a wandering beast, wish to enter our tribe. That is impossible. Neither the chieftain nor the members of the tribe would allow it. Before she could voice her objections, Aze, standing behind her, vehemently countered. Are you joking? If he truly brings a wandering beast back to the tribe, even if he manages to return with a great accomplishment like the little female, the tribe will flay him alive, and that old chieftain would certainly have him killed. Chapter 17. Journey to A's tribe. The girl hesitated, glancing back at A's before turning her gaze to Xianxing, who was also watching her. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly addressed the lion beast. A's, you should return to go tend to your wounds. I will discuss my departure with Xianxing. Having said that, she turned back and grasped the serpent beast's hand that held the fruit, her gaze lingering on the milky white fruit in his large palm, a warm feeling blossoming in her heart as she gently pulled him toward the cave. A's stood frozen in place, as if he had not fully comprehended the girl's words. What? The little female wants to leave with the serpent beast and go on her own, but he is a wandering beast. Little female, they are cold-blooded creatures, inherently wanderers. He will not take care of you properly. The misty forest is too dangerous that I may not be able to defeat that serpent beast, but I can call upon the warriors of my tribe. I refuse to believe we cannot overpower him with numbers. A's watched as the girl tugged at the serpent beast, moving further ahead, and hurriedly caught up with him, speaking as he walked. Xianxing turned back and cast a cool glance at the incessantly chattering lion, causing A's to shiver involuntarily. It was the innate fear a fifth-tier beastman had for an eighth-tier beastman. The disparity between the tiers of beasts was immense. Worried that Xianxing might lash out at A's, Shuling tightened her grip and continued forward, only to feel the person behind her suddenly stop, rendering her unable to pull him along. Confused, she turned back to see the serpent beast standing still. The man's green pupil shimmered with light. He desperately wanted to ask the girl a question. Why do you not wish to leave with him? Shuling replied sincerely, because if you do not agree, I cannot leave, and you have not harmed me, that on the contrary, you have taken great care of me. I do not perceive you as a bad beastman. Are you not afraid of me? The serpent beast inquired, reflecting on the cold-blooded nature that made him an outcast, inherently devoid of emotional connection to his kin. The girl seemed to ponder this for a moment before breaking into a smile. I have never encountered a serpent beast before. Although you may be cold, you have not harmed me, that I am not afraid. The soft warmth emanating from the bee-skin shoes beneath her feet enveloped her. And her smile widened. Moreover, Shuling did not dwell on such matters. She would sense who treated her well. The sincerity in her smile was something Xianqing had rarely encountered, leaving him momentarily taken aback. He had never met a female quite like her. Lion beast, I will not enter your tribe, but I wish to remain on the outskirts. That Xuanqing's voice was faint, his serpent-like eyes fixated on the distant ass. As felt a chill coursing through his body, as if the gaze of this serpentine beast was laced with venomous eyes, that I cannot make decisions on your behalf, but as long as you do not intrude upon the tribe. I shall assure them that you are accompanied by a young female and will not be driven away. Shuling tightened her grip on Xuanqing's arm. Xianqing, over there, will they chase you away? Why don't you wait for me here while I check on my friends in the grassland? Once I locate them, I'll return to find you. Concern glimmered in the girl's eyes. Xianqing was formidable, yet he was but a single beast against the might of an entire tribe. Fear not, those below the 8th tier cannot hope to contend with me. Xianqing replied, his voice imbued with an imperceptible gentleness. The coldness in his gaze towards the girl had dissipated, as if shards of ice had fractured and were infused with the warmth of a gentle breeze. As the minor chill of early winter approached, he contemplated his impending hibernation, acknowledging the truth in the lion's words. He was ill-equipped to care for the young female. Females without the protection of male beasts suffered greatly during the cold season. Many male beasts perished each winter and summer, let alone those devoid of survival skills. He did not wish for the young female to meet such a fate. After all, he had ventured into the misty forest solely to await an opportunity. That need was no longer pressing, and he had never been one to cling to a single place. The vast expanse of grass swayed gently in the breeze, the air fragrant with the scent of blossoms. The girl sat atop the back of a robust lion, her eyes entranced by the unfamiliar scenery. The further they ventured into the grassland, the more exquisite the beauty revealed itself, that a plump, screeching rodent peeked from its burrow. Spying 3 beasts passing by, its gaze fell upon the girl on the lion's back. Its round eyes widened in astonishment, transforming into starry orbs. Just as it became enraptured, a sudden chill coursed through its body, leading it to gaze at the dark-scaled python behind the lion. Locking eyes with a pair of emerald orbs, it felt as though its very being had frozen in fear, letting out a frightened squeak before diving back into its burrow. Meanwhile, Shuling, who had been admiring the scenery, was momentarily dazzled. Upon focusing, she noticed a flower entwined around the obsidian snake's tail, blooming vibrantly. Surprised, she accepted it and turned to see the serpent fully transformed, a smile radiating from her lips as she lifted the flower. Thank you, Xianqing. The serpent gazed at the girl with a tenderness that belied its nature. Umph. What's so impressive about being courteous? If it weren't for the current circumstances, I would have plucked a whole bouquet for the young female. As grumbled inwardly, yet the thought of the young female seated upon his back inexplicably brightened his mood. The girl examined the flower in her hands, leaning closer to inhale its fragrance, which was intoxicating. Suddenly, a butterfly, drawn by the scent, fluttered onto the flower. Startled, she instinctively pulled away, causing the white butterfly to flit away. Her gaze followed its flight, and she murmured, "Butterfly." There are indeed butterflies on the grassland, if responding to her words. A vast sea of flowers erupted before her, where a multitude of butterflies danced in the air. Shuling felt that this might be the most beautiful sight she had ever encountered, as also noticed the blooming flower bed ahead. His heart swelling with joy, channeling his abilities, he swiftly transformed into human form, causing the girl to momentarily float before softly landing in the warm embrace of the young man. I am terribly sorry. Little female, that I was so delighted that I didn't frighten you, did I? Rest assured, I shall not let you fall, as said, his face etched with regret as he gestured toward the flowers. Look at those blooms. Aren't they splendid? Beyond that patch lies my tribe. The girl gazed over the floral expanse toward the valley behind, knowing that was Az's tribe. Just as she was about to speak, Az suddenly felt a dull pain in his head and turned fiercely to glare at the serpent whose upper body had morphed into human form. You struck me again. Xianqing retracted his serpent tail, transforming it into long legs cloaked in a flowing black fabric, and spoke softly, "Do not frighten her, and put on your animal skin skirt," as glanced at the impeccably dressed Xianqing, scoffing dismissively. Yet a thought struck him, and his face gradually flushed. Stumbling over his words, he addressed the girl in his arms. "Little female, I'll set you down for a moment while I put on my skirt. Shuling glanced at the boy's bare chest and nodded. Chapter 18. They are so enthusiastic carefully. He placed the girl down and hastily retrieved an animal skin from his spatial pouch, wrapping it around his lower body. Having just transformed into human form, he always felt somewhat awkward during the transition in the presence of the young female. He felt an unusual excitement, leading him to forget to secure his skirt. Thankfully, she did not seem upset. Meanwhile, the girl, slightly puzzled, asked, "Are you finished? I thought you needed to wear something on your upper body too." I remember as always covering half his torso with animal skin. Perhaps it was due to the cold of the snowy mountains. "Yes, I'm ready now, little female. May I carry you? Although it's not far to our tribe, you females are delicate and may tire easily." Shuling recalled her exhausting journey from Shuling Mountain across the icy plains to the grassland, a gentle smile gracing her face. "Thank you, but I can walk on my own, that I will let you know if I truly tire." Expression was one of firm disapproval. Having grown up in the tribe, he was accustomed to seeing females treated with utmost care. It was customary for male beasts to feed them, let alone allow them to walk on their own. "You will listen to me," Xianqing interjected, cutting off his attempt to argue further. Internally scoffed, recognizing the serpent's lack of understanding when it came to caring for young females. However, he held his tongue, knowing he would simply carry her if she grew weary. Indeed, as his had described, the journey, while appearing short, was still exhausting. Shuling wiped the sweat from her brow, yet her heart brimmed with joy, observing the grass at her feet. Feeling the breeze against her cheeks, and inhaling the floral aroma, she truly felt a sense of freedom, watched the girl ahead, struggling slightly, and felt a surge of frustration. "Hey, serpent, why don't you let me carry the young female? You serpents are indeed cold-blooded creatures, oblivious to the needs of females." Xianqing regarded the girl walking ahead, casting a cool glance at the lion beside him. Fortunately, although the girl's pace was slow, the trio made their way to their destination. The lion glanced at the tribe in the distance. Their forms were obscured by a thicket of thorny flowers, preventing the guards from noticing them. "Hey, serpent, you stay here, I'll take the young female forward. Otherwise, my kin might see you and misunderstand." Xianqing surveyed the tribe ahead, then looked down at the young female, who was intently observing the settlement. "You may go ahead. I will ensure she enters safely." Clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Fine, but you better hide well, that I'll explain everything upon my return." Shuling turned back to Xianqing, concern etched on her face. "What if something happens while you're here?" A faint smile graced Xuanqing's lips. "Do not worry. I have traversed the continent before venturing into the misty forest. The grassland is teeming with prey. I will manage just fine while I await your return." Shuling nodded in understanding. Then, after a moment's thought, she rummaged through her beast skin pouch, shifting the milky white fruit Xianqing had given her to one side, uncovering the white gemstone hidden beneath. This was the stone she had previously worn on her forehead. "This is a unique stone from our tribe. I will accompany us to his tribe for now. This stone carries my essence. You may hold on to it as it might aid your dreams." Xianqing beheld the transparent gem resting in her palm, a flicker of intrigue crossed his eyes. He had indeed seen this stone before. Accepting it, he softened his demeanor further. "Go now." Shuling nodded and followed us toward the tribe. "Little female, you should know that our lion tribe is among the foremost tribes on the grassland. Rest assured, with our protection, you will be far safer than in the misty forest that you just spoke." He tilted his head to glance at the enchanting Shuel Ling beside him. His heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. At that moment, it was just the two of them. The young female was truly stunning, and he felt incredibly fortunate to encounter the one he admired so soon after reaching adulthood. Yet he pondered whether she harbored any feelings for him. Throughout their journey, Yezha chattered incessantly, while Shuel Ling listened quietly, relishing the experience. Yunze remained tranquil, even when they later encountered Qin Yin, who was also rather taciturn. It was her first encounter with a lively beastman like Yezha, and she found herself enamored by the vibrant atmosphere. The guards at the entrance were all valiant warriors of the tribe, their ranks not to be trifled with, possessing keen eyesight superior to that of ordinary beastmen. Just as Yezha and Shuel Ling emerged from the thicket of thorns, they were swiftly noticed, despite being quite a distance from the tribe. The two beastmen, upon catching sight of the young female's face, collectively gasped in astonishment. Yezha, You not only successfully transformed, but also brought back such a beautiful female. By the beast god above, I feel as if I am dreaming. One of the lion guards, seemingly familiar with Yezhe, stepped forward, wrapping an arm around him while casting furtive glances at Shui Ling. Yezhe understood their reaction. After all, he had felt the same when he first laid eyes on a young female. Enough with the nonsense. Is the chieftain around? I have matters to discuss with him. That he shrugged off the hand resting on his shoulder. He is present. The chieftain hasn't left. Hurry. We are brothers after all. Introduce me first. Who knows, the young female might fancy me. Yezhe snorted softly, quickly grasping Shui Ling's hand and leading her towards the tribe. To an introduction. He was still far from securing his own standing. Before Shui Ling could comprehend what was happening, she found herself being pulled along into the tribe. Yuan Nan looked on with a wistful expression as the young female departed. Indeed, the camaraderie among male beastmen was as fragile as it could be. The other lion guard gazed longingly at the retreating figure of the young female, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret for not having cultivated a better relationship with Yezhe. However, upon noticing Yuan Nan, who appeared to be quite friendly with Yezhe, he straightened his posture again. What did it matter if they were friendly? They were all in the same boat. The day was still bright, and the beastmen of the tribe were bustling about outside their dwellings. Yezhe walked hand in hand with Shui Ling. They caught the attention of the surrounding beastmen, who gasped in unison, with several male beastmen approaching them. Young female, have you chosen a partner? What do you think of me? Young female, you are remarkably beautiful. Your hair is silver. What kind of beastman are you? Young female, you only have one partner. How can he protect you properly? Look at me. I am already a 5th-tier warrior, a true champion of our tribe. Young female, Shui Ling felt overwhelmed as more and more individuals crowded around her. Their previously leisurely pace had come to a complete standstill, and the path to the chieftain's stone house was utterly blocked. Yezhe felt as if he might gnash his teeth in frustration. He regretted bringing the young female to the tribe. These beastmen had ill intentions. Suddenly, a commanding voice silenced the incessant chatter of the eager beastmen. The crowd parted slowly, allowing an elderly beastman with grizzled hair and a long beard to step through. He cast a glance at Yezhe, who was now capable of human transformation, before fixing his gaze upon the young female, surrounded by the throng. That a flicker of astonishment gleamed in his eyes. Yezhe, who is this young female? Upon noticing the elder beastman standing across from him, Yezhe quickly took hold of Shui Ling's hand. Elder, this is the young female I brought back, named Shui Ling. I will take responsibility for her well-being and sustenance. With confidence, he patted his chest. How presumptuous! The elder chided him lightly. Though his expression bore no true reproach, he stroked his long beard thoughtfully, stepping closer to examine the young female. It instantly became clear to him why the male beastmen had gathered around her. Welcome, welcome! Our Jinri tribe warmly welcomes the joining of females, but we shall provide a safe environment and ample food for you to reside here comfortably. The elder spoke to Shui Ling with a kind demeanor. Their tribe had been embroiled in conflicts with the neighboring tiger tribe, causing smaller tribes to relocate to the more distant Beast King city for safety. This marked the first female to join their tribe in several years, an event that could greatly soothe the lonely male beastmen who had been affected by the ongoing tensions with the tiger tribe. Shui Ling smiled gently at the kind-hearted lion tribe leader, feeling relieved that everything was proceeding smoothly. However, the elder's gaze shifted to the young beastmen who were practically glued to Shui Ling's side, and his smile waned slightly. Before you arrived, did Yezhe inform you that joining our tribe requires you to select a male beastman from our clan as your partner during the bonfire gathering on the same night? Shui Ling's smile faltered as confusion washed over her. Selecting a partner? The lion male surrounding her erupted in excitement, eager for the chance to win the affection of such a beautiful female. Even amidst competition, there was a glimmer of hope. If fortunate enough, one of them might become the young female's chosen partner, thus fulfilling their very existence as beastmen. Yezhe hastily interjected, Elder, I've already said that I will care for the young female. It was I who brought her back. The elder, by Shan, glanced at the visibly irritated Yezhe, ignoring his protests as he turned his attention back to Shui Ling. Young female, can you accept this? Shui Ling hesitated. She was not opposed to the idea of having a partner, yet she was unsure of what being a partner entailed. The words of the shaman echoed in her mind, how the wolf beastmen of foreign tribes could only ever be guardians. Why could Qing Yan become her holy husband while a Zhe could not? However, she recalled Qing Yan's words. A holy husband is your partner, the one who will be by your side always. The closest beastman in your life. The closest beastman. Did that mean she had to choose someone from this group of beastmen to be her partner simply because she was to reside here? But she had yet to even converse with any of them. Seeing the young female's hesitation and her lack of response, the elder inquired again, "Can you accept this? Is it mandatory? I just arrived today. I do not know them yet. May I have some time to consider?" Xueling replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty. She merely wished to see if Qing Yan and Yun Zhe were present in this place. If not, she would remain in a nearby tribe with a decent reputation until they reunited, planning to venture elsewhere afterward. This tribe was quite close to Xueling Mountain. Qing Yan had advised her to go as far as possible. If she were to take a partner here, what would happen to that partner? Would he accompany her in fleeing? Would he be expected to leave the tribe he had grown up in? Bai Shan pondered seriously for a moment before nodding. That is acceptable. However, during this time, you will need the assistance of the beast men that a young female cannot manage on her own, even within the tribe. Elder, I can do it, Chief. Chief, I am the only beast man left in my family. The stone cave is vast, and the young female can reside there comfortably. Chief, I have stockpiled plenty of food. The cold season is approaching, and the young female will have ample sustenance with me. He thought to himself. How did he even think of that? What should he do? He hadn't stored enough jerky. Would the young female not choose him? Enough. Stop arguing. And no matter where she stays, you all have a chance. Bai Shan calmed the fiercely competitive males. His gaze slowly swept across the surrounding beast men before abruptly settling on a solitary figure at the edge of the crowd. You dear. What are you doing, elder? Me. Two voices echoed simultaneously, one filled with anger, the other with confusion. The beastmen surrounding them turned their eyes toward Dier, who stood on the outskirts. Initially displeased, their expressions shifted to silence upon noticing the 7 black stripes adorning his left arm. So it was him. Ever since he had joined their tribe, this beastman had remained rather withdrawn, opting out of group hunts and instead completing hunting tasks alone that a 7th-tier beastman. Only one other beastman could match him. The tribe leader himself. The young female turned her gaze toward the beastman named Dier, who possessed golden hair, albeit not in the same curly style as Yuja's. His long hair was tied back with a beast hide strip. A blue gemstone and a fong earring dangled from his right ear, and his originally stern expression now bore traces of shock. Xueling felt a twinge of anxiety, sensing that this beast man seemed somewhat reluctant. Yuja felt as if his lungs might burst with indignation. Elder, what do you mean? I brought the young female back. According to tribal customs, it is I who should care for her. Why are you assigning her to that reclusive beast man? Bai Shan cast a fleeting glance at Yuja, who was on the verge of extending his claws towards him, displaying no semblance of anger. You have just come of age, and the young female in the tribe has yet to find a mate. Her safety necessitates the protection of a high-ranking beast man. Although I have also just reached adulthood, I am already at the 5th level, which is considered exceptionally gifted among our tribe. Moreover, Yuan Nan is also at the 5th level and has already taken on the role of a warrior to safeguard the tribe. I am fully qualified to protect the young female. Bai Shan glanced at his companion, Dier, who bore a look of confusion, and slowly spoke. Indeed, you possess remarkable talent. However, a 5th-level beastman is still a 5th-level beastman. While you are certainly not lacking in prowess, Dier is far more suitable for the task of protecting the young female. With that, Bai Shan disregarded any further argument from Yuja and turned to leave. Yuja's chest heaved violently, feeling as though he might explode with rage. Chapter 20. Carried back to the stone cave by Dier, Xueling observed Yuja, whose face was flushed with anger, and hesitated to speak. Despite having spent little time with him, she certainly preferred him over the unfamiliar Dier. Gently, she reached out and tugged at the man's hand, her tone soothing. Please don't be angry. Yuja, we are in the same tribe. Whenever I have the chance, I will come to play with you, all right? Yuja turned to Xueling, his gaze dropping to her delicate, snow-white hand that held his. Suddenly, his irritation intensified. And no matter what that old man says, I will take you to my cave right now. You are far too beautiful for me to trust you in another beastman's den. With that, he followed her lead, shifting their hands so that he grasped hers firmly, striding toward his stone cave. Yet, after only a couple of steps, the other hand of the young female was seized. You cannot take her away. Turning back, Yuzha saw that Dier had grasped Shui Ling's other hand, his expression icy, with golden pupils locked onto Yuzha. Out a surge of azure energy began to emanate from him. Dier scoffed dismissively, his voice calm and unperturbed. "You cannot defeat me, nor can you protect her. I have no desire to defy the chieftain's orders. Release her." The flames of fury within Yuzha flared even higher. "Then let us fight, that I do not engage in combat with my kin. Will you fight or not?" Yuzha released Shui Ling's hand, glaring furiously at Dier. Seeing that Yuzha had let go, Dier swiftly lifted Shui Ling into his arms and turned towards a stone cave. That Yuzha stood frozen for a moment, glancing at his own hand and then at the young female who had been carried away. Just as he was about to chase after them, he was intercepted by a group of onlooking beastmen. Forget it, Yuzha, that you finally transformed back. Go home and rest well in your cave. Indeed, you cannot compete with Dier. Besides, the young female is merely temporarily residing in his cave. You still have your chances. Yes, although the young female is not selecting a mate at present, the bonfire festival will still take place tonight. You will see her again soon. You might as well gather some fruits and pick some flowers to please her. Exactly. You've reminded me. I shall go and gather some fruits right away, that I'll join you. Who wants to go with you? The young female is mine. What do you mean? Let us fight. Let us fight. The beastmen who were originally trying to dissuade Yuzha, upon witnessing the impending brawl between the two, hurriedly rushed to intervene. That Yuzha reflected that they were right. He would go find fruits and pick flowers to bring back. The young female would surely be delighted. Why should he quarrel with that solitary beastman? He had known the young female first, and their bond, forged through trials and tribulations from the misty forest to the grasslands, was something that could not be compared to the as Shui Ling was held in Dier's embrace. She inhaled the unfamiliar scent of the man, feeling a bit dazed. The aroma was not unpleasant. Rather, it was intriguing, a blend of fresh grass and masculine pheromones, a combination she had never encountered before. After being passed around among various individuals, she was nearly accustomed to this moment, nestled in Dier's arms. Her embarrassment had diminished significantly. Surveying her surroundings, she noted that the structures of the Lion Clan tribe were vastly different from those of her previous abode in the ice fortress. The architecture of her clan predominantly featured square buildings made of ice, her own residence being a two-story castle constructed from ice bricks. Here, the lion beastmen resided in caves carved into rocky cliffs, with smooth stones forming the entrance, often draped with long animal hides to shield the interior from the elements. Along the path, clusters of beastmen gathered outside the stone caves, and Shui Ling observed females. Though they were typically surrounded by a circle of males, the Dier moved swiftly, and she could only catch a fleeting glance, not taking the time to scrutinize further. However, this sight excited her in Shui Ling Mountain. She was the only female. Even at the sacred husband ceremony, there were only males present. Suddenly encountering others of her gender stirred an indescribable feeling within her. The Dier's cave was not located at the heart of the tribe. He had arrived at the Yuri tribe a year prior, and the central caves were all occupied. Additionally, he preferred solitude, opting for a location on the outskirts of the tribe. That My cave is not very large, nor is it close to the tribe's center, but if you find it dull, just call for me. I will carry you to the tribe square, where females gather to play during the day. Dier's voice was low and devoid of emotion. Yet, Shui Ling could sense that his hold on her was gentle. "It's all right. I should thank you for your willingness to care for me. I appreciate it that I don't eat much and am not picky. If you gather fruits, you can take me along." Shui Ling's tone was sweet and soft, her lips always curled into a smile. Endearing her to the beast man, the Dier's previously agitated demeanor suddenly calmed, and he exhibited a hint of surprise at her words. That in his experience, it was rare for a female to express such sentiments. As the duty of caring for females was ingrained in the very essence of beastmen, he pondered, he couldn't help but lower his gaze, scrutinizing the delicate features of the young female in his arms. She was petite and exquisite, her fair skin unlike anything produced by the natural world of beastmen, which explained why the beastmen had gathered around her, eager to showcase themselves upon her arrival in the tribe. In a moment, their eyes met, and both were momentarily taken aback. Shui Ling, feeling flustered, lowered her gaze, while Dier awkwardly diverted his attention elsewhere. Fortunately, they soon arrived at Dier's cave, where he gently set the young female down before stepping outside to prepare food. Shui Ling examined the interior of the cave. Upon entering, she noticed a wooden three-tiered shelf, each level adorned with various bone knives of differing shapes and sizes. Beside the shelf was a modest stone bed. Layered with straw, in another corner stood a half-height chest, next to a large stone vat filled to the brim with water. Dier was outside grilling meat. Shuai Ling glanced at the water in the vat and turned to step outside. Dier, is the water in the cave drinkable? Turning to face the young female at the entrance, Dier recalled the stone cups and pots he had just prepared. Wait a moment. I will heat some water for you. The weather is getting colder. You shouldn't bathe in the river, that I will get you a larger bucket shortly. Shuai Ling's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a tad embarrassed. Isn't that too much trouble? How do you heat the water? Do you have a cup? I can do it myself. She scanned the area, hoping to find something suitable to no need. You should return to the cave and rest for a bit. The stone pot is heavy, and the fire could burn you. Dier had already turned back, focusing intently on grilling the meat. After a moment's hesitation, Shuai Ling sat down on a stone stool beside the fire. Chapter 21. The beautiful young female emerges from the bath, seeing Shuai Ling settle. Dier said nothing more, his gaze fixed on the fire as he meticulously tended to the meat. After a while, he sprinkled a bit of salt from a nearby stone jar onto the grilled meat, slicing it into several pieces and placing them on leaves from green plants. That it's a bit hot. You can eat it after a while. That I will go fetch water for you. Shuai Ling looked at the grilled meat on the stone table, nodding gratefully. Soon, Dier emerged from the cave with a stone pot filled with water, hanging it over the fire. Dier, do you know why the chieftain did not entrust me to you for care? The young female gazed at the silent beast man beside her, contemplating whether to voice her curiosity. Because he is weak and cannot protect you. More importantly, he wishes for Ye to marry his daughter and desires for me to remain in the Yuri tribe. Shuai Ling was taken aback that he wants to keep you here. Aren't you a beast man of the Yuri tribe? And as for Ye marrying his daughter, I know beast men admire strength. You are far superior to Ye. Why does the chieftain not wish for you to marry instead? Dier appeared surprised, seemingly not anticipating that this young female would be so astute. That I am not. I only arrived here a year ago. As I uttered those words, a trace of sarcasm flickered in Dier's eyes. The orcs of the Jinri tribe, who held steadfast loyalty to their kin, typically saw their daughters selecting fellow tribesmen as their first beast husbands. As the son of a former chieftain and a particularly gifted orc, Yaja was indeed a suitable choice, and Dier was quite content with him. However, I had already declined his offer to become the second beast husband to his daughter, or perhaps to be considered one of the females of the tribe. I had turned down both propositions, which likely left him feeling unsettled. Shuai Ling listened quietly to the man's words, refraining from further conversation until the water in the kettle began to boil. At that point, he utilized a nearby bamboo ladle to scoop the water from the kettle into a stone cup, which he then placed on the table. Shuai Ling gazed curiously at the strange objects in the man's hands. She had never seen anything like them before. Yes, I used to make wooden buckets in my tribe. You can eat while I work, he said, rising from the stone stool and heading outside. Shuai Ling sensed that while Dier treated her with gentleness, there was an underlying chill in his demeanor, and his words seemed devoid of deep emotion. Perhaps it was simply that he was not well acquainted with her. Dier moved swiftly. By the time she had consumed half of her food, he returned, holding a large wooden bucket, the surface of which glimmered with a sheen of oil as he walked. Such a large bucket. Your speed is impressive, she exclaimed. This is an oil bucket. It can be placed directly over fire. I will use it to boil water. With that, Dier entered the stone cave, and Shuai Ling, intrigued, followed him inside, still holding the remaining meat from the table. Unaware of the nature of Dier's awakened abilities, she watched as golden light flickered at his fingertips, effortlessly digging a pit in the ground, that he then retrieved several glowing red stones from his space and placed them inside the pit before covering it securely with the bucket. What are those red stones? Can they generate heat? Shuai Ling inquired, her curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar items, which he had never encountered in the ice fortress. These are red warming stones. When placed beneath an oil bucket, they ignite and generate heat. When not in use, simply separate them with stone bricks, Dier explained, his voice detached, as if he preferred not to discuss the origins of the stones. How fascinating. Have you eaten enough? I have yet to finish my roasted meat. Do have some, she offered, extending the meat towards him. To no, thank you. I have already eaten. Dier declined, rising to fetch water for the bucket. Shuling turned her attention to the stone jar nearby, placing her meat on the table before quickly using a small wooden basin to scoop water. "Allow me to add the water. You should take a moment to rest," she said with a bright smile, her silver hair cascading gently as she moved. Before long, Shuling felt her hand, clutching the basin, being grasped by a strong hand. Startled, she released the basin, watching it plummet towards the ground, but Deer swiftly caught it before it could plunge into the water. Somewhat awkwardly, he released his grip on her wrist, his palms still lingering with the softness of her touch, stirring an unfamiliar sensation within him. "There's no need for such trouble," he remarked, placing the basin aside and lifting the stone jar with both hands. With a slight tilt, he poured all the water into the wooden bucket, leaving Shuling in stunned silence. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she ran her fingers through her hair. "Dear, you truly are impressive." Her compliment made the strange feelings in the man's heart more pronounced, prompting him to speak quickly. "I will fetch more water. It will heat up soon. You should wash first. There are animal skins in the box. Wrap one around you while I make you a leather skirt." With that, he took the stone jar and left in a few swift strides. Once Deer had departed, Shuling touched the still cool water in the bucket, feeling a bit bored as she sat down on the stone bed. She retrieved a milky fruit from her animal skin pouch and took a bite. Savoring its sweetness, "That I wonder how Xianqing is faring outside. The lion beast chieftain mentioned there would be a bonfire tonight, and surely there will be plenty of delicious food that I must remember to bring some back for him." The red warming stones heated the water quickly, and before long, steam began to rise from the bucket. Fearing the water would become too hot for her to bathe, Shuling hurriedly stripped off her clothes and slipped into the bucket. The water was abundant and pleasantly warm, enveloping her in comfort. Shuling languidly stretched, feeling her skin relax as the fatigue that had clung to her since leaving Shuling Mountain began to dissipate. Taking advantage of the water, she also washed her hair, emerging feeling significantly lighter. Glancing at the leather skirt she had been wearing, she recalled Deer's words and walked over to the box. Slowly opening it, she found an array of tanned animal skins, alongside a large animal skin pouch that was not tied shut, revealing a colorful assortment of stones within. The shapes of the stones were unlike the transparent ones she often encountered on Shuling Mountain. Not thinking much of it, she took the topmost piece of animal skin and wrapped it around herself. The leather was ample, easily covering her shapely figure down to mid-thigh. However, having just bathed, the lingering droplets of water clung to her skin, causing the leather to stick uncomfortably. After closing the box, she stepped outside to see if Deer had returned. Wary of the leather loosening, she held it in place with her hands upon exiting the stone cave. She spotted Deer seated on a stone stool, occasionally adding wood to the fire. The stone kettle atop the fire was filled with water, releasing steam into the air. Beside him lay a clear stone jar filled with water. Upon hearing her footsteps, Deer turned to look, and upon seeing Shuling's appearance, his hand froze mid-motion, his brown eyes reflecting her delicate form. Suddenly, he felt a dryness in his throat. Chapter 22. The courtship of the ballflower. The animal skin skirt perfectly concealed her modesty, while her damp silver hair draped over one shoulder. Her exquisite face, flushed from the steam, was framed by a pair of doe-like eyes that sparkled with innocence as they regarded him. Her small hands pressed the animal skin against her chest, standing there radiating a purity laced with an indescribable allure. Deer averted his gaze, placing the twig he held into the fire. "That you're back already, Deer. Did I apologize? Bathing was so delightful that I lost track of time." "Did you wait long?" she said, a hint of remorse in her voice as she took a seat on the other stone stool, her wet hair cascading forward as she leaned towards the fire to dry it. Obscuring half her face that no, he replied flatly, causing her to recall the heavy bathing water. "I didn't manage to deal with the water in the bucket. It was a bit too heavy that I'll need your help with it later," she said, looking up at Deer with an apologetic smile. Realizing she had been troublesome since her arrival, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "Very well, I will handle it," Deer replied, his gaze never resting on her as he stood to carry the stone jar back inside. Upon entering, he was met with a rich, alluring scent that made his ears flush. Hastily setting the jar down, he contemplated leaving, but his eyes fell upon the white animal skin skirt on the stone bed. His steps faltered as he turned back, opening the box and rummaging through it before finally extracting a soft, milky white piece of leather. He took a bone needle from the side and seated himself on the stone bed to begin sewing. The bucket continued to emit warm steam, while a neatly edged stone lay beside it. Deer watched the leather skirt take shape in his hands, memories of the girl's curves surfacing in his mind. It should be about right, he mused, severing the leather string on the bone needle before stepping outside. Breathing in the fresh air, he exhaled as if releasing the tension that had built within him. Having reached adulthood without a partner for quite some time, the strong scent of femininity in his den was overwhelming, causing his body to tense up, with a slight avoidance of the girl seated below. He extended the leather skirt towards her. "This is my first attempt. You should give it a try." Shuling tucked her half-dried hair behind her shoulder and, upon hearing his words, looked up to see a fluffy, milky white leather skirt. She quickly stood up to take it from him. "Thank you." Even standing, Shuling had to tilt her head to converse with the tall deer. "That you're welcome," he replied, before disappearing back inside to fetch the bucket. "I will pour out the water." After speaking, she walked towards the nearby woods. Shuling, clutching her skirt, entered the stone house, shedding her animal skin and carefully donning her attire. The garment, exquisitely crafted, though simple in design, an unadorned sleeveless flared skirt that reached her thighs, looked adorable on her fair skin. Shuling lightly caressed the fabric of her skirt, a smile gracing her lips. She then picked up the animal skin skirt she had changed out of, intending to wash it by the river. Just as she stepped outside, she encountered the hurried figure of Yaja, little female. Shuling gazed at the young boy who had rushed up to her. His breath came in heavy gasps, clearly a result of his frantic sprint. After taking several deep breaths, Yaja proudly presented a collection of fruits he held in his hands, placing them before the girl. Fresh fruit, a favorite among the females of the tribe, sweet and delightful. "Oh, and this too." He then pulled out a bouquet of fresh flowers from the leather thongs at his back. "This is a chocho flower. Isn't it beautiful?" His cheeks flushed slightly. "Did I end the Jinri tribe?" The blooming chocho flowers symbolized courtship, and he had searched long and hard to find such a bouquet. Shuling initially glanced at the fruits, but her gaze soon settled on the cluster of white and blue flowers. The colors transitioned seamlessly, forming a dense spherical shape, creating a lovely sight when gathered together. "How beautiful!" the girl exclaimed sincerely. Yaja's cheeks reddened further. "Here for you." He inched the bouquet closer to her, his gaze fixed intently on her face. The faint marks left on her cheek from their earlier encounter were barely noticeable, yet her smooth complexion made him wish to lean in and steal a kiss. The sound of him swallowing echoed loudly, drawing Shuling's attention. She looked up at the blushing boy with a hint of curiosity. "Yaja, are you thirsty? Dill just boiled some water for me. I can bring you some." She turned towards the stone table, picking up the cup resting there to hand it to him. Yaja quickly declined. I don't need it." "Oh, right, I've already had some of this. I didn't see any other cups. I'll just wash it for you." "Wait a moment." With that, she hurried inside to fetch some water for cleansing. "Got a tea that instant." Yaja's words faltered. He placed the fruits on the stone table and snatched the cup from her hands. He drank deeply, emptying it in a matter of moments, his eyes betraying a lingering thirst. As he felt the heat rising to his face, his muddled mind suddenly cleared. What on earth had he just done? Shuling stared at the now empty cup in her hand, then glanced at the one Yaja had just drained. "Did I ask that enough?" Her question seemed to ignite a spark in Yaja's mind, and he felt as if something had exploded within him. The ears atop his head twitched slightly as he thrust the bouquet into her hands and turned to flee in haste. Halfway through his escape, he realized he still held the cup and hurriedly returned it to the stone table. Avoiding Shuling's gaze entirely. "That I'll see you tonight," he stammered before disappearing from sight. Amused, Shuling watched Yaja's retreating figure, lifting the flowers to admire them. She then carefully set them down on the table. Planning to ask Dill if there was something suitable for arranging them when he returned as dusk settled, Dill finally returned from fetching water. The river was quite near, and Shuling had quickly washed her clothes, now hanging them on a branch beside the stone house. When Dill drew closer, she noticed his pallor and the cold aura radiating from him that made him seem unapproachable. "Did I ask something wrong?" "You don't look well," she inquired, tossing the branch she held into the fire and stepping closer to him. Dill, hearing her concern, relaxed slightly, but he placed the bucket down in a nearby storage area and sat beside the fire. "It's nothing. That I'll take you to the square soon. The bonfire gathering should be starting shortly." His voice carried a somber tone as he glanced at Shuling, who followed closely, her expression filled with concern. From his space, he produced several bright red fruits, freshly picked and still glistening with droplets of water. Would you like to try these? He asked, noticing the flowers and fruits on the stone table. The faint scent of a male beast lingering in the air. Did a beast man come by? Yes, Yaja just visited, bringing some fruits and flowers. Would you like me to wash a few for you? Dil's gaze lingered on the chocho flowers for a moment. That ain't no need. Once I'm done, I'll take you to the square. That I'd like to find a jar to keep these flowers fresh. Shuling picked up the bouquet, oblivious to the darker hue in Dil's eyes that you like them. Dil's tone was neutral yet curious. Shuling inhaled the fragrance of the flowers, her smile widening. I adore flowers. The inquisitive look in Dil's eyes faded as he ceased his questioning. When we return, I'll craft a stone vessel for them. Thank you. I'm all set now. Let us go. Upon hearing this, Dil stood up, preparing to lift Shuling, but she, eager to walk on her own, quickly declined. He acquiesced, and together they made their way toward the square. As they walked, Shuling gazed around, taking in the transformed night scenery of the lion-beast tribe. The torches lining the stone paths were ablaze, their flames licking the air, fueled by containers filled with oily shavings. The fires would burn brightly until every last shred was consumed. Dil, have any other tribesmen visited recently? She asked softly, her eyes on the man ahead, whose pace was leisurely. Dil, looking towards the now crackling bonfire in the square, replied slowly, aside from you, no other tribesmen have joined us. Shuling's heart sank at his words. Though she had suspected as much, a sliver of hope had lingered, leading her to inquire further. After all, when she arrived, nearly all the beastmen had been present, and if Qing Yin and Yunza had come, they would surely have sought her out. The square was gradually filling with beastmen, some females already sitting on the designated benches that a massive bonfire blazed at the center, encircled by stones, with seating arranged in a radial pattern around it. Each stone table was paired with a stone stool, creating a circular formation from afar to eye in the beastman continent. Females held the highest status, and during tribal gatherings, typically only females were granted seating, aside from the chieftain and the shaman. Male beastmen would linger near their female counterparts, while those without females would roam freely in the square, socializing with friends, sharing food, and engaging in conversation. As soon as Shuling entered the square, she captured the attention of the assembled beastmen. The previously solitary males encircling the bonfire quickly converged towards her, leaving Shuling feeling somewhat flustered as she cast a pleading look towards Dil, who was walking a short distance ahead. Dil's lips curled into a rare smile, finding her predicament amusing. Being sought after and flattered by male beastmen was typically a source of pride for females, yet the little female before him radiated a clear desire for escape that was impossible to overlook. With his high status among the tribe and his infrequent interactions with the other beastmen, they regarded him with a hint of trepidation. Dil made his way towards Shuling, and the surrounding males instinctively retreated a step. He enveloped the girl in his arms, carrying her to a seat positioned behind the bonfire, away from the cluster of beastmen. They are all quite enthusiastic, Shuling remarked, a touch of embarrassment in her voice. Dil chuckled softly. You are remarkably beautiful, with a delightful disposition, and only bear a single mate mark. Naturally, they wish to vie for your affection, but he gently set her down, retrieving a piece of animal skin from a space and placing it on the stone stool. Sit here. This spot is more secluded, with fewer beastmen nearby. And no sooner had he spoken than a cheerful, youthful voice rang out. Little female. Shuling turned to see Yaja bounding towards her, waving her hand in response. Yaja! Dil followed Shuling's gaze, observing the approaching boy, his expression darkening slightly. Little female, you arrived early. I thought I'd have to wait a while longer. Yaja gazed intently at the girl before him, his heart racing uncontrollably ever since he drew near to her. Are you hungry? The evening event has yet to commence, and the barbecue will take some time. However, I have prepared a few snacks in advance. Would you like to have some? I can fetch it for you. As he spoke, he began to turn away. Shuling quickly stood up and grasped Yaja's hand, urging him, No need. Yaja, listen to me. I plan to take some food to check on Xinqi. He is out there all alone, and I am concerned about him. Be why the beast god. How could I have forgotten about that snake? I haven't even informed the old man about it. Don't worry. I will find him right away. He made to leave, but then realized his hand was still held. His erect beast ears gradually tinted a shade of pink. Little female, please release my hand. I shall return shortly. Yaja's face flushed slightly. The softness of the little female's hand sent a tingling sensation through his heart, awakening a profound desire within him that he pondered when the little female might finally consent to become his mate. Shuling, feeling a bit shy, quickly released his hand and nervously ran her fingers through her hair. You should talk to the chief properly and not drive Xianqing away. Yaja felt a twinge of displeasure in his heart. He disliked seeing the little female so focused on another male. Nevertheless, he nodded and turned toward the chief's stone dwelling. Observing the increasing number of beastmen in the square, Shuling decided it would be best to remain seated and wait for Yaja's return. Just as she was about to settle down, she was suddenly yanked backward, stumbling slightly. You are that new little female, and indeed, you possess the looks to entice beastmen. As Shuling focused her gaze, she saw that the one who had grabbed her was a tall, fair-looking female. The woman opposite her seemed displeased with her appearance, scrutinizing her from head to toe, her brows knitting together in disdain. Sensing pain in her wrist, Shuling attempted to free herself from the firm grip. What are you doing? Are you trying to pull me? The female, irritated, flung Shuling's outstretched hand aside, tightening her hold on the girl. Bai Shui, you are hurting her. Dil, who had been standing behind, stepped forward and seized the offending female's hand. Pulling it away, Bai Shui's anger intensified, her voice shrill. Dil, how dare you assist her instead of me? Do not forget that it was my father who took you in, providing you with shelter. Otherwise, you would be nothing but a stray beast. Dil's expression was inscrutable, yet he refrained from retorting to Bai Shui's accusations. Shuling rubbed her wrist, feeling somewhat bewildered, as this was her first encounter with such malice from a beast man, especially a female. Yet, she still wished to clarify. Have I offended you in any way? Her voice remained soft, though it lacked its usual gentleness. Chapter 24. May I be your friend? Listening to the girl's melodious voice and beholding her delicate features, Bai Shui's grip tightened. Vixen, who told you to entice Yaja? He is the first beast husband my father has prepared for me. You are merely an outsider. Shuling's brows furrowed slightly as she recalled Dil mentioning that the chief intended for Yaja to become his daughter's first beast husband. Noticing that the girl before her showed no inclination to respond, Bai Shui, in a fit of rage, continued, Speak, I did not entice Yaja. We are merely good friends. The girl replied, her expression calm in contrast to Bai Shui's increasingly contorted face. You are lying. Why did Yaja tell me yesterday that he has already developed feelings for you? He even stated that he would inform my father he would not be my first beast husband. Bai Shui exclaimed, indignant, that I am the esteemed daughter of the chief. How could he humiliate me so? Perhaps you should have a proper conversation with Yaja. He has never expressed any affection toward me. And I cannot fathom why he is unwilling to be your first beast husband. The girl's sincere voice resonated in Bai Shui's ears like a slap to the face, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she surveyed the gathering crowd of beastmen around her. She felt like a fool. First, she had approached the highest-ranking beastman, Dil, requesting him to be her second beast husband, only to be rejected. Then, she was callously informed by Yaja that he would not take on the role of her first beast husband. She was Bai Shui, the chief's daughter, accustomed to being pampered and adored. Never had she experienced such disdain. Her gaze shifted to Dil, who was watching her coldly, then to the stunning little female standing before her. And in a moment of impulsiveness, she raised her hand to strike the girl's enticing face. Just as her hand was poised to descend, it was caught by a smaller, sun-kissed hand. Hey, Bai Shui, are you really going to hit her? A female with a light tan complexion and freckles remarked disdainfully, then forcefully swung Bai Shui's hand away. I have been watching for quite some time. The little female has stated she is unaware. Besides, if the male likes her, what right do you have to berate her? How could you lay a hand on such a beautiful face? Shuling observed the discontented expression on Bai Shui's face, and then turned her attention to the little female beside her. Hey, little female, I'm Min. What is your name? You are so pretty. Midden's eyes sparkled with admiration for Shuling that Shuling's cheeks flushed slightly, a smile gradually spreading across her face. That I'm Shuling. You are very cute as well. Really? You truly think I'm cute? Would you like to be friends? I like you very much. Midden's voice brimmed with excitement. Shuling slightly parted her lips, and after a moment, nodded vigorously that Midden's smile grew radiant. Bai Shui watched as the two exchanged pleasantries, feeling utterly ignored. Midden, I am talking to this vixen. Why are you interrupting? As soon as Bai Shui's words fell, Shuling felt a shift in her vision. And Dil had already positioned himself in front of her. Cease your unreasonable commotion. And by the way, she has a name. That Dill's voice was cold and indifferent, yet the surrounding beastmen sensed his displeasure. The oppressive aura of a seventh-tier beastman made even the highest-ranking males uncomfortable, let alone the weaker females. Bai Shue's complexion drained of color, and she instinctively took a step back, tears welling in her eyes. The beastmen encircling her, many of whom were Bai Shue's admirers, could no longer remain passive. They surged forward to shield her, casting angry glares at Dill. Worried, Shuling contemplated stepping forward to grasp Dill's arm, fearing for his safety given the number of beastmen present. She did not wish for trouble to arise so soon after her arrival. Midden, noticing Shuling's intent, hurriedly interjected, "Don't go forward. If they start fighting, you might get hurt. Matters concerning the males should not concern us females. Come on, let us go to the stone table and rest at him. Why male brought me a bounty of delicious fruits today. You should try some." Shuling was led away by Midden toward the nearby stone table, her heart heavy with concern for Dill, frequently glancing back at him. "Dill, I'm going to Midden's. Please do not fight." The last few words were somewhat difficult for Shuling to utter, considering they had only just met, but it seemed Dill understood the unspoken concern behind her words. "Yes, do not worry. I will not engage in a fight. I shall join you shortly." His calm voice reassured her, and he again glanced at the group of beastmen surrounding Bai Shui, who was now thoroughly shielded. "That I do not fight with my kin. You cannot best me." The beastmen before him exchanged glances, then looked at the 7 dark stripes on Dill's arm, nodding in agreement before turning to comfort the weeping Bai Shui. Dill observed Bai Shui, now encircled and seemingly disinclined to further trouble Shuling, before turning to approach the stone table. Once he began to walk toward her, Shuling finally exhaled in relief. "Shuling, stop staring and come eat the fruit. This fresh fruit is my favorite. It is only available during this season, and is hard to find. My male knows I love it, and spent the entire day gathering it." Midden picked up a clean piece of fruit and placed it in Shuling's mouth. Startled, Shuling had no time to react as she began to eat. The sweetness burst forth upon her first bite, releasing a fragrance reminiscent of fresh grass that Shuling's face lit up with astonishment. This fruit was the same one Yaja had picked for her today, yet she had not yet had the chance to taste it. "Enjoy it as much as you like. Today, Yaja gave me plenty of this fruit, but I haven't eaten it yet." Shuling beamed at Midden, who was relishing the fruit beside her, finding her adorable mannerisms delightful. "Yaja picked fruit for you," Midden exclaimed, her mouth half full, her words slightly garbled, yet her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Shuling nodded, and upon receiving the affirmation, Midden's excitement surged. "What else did he give you?" Shuling recalled the splendid bouquet of round flowers, a smile gracing her lips. "There is another bouquet of these flowers, so beautifully blossomed. It is my first time witnessing such exquisite blooms, resembling perfect spheres." Midden's small eyes widened to their fullest extent as he exclaimed, "My heavens, Yaja has confessed to you. If Bai Shui finds out, she will undoubtedly come to trouble you again." Shuling, somewhat bewildered, inquired, "Confession? You are unaware? Oh right, you have just arrived at our Yiri tribe. That I in our tribe, the blossoming of round flowers signifies courtship, and with the onset of the minor cold season, these flowers are indeed rare to find." Shuling paused, suddenly recalling Bai Shui's earlier words. Did Yaja wish to become her partner? Chapter 25. The bonfire party. Before long, the chieftain, Baishan, had strolled from the outskirts to the center of the square, followed closely by the visibly displeased Yaja. The square, which had been filled with chatter, fell silent in the presence of the chieftain. Baishan first glanced at the stone tables, now fully occupied, before fixing his gaze upon Shuling. The crowd followed his gaze, undoubtedly aware of the reason for the bonfire party tonight. "This marks the 3rd spring and autumn since our Yiri tribe has welcomed a new female," he proclaimed, shifting his attention to the young orcs gathered in the square. What should have been a joyous evening was marred by a recent report from the guards, stating that the Shirshan tribe had come to harass them once more. "We can no longer remain silent. Do our warriors possess the courage to confront that pack of tigers?" Baishan's voice resonated with authority, the years of his leadership instilling confidence in the assembled lion beasts. Instantly, the square erupted with deafening shouts. "We are willing to fight for the Yiri tribe. We are willing to fight for the Yiri tribe." Baishan, satisfied with the fervor of his kin, recognized that such spirit would provide them with a significant advantage in the impending battle. Let us enjoy the bonfire party tonight, and prepare meat over the fire." With his words, numerous male orcs began to carry large beasts to the square, surrounding the bonfire with smaller fires. The orcs divided tasks among themselves. Those skilled in metal abilities handled the preparation of the meat, while those adept in fire abilities took charge of roasting it. Young single males were tasked with serving the roasted meat to the females at the stone tables. Seizing this opportunity to impress them, one particularly handsome male orc approached Shuling, holding a wooden platter adorned with a green leaf, atop which lay succulent pieces of roasted meat. "Little female, this meat was just roasted. Since there are no males around to tend to you, do you require my assistance in serving it?" The young male, with his wheat-colored skin slightly flushed, found himself enamored with the gentle female before him. Just moments ago, he had nearly rushed forward to defend her when he saw Bai Shui attempting to confront her. Thankfully, he had refrained from doing so. Even now, the little female showed no resentment towards Bai Shui. Her concern for Dare capturing his heart, "Oh, no need, no need," Shuling quickly responded, realizing that the young male was speaking to her. Sitting beside her, Midden teased, "Hey, Zhuyu, do you fancy Shuling? You'd better get in line." Zhuyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet he did not deny it, silently standing aside, gazing dreamily at the little female before him. Suddenly, a forceful tug startled him, and he turned to see Yaja. His expression one of provocation. "Hey, why are you so close to the little female?" Zhuyu was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively stepped back, realizing that he stood at the 4th tier, while Yaja was already a 5th-tier orc. "And you, standing beside the little female like a wooden post," Yaja remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Dare, who was lingering at the back. Seeing Yaja nearby, Shuling hurried to stand closer and whispered, "Yaja, have you informed the chieftain about Xianqing?" "What did he say?" The girl's heart raced with anxiety. She sensed that Yaja's expression darkened upon mentioning the matter. The old man said that if that snake is willing to assist the tribe in battling the neighboring Shirshan, he might believe in that stray beast's loyalty, that he also noted that since you have not bonded with him, the snake remains unbound, posing a significant danger to our tribe. That Yaja's tone was somber, and he did not disclose this to the little female. Moreover, he added that if Yaja, were willing to bond with his daughter, he would be open to soothing the tribe, believing that the stray beast poses no threat. Bai Shan held considerable sway within the Yuri tribe. If he were to advocate for it, the tribe might accept the stray rather than drive it away. Shuling's face paled. Must Xianqing engage in battle? What should I do? If I bond with him, is that sufficient? But I am uncertain if Xianqing would agree that it is because of me that he left the misty forest. That this. Yaja's voice rose uncontrollably. What? You wish to bond with him? Absolutely not. I haven't even done so yet. The sudden outburst drew the attention of Midden, Zhiyu, and the previously silent Dare. Midden wore a curious expression, urging Shuling and Yaja to continue, while Zhiyu appeared momentarily stunned, his eyes fixed anxiously on Shuling. Dare remained calm, yet his gaze toward Shuling was shadowed with concern. Shuling, flustered, tugged at Yaja's arm. "Lower your voice. I fear for Xianqing's safety." Yaja suppressed his jealousy. Lowering his voice, "He's an 8th-tier beast. Who can compete with him? I only spoke to the old man to put your mind at ease. Our tribe's strongest is merely at 7th tier. It would be a miracle if he doesn't attack us." Bai Shui appeared puzzled, but he is just one, that he might sustain minor injuries. He'll recover in 2 days, that do not fret over him. Heed the old man's words. He fears that snake and will not provoke him lightly. Then, recalling something, Yaja quickly added, "However, there is something of great importance. Once tonight's festivities conclude, our tribe will engage in battle with the Shirshan. Dare, being of higher tier, will certainly take the lead. You must remain safely inside the stone cave and not venture out." Shuling nodded obediently. "Can we visit Xianqing tonight? After we confront the Shirshan, I won't be able to go out freely. I worry it will trouble Xianqing." Yaja pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "It's best you don't go. Those tigers have been provoking us at the outskirts, that if you go out, I fear for your safety that I will make a brief visit to greet that snake." Shuling hesitated, contemplating whether it was wise to stir trouble at this moment. Eventually, she nodded in agreement, seeing the little female acquiesce. Yaja beamed, preparing to leave before the party drew to a close. Shuling quickly wrapped the roasted meat on the table and handed it to Yaja. His smile widened. "I am not hungry, that I want you to deliver it to Xianqing." He must be wondering how he is faring outside. Yaja's expression darkened instantly, his grip tightening around the meat as he huffed softly and turned away. Chapter 26. Zhui, you little female. Since you've given your roasted meat to Yaja, allow me to fetch you some more, Zhui interjected eagerly, seizing the opportunity to impress. Shuling felt somewhat embarrassed, having just given the meat to Yaja for Xinxing. Will that trouble you? Hearing the soft voice of the female he admired, Zhui quickly waved his hands, denying, Not at all. Not at all. I'll be back shortly, little female. With that, he hurried towards the orcs roasting meat by the bonfire. Seated nearby, Midden, with grease smeared across her face, obediently allowed her partner to wipe her mouth. With a teasing tone, she remarked, Our little Shuling is quite the catch. Look at how these males seem eager to pluck the stars and moon for you. All to win your favor. Shuling shyly glanced at Midden, taking a sip from the clear liquid in her cup, the subtle fruit fragrance tantalizing her senses. This water is delightful, she mused. Midden glanced at the cup in the girl's hand and chuckled. Silly Shuling, that is fruit wine. Though it tastes similar to water, it is vastly different. Midden's gaze roamed over Shuling, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Shuling, puzzled by Midden's reaction, brought the cup closer to her nose for a sniff. It indeed smelled different, causing her head to feel slightly lightheaded. However, the taste was exquisite, prompting her to ponder a second sip. Just then, a large hand appeared, seizing the cup entirely. That you'll get drunk. Don't drink anymore. Deer's voice was somewhat faint, yet the strength with which he grasped the cup was considerable. Xueling let out a soft sound of acknowledgement, obediently allowing Deer to take the cup away. Zhuiyu, holding a platter of roasted meat, approached. This time, the meat's hue differed from the previous batch. It appeared lighter and more tender. Little female, you've been waiting for a while. Haven't you? This is freshly roasted meat from the belly of the Lulish beast, a favorite among the females of the tribe. Dio, give it a try. Zhuyu placed the wooden platter laden with meat on the table, watching Xueling with anticipation. His roasting skills had always been commendable, and he had selected the most tender cuts from the belly, hoping the little female would enjoy it. Though his beast rank was not as high as Deer's or Yaja's, he possessed his own merits that if the little female agreed to be with him, he would surely care for her well. Xueling gazed at the delectable roasted meat before her, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes as a smile graced her lips. Thank you. Oh, you're Zhuiyu, right? Let us eat together. You've been bustling about for quite some time. Zhuyu's heart melted in an instant. How could such a gentle little female exist? He soon realized the implication of her words and hurriedly declined. No, no, no. This is for you, and the belly meat is scarce. It's reserved for the females that I have a hearty appetite, and the chief has arranged other food for us males. Beside them, Midan chimed in, many of the males eat raw meat directly, so don't worry about them. Focus on filling your own stomach first. Xueling glanced at Zhuiyu, whose expression was resolute, then turned her gaze to Deer. Just as Deer finished speaking, he interjected, I already had something to eat when I gathered fruits for you. Only then did Xueling feel at ease to indulge in the meal. The flavors were exquisite, distinctly different from the roasted meat she had tasted before. She could detect the crystalline salt and a hint of fruitiness within the tender meat. This is so delicious. Xueling's cheeks puffed up as she savored the food, her eyes squinting with delight. Upon witnessing the contented expression of the young girl, Zhuiyu couldn't help but smile. That I'm glad you enjoy it. I'll roast more for you in the future, he said, his voice gradually lowering, each word laced with affection for the beautiful female before him. After consuming 3 substantial pieces, Xueling felt somewhat full and turned to Zhuiyu. Zhuiyu, I can't eat anymore. Are you really not going to have any? Zhuiyu, concerned at how little she had eaten, replied, Why so little? Are you feeling unwell? Xueling shyly responded, No, I usually eat this much. Zhuiyu's concern eased slightly. That I want to eat. I'll wrap it up for you that if you get hungry later, you can have Deer heated up for you. The meat is very tender. It won't toughen up when reheated. Xueling nodded, and Zhuiyu carefully wrapped the remaining roasted meat in green leaves, preparing to hand it to Deer, who stood nearby. Xueling reached out to take it, placing it in her animal skin pouch, which contained the jiaozhu gifted by Yunze that she always carried with her. It might dirty your pouch, Zhuiyu remarked, noticing her action, a hint of alarm in his voice. It's fine. Zhuiyu wrapped it securely. Xueling replied with a smile, somewhat unconcerned. The orcs in the square had gathered in groups, primarily attending to the female seated at the center. Zhuyu, when will you get to eat? Are you waiting until the evening festivities conclude? Zhuyu glanced at the jovial tribe members in the square, though we males are quite casual. Some of the single orcs by the bonfire either ate beforehand or prepared their own meat. We came over to attend to you. Once you finish, we'll go eat. Xueling immediately stood up, feeling slightly dizzy as she did, so that I've finished eating. You should go have something now. It has been so long. You must be hungry, dear. Do you want to eat a bit more? Zhuyu hesitated, wanting to stay with the little female a while longer. That I'm full. Are we heading back? Deer asked. Xueling nodded, feeling a bit sleepy. Without further ado, Deer picked her up and prepared to return. That I'll head back now, me Dan. Take your time eating. Zhuyu, I'm leaving. Me Dan waved cheerfully, continuing to devour the roasted meat on the table. Zhuyu stood there, his gaze filled with reluctance. He wished to carry the little female back to his stone cave, but he lacked the strength. Xueling nestled comfortably in Deer's embrace, her eyes fluttering open and shut with fatigue. That if you're tired, sleep. That I'm here, Deer reassured her, noticing her struggle to keep her eyes open. I don't know why, but I feel so sleepy today. Yet, I want to wait for Yuzhe to return. He hasn't eaten much, and I wonder if he'll be back before the festivities end. That don't worry about him. If he is hungry, he'll hunt outside. That I in Deer's heart. Despite Yuzhe's weakness, he was capable enough not to starve in the wild. That it was only this little female who seemed concerned that a fifth-tier male orc might lack food. Though Xueling felt anxious, she could not resist the heaviness of her eyelids and eventually succumbed to sleep. Chapter 27. The tribe is ambushed. She did not sleep soundly, and in a hazy state. She felt herself gently placed on a soft, flat surface, which brought her a semblance of comfort. Deer observed the young girl sleeping soundly on his stone bed, his gaze lingering for a moment before he covered her with a nearby animal hide and then settled down at the cave entrance to rest his eyes. When Xueling awoke, the cave was enveloped in darkness. She felt the urge to relieve herself, but could see nothing before her. There was no sign of any movement around her. Where did Deer go? She fumbled in her pouch until she retrieved the softly glowing jiaozhu, which illuminated her surroundings. The girl's gaze shifted from the jiaozhu to the cave entrance, unexpectedly locking eyes with a pair of glowing orbs. Startled, Xueling raised the jiaozhu again toward the entrance, uncertainly asking, "Is that you, Deer?" The man's calm response eased her previously racing heart. "Are you thirsty?" Deer had risen, his gaze following the light of the jiaozhu to her slightly flushed cheeks. Xueling tightened her grip on the jiaozhu, opened her mouth slightly, and after a moment of silence, she spoke softly, "I need to pee." Deer paused for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. "I'll take you to the stone pit. It's hard to see outside, and you might fall." Xueling slowly climbed down from the stone bed, putting on her soft animal skin shoes. A bit flustered, she extended the jiaozhu toward him. "That I don't need it. The males can see well at night." Xueling hesitated, pulling her hand back. "Did I wake you? Just tell me where it is. I can go myself." Deer scooped the young girl into his arms, and Xueling felt her body lifted by his strong, warm hands. Her shoes, which were loosely tied, slipped off with a soft thud. "Falling to the ground, Dada!" Xueling exclaimed. Deer glanced down at the delicate foot illuminated by the jiaozhu's light. He crouched down, using his fingers to retrieve the fallen shoe and carefully put it back on the girl's foot before stepping outside. The night in the Jinri tribe felt somewhat desolate. The orcs had retreated to their stone caves for sleep. That a chilly breeze brushed against the girl's bare calves, but she felt no discomfort. After years in the ice fortress, she had grown accustomed to the cold. Instead, it was Deer who, taking a hide from his space, draped it over her to shield her from the jiaozhu's soft glow. Deer moved quickly, and Xueling, aided by the jiaozhu's light, saw the stone pit before her, which contained a mixture of ash and fragrant grass. Xueling promptly attended to her needs, then carefully stepped over the stony ground, maneuvering around a large tree until she found Deer waiting for her. She felt her ears growing warm. Unsure of why she felt this way, she recalled how previously she would always relieve herself alone in her room, where Yunze had provided a wooden tub for her. She had never experienced such a moment with a male orc present. This sensation was peculiar. Xueling exhaled deeply before extending her hand to be embraced by Deer. Just as they took a few steps toward the stone house, a distant roar of a lion beast echoed through the air. Upon hearing the sound, Deer furrowed his brow and immediately set the girl down. That was the chief's roar. The stone mountain is under attack. Then I'll escort you to the stone cave prepared for the females within the tribe. It's located deep against the mountain wall and is quite safe. I'll come to get you once it's safe to leave. Deer's voice was low and serious. The gravity in his words infused Xue Ling with a sense of unease. Okay, did I in an instant? Deer transformed into a robust lion, its hide tearing apart during the metamorphosis. This was the first occasion that Deer had taken on a beastly form in her presence. Xue Ling gazed with curiosity, noting that Deer's beastly physique was larger and more formidable than that of Yeja. With both hands gripping the lion's back, Deer naturally bent her legs slightly and lowered her body, prompting Xue Ling to approach. She too crouched down, wrapping her arms around the lion's neck. They dashed forward with remarkable speed. Before Xue Ling could fully comprehend the situation, they had already arrived at their destination. Deer gently set the girl down and turned to run towards the entrance of the tribe. The cave's mouth was already ablaze with a campfire, and the sounds of female voices occasionally emerged from within. Upon entering the cave, the girl was enveloped in a warm embrace. Xue Ling, you've finally made it. Deer's cave is situated quite far, isn't it? Midden chattered excitedly at her side. Xue Ling couldn't help but chuckle softly. I had just woken up and felt utterly languid. How is it that Midden always seems so spirited? Midden, grinning widely, leaned closer and whispered into the girl's ear, because I haven't slept yet. I just became mates with Pingmu not long ago. He wants me to conceive before the harsh winter sets in. And I'm currently in my heat, so there's a good chance that we've been working hard in the cave as soon as night falls. Xue Ling was momentarily taken aback, merely nodding in response, observing Xue Ling's bewildered expression. Midden couldn't resist teasing her further. But isn't it true that you have a beast husband? Why do you still seem so clueless? Is he not satisfying you? Xue Ling glanced at her wrist, where the silver circle had long since dulled. Qing Yin is wonderful. I am quite content. The girl murmured softly, "Da-da. So our little Xue Ling's first beast husband is named Qing Yin. What kind of beast man is he? And he has managed to satisfy our little Xue Ling. It seems his skills in that regard are quite commendable." Midden's voice was laced with playful mockery. Even Xue Ling, in her innocence, could detect the teasing undertones in Midden's words. She feigned a huff and attempted to walk deeper into the cave. Though the smile on her face was undeniable, Midden recognized that the girl was not truly upset, wrapping her arms around Xue Ling as they ventured further into the cave. Bai Shui, originally leaning against the innermost wall, heard Xue Ling's voice, and instantly her expression soured. She abruptly sat up from the fur-covered ground, her eyes fixed intently on the two who had just entered. Midden quickly noticed Bai Shui half-sitting within the cave. "Xue Ling, let us sit over there, lest someone unexpectedly slaps us again," she said, pulling Xue Ling away towards another area. Bai Shui exhaled heavily, gripping the fur beneath her tightly, casting a hostile glance in the direction Midden had departed. Midden guided Xue Ling to the farthest corner of the cave, which was comparatively more spacious and occupied only by a quiet female. The two settled onto the laid-out furs, and just as they exhaled in relief, Xue Ling heard the soft sobs of the nearby female. Chapter 28. Xue Ling sat close to the sobbing female, who had her head bowed, helplessly clutching her bent knees, though the cries were faint. Xue Ling discerned them the moment she settled down. Feeling helpless, Xue Ling tugged at Midden, who was preparing to close her eyes for rest, and pointed towards the weeping female. Midden leaned in closer, whispering. The tiger next door launched a surprise attack. Her mate was on guard duty tonight, and was overpowered by the opposing beastmen. That he died on the spot, that Xue Ling's expression froze. She understood that even the mightiest of male beastmen could face such grim fates. When she had seen Yunze lying pale and weak on the ice bed, she too had feared for his life. Yet upon hearing the word death whispered in her ear, she felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. Conflicts within the tribe always resulted in casualties. What about Qing Yin and Yunze, who had aided her escape? Had they not returned, or would they never return? Midden sensed Xue Ling's despondency and gently patted the girl's shoulder in a comforting gesture. "Do not be sorrowful. Such is the inevitable reality. Many beastmen perish in tribal battles." Seeing Xue Ling's listless demeanor, Midden ceased further conversation, closing her eyes against the wall and drifting off to sleep. Xue Ling glanced at the female, who continued to weep softly beside her, and after a moment's thought, she retrieved some roasted meat from her pack and offered it. "This is the meat of a Lulu beast. It is quite delicious, albeit a bit cold, that if you eat it, you won't feel so empty inside." Shuling was at a loss for how to console the grieving female, but she felt a pang of compassion at the thought of leaving her to cry alone. The one sobbing female gradually lifted her head, first gazing at the roasted meat in Shuling's hand before shifting her gaze to Shuling herself. That it was as if she had found an outlet for her emotions. She lunged forward, embracing Shuling tightly and weeping inconsolably. This was her first beast husband, a childhood sweetheart with whom she had grown up in the tribe, and they had originally planned to have offspring this year. Her cries echoed loudly, drawing sympathetic glances from some of the other females in the cave, while others turned away in irritation, covering their ears and returning to sleep. Shuling gently patted the female's back in an attempt to soothe her distress. The cold roasted meat was ultimately consumed by the grieving female, and after satisfying her hunger, fatigue overtook her, causing her to collapse onto the furs and fall asleep. Shuling, however, felt no inclination to sleep. An unsettling feeling lingered in her heart. The nights leading up to the minor cold season always seemed interminably long. Gradually, the cave filled with the sound of steady breathing. Shuling, aided by the flickering firelight, noticed that all the females in the cave, save for her, had succumbed to slumber. Gradually, she too began to feel drowsy, but suddenly, a rustling noise echoed from outside the cave, startlingly distinct in the stillness of the night. Shuling's eyes, which had nearly closed, snapped wide open. The sound did not resemble that of insects. That it was either a wild beast or beastmen, given that the cave was nestled deep within the tribe and the entrance was cleverly concealed. Outsiders would struggle to locate it. Thus, most male beastmen had ventured outside to confront the Stone Mountain tribe. Shuling shook Midden, who was sound asleep beside her. Midden, still groggy, blinked dully at Shuling as she awoke. Shuling, filled with concern, gestured towards the cave entrance. To Midden's eyes widened with recognition. She had not forgotten why they had come to this cave. Turning her body, she pressed closely against the stone wall, straining to hear the commotion outside. The rustling grew louder, and Midden's expression tightened as she suddenly shouted, "Something's happening outside! Everyone wake up!" The others slowly roused in response to her urgent call. Confusion etched across their faces. The sounds from outside seemed startled by the sudden outcry. Pausing momentarily before resuming with even greater intensity, Midden grasped Shuling's hand tightly, a layer of perspiration forming between their palms. "Who goes there?" Bai Shui's voice trembled as she spoke, the daughter of the tribe leader. And all the females regarded her with utmost reverence. Yet a soft chuckle floated in from outside the cave, one belonging to a young male beastman. Shuling pressed her palm against the fur pouch she carried, suppressing the urge to retrieve the Jiao pearl from within. The beastmen outside had extinguished the firelight intentionally, wishing to keep them in the dark, that if she were to produce the Jiao pearl, they would undoubtedly notice and seize it. An invaluable gift from Yunza, bestowed upon him by a dear merfolk friend, that it held significant importance to him. "You of the Jinri tribe have been conquered by us. Now surrender and come with us. The Stone Mountain tribe treats females with utmost respect. You need not worry." The male beastman, who had remained outside, now stepped forward into the cave, surveying the females one by one with evident satisfaction. Pleased with the evening's scheme, so many females to bolster their tribe. However, when his gaze landed on the silver-haired female in the farthest corner, he abruptly halted. The darkness could not hinder his vision. Upon seeing Shuling, she sure felt as though his breath had been stolen away. Such beauty existed within the Jinri tribe. His feet instinctively carried him closer to Shuling. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced through the air. "You are of the Stone Mountain tribe? How do you know this place? Where's my father?" Bai Shui's voice captured Shishi's attention, that he turned to the bewildered female, who was frantically searching the darkness. With a taunting tone, he replied, "Your father? Who is your father?" "My father is the leader of the Jinri tribe, that I ask you. How do you know this place?" Shishi's lips curled into a cold smirk as he listened to the girl's inquiries. "Who gave you the right to speak to me in such a manner?" As the words fell, he was reminded of the resplendent female behind him, whose beauty had captivated him. His voice gradually softened, returning to its previous teasing tone. "Should you not inquire with your own kin about this matter? Mitsai, are you so fearful that you must hide from these females?" Bai Shui's face, already pale from fright, grew even more as she heard that name. Meanwhile, Midan, who had been gripping Shueling's hand tightly, slowly released her grasp, murmuring, "How could my brother?" Moments later, a male holding a torch stepped into the cave. Chapter 29. The Law of Survival for the Strong. The torchlight illuminated the newcomer's face clearly. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Dan's cheeks, her expression a mix of sorrow and indignation. "Why are you with the Shirshan tribe?" Dan's voice had taken on a sharp edge. Xue Ling, sensing her distress, reached out to grasp Dan's hand. Dan's grip was tight, her palm damp with sweat, and her touch felt cold. Xue Ling enveloped her hand with her own, hoping to impart some warmth. Ba, holding the torch, merely pressed his lips together, remaining silent, his gaze lowered, unable to meet his sister's eyes. Beside them, Shishir watched the siblings' interaction with keen interest. That he clearly believed that the Shirshan tribe was a reliable one, hence his decision to seek refuge there. Otherwise, why would he have been informed of such a crucial hiding place for these females? Observing Ba's sister's complexion drain of color, he found the situation increasingly amusing. Indeed, the drama of former allies turned adversaries was most entertaining. Shifting his gaze slightly, he looked at the concerned little female beside Ba. A broader smile spreading across his face. "Hey, that lovely little female, once we return to the tribe, let us become mates. That I have taken a liking to you." Xue Ling, still engrossed in comforting Dan, did not realize he was addressing her. Suddenly, a tall figure blocked the torchlight, casting a shadow overhead. That a hand gently grasped her chin, tilting her face up. Unwilling, Shishir's gaze was unabashedly scrutinizing the girl before him. The closer he drew, the more he appreciated her beauty. "What is your name?" Compelled to meet the man's gaze, Xue Ling saw a pair of sharp features framed by thick brows, his piercing eagle-like eyes now fervently fixed upon her. "You are Xue Ling," she stammered, feeling the urge to retreat. "Humph, indeed a beguiling vixen," Bai Xue observed with a cold sneer. Watching the unfolding scene by the cave's edge, Shishir cast a disdainful glance backward before swiftly seizing Xue Ling in his arms. "Inform the guards to escort the females back safely." Xue Ling thrashed against him, but the man's grip was like iron, unyielding. "That by what right do you take us away? We are the females of the Jinri tribe. Release me, my male will not let you go." Suddenly, over a dozen males surged into the cave, each one methodically escorting the females out. The women struggled fiercely, creating a cacophony of protests. Bai Xue's heart sank at the sight of so many males appearing at once. It felt like the end had come. Amidst her struggles in the man's hold, Xue Ling glanced back at the unnaturally still Mi and that I in previous times. Dan would have contested with members of the Shirshan tribe. But now she stood as motionless as a statue, frozen in place. Before long, Xue Ling was carried out of the cave by Shishir. The biting wind outside whipped around her, sending her silver hair tumbling in the breeze as her almond-shaped eyes darted around. "Where are the tribe leaders?" Dier said he would return shortly. And Yezhe, observing the restless Xue Ling in his arms, Shishir leaned down and planted a heavy kiss on her cheek. His eyes glazed with a strange enchantment. "You smell so good." Xue Ling was startled, turning to face the man who had just stolen a kiss. "What are you doing?" "Naturally, I am kissing you. You are truly beautiful. I cannot help myself. If I did not have to deal with those lions shortly, I would claim you right now." "Let me go," Xue Ling protested, unwilling to leave, as she awaited Qin Yin and Yun Zhe's arrival. Shishir, gazing at the girl in his grasp, felt his heart being irresistibly drawn to her. "Release her," a frigid voice echoed from not far away. Tall trees obscured the figure approaching, and though Xue Ling could not clearly see the person's face, she recognized the voice all too well, murmuring involuntarily, "Xian Qing." The serpent beast, Shishir, tensed at once. Though he could not sense the aura, he could tell from the pressure that this serpent beast was of a higher rank than he. Glancing at the 6 black stripes on his right arm, he felt a chill run down his spine. Xian Qing emerged slowly from the thicket. The lion had come to find him that night, bringing roasted meat for the little female. Concerned for her safety and fearing that the tribe might endanger her, he had decided to check on her. That a red aura emanated from him, forming a fiery ring around Shishir, simultaneously encasing the girl in a red glow. The heat was intense. Shishir felt his hands burn, and his focus was scattered by the surrounding flames. That in an instant, a dark silhouette darted forward and withdrew, leaving Shishir holding nothing but air where the girl had been. Before he could react or unleash his powers, a venomous snake slithered up his leg, delivering a sharp sting before his vision blurred. And he collapsed powerless. Xueling watched as the beast man fell unconscious within the fire ring, which swiftly enveloped him, flames roaring higher. Unable to bear the sight, she turned away, not wanting to witness the male being consumed by the flames. She had been told long ago by Yunze that mercy had no place in the world of beastmen. Survival of the fittest was the law of their realm. Yet, even with this knowledge, she could not remain indifferent when faced with familiar faces. Thus, when Yunze and Yuzhe were injured, she could not help but worry, shedding tears and pleading for their safety. The innocent female still bore a trace of compassion. Unable to harden her heart, Xianqing, he did not harm us. Please spare his life. Those who worship the beast gods believe that a complete body will enter the cycle of reincarnation, while ashes leave nothing behind. Having witnessed little death and suffering, she could not restrain herself from interjecting. Xianqing glanced at the beast man, whose legs and hair were already charred. His poison was incurable by any but himself. Dissipate the flames. That beast man will not survive regardless. Lowering his gaze, he observed the small female's eyes filled with pity, and he ultimately decided against appearing too cruel in her presence, fearing it would displease her. Red energy surged from his palm, and in an instant, the raging fire was extinguished, vanishing even from the beastman's form. Had they not seen the charred legs and the ashes of his hair, no one would have believed that a fierce blaze had once raged there. Xianqing, what brings you here so suddenly? The tribe's females have been taken by the Shirshan tribe. That A.S. Xueling watched the man who held her turn to leave. Her thoughts drifted back to me, Dan, and concern washed over her. Do not worry. Those lines have noticed the anomaly, and no need for me to intervene, that I must take you back to my cave. This place cannot guarantee your safety. Chapter 30. Inviting the serpent beast to join the tribe, Xueling gazed at the cold-faced serpent beast carrying her, then glanced back at the cave that was now out of sight. What if Dier and Yuzhe could not find her before leaving? Her worries were unfounded. Just as they exited the back mountain, they were surrounded by a group of beast men, led by a bloody Dier. Is that a stray beast? What are strays doing in our tribe? My goodness, an 8th rank. As the surrounding beastmen noticed Xianqing holding Xueling, whispers began to circulate. When they saw the beast patterns on Xianqing's arm, they recoiled in fear. Only Dier's expression remained unchanged as he coldly regarded the serpent beast cradling the girl. Give her to me. His voice bore an unmistakable warning. Xianqing cast a cool glance at Dier, his face betraying no emotion. Continuing to walk forward with Xueling in his arms, Dier's demeanor shifted, and he transformed into a powerful lion, leaping to confront Xianqing. Xianqing's legs morphed into a serpent tail, and a fierce battle ensued. Xueling's heart raced at Dier. Do not fight. He is my friend. Yuzhe knows this. She turned to Xianqing, urging him, Xianqing, please put me down. Do not fight Dier. I have been troubling him lately. Do not harm him. The urgency in her voice halted both beastmen in their tracks. Quickly, she grasped Xianqing's arm, turning back to the others that do not attack Xianqing. He is a good beastman. Xianqing, do not retaliate. They are all members of our tribe. The orcs, having retreated a considerable distance, exchanged glances of uncertainty. However, they had yet to make a move, for their adversary was an 8th-tier beastman. At this moment, Dier had transformed into his human form and retrieved a piece of beast skin from his spatial pouch, observing the girl and the half-human, half-serpent figure with a slight frown. Xueling struggled to detach herself from Su Nqing's embrace, stepping forward to position herself slightly between Dier and Su Nqing. This situation was complex. Regarding Su Nqing, Wyzich had already informed the clan leader. I understand that the tribe cannot accept wandering beasts, and I will leave with Su Nqing immediately, so I kindly ask you not to trouble him. As her words fell, Xueling realized that the orcs before her likely stood no chance against Su Nqing. She swiftly turned to address the serpent beast, speaking softly, Su Nqing, please do not harm them. Let us return. Afterward, she turned to Dier with a smile. Thank you for your care, Dier. May Su Nqing and I take our leave? Oh, please tell Wyzich that when he has time, he should come to visit us. Dier's brow furrowed deeper. He was unwilling to see the young female accompany the serpent beast, observing that the surrounding orcs showed no intention of intervening. Xueling felt reassured as she took Su Nqing's hand. Let us go. Su Nqing did I in an instant. Su Nqing's serpent tail transformed into 2 legs, obediently following the girl. They had not walked far when Weizich's voice called out from behind. Approaching swiftly, before Shuling could turn around, she felt a pair of fervent hands grasp her other hand tightly. "Little female, are you going to leave with this serpent?" "What about me?" The voice, tinged with grievance, reached her ears. The cold aura emanating from Su Ing intensified, and a red energy subtly surged forth, ready to erupt. Yet, he sensed the young female beside him release his hand and gently speak. Wise, her soothing tone instantly calmed his agitated heart, causing the crimson glow to recede. "That lion cub is quite concerned. Just endure for a moment. Little female, take me with you, that I like you, and I want to be with you." Weizich clasped Shuling's hand tightly, his voice husky and devoid of its usual bravado. Shuling stood momentarily stunned, her gaze falling upon the hand Weizich held. She could feel the tremors coursing through his body. "Wise Suing Qing and I are merely returning to his den. You know the way." Her voice was soft and calming. Observing Weizich's disheartened expression, she felt a twinge of sorrow within her. She instinctively reached out to touch the head of the orc, which was nearly bowed to her shoulder. The serpent beast requires hibernation, and with the little cold season approaching, the female accompanying you will perish. The aged yet authoritative voice resonated from behind, Da Biashen. Having resolved matters with the orcs of Shirshan tribe and escorted the females from the clan, approached this way. He regarded Su Ing and spoke slowly. "We found the body of the Shirshan tribe leader's son. It bore a strong scent of the serpent beast. Did you take his life?" Weizich, who had been looking dejected, lifted his gaze to Su Ing. The latter regarded the elder beast man with a flat expression, devoid of any emotion, that he deserved to die. Indeed, he did deserve it, having plotted against us in an attempt to abduct our tribe's females. Thus, you are the hero of our JNR tribe. That a flicker of interest crossed Su Ing's eyes as he found the elder's words somewhat amusing. "That I am the chief of the JNR tribe, and I extend an invitation for you to join us." As soon as Biashen's words left his lips, the surrounding orcs immediately became restless. "Chief, that is unacceptable. He is a serpent beast, cold-blooded by nature. Chief, how can our tribe shelter a wandering beast? They lack kinship and may seize our females beside them." Weizich echoed his astonishment. That Su Ing's interest grew. "To join your tribe? How intriguing. You are an 8th-tier beastman. The tribe's fate is of little concern to you. But what of the female Shuling? You serpents hibernate, and she will not survive alone in the wilderness." The Biashen's gaze scrutinized Shuling, sensing that this 8th-tier serpent beast held considerable regard for her. Regardless of the rationale, winning over such a high-tier beastman would undoubtedly benefit their tribe. Even a wandering beast with a soft spot becomes far less threatening. This night, the JNR tribe had witnessed much turmoil, and with the Shirshan tribe still looming, securing this serpent beast, who had slain their warrior's leader, might serve to deter the enemy. Deer, who had been silently observing, finally turned to Shuling, who stood beside the serpent. Dawajich felt conflicted. He did not want the serpent beast to remain in the tribe. Having grown up among beasts, he harbored an innate fear and distaste for wandering beasts, especially ones so close to the young female, which unsettled him further. Yet, the elder's proposal was undeniably the most pragmatic solution. Su Ing cast a sidelong glance at Shuling, feeling a stir within that he had indeed been growing increasingly lethargic, that he understood that the old beast man before him was not to be underestimated. Yet his words rang true to Su Ing. "Do not trouble yourself. I am not afraid of the cold. We can prepare food in advance. When the cold season arrives, I can take care of myself." Shuling recognized the difficulty of surviving in the wilderness alone, but did not wish for Su Ing to be forced into a decision because of her. "Fine, but I will not partake in any tribal activities. However, I will assist you in times of external threat." Su Ing's words interrupted Shuling's forthcoming remarks. Chapter 31. His heart is touched. Su Ing's declaration elicited a hearty laugh from Biashen. "Having slain the Shirshan tribe leader's son and saved our female, I, Biashen, grant him the freedom to enter our tribe. Does anyone object?" The orcs present harbored various thoughts, but refrained from voicing opposition. Seeing no dissent, Biashen understood that the tribe had acquiesced. Shuling gazed at Su Ing, her voice laced with concern and guilt. "Su Ing, did you do this for me?" A faint smile graced Su Ing's icy visage, and he reached out to stroke the girl's hair. "That I did it for myself. After all, I must learn about my ancestral memories through you. Though his smile was subtle, it remained captivating, the tear mark beneath his eyes shimmering with joy. As the situation resolved, the surrounding orcs gradually departed, for some had already formed pairs and were shaken from the recent scare of nearly losing their females. The Exquisite stood among the females, her gaze filled with malice as she watched the girl at the center. Why should this be? She is clearly the daughter of the chief. The one who deserves adoration should be me. Yet the moment Shuling appeared, everything that was rightfully mine was snatched away. This night, the JNR tribe experienced numerous events. However, as the night extended, Biashen instructed everyone to return to the stone cave for a good rest. At dawn, they would address the traitors and discuss how to confront the Shirshan tribe that Wyzich had clung to Shuling since the beginning, and the orcs had nearly all departed. Now, only Shuling, Suing Quing, Deer, Wyzich, and the somewhat anxious Zhu Wai remained. Zhu Wai glanced at the formidable beast before him, summoning his courage to approach Shuling. Shuling, did you sustain any injuries? I heard that the cave where you were hiding was discovered. And my heart nearly leapt out of my chest. Before Zhu Wai could finish, Wyzich shot him a glare that made him falter. His gaze swept over Su and Quing in the distance. And a chill crept into his heart. I will visit you tomorrow. With that, he turned and fled, hastening his steps as he spotted Deer standing not far behind, stiffening at the sight and quickening his pace to exit the scene. Release her, Suing Qing's voice was frigid, his gaze fixed on Wyzich, who clung tightly to the girl, his eyes cold, as if regarding a lifeless object. Dawai, unwilling to submit, tightened his embrace further. Soon after, he felt a sharp pain at his side, and his body was hurled away. Watching the serpent tail that had just fallen nearby, Wyzich gritted his teeth. You wandering beast! Why do you keep hitting me? Su and Quing paid him no mind and effortlessly lifted the girl into his arms. Dawai is a fifth-tier beast. This injury is nothing to him. Su and Qing's voice softened slightly as he carried the girl toward the direction the orcs had retreated. As they passed, Deer extended his hand to block their path, his gaze first sweeping over the girl before settling on Su and Qing's face. She resides with me. Deer's voice was calm, betraying no fear of the higher-tier beastman. At this moment, Su and Qing finally raised his eyes, gazing at Deer with an enigmatic expression that a 7th-tier beastman dares to impede me. Deer's eyes instantly turned icy. Shuling sensed the tension between the two and hastily interjected. Su and Qing, I am indeed staying with Deer in the JNR tribe. The night is still dark, and the chief has not arranged another stone cave. Should we go to Deer's place first? The maiden's tone was laced with uncertainty, for Xianqing had always preferred solitude. She still recalled the time in the misty forest when Xianqing nearly killed Yaja for infringing upon his territory. After speaking, she glanced at the man holding her, who appeared to offer no opposition, and then turned to inquire of Dill. Dill, may Xianqing and I take shelter in your cave tonight? Tomorrow, I will consult the clan leader regarding arrangements. Dill observed the intimacy between the two and focused intently on the maiden's words. For some inexplicable reason, an uncomfortable sensation surged within him. Indeed, the clan leader feels the same. However, my cave is rather small. The stone bed can only accommodate you. While he must make his own arrangements, Dill's voice bore a rare hint of emotion. Shuling nodded gratefully, understanding that male beastmen possessed a strong sense of territoriality, and Dill's consent was no small feat. The night had already progressed significantly. Where they slept was of little consequence to her, as she simply wished to avoid any conflict between Xianqing and Dill. Having been flung aside by a serpent's tail, Yaja had risen from the ground and approached Xuanqing's side, casting a wary glance at the nearby serpent beast before fixing his gaze intently on the maiden nestled in the man's arms. Shuling, why not stay in my cave? It's quite spacious. Fearing Yaja might be struck again, Shuling quickly declined. No, Yaja, I will first go to Dill's place. You should return and rest. You've been busy all evening. Make sure to take care of yourself. After glancing at Yaja's injuries, which appeared to be non-existent, she felt reassured by his lively demeanor. In the end, Shuling was embraced by Xianqing as they followed Dill, while Yaja stealthily trailed behind, ever vigilant of potential threats. The cool night breeze caressed Shuling's skin, and Xianqing, noticing the way the wind tousled the maiden's hair, used his powers to warm her previously chilly body. Xianqing, why has your body become warm? Are you unwell? Upon hearing the maiden's voice, Dill halted and turned to look back, his gaze tinged with scrutiny. Yaja, following behind, felt a flicker of joy. "Hey, serpent beast, are you feeling unwell? Allow me to carry the little female." Xuanqing's eyes turned icy, and Shuling quickly clung to his neck, silently mouthing to Yaja, "Don't say that." Yaja swallowed hard, acutely aware of the chill emanating from the serpent, causing him to hastily step back. "Wary of further words, that I fear you may be cold, so I use my powers to warm you a bit," Xianqing said, lowering his gaze to the little female in his arms. Dill, upon hearing this, resumed his forward stride, while Shuling sighed in relief. "That I'm glad. I thought you were ill." Xuanqing's expression softened further, and he felt his heart grow tender. This little female before him seemed to illuminate his lonely, frigid heart with the warmth of sunlight. He experienced a sensation he had never known before, a feeling of being cared for and cherished. Suddenly, an overwhelming urge surged within him to hold this little female tightly in his embrace, never to part from her. Chapter 32. The struggle for survival. The strides of the male beastmen were swift, and soon they arrived at Dill's cave. In the darkness, Shuling instinctively retrieved a pearl from her leather pouch, its soft glow illuminating the surroundings. After a brief survey, her gaze landed on a table outside the cave. The spherical flowers were delicately arranged in a bamboo tube, nourished by water and appearing vibrant in shades of blue and white. "Dill, thank you." Dill, hearing her words, glanced back at the maiden who had now descended from Xuanqing. In the dim light, Shuling seemed to perceive a hint of a smile on Dill's face. "That I will be staying here tonight as well." Upon seeing the well-arranged spherical flowers, Yaja's face lit up with surprise, followed by a bashful glance at Shuling. He then spoke loudly to Dill. "Dill, my cave is quite large. Why not let her stay with me?" Dill did not respond, instead retreating into the cave to retrieve a piece of beast hide, which he laid upon the stone bed. Xianqing surveyed the surroundings and then turned to Shuling. "You should sleep first." Shuling, feeling the fatigue in her body, nodded in agreement. "And where will you sleep?" Xianqing glanced at the ground by the cave entrance and gently touched the top of the maiden's head. "Do not concern yourself with me. I shall find a place to rest." Shuling looked around, realizing it was indeed quite late. She decided to accommodate Xianqing for the night and would consult the clan leader the following day. Nodding, she entered the cave. Yaja, seeing that Shuling had gone inside, quickly followed, only to encounter Dill coming out. Dill raised an eyebrow and extended his hand to block Yaja's path. "What are you doing?" Yaja glared at Dill, who stood slightly taller than him, with golden irises fixed intently on the man before him. "Let me pass." Yaja watched as the maiden lay down on the bed, feeling frustrated as he bared his teeth at Dill, his beast ears quivering. Dill ignored Yaja's reaction, shifting his gaze and stepping outside. Yaja had not intended to cause a commotion. He merely wished to be closer to the little female, imagining himself in beast form. Guarding her beside the stone bed, he felt a sense of bliss. Reluctantly glancing at the beloved little female already nestled in bed, he turned and exited the cave, seeking an empty patch of ground to curl up in beast form and rest his eyes. Xianqing transformed into his original form, coiling like a serpent at the cave entrance, while Dill made his way to the riverbank to wash away the blood staining his body. Under the night sky, the river was clear enough to reflect the crescent moon hanging high above. The gentle moonlight cast a serene glow upon the beast man by the river, accentuating his solitude. Dill gazed at his blood-soaked reflection in the water, a moment of stillness enveloping his thoughts. How long had it been since he last tasted the blood of a beast? If he were to be seen, he would likely be ridiculed, a captain of the guard in a Beast King city. Now fearing bloodshed, that a self-deprecating smile crossed his lips as he leapt into the river, the murky water quickly washing away the crimson stains, carried downstream by the current. Perhaps it was time for him to return to the Beast King city. The thought of the little female resting in the cave stirred an unusual feeling within him that he needed to make a decision. After a night filled with turmoil, time passed swiftly, and soon the day dawned bright. With a resounding lion's roar, the beastmen of the tribe gathered in the square. Shuling, still troubled about Mitsai, awoke early and stood in the square, waiting for the clan leader Baishan. When Baishan arrived, Shuling had already been searching for Mitsai for quite some time. But to her dismay, he was nowhere to be found. The surrounding area lacked the presence of other beastmen. Even when the clan leader spoke, the tribe's members remained wary of the serpent beast. Ingrained in their minds was the belief that serpent beasts were inherently cold-blooded and akin to feral beasts. Wishing to comfort Xianqing, Shuling held his hand tightly, hoping to alleviate his worries. Last night, our Jinri tribe endured a brutal battle. Many of our valiant warriors perished due to the Stone Mountain tribe's aggression. However, we emerged victorious, inflicting heavy losses upon them as well. Baishan's voice resonated. Each warrior of our tribe deserves a reward. However, with rewards come punishments. We have suffered a traitor within our ranks. Because of him, our females nearly fell into the hands of the Stone Mountain tribe, and this is unforgivable, as Baishan's words echoed. The beastmen encircling the square erupted in furious roars. The females represented the very foundation of the tribe, and for male beastmen seeking mates, they were their very lives. They wished to tear the traitor apart and cast him into the midst of wild beasts. Baishan clapped his hands, and two male beastmen appeared, escorting a golden-haired male with his head bowed, obscuring his face that a wooden cross had already been erected in the square, and soon the two beastmen bound the traitor to it. Miba, in front of the tribe, I ask you once more, why did you betray Jinri and our clan? The previously unresponsive Miba slowly raised his head upon hearing Baishan's inquiry. His complexion was pale, revealing a youthful and handsome face that Miba disdainfully regarded Baishan from a distance, his eyes filled with hatred. Why? Baishan, shouldn't you question yourself? Upon hearing this, Baishan's expression turned even colder. Did I, Miba, am a second-tier beastman. Indeed, I lack exceptional talent and beast powers. The tribe reveres the strong, which I comprehend. Yet, does my weakness mean I cannot participate in the tribe's hunts or enjoy a normal courtship? You all bullied me. I couldn't even protect my sister when she was being tormented. You, Baishan, only know how to push the capable and talented beastmen onto your daughter. What about us? Have you ever considered the lives of the lower-tier beastmen in our tribe? It is a miracle that I have endured through so many harsh winters and summers that if the beast god truly existed, how could we suffer so painfully in the beast world? Utter nonsense. In the depths of Baishan's eyes flickered a glimmer of ruthlessness. Shuling gazed upon the orc bound in submission before her, and an unfamiliar emotion stirred within her heart. She scanned the surrounding orcs. They were unfazed by Miba's words, their expressions still grim as they regarded the traitorous member of the tribe. Ha. Why? You ask me why? A tear glistened at the corner of Miba's eye, fleetingly concealed by his sardonic smile. Because they promised me that I would be treated like a normal male orc. After achieving their goals, they would allow me to mate with the most beautiful female of the tribe. Do you truly believe them? Baishan remarked coolly that Miba's demeanor shifted abruptly to one of despondence as he lowered his head and murmured, Does it matter whether I believe or not? I simply cannot accept this. The surrounding orcs remained silent, their gazes fixed on Miba, their expressions a blend of pity and disdain, no longer reflecting the earlier anger. I end their worldview. Only the strong possessed resources, while the weak could only struggle toward inevitable demise. Of course, there were orcs who were inherently less capable, their ranks not high in strength. They looked at Miba with sorrowful eyes. Yet, betraying one's kin was an act they would never commit. Survival of the fittest was a principle they had learned all too well. Without the protection of their tribe, they likely would not have survived to this day. Chapter 33. Forever exile from the tribe as the chieftain of the Yuri tribe. I, Baishan, shall impose punishment upon the traitor Miba, 100 lashes with a whip of spines, followed by eternal banishment from the tribe. Baishan's declaration echoed throughout the square. The orcs gathered around reacted with indifference. Such a punishment was severe, yet for one who had betrayed their kin, it was not deemed excessive. The whip was crafted from the toughest hide of beasts, sliced into strips, and entwined with the thorns of a particular plant. Soft in texture, yet remarkably resilient, its stems bristling with finger-like spines. Even a robust male orc would require considerable time to recover after receiving 100 lashes from such a device. However, the most grievous aspect of the punishment was the eternal exile. An orc treated thus would become a wanderer, unable to return to any tribe. Did I end that instant? Miba's expression turned momentarily dazed that he had prepared himself for the worst when he undertook this course of action. Yet at this moment he found himself momentarily disoriented. Shuling had been searching for the presence of Midden, but to no avail. Perhaps she was absent now and would not return. The orc kneeling on the ground slowly lifted his head, his voice no longer imbued with the fervor and hatred of before. Instead, it was hoarse, tinged with a hint of pleading that MY sister's involvement was entirely my doing. She was unaware. She has already mated. And although there are no offspring yet, she has nonetheless contributed to the tribe that I hope the tribe will treat her kindly. Baishan regarded Maiba below him, his voice measured. Of course, Midden is a precious female of our tribe. She will be treated with honor by the Yuri tribe, the AS, if receiving a promise. Maiba finally exhaled the last of his tension. The tribal council concluded after announcing Maiba's punishment. Shuling watched Maiba, who was to be lashed, and ultimately turned to Xianqing for solace. Xianqing, will he die from being cast out? Yes, Xuanqing's reply was succinct. Shuling felt a vague discomfort in her heart that I wished to see Midden. Dear, do you know where she resides? Dear, who was leading the way, glanced back at Xianqing, who held the young girl. Xianqing met Deer's gaze without further comment, gently transferring Shuling into Deer's arms. Behind them, Yaja, feeling somewhat dejected, spoke up, little female. I wish to return to my cave. Shuling quickly turned to him. All right, you may go back. Yaja opened his mouth as if to say something, hesitated for a long moment, and finally murmured a soft before turning to walk in another direction. Shuling observed Yaja's downcast figure with concern and inquired of Deer, what is wrong with Yaja? He seems off. Deer's gaze followed Shuling's to the departing Yaja. It is nothing. Today's events may have been a bit overwhelming for him. Shuling recalled the occurrences in the square. Deer, please take me to see Midden. I am worried about her. Xianqing, aware that his presence was not required with the two, opted to return to Deer's cave alone, intending to dig a separate burrow nearby. Following the conclusion of the tribal council, Shuling approached Baishan to inquire about their accommodations within the tribe. Shuling continued to reside in Deer's cave, under his care, while Xuanqing's unique identity warranted a more secluded placement away from the central area of the tribe. Ultimately, it was decided he would stay beside Deer. The area and arrangements were left to Xuanqing's discretion. Upon reaching Deer's cave, Xianqing concentrated his abilities into his tail, fully understanding Baishan's intent in placing him here. To ensure the 7th-tier orc could balance his presence, that he was unconcerned as long as he could remain near the little female. With his tail infused with power as hard as iron, he quickly fashioned a cave for himself. The serpent beast preferred warmth and humidity, and this environment fell far short of his standards. However, he would soon seek a safe place to hibernate, not intending to remain here for long. Deer swiftly led Shuling to Midden's cave. The interior was quiet. Upon dismounting from Deer's back, Shuling peeked inside, but the entrance was tightly covered with hides, obscuring her view. You may enter. It would be inappropriate for me to intrude upon a female's cave, Deer said softly, seating himself on a nearby wooden stump. Shuling nodded and entered the cave alone, perhaps due to her mating status and being a female. Midden's cave was significantly larger than Deer's. Upon entering, she encountered a simple frame upon which many animal skin skirts were draped, adjacent to a small wooden table laden with fruits, without pausing to examine the surroundings. Shuling advanced deeper. Midden's cave had been connected to another, creating a space filled with various daily necessities. Beyond the outer chamber, she finally glimpsed a stone bed, where Midden sat, seemingly lost in thought. Midden, I've come to see you. Shuling's voice was gentle, sensing Midden's current distress. She hurriedly retrieved a handful of fresh fruits from her bag and placed them on the central stone pedestal. Midden appeared to snap back to reality, her hollow gaze locking onto the girl before her. Shuling, why have you come to see me? Of course I would come. We are good friends, Shuling replied, her tone soothing. Those words seemed to unlock something within Midden, who could no longer contain her suppressed emotions. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she helplessly covered her face, as if wishing to hide her sorrow from Shuling. My brother committed an act of betrayal against the tribe. Because of him, you and the other females nearly fell into the hands of the Stone Mountain. How could you not blame me? Shuling's heart ached at the sight of Midden, now a weeping mess. And she gently wrapped her arms around Midden's shoulders. That I do not blame you. This matter has nothing to do with you. Besides, I came to no harm in the END, that do not be so hard on yourself. It pains me as well. That Midden's hand slowly fell away, revealing her red-rimmed eyes. Her wheat-colored skin appeared slightly pale in that moment. What punishment did the chieftain impose on him? Midden's inquiry was tentative, tinged with caution, as if fearful that such a question might upset Shuling. Shuling hesitated, but, meeting Midden's earnest gaze, finally spoke. The chieftain sentenced your brother to 100 lashes, followed by banishment from the tribe. Upon hearing this, Midden's expression momentarily froze before a bitter smile emerged. Such punishment is only fitting. After all, betraying the tribe is a grave offense. Chapter 34. The Insecurities and Affections of Youth Shuling. Are you wondering why, even while caring for someone, I dare not attend the council? I fear. I know my brother has struggled within the tribe, that I have often watched him from a distance, only to be chased away. He has always been conscious of his lower rank. Previously, when I clashed with the tribe's females and was bullied, he tried to help me, but their husbands were of higher rank, and he was beaten severely. As she recounted this, tears flowed anew from Midden's eyes that I wanted my male to secretly follow the group and deliver some food and hides to him, yet I lacked the courage to even go. Shuling, unsure of how to console her, simply took the time to wipe Midden's tears and gently patted her shoulder. Eventually, Midden wept herself to exhaustion and fell asleep on the stone bed. Shuling took a nearby hide and covered her, then carefully exited the cave. Outside, Deer remained in the same position he had held when Shuling entered, and upon hearing her footsteps, turned to look before rising. All done. Midden has fallen asleep. Let us return. Shuling declined the embrace offered by the man, walking beside Deer, gazing up at the azure sky, reflecting on her recent experiences. She never imagined that so much could transpire in such a short span of time. A gentle breeze caressed her, causing her hair to dance in the air, while the sunlight illuminated her fair face, casting a soft, ethereal glow around her. Her eyes widened in wonder, mirroring the blue sky and fluffy clouds. Deer, deliberately slowing his pace, found himself momentarily lost in thought as he beheld this scene. Remembering his earlier intentions, he subtly shifted his gaze ahead that in a while, I must leave the tribe to attend to some matters. You are welcome to stay in my cave. I will ask Yaja to look after you. Shuling paused, turning her head to the side, her steps slowing in response to the weight of his words sank in. She obediently nodded. All right, but please ensure your safety, that Deer can help but chuckle softly. There are still several moons before that time. Upon reaching the cave, Shuling immediately noticed an additional opening nearby, recalling the words of the White Mountain tribe leader. She quickly realized this must be Xuanqing's new dwelling. Quickening her pace, she soon arrived at the entrance. The inside was dim, lacking any light, even during the day, with no animal hide to obscure the entrance. Shuling stepped inside. Unable to see clearly, she extended her hands to navigate her way, softly calling out to the serpent beast, Xianqing, are you in there? No sooner had she uttered the name than she felt a cool sensation encircle her waist, followed by the sensation of her feet leaving the ground as she was gently cradled in a firm embrace. Are you all right? Came the deep, languid voice of the man, as if he had just awakened. Did you just wake up, Xianqing? Although Shuling could not clearly discern the man's features, his tone conveyed that he had only recently stirred from slumber. With the cold season approaching, I often feel fatigued and inadvertently slip into hibernation. Thinking of how serpent beasts require winter sleep, she replied. Then you should rest a while. The serpent beast regarded the half-reclining young female. Stay with me. His voice was deep and soothing, and Shuling felt an involuntary warmth spread through her. Her cheeks flushing slightly. Not resisting, she nestled into Xuanqing's embrace, feeling the warmth radiate from him. She understood this to be his unique ability. Though she was not afraid of the cold, the cozy environment enveloped her in comfort. And soon she drifted into slumber. When she awoke again, she found herself lying on a stone bed, with daylight still illuminating the outside world. Shuling glanced around, noticing the absence of both Xianqing and Deer. After resting for a while, her sleepiness vanished, and feeling a bit parched, she decided to fetch some warm water. Upon stepping outside, she spotted Yaja seated beside the fire, seemingly disinterested. Roasting meat, Yaja. Why are you the one roasting meat? Shuling inquired, puzzled, as it was typically this cave, and Yaja usually sneaked over. Looking up at her, Yaja's initial joy at seeing her quickly faded, replaced by a lackluster demeanor. The Deer has gone hunting. That serpent has been sleeping all day. After bringing you here, he went back to sleep. The Deer was worried and asked me to look after you. Taking a nearby cup, Shuling poured herself some warm water and sipped, her eyes lighting up at his words. Then I must thank you, Yaja. I can roast meat too. Why don't you let me take over for a bit while you rest? She set the cup down and reached for the meat skewers in Yaja's hands. In an instant, Yaja sprang to his feet, and in his sudden movement, a nearly cooked piece of meat tumbled into the fire. Alarmed, Shuling quickly reached out, attempting to retrieve the meat. Seeing her actions, Yaja's heart raced, and he grasped her hand, stopping her. "What are you doing? That's fire. You could get hurt." His voice rose in panic. Fear etched across his face as he anxiously watched Shuling's hands. "Thankfully, you weren't burned," Yaja sighed in relief. Since the morning, Shuling had sensed something amiss with Yaja, prompting her to voice her concern. "Yaja, what's wrong? You seem off today," Did her words. Yaja quickly released her hands, sitting down awkwardly while picking up a twig to poke at the now charred piece of meat. Remaining silent, Shuling hurriedly took a seat on a nearby stone stool, her eyes, filled with concern, fixed on the boy beside her. Finally feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Yaja met her eyes, but his were clouded with uncertainty. "Do you not want me to cook? Do you dislike me even a little?" His voice was laced with a sense of grievance, mirroring the turmoil in his heart. Anxiety, restlessness, and a hint of unwillingness surged within him. Ultimately, upon seeing the young female before him, it transformed into pure sorrow. "No, that is not it." "Yes, it is." Yaja interrupted her. "Dear, and that serpent, their beast ranks are higher than mine. You must think I'm unworthy and incapable of protecting you." He tossed aside the twig and covered his ears with his hands. Unable to bear hearing her response, he feared her confirmation of his worst fears. Females often chose their partners based on strength, and he dreaded that she would find him lacking. The thought of her choosing another beast man over him shattered his heart. Chapter 35. The agreement to bond. A pair of delicate, fair hands gently removed Yaja's hands from his ears, and he found himself gazing into her smiling eyes. "Yaja, you are remarkable. Very few can achieve a fifth-tier beast rank upon reaching adulthood. You should have more confidence in yourself." Yaja felt as though he might drown in the depths of her gaze. He truly cherished her. Suddenly, he stepped forward and enveloped Shuling in his arms. She stiffened momentarily, but soon warmth spread across her face. "Little female, I like you. Did I wish to be your partner? That I have never felt this way before. I may still be young and of low rank, but I promise to hunt ferocious beasts and become a high-tier beastman capable of protecting you." His voice was sincere and resolute, as if he were making a lifelong promise to the girl before him. Shuling felt her heart race, her gaze involuntarily drawn to the ball flower on the stone table. "Yaja, do you wish to become my beast husband?" Her question was innocent, for he was the first to express his feelings for her so openly. Yaja's face flushed crimson, and he slightly loosened his hold on her, gazing at her with fervent eyes. "Shuling, do you consent? A partner is one who will remain by your side for eternity, the one with whom you share the deepest bond in the beast world." Shuling looked back at Yaja. She had never considered being with him forever. However, he had always treated her well. If she truly agreed, it wouldn't be so bad, as she genuinely enjoyed being with him. So carefree, so joyful. Yet Qingshan was already her beast husband. Should she consult him first? She wondered about Yunza and Qingshan's well-being as her thoughts wandered far away. Yaja, feeling dissatisfied with her distraction, gently pinched her cheek. "Are you unwilling? If it doesn't work out, I can be your guardian beast, as long as I can stay by your side." Shuling finally snapped back to reality, a hint of confusion in her voice as she asked, "What is a guardian beast?" Yaja pouted, ruffling his hair absent-mindedly as he explained, "It's when a male beastman likes a female, but the female isn't yet ready to commit. However, she is willing to have him accompany her. It is similar to being a partner, but without mating. That a guardian beast is still bound to her. And once a male has taken on that role, he cannot seek another female partner." That Shuling's mouth fell open slightly, murmuring, "I had no idea such a thing existed." Yaja released her as Yaja was tending to the barbecue. He suddenly heard those words, causing his heart to tremble. That he hastily stood up, but this time, equipped with experience, he lifted the entire skewer of meat in his hands. Xue Ling looked at Yaja, who appeared somewhat dazed, and found him endearing. With a smile, she repeated, "I am willing, but I must inform my partner and my tribe first." Yaja felt as though his entire being had soared. She had agreed. The female he adored had consented. Suddenly, Xue Ling exclaimed in realization, recalling Bai Xue, the chief's daughter. She remembered that Bai Xue had previously asked her if she liked him. At that time, she was uncertain, but now that she had agreed to be Yaja's partner, what would happen to Bai Xue? Xue Ling felt a pang of anxiety. After all, she had known Yaja only after descending the mountain. She perceived Bai Xue's malice towards her, likely stemming from her affection for Yuzha. Unsure how to navigate this situation, she could only turn to the young man before her, hoping for a resolution. Yuzha, however, dismissed her concerns that "Do not fret, that I never intended to be Bai Shui's mate. It was her own delusion that I would become her partner. That old man never wished for me to be his daughter's first mate either. Although I possess considerable talent, I have yet to transform. If I failed to do so upon maturity, I would become a disabled beast." He had only entertained that notion after seeing me successfully transform. I had long since rejected his proposition. Noticing the worry etched on Shui Ling's face, he spoke earnestly, "Little female, if you are troubled, I shall clarify my stance with the old man and Bai Shui. Afterward, will you agree to be my mate?" Shui Ling nodded, recalling that Yuzha was the first orc she had encountered after descending the mountain. That Yuzha gazed at the little female before him with rapt fascination. As if he could never gaze upon her enough. Suddenly, he felt a chill nearby, causing him to shiver. Turning, he saw a tall figure leaning against the entrance of the cave, sensing the pressure emanating from the snake beast. His ears twitched involuntarily, and he quickly placed the skewer of meat on a nearby stone table. "Little female, I shall go speak to the old man now and return shortly to continue grilling for you." With that, he vanished in an instant. Shui Ling, watching the now absent Yuzha, turned her attention to Xian Qing. The man's face, typically soft and gentle when addressing females, was now cold and stern that he moved slightly. Approaching her slowly, "Did you just agree to that, foolish lion?" Xian Qing scrutinized Shui Ling's expression, seemingly intent on missing none of her reactions. Shui Ling nodded that he is weak. "He cannot protect you." Shui Ling frowned slightly. Unwilling to hear Xian Qing speak ill of Yuzha, "He is a good person," she replied earnestly, meeting Xian Qing's gaze. Xian Qing scoffed. "Then I shall kill him right now." With that, he turned to seek out Yuzha, but Shui Ling gasped, quickly grasping his hand. "Xian Qing, no. Yuzha has done nothing wrong." Hearing the little female speak in defense of the lion, Xian Qing felt a surge of agitation within him. He had never experienced such turmoil before. His thoughts were unsteady, and his words carried a hint of coldness. "Loving you is his wrongdoing." "Xian Qing, please don't say that. This is my choice," Shui Ling pleaded, desperately holding onto his hand. Sensing her helplessness, Xian Qing turned to face her, his voice softening, "That if you insist on being with that lion, then prior to that, you must choose a beast of at least the 7th rank or higher. I will soon enter a dormant state and will require a powerful beast to protect you." Chapter 36. He is inadequate. Xian Qing's gaze remained fixed on Shui Ling. He understood he had no right to dictate her choice of partner. Yet he could not ignore her safety, in a world where strength ruled, and amidst the chaos of tribal conflicts and rogue beasts seeking to claim resources and females, he had witnessed far too many females suffer due to weak partners, enduring harassment and even death. The thought of Shui Ling facing such peril filled him with an inexplicable pain that if it were the lion residing in this cave, I would not intervene, but that 5th-rank beast is not suitable. Shui Ling thought of Dier, feeling conflicted. Dier may not even like me that I just promised Yuzha. He would think I deceived him and would be heartbroken. Xian Qing dismissed her concerns. Once a male orc mates, their status is determined by strength. That it is already a luxury for him to consider mating with you. Shui Ling fell silent, sitting on a nearby stone stool as she began roasting a piece of meat. She often felt powerless when it came to matters of the heart, lacking understanding of the customs of the beast world and how to navigate relationships. She simply believed that liking someone was enough to be together. She did not dislike Yuzha's confession. As long as no one was harmed, she was more than willing to remain with him forever. Xian Qing watched the little female roasting meat, his expression inscrutable. He longed to ask, "What about me? If you accept that lion, then where do I stand?" But he was merely a cold-blooded rogue beast, soon to enter hibernation. He had no right to such thoughts. He reached out to take the meat from Shui Ling's hands, carefully placing it over the flames as the fire touched his long, pale fingers. Xian Qing seemed oblivious. Continuing to Yuzha felt that enduring this moment meant he had become a tortoise beast man. The surge of his elemental ability was overwhelming, compelling him to attack the languid snake beast man leaning against a tree. However, Shui Ling's gentle hand halted his impending movement, grasping one of Yuzha's hands, her eyes brimming with concern. Once more, she echoed the words Xian Qing had just imparted to her, "That Yuzha, it is my fault. I was the one who promised you first." Turning her gaze towards Xian Qing, who was observing her from a short distance, she softly inquired, "Xian Qing, Is it possible for me to seek a higher-tier beastman after I bond with Yizhe? Shui Ling felt a twinge of embarrassment. Recognizing Qianqing's care for her, she hesitated, pondering whether a higher-tier beastman would even agree, and the challenge of finding one weighed on her mind. Meanwhile, what would happen to Yizhe after some time? Would he be heartbroken? Qianqing cast a sidelong glance at the silent lion standing nearby, feeling an unusual discomfort in his heart. The little female was clearly concerned about the lion's feelings. Despite his lower beast rank, even if she were to seek a higher-tier beastman later, he could not guarantee his own position, as the second male status is subordinate to the first. Shui Ling looked towards Yizhe, who, upon hearing Qianqing's words, was uncharacteristically quiet, lacking his usual fierce demeanor. Perhaps he was too enamored with the little female, overlooking such an important matter. With the cold season approaching, if the little female bonded with him, she would reside in his stone cave, leaving no obligation for other male beastmen to protect his partner. Once the cold season ended, many male beastmen would enter a fervent mating frenzy due to their heat. Although the tribe would provide some herbs to suppress their desires, the tribal rules would prevent them from coercing females. Outside tribes and wandering beasts would not adhere to such constraints, without her first male by her side. The second male would essentially be the primary beastman managing the little female's life, that he was undoubtedly insufficiently strong. Even if she later sought a higher-tier beastman, she would not heed his guidance, potentially inciting familial conflicts that would worry the little female. That Yizhe's heart was filled with resentment. The little female had agreed, yet it was his own weakness that held him back. Chapter 37. Compromised Dejected. Yizhe picked up the flowers the girl had unearthed and began to head towards the stone cave. I will take the flowers back to plant them. His voice was somewhat hoarse, as if he were suppressing some emotion. Shui Ling hurriedly jogged ahead of him. As he gazed at the concerned expression of the little female before him, the dull ache in his heart intensified. The serpent had spoken truthfully. He had not considered the situation thoroughly. There were not many high-tier beastmen in the tribe, and he would consult Dill upon his return. Shui Ling yearned to pat the young man's head as before. But even on tiptoes, she found it difficult to reach him. Sensing her intention, Yizhe obediently lowered his head, allowing her hand to rest on his crown. Little female, do you like Dill? Yizhe's voice wavered. Yet, compared to that irritable serpent, he would undoubtedly choose Dill. Shui Ling stroked the top of Yizhe's head, contemplating his question earnestly, that he is a friend to me. He takes good care of me. A smile illuminated Yizhe's face. Friend, she said, which meant she did not yet hold deep feelings for him. It seemed that he remained the most special in her heart. That was enough. He would first seek a high-tier beastman for her, and then he would follow. Even if he was not the second male, it mattered not. The little female's fondness would still belong to him, and he would be the one most cherished at home. With these thoughts clarified, Yizhe felt a significant portion of his frustration dissipate, his expression transforming into one of joy. I will return to plant the flowers. When Dill returns from hunting, we can discuss the bonding matter. With that, he flashed a bright smile and dashed away. Shui Ling's mood lifted alongside Yizhe's emotions. Observing the soil on her hands, she concluded that she had enough flowers. She turned to cover the freshly dug earth, placing her wooden tool aside, then looked up at the snake beast man, who had closed his eyes to rest. Qianqing, I am ready. Shall we return? The young girl brushed the dirt from her hands. But some stubborn gray still clung to her fingers, so she approached Qianqing without taking his hand. Qianqing opened his eyes, weariness evident within them, and casually grasped the young girl's muddy hand. Ah, my hands are dirty. The girl attempted to free herself, but he held her firmly, and despite feeling no pain, she could not extricate herself. To whom Qianqing's voice was indifferent as he led the girl towards the stone cave. Upon arrival, the flowers they had unearthed were gracefully planted on either side of the cave entrance. What had once been a simple stone cave now possessed an aesthetic charm, though they were nearing the minor cold season. This place offered the sensation of warm season scenery. Shui Ling gazed at the beautiful sight at the entrance, feeling quite satisfied that Yizhe, who was boiling water, wore an expectant expression, as if awaiting praise. Shui Ling approached him with a smile, retrieving a washed fruit from her bee-skin pouch and offering it to him, got a reward. Upon seeing the fruit presented by the little female, Yizhe felt as though his heart was melting. He opened his mouth and directly bit into the fruit in her hand, savoring it. So sweet. He wished to crush the seed within and swallow it whole. This was the first time the little female had fed him. Xianqing had already slipped into a nearby cave, falling into slumber. Had he witnessed Yuja's triumphant demeanor, he would have surely flicked the lion aside with his tail in irritation. Ling took her cup to the water tank inside the stone cave, filling it with water to hydrate the freshly planted flowers. Meanwhile, Yuja, eager to assist the little female, hastily stood up to take the task from her hands. That there's no need. It's just watering. Ling felt a bit helpless. Whether at Ling Mountain or here, everyone always wanted to do everything for her, fearing she might tire. Yet sometimes she wished to engage in her own life, which brought her joy. That Yuja observed the small cup in Ling's hands. It was not large, and even her petite fingers could easily grasp it. Even when filled with water, it would not be too heavy. The little female should not be overly fatigued. Thus, he refrained from insisting further and moved aside to retrieve a piece of fresh beast hide from his space, beginning to tan it with the sour fruit. There were not many flowers to transplant, and the watering was completed swiftly. Ling's attention was soon captured by Yuja's actions. Did I ask this how you tan beast hide? Yuja, what is that fruit in your hand? It smells a bit pungent. Ling squatted beside him, her face filled with curiosity. This is a sour fruit. Its juice is very acidic and will quickly dissolve the remaining fat in the beast hide. However, the odor is not pleasant. Little female, stay away from it. You might feel unwell. Yuja paused his work, quickly moving the beast hide aside. Ling, intrigued by the small green fruit in Yuja's hand, found it quite fascinating. Despite the pungent aroma, she could tolerate it. This fruit smells somewhat like the flavor that Juyu used on the Lulu beast meat I had before. Upon hearing this, Yuja lowered his head to examine the sour fruit in his hand. The little female had reminded him that the juice of this sour fruit could also neutralize the taste of roasted meat, effectively masking the gamey flavor and making it more tender. Then when I roast meat for you tonight, I'll add a bit. It will surely taste better than what he makes. Ling chuckled softly, watching Yuja's careful movements. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from behind. Ling startled and quickly turned to look at Yuja. Noticed the young girl had jumped slightly in surprise and cast a displeased glance at the source of the noise. Dill, realizing he had startled Ling by placing the prey down too forcefully, paused momentarily. Did I frighten you? He inquired softly. Just moments earlier, he had been unaware of his own feelings. Upon seeing the little female and Yuja so close, a surge of jealousy had ignited within him. Ling smiled and shook her head, moving closer to Dill. She glanced down at the two lifeless beasts lying on the ground. Are these the beasts for tonight's dinner? They look quite peculiar. She poked a finger gently at the back of one beast, giggling softly. Dill watched her actions, his eyes softening. As the minor cold season approaches, I wish to make you two beast skin skirts. Their hides are very warm. Ling beamed, glancing up at Dill, who was also looking down at her. Thank you, Dill. How do we skin them? Can I help? Dill crouched down, gently removing the young girl's inquisitive finger from the beasts. Their meat is tough and difficult to skin. Be careful not to hurt your nails. Ling was somewhat taken aback by this. It seemed to her that Deer was speaking to her with an unexpected gentleness, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. In Chapter 38, The Deep Kiss in the Sea of Flowers. Yuja hung the tan beast skin on a nearby tree branch. He turned to glance at the two individuals crouched together, observing their prey, and with a slight pout of dissatisfaction, remarked, Little female, I also prepared that beast skin to make you a skirt. My craftsmanship is no less impressive than Deer's. Ling looked toward Yuja, who was seated on a stone stool, and rose to join him on the adjacent stone seat. Thank you, Yuja, she said, observing the little female smiling brightly at him. Any lingering annoyance Yuja felt instantly dissipated. I'll take you to a wonderful place shortly, he said mysteriously, immediately capturing Ling's attention. Leaning closer to inquire, she found that Yuja remained evasive, and soon the two were playfully teasing one another. Not far away, Deer glanced in their direction, his thin lips pressed together, before rising to enter the stone cave, retrieving a wooden platter and casually tossing it into his spatial pouch, effortlessly lifting the two prey from the ground. He made his way toward the nearby riverbank. Seeing this, Ling hurriedly got up to follow, but her arm was caught by Yuja. Dealing with the prey can be quite bloody, little female. It's best you don't follow. Deer is a 7th-tier beast man, and he can handle it easily. That if you go, he'll have to take care of you as well. Ling considered his words and agreed that he had a point. It was best not to intrude. She indeed could not be of help, and thinking of deer returning from the hunt without having a sip of water, she quickly grabbed a bamboo scoop and poured some hot water from the stone pot into a cup on the stone table, waiting for deer to return so he could drink. Once the little female had poured the water, Yuzha stood up and took her hand. Don't worry about that. I'll take you to that fun place. All right. Shui Ling nodded eagerly, and then transformed into beast form. Yuzha carried her on his back. Suppressing her instinctive gasp, Shui Ling adjusted her position, settling comfortably on the lion beast's back. The lion's strides were steady, and even at a rapid pace, the girl felt no discomfort. Surrounded by a green aura, she watched the scenery rush past, her mood uplifted. Each time she found herself in such a fast-moving environment, she couldn't help but recall the night she fled from Shui Ling Mountain. Thoughts of the yet-to-appear Qing Yin and Yunzhe filled her with worry, but she could not venture to search for them. Without powers, being discovered would render her efforts futile. Just wait a little longer, and if they don't appear, no matter what, I will find them, she resolved. When Shui Ling regained her senses, Yuzha had already brought her to a breathtaking sea of flowers. The ground was adorned with blooming pink and orange blossoms, vibrant and delicate, a sight she dared not imagine as winter approached. This was a valley beneath the grassland, significantly warmer than other areas. I discovered this place while hunting. Do you like it? Yuzha asked, his gaze fixed on the young female. Noticing the look of astonishment on her face, he pressed further. Do you like it, little female? Shui Ling's initial surprise gradually morphed into sheer delight. That it's so beautiful, she exclaimed. Satisfied, Yuzha took a few steps forward, then began to pick flowers. Curious, Shui Ling approached him. What are you doing? Yuzha smirked. You'll find out soon enough. Shui Ling watched as he carefully plucked a flower from one spot and then darted to another. Eventually, he sat cross-legged on the ground, weaving the flowers into a crown. Intrigued, Shui Ling observed his nimble fingers as in no time, a round floral wreath appeared in his hands in a moment of whimsical charm. Yuzha placed the flower crown atop Shui Ling's head. The vivid blossoms complemented her silvery hair and flawless complexion, swaying gently in the breeze, creating a vision of beauty that seemed almost unreal. Yuzha's gaze grew distant, his heart racing as he unconsciously leaned toward the girl. Shui Ling adjusted the flower crown atop her head, about to speak, when she was suddenly silenced by the kiss of the approaching youth. His lips were warm, and the kiss ignited an intense heat within him. Warm breaths brushed against her face, and the young man appeared slightly unsteady, his heart racing. Shui Ling's eyes widened in surprise, feeling overwhelmed as her heartbeat quickened. The softness of her lips, tinged with moisture, tasted sweet to Yuzha, and in that instant his mind went blank, his body aflame with desire. His hands instinctively wrapped around her, tightening as if to pull her into him entirely. Not enough, not enough, he thought, feeling an insatiable yearning. He kissed her more fervently. Pushing past her soft defenses, he felt himself losing control, consumed by the need to claim more of her. Just then, he heard her soft moan, which snapped him back to reality, and he gently released her. Are you all right? I couldn't control myself, he said, a hint of remorse in his voice. This was his first time being so close to the little female he cherished, and he struggled to restrain his instincts. Shui Ling felt as though the air had been nearly sucked from her lungs. Her cheeks flushed, her hands weakly bracing against the flowered ground as she gasped for breath. Once she regained her composure, she looked up at the young man with a gentle smile, shaking her head, seeing her face, flushed from the lack of air and the misty gaze in her eyes. Yuzha felt a stir within him once more. How could she be so beautiful? Realizing his own thoughts, he cursed himself for being a beast. Quickly, he shifted back a little, relieved to find that a male beast man could now fit between them. Then, he lay back among the flowers, declaring, Little female, the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was smitten that I still can't believe you agreed to be my mate. Shui Ling listened quietly as the youth spoke, nervously touching the flower crown atop her head, fearing it might fall. Instead, she curled her legs and wrapped her arms around them, taking in the stunning scenery. As long as I can be your male, I will be content that I will help you find a high-tier beast man. If deer is unwilling, I will seek one from other tribes that if all else fails, I suppose I can reluctantly settle for that snake. As long as I can be with you, I will pretend not to see him. Yuzha's tone grew, slightly gritted at the end. In Chapter 39, Rejection, Shui Ling turned to look at the beast man lounging in the flowers. The Yuzha she had previously known was jovial, youthful, and endearing. He had never spoken to her so seriously for such an extended period. Shuai Ling wished to discern the expression on his face. But he seemed to sense her intent and quickly turned away, his voice dropping to a husky whisper. "Little female, do you like me?" Seeking affirmation of his own heart, the youth spoke uncertainly. Shuai Ling regarded Yizhe, who was avoiding her gaze, lost in thought. After a moment, she broke into a smile and leaned closer to him, resting on the flower-laden ground. Yizhe turned his face away, his heart fluttering, unaware of her approach. As Shuai Ling leaned closer to see his face, Yizhe, preparing to look back at her, suddenly found himself face to face with her delicate features that he froze. "Little female." Shuai Ling studied his expression intently before earnestly stating, "I really want Yizhe to always be by my side." That I asked for what liking someone truly meant. Shuai Ling was uncertain. Did she like Qing Yin? Did she like Yinze? Even the ever-present Xian Qing? Yet, she recalled Qing Yin's words about what a beast husband should be like. She wanted Yizhe to be her mate, to remain together like this. That Yizhe's expression momentarily blanked, gradually tinting with a rosy hue. "Little female, I will become stronger, and I will always protect you." Gently extending his hand, he cradled the girl nestled against him, cherishing the moment while carefully controlling the strength of his embrace, fearful of causing her any discomfort. Lacking any desire, Yizhe simply felt that his heart was entirely filled by this little female before him. Regardless of anything else, the mere presence of this little female was enough. The two lingered amidst the sea of flowers for an extended duration, until the sun dipped low in the western sky, at which point they rose to prepare for their return. Yizhe did not transform into his beast form. Instead, he carried Shuai Ling on his back, strolling leisurely in the direction of the stone cave. Just as they reached the entrance, they spotted Deer sitting by the fire, roasting meat, while the shy Zhuyu stood nearby. Zhuyu held in one hand a skewer of roasted meat wrapped in green leaves, and in the other, a collection of vibrant red and green fruits. Initially frozen in place, he sprang into action upon seeing Shuai Ling and Yizhe, hastily making his way over. His steps were hurried, as if being pursued, and he only came to a stop directly in front of Yizhe, just as he was about to speak to the little female. His gaze met Yezhe's, which appraised him from head to toe. Causing a tightening in his chest, he instinctively stepped back a half-pace before looking up at the Shuai Ling on Yezhe's back. "Shuai Ling, are you hungry? I brought roasted meat and fruits for you." Shuai Ling glanced at the items in Zhuyu's hands and smiled shyly, eager to descend from Yezhe's back. However, Yezhe showed no sign of releasing her, instead tightening his grip on her legs. Confused, Shuai Ling turned her head toward Yezhe, only to find his previously playful expression had vanished. "Zhuyu, I appreciate your kindness in coming to see me, but I have food. Hunting is not easy. So you should eat the meat yourself." Shuai Ling spoke softly, but Zhuyu felt the rejection woven into her words. Casting a glance at Yezhe, who was so intimately close to the little female, he noticed the 5 dark stripes on Yezhe's arm and let out a wry smile. His hands, which held the food, drooped slightly as he turned to place the items onto the stone table. "I brought these for you. That I should be going now. I'll visit again another day." With that, he turned and left. Shuai Ling watched Zhuyu's dejected figure, her gaze dropping, but then she slowly lifted her smile and turned to Deer in the distance. "Deer, I'm back. You're amazing. I could smell the roasted meat from far away." She gently tapped Yezhe's shoulder, prompting him to mutter under his breath, "I'm not a dog," though a smile still crept onto his face as he stepped toward Deer. Carefully, he set Shuai Ling down, then cast a sideways glance at Deer, whose expression was complex, before sitting down on another stone platform not far away. "Today's roasted meat has a layer of fragrant leaves added. It enhances the flavor," Deer remarked. "Wow, I'm looking forward to tonight's roasted meat," Shuai Ling replied as she poured herself a cup of warm water. Noticing the cup beside her was empty, a smile blossomed in her eyes. She reached into her animal skin bag and retrieved a leather strip to tie back her scattered hair, then carefully removed the flower crown from her head, placing it on the table inside the cave. Just as she stepped outside, she saw Yezhe and Deer engaged in conversation. That Yezhe's expression was not favorable. He appeared somewhat angry, while Deer, tending to the meat, seemed equally troubled. Noticing Shuai Ling's arrival, their dialogue halted. "What's wrong?" Shuai Ling inquired with concern. Yezhe, panting and filled with ire, glared at Deer, who sat not far away. "So, the little female has emerged, and now you're too frightened to speak. Just a moment ago, you were so decisive in your rejection. Deer paused, his hands stilling as he focused on the meat, his expression shifting multiple times before finally lifting his gaze to the perplexed Shui Ling standing nearby. With a voice laced with struggle, he slowly said, "Shui Ling, I cannot become your mate at this time." Upon hearing this, Shui Ling froze momentarily, her ears flushing red as feelings of shyness and embarrassment washed over her. She quickly looked toward Yeja. "What do you mean at this time? Don't think that just because you are a 7th-tier beast, you are so formidable. How could you not defeat that serpent? The little female is so wonderful. Approaching you to be your mate, and this is your attitude." Yeja felt a surge of anger threatening to consume him. The little female he cherished so dearly, whom he had pursued with such care, was being humiliated by this ungrateful beastman that I in the beast world. When a female actively seeks out a male, it is considered a great honor, and typically no male beastman would refuse. However, if a female's advances are met with rejection, it is a profound humiliation, subjecting her to ridicule from other females. Shui Ling was unaware of these complexities. She merely observed this troubled expression. Hastily, she reached out to grasp Yeja's arm. "Yeja, please stop. Deer has his own choices. We cannot force him to do anything. Let us discuss the matter of becoming mates later, shall we?" She gently shook Yeja's arm and then turned back to Deer, offering an apologetic smile to Deer. "I'm sorry. Please don't be angry with Yeja. He just has a temper because he cares for me. The matter of becoming mates shouldn't weigh heavily on you." Deer's eyes were filled with complex emotions as he gazed intently at Shui Ling. "Are you not angry?" he asked, his deep voice laced with a hidden inquiry. Shui Ling's smile was pure and untainted, devoid of any trace of resentment. "That of course not. Choosing a life partner is a lifelong commitment, and the decision of who to be with is entirely Dur's right. Besides, Deer has always taken care of me. We are friends, and I wouldn't be upset over something like this." Chapter 40. "Would you like to keep me company tonight?" The girl's words sounded soothing, yet for some inexplicable reason, they stirred a pang of pain within his heart. The sense of loss felt like an unshielded wind, rendering his entire being cold. Not being angry was, in fact, a reflection of not caring enough. But before he could articulate his thoughts, they caught in his throat that he had yet to return and reach a conclusion. He could not make promises devoid of a future. The person before him was so remarkable. When he returned, he would certainly offer a proper apology. This refusal would mean he would not have another chance afterward. A detached voice echoed from the depths of the cave. "You will not have another opportunity." A dark cloak slowly revealed itself from the cave entrance, followed by the languid figure of Xianqing leaning against the stone wall. Deer slightly turned his head, but did not glance at Xianqing behind him. He paused for a moment before returning to roast the meat in his hand, reaching for a pinch of salt from a nearby jar, meticulously tending to his food, yet in a place where no one could see. The depths of Dur's lowered gaze were clouded with an insurmountable melancholy. "Xianqing, you're awake!" Shui Ling exclaimed, eager to shift away from the previous topic, her voice brightening with joy upon seeing Xianqing. Yeja suddenly felt uncomfortable and quickly retreated a few steps, seizing a stone jug and heading toward the riverbank, that a faint smile graced Xianqing's lips, his eyes casually glancing at Deer, sitting not far away. "Shui Ling, would you like to sleep in my cave tonight? In a few moons, I will be leaving to prepare for hibernation." Hearing this, Shui Ling's face gradually fell with disappointment. "Xianqing is leaving too?" "Yes, serpentine beasts lower their awareness of surrounding dangers during hibernation, making this place unsafe for me," Xianqing explained as he drew closer to Shui Ling, ultimately leaning against her. His body reclined languidly against hers, not exerting any weight upon her, thus allowing Shui Ling to sit up straighter, accommodating him comfortably. Xianqing reached out, gently twirling a lock of Shui Ling's tied-back hair, and softly inquired once more, "Would you be willing to keep me company tonight?" Shui Ling felt a pang of sadness at the thought of not seeing Xianqing for an extended period and nodded in agreement. "I'll bring out the Jiao Pearl. That way, when you don't feel like sleeping, we can gaze at each other and chat." That a broader smile illuminated Xianqing's face. Meanwhile, Deer, who had been quietly roasting the meat, froze, his hand holding the skewer motionless upon hearing her response. Xianqing's expression subtly shifted, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes as he leaned closer to the girl, his demeanor growing drowsy, radiating a sense of unprecedented attachment. The three remained in this position for a time until Yezha returned, carrying a jug filled with water. Upon seeing the serpent beast fully leaning against the little female, his fur bristled in alarm. "Hey, you serpent beast, you're going to crush the little female." In a flurry, he hung the jug on a bone hook, causing the water to slosh and spill, splattering onto the fire with a series of hissing sounds. Yezha placed his hands on Xueling, attempting to pull her from beneath Xianqing. Xueling quickly intervened, pushing back gently. Xianqing has fallen asleep again. Xianling detected the steady breaths of the man leaning against her and hurriedly lowered her voice to speak. Yezha observed the serpent beast that nearly enveloped the small female in its embrace, then glanced at the small female who was protectively holding onto the serpent beast. The jealousy in his eyes was palpable. With a hint of vexation, he turned and sat on a stone stool beside the fire, choosing not to speak, his gaze drifting towards Deer, who was nearby, with an unmistakable frown. "That you've burnt the meat. How can the small female eat it like this? You can't even roast meat properly. Let me handle it." He rolled his eyes at Deer in exasperation and swiftly reached for a piece of meat from the wooden platter. Skewering it with a branch less prone to burning, and placed it over the flames, turning it back and forth to cook. Deer glanced down at the charred meat in his hand, pausing for a moment. Lost in thought before he attempted to take it off the fire, that moment, Xueling, who had been watching Deer since Yezha spoke, quickly interjected, "Deer, don't throw it away. The other side is fine, and I'll eat it later." Not wanting Deer's hard-earned roast to be discarded, she spoke up urgently. Yezha, who had been focused on roasting the meat, widened his eyes upon hearing her, glancing at the nearly burnt piece of meat in Deer's hand. Feeling a pang of anxiety, that no, this roasted meat is unsuitable for the small female. But what if she gets a stomachache later? Females are so delicate. Even a cold could be fatal. Without thinking, he swiftly snatched the roasted meat from Deer's grip and stuffed it into his mouth. Cheeks bulging. "You can't eat this. I'll take it since I'm hungry." He mumbled through his chews, his words fragmented. Xueling stared in astonishment at Yezha's rapid actions, her expression frozen for a moment before she erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Embarrassed, Yezha's tail swayed from side to side behind him. Deer, who had lost his piece of meat, said nothing, merely reaching for another piece from the platter to roast. The laughter of the girl stirred Xianqing from his slumber, his green eyes slowly opening. Turning his head, he was greeted by the cheerful face of the small female, that a gentle smile crept into his eyes as he rose slowly, getting up from Xueling's side. Noticing the sudden lightness on him, Xueling quickly looked back. "Did I wake you?" "No, I was just a bit hungry. It's the perfect time to hunt," Xianqing replied, gently patting Xueling's head. "Hunt? Aren't you going to eat with us?" Xueling asked, puzzled. It had been a long time since she had seen them eat together. Usually, it was Deer or Yezha who prepared the meals for her. Xianqing cast a casual glance at the modestly portioned meat cut on the stone table. Such food was clearly prepared for the females. It was hardly sufficient for a full-grown male. "That I don't enjoy hot food, and besides, this isn't enough for me. Males require a substantial amount of food to sustain them for long durations." "Don't worry. I'll be back shortly," he explained patiently. Once Xueling nodded in understanding, he transformed into his serpent form and glided towards the nearby woods. Yezha mused that although Deer's roasted meat was half-burnt, it still had a delightful flavor, enhanced by the fragrant leaves. "Small female, the meat will take a while longer. Why don't you eat your portion? He left it here, and it would be a waste if you don't eat it," he suggested, sprinkling the crushed fragrant leaves over the meat. As twilight descended, the firelight flickered upon the girl's figure, casting shadows. Xueling nibbled on the roasted meat, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the woods. Yezha placed the cooked meat on a green leaf, his eyes mirroring Xueling's as they both peered into the trees. "Small female, that tree is already covered in sap. The serpent beast will return once it's full," he remarked, his tone laced with jealousy. Xueling scratched her head, her hands free of grease, and smiled shyly. "You know, that serpent beast eats in a terrifying manner. They don't chew at all. They swallow their prey whole. It's a bloody sight, and when that serpent returns, it'll probably be dripping with blood." Yezha exaggerated the tale, punctuating his words with gestures that left Xueling frozen in place, her roasted meat untouched. Seeing her captivated expression, Yezha couldn't help but smile triumphantly, continuing his tale. "Serpent beasts are truly fearsome, especially when they're asleep. And no matter how well you know them, If you wake them, they get angry and eat you. He exaggeratedly mimicked the act of chewing. Shuling's mouth fell open in surprise at his words. Are you scared, small female? Yaja prodded further. She nodded yes, delighted by her response. Yaja was about to elaborate when sounds emerged from the nearby woods. Shuling heard it too, and quickly set her roasted meat aside on the stone table, wiping her oily hands on the back of a green leaf. When she spotted a familiar figure emerging from the trees, she hurriedly stood up and walked towards it. Upon seeing Shuling approach, Xianqing transformed half of his serpentine form into legs and strode towards her. Xianqing, you're finally back. I've finished eating. Shuling beamed at the man before her. Xianqing gazed at the small female welcoming him, a flicker of emotion passing across his face, but he wrapped his arms around her, almost greedily, as he held her tightly. The moment Shuling drew near, she felt a heavy humidity envelop her. Xianqing, did you take a bath? He lazily hummed in response. Yaja, who had been watching, was consumed by jealousy and slammed his now-empty stick into the ground. You were just afraid, but now you're all over him. He huffed, then added with a hint of provocation. Oh, the serpent beast took a bath. I suppose he got all bloody from eating. Huh. He watched closely for Shuling's reaction, but she merely turned and smiled back at Yaja. Showing no trace of fear, disheartened, Yaja fell silent. Xianqing shot a cold glance at Yaja, who shivered at the piercing gaze, quickly averting his eyes. Frustration etched across his face. That wretched serpent beast. Xianqing lifted Shuling effortlessly, his gaze resting upon her face, concealing a deep-seated fear of being rejected. Are you afraid, Shuling? When I hunt, I typically constrict my prey with my tail, so there won't be any blood on me. I only bathe because I'll be sleeping with you tonight. Yet he felt compelled to ask, are you scared? If it's Xianqing, I'm definitely not afraid. Yaja is just teasing me. I know. Shuling's joyful voice resonated against his chest. The rhythmic pounding of her heart echoed near him. Under the moonlight, the serpent beast's emerald eyes transformed into slits, tightening his embrace around her as he stepped towards the cave. Meanwhile, Deer, who had stopped roasting meat upon hearing Shuling say she was full, was now working on crafting a dress for her from tanned hide. Upon witnessing Xianqing and Shuling pass by, his grip on the hide tightened, his gaze darkening, yet his expression remained impassive. Yaja, watching the two, appeared anxious. Small female. Shuling turned to wave a hand back at him. Yaja, I'll be resting with Xianqing tonight, but don't forget to eat. With that, Xianqing had already led Shuling into the cave. Yaja's mouth fell open in disbelief, his expression one of shock, before he sprang to his feet. What? He hurried towards the cave, only to have a bone needle fly past his nose. Barely missing him. Startled, he leaped back, spinning to glare at Deer, who had thrown the needle. What is your problem? Yaja's voice was laced with anger. He was already exasperated with the serpent beast. Deer, having collected another needle, paused and simply replied, the small female likes him. Those words. Yaja's tail bristled. The small female likes me, he exclaimed, his frustration bubbling over. The serpent beast is strong. The small female will be safe with him. The voice of Deer was faint, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, as if the statement was merely a matter of fact, holding no personal significance for him. Impossible. I could seek out other high-ranking beastmen. But that serpent is out of the question. A sense of unwillingness surged within Yaja. He was unsure of what he feared. Was it merely because the other was a wandering beast? Or was it the sight of the little female treating the snake beast differently? Hadir let out a cold laugh, remarking, an 8th-tier beastman. Even if you were to venture to Beast King City, you might find only a handful that I in an instant. Yaja was rendered speechless, his frustration quelled by reason. Unconsciously, he took a few steps back, and the entire beast seemed to deflate like a balloon. Upon witnessing Yaja, who had once appeared furious and ready to charge into the cave, now quietly returning to his previous spot, head bowed in silence, looking somewhat dejected, Deer understood that he had come to terms with the situation. He strode directly into the cavern where Xueling awaited. As Xianqing set her down, she immediately retrieved the fish pearl from her bag. The soft glow emitted by the fish pearl allowed the young girl to see Xianqing gazing at her with tenderness. Chapter 42. Bonding. Xianqing produced several pieces of beast skin from his spatial pouch and meticulously spread them across the cave floor. That I haven't tidied this cave much. When night falls and you tire, "Lean against me," he said, his voice resonating with a deep, melodious timbre within the cave. Ling nonchalantly placed the fish pearl atop the prepared beast skin. "Did it's fine here, Qianqing. Besides, you've laid out so much soft beast skin for me." Her voice expressed genuine satisfaction. Qianqing turned to look at her with deep affection, gently wrapping his serpent tail around her slender waist. Pulling her into his embrace, he reached for the beast skin that had become loosened from her hair. His fingers delicately lifting a strand from her chest, twirling it around his finger, his gaze lingering. Nestled in the man's arms, Ling suddenly noticed a glimmer of something shiny peeking from the slightly open collar of his attire. A sensation of familiarity washing over her. Without much thought, she reached out and pulled out a cord that resembled braided hair. The cord was adorned with the white gem she had previously given to the snake beast outside the tribe. Wrapped securely around its middle, feeling remarkably sturdy despite the absence of holes. That's why it feels so familiar. Qianqing tilted his head down to look. "Yes, it's what you gave me. Is it useful? Do you still have that strange dream?" she inquired. Qianqing gazed at the transparent gem on his chest, pausing before responding. "No, I haven't had that dream since the misty forest." Ling frowned. "Does that mean it was ineffective?" She caressed the gem in her palm. Qianqing gently took her hand, cradling the gem within his own, his voice soft. "Not having that dream, which troubled me, is already a significant improvement. Thank you for your assistance." Little female. The last few words he uttered were particularly tender, causing Ling's heart to flutter with a sweet, tingling sensation. Qianqing lowered his gaze, studying her face for a long moment, before slowly releasing the serpent tail that had been entwined around her. Ling felt her body relax as she distanced herself from him. Looking up at Qianqing with a hint of confusion, to her surprise, the half-serpent Qianqing had transformed fully into his human form. A roll of exquisite black gauze appearing in his hand. The fabric appeared smooth, reflecting a myriad of colors under the illumination of the fish pearl. Qianqing gazed at the item in his hand for a while, then lifted his eyes to meet Ling's. "This is my shed skin. Do you like it?" Ling looked at the black gauze in his hand, then at the black robe he wore. Finally realizing, "Qianqing, is this for me? It's beautiful." She was instantly captivated by the elegance of the black gauze. Previously, she had thought his beast skin was extraordinary. "This is the first shed skin I've left since reaching adulthood. Meant for my partner." Qianqing's eyes were fixed intently on Ling, his gaze growing increasingly fervent. The little female did not seem to harbor much fear or disdain for wandering beasts. He felt greedy, wishing to claim this moment before his slumber, to stand by her side openly as her partner. Ling's gaze shifted from the black gauze to Qianqing's face, her heart racing faster. "Qianqing," she called out in surprise, astonished at his name. "Ling, will you accept me as your partner?" He leaned in slightly closer, the distance between them bridged only by the shed skin. The light from the fish pearl was obscured by Qianqing's tall frame, casting a mysterious and alluring aura, akin to the black gauze he wore. Ling found herself entranced by the man before her, her eyes fixated on his nearly translucent face framed by dark hair. His gem-like green eyes, and the small tear mole beneath his eye, lost in this moment, she unconsciously nodded, her heart's rhythm thundering, nearly drowning out all other sounds. Is this what it means to be in love? Ling pondered internally, feeling an extraordinary sensation. Upon seeing her agreement, Qianqing's affection could no longer be concealed. He reached out and drew her fiercely into his embrace. Ling felt the shed skin pressing against her body uncomfortably. Yet she did not resist, willingly snuggling into the warmth of the snake beast's hold. Qianqing's body was cold, unlike Yizhi's warmth, however, since leaving the misty forest. Every time she approached Qianqing, he had radiated warmth, never more so than today. Realizing this, Ling understood that the man before her was losing control of his emotions, stirred by her acceptance. She felt compelled to gaze up at his expression. As she lifted her head, a drop of cool liquid fell onto her cheek, momentarily startling her. When she focused on the face of the man holding her, she found herself in disbelief. "Qianqing, you're crying." She raised her hand to wipe away the tears on the snake beast's face, only to be gently stopped. "I am very happy, Ling, I have a partner now." Those words struck a poignant chord within Ling, filling her with a bittersweet ache. She felt an uncontrollable surge of empathy, her body responding with increasing intensity. Qianqing sensed the warmth of her gentle touch on his neck, a tender, moist sensation that gradually ignited warmth in his previously icy form. Shui Ling stood on her toes, kissing the man before her. Yes, she had kissed Yaja amidst the flowers. Warmth enveloped her heart, and she wished for Qianqing not to shed tears of humility before her. The kiss was warm, just like her heart. Qianqing, she whispered, her voice acting like an incantation, amplifying his innermost desires that he longed for her, yearning to possess her in that very moment. Unbeknownst to her, the shed skin had vanished into the spatial pouch. Qianqing lowered his head, gently pressing his lips against the delicate petals of her mouth that an unfamiliar warmth coursed through him, spreading from their lips throughout his entire being. Qianqing felt a level of abandon he had never experienced before. His emerald eyes darkened to an inky black, consumed by desire and greed, as the insatiable yearning within him threatened to consume his reason, that he sought to meld the female before him into his very essence. To intertwine them deeply, he gently probed, feeling her compliance. Qianqing's body pressed closer, his hands deftly unfastening her dress. Shui Ling felt a chill wash over her before being enveloped in a searing embrace. It was an awakening of powers. Shui Ling's heart was enveloped in softness, her hands instinctively wrapping around the man's neck, unafraid of the unfamiliar journey that lay ahead. Chapter 43. Shading the Sun Warm. Unfamiliar kisses fell upon her skin, blooming like crimson blossoms across her body. Shui Ling felt as if she were losing ownership of her own form. Her vision blurred, beads of fragrant sweat trickled down her forehead. A sudden pain caused her body to tremble slightly. Qianqing, despite his utmost restraint, upon seeing the pale face of the girl beneath him, he abruptly halted his actions. It's my fault. Qianqing tenderly wiped the perspiration from her brow. His gaze filled with remorse. I didn't expect you to bond with him. His eyes drifted to the silver ring around her wrist, shadowed by guilt. Indeed, he had not anticipated that Shui Ling had already formed a bond. He remained in his serpent form, covering her exposed body with a nearby piece of beast skin. I'll fetch some hot water. With that, he swiftly transformed his serpent tail back into legs, casually draping the discarded black gauze over himself as he prepared to exit. Shui Ling, feeling weak, managed to grasp his arm. It's all right. Her voice was faint, tinged with hoarseness. She raised her wrist before him, stating, we haven't successfully bonded yet. After Shui Ling finished speaking, she raised a smile and gazed at the other person. You will feel pain. Qianqing's azure eyes concealed a yearning, his body taut with tension. The girl observed that he remained motionless, so she reluctantly propped herself up with one hand against the beast's skin. Half sitting, the hide barely covered her from the chest to the thigh, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, while her skin was as pale as snow, marked with numerous crimson traces on her exposed shoulders and chest. In truth, it was manageable. Initially, there was some discomfort, but Shui Ling wished to become a companion to Qianqing. Her voice was soft yet resolute, causing the internal conflict within Qianqing to waver. After a moment of contemplation, with lowered eyes, he took the girl's hand, guiding her to slowly shed the sheer robe draping her form. Kneeling on one knee upon the beast's skin, he inspected her, relieved to find no tears or injuries. The serpentine form was unnecessary. Perhaps a human shape would be gentler. Upon realizing his movements, Shui Ling's face flushed a delicate hue. She had seldom felt shy, but as her affections grew, she became aware that certain situations could evoke her bashfulness. In that moment, she felt as if her face was ablaze, akin to being scorched by fire. Tentatively, she grasped Qianqing's fingers, her gaze daring not to meet the man before her. With gentle motions, under the faint glow of the pearl, they succumbed to the embrace of passion. Outside the cave, the once bright moonlight was obscured by dark fog, and a light drizzle began to fall. Raindrops splashed into the small depressions, forming puddles that danced with ripples. When Shui Ling awoke, it was nearly noon, her body feeling as if it had been disassembled, particularly her legs, which ached strangely. Yet, the areas that should have throbbed with pain were now replaced by a refreshing coolness. She found herself clad in a new beast skin skirt. Cautiously descending from the bed, she noticed a bamboo tube beside the beast skin, smeared with green juice. Now empty, from the remnants, she recognized it bore a resemblance to the substance Qianqing had applied to her face in the misty forest. With a faint herbal fragrance wafting to her nose, remembering the cool sensation she had felt upon waking, Shui Ling's ears flushed crimson. Her gaze fell upon her right wrist, where a silver ring now bore a delicate red circle. Without thinking, her other hand instinctively covered it, gently caressing the mark. It was Xianqing that a wave of joy surged within her heart. Lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly startled as the light streaming into the cave was obscured. Shuling looked up to see Xianqing, who was holding a wooden platter laden with roasted meat wrapped in green leaves, awake. "You must be hungry," he remarked, placing the food on the beast skin mat beside her. Shuling, half squatting to retrieve the food, inadvertently tugged at her aching muscles, eliciting a slight frown. Xianqing, concerned, steadied her. "Does it still hurt?" "It's no longer painful, just a bit sore. I must thank the great serpent for the medicine it applied." Shuling replied, her voice tinged with a playful lilt as she nestled closer into Xuanqing's embrace. The serpent looked at her with tender eyes. "Would you not prefer to eat inside the cave?" Xianqing had just noticed that the young female intended to take the roasted meat from the hide. Shuling's cheeks flushed. "I wish to step outside to freshen up. And regarding our bond, I would like to inform Yaja." Upon hearing this, Xianqing bent down, retrieving the roasted meat once more, and lifted the girl into his arms. "All right." Unlike the gentle drizzle of the previous night, the sun rose brightly from the east, bathing the outside world in warm sunlight. As Shuling emerged, she was momentarily blinded by the brilliance of the sun, instinctively shielding her eyes with her hand. "It's already so late," she remarked, noting the sun had passed its zenith. Xianqing cast a gentle glance at the young female in his arms. A faint smile gracing his lips. "That it is my fault." Upon hearing this, Shuling's ears blushed crimson, for she had only succumbed to slumber just before dawn after the events of the previous night. Upon exiting, she noticed neither Yaja nor Deer. Once Xianqing set her down, he handed her a prepared cup of warm water. Shuling then carried the bamboo plate towards the grass nearby, after rinsing her mouth and delicately cleaning her teeth with a fragrant leaf. Her gaze wandered, landing on the freshly transplanted flowers. Her expression softened, wondering where Yaja had gone. Having unexpectedly formed a bond with Xianqing the previous night without consulting him, she felt a twinge of worry. She knew Yaja had never been fond of Xianqing. As she pondered, she continued her cleansing ritual, pouring the remaining water from the bamboo plate on her hands to wash her face before standing to approach the stone table. Xianqing placed freshly washed fruits on the table, poured another cup of warm water beside it, and lazily settled onto a stone stool, his eyes growing heavy with sleep. Shuling approached to find the tall man resting his chin on his knee. On the verge of slumber, mischievous sunlight filtered through the green canopy above, casting dappled shadows across his forehead, swaying gently with the breeze. She felt a smile tug at her lips, yet her heart ached slightly. Surveying her surroundings, her gaze finally settled on a large patch of clean green leaves atop the stone table, untouched and pristine. Stepping lightly, she took a few leaves in hand, placing her bamboo plate atop the table, and then cautiously sat beside the man. Taking a few sips of warm water, she began to eat the roasted meat, holding the leaves above Xuanqing's head to shield him from the glaring sunlight. After consuming a few pieces and feeling somewhat satiated, Shuling wiped her hands and switched the leaves to the other hand that Xuanqing's long lashes framed his closed eyes, and feeling a sudden urge, she reached out to caress the dark strands. However, her hand was halted by a sudden cold snort. Shuling froze, and Xianqing, startled by the sound, slowly opened his eyes. He was met with a sea of green. His gaze shifting to the girl beside him, the icy demeanor in his eyes instantly replaced by warmth. "Yaja, you have returned," Shuling exclaimed, turning to look behind her. Yaja, burdened with prey, cast a jealous glance at the serpent beside the young female. Then at Shuling, raising the bitterness in his eyes. Without responding to her, he irritably placed the prey down and approached the stone table, retrieving several blood-red fruits from his spatial pouch and setting them upon the surface. He then took out a bouquet of snow-white 5-petal flowers, removing the wilted ball flowers that had begun to dry and inserting the fresh blooms in their place. "These are bloodberries. They're beneficial for replenishing health. I found these few, and since Deer left, I hunted some prey. Just let that serpent care for you in the cave," Yaja stated before turning to leave. The implications in Yaja's words were numerous, and Shuling struggled to process them. However, seeing him turn away, she hurried to follow him, suddenly remembering the serpent wouldn't add fragrant leaves to the roasted meat, something the young female adored. She quickly pivoted to grab the spice jar he had ground the previous night and placed it on the stone table. Turning around, she was met with the sight of Yaja already on his feet. She paused mid-step. Yaja, are you upset? Can we talk? Her voice was laced with a pleading tone that Yaja's gaze swept over the green leaves in her hand, reigniting the bitterness within him. Turning his head away stubbornly, he remained silent. Please? Shuling placed the leaves beside the stone table, glanced back at Xianqing, who was still resting with his eyes closed, and gently grasped Yaja's hand that hung by his side. Yaja, will you talk with me? The gentle touch and the soft voice, so close it felt as though she were whispering in his ear, grasped his heart in an instant. Unable to refuse the girl's plea, Yaja finally turned to face her, letting out a low grunt. With her hand leading, the obedient beast followed closely behind, step for step. Soon, they arrived at a lush green meadow. Xianqing is asleep. Shall we talk here? Shuling released his hand, adjusted her skirt, and sat down on the ground. Always Xianqing, Xianqing, Yaja muttered under his breath in frustration. Initially pausing, Shuling then burst into a fit of giggles, reaching for the nearby lion and pulling it to sit beside her. Yaja, sulking, turned his face away, refusing to glance at the girl beside him since he had sat down. With a playful glimmer in her eyes, Shuling leaned closer, extending her hands to gently pinch his cheeks. His once handsome, sun-kissed visage transformed into a puffed-up mound that if you keep frowning, the handsome lion shall turn into a round ball. A round ball? What sort of creature is that? I've never heard of it. Upon hearing this, Yaja gazed at the snow spirit before him, perplexed that am I the one who crafted this? He queried. Are you not just like a ball flower, a beast man? Snow spirit chuckled softly. Yaja, with a haughty snort, reached out and brushed the young girl's hands aside. You only know how to bully me, he murmured, a hint of grievance lacing his voice. Last night he had spent the entire night outside the lair of the serpent beast, tormented by the sounds echoing from within. The female he cherished was not far away, entwined with another beast man, and the pain in his heart was suffocating. The resentment that burgeoned within him prompted a desperate need to vent. When Deer had informed him of pressing matters that required his absence, he could no longer contain himself and transformed into his beast form, rushing into the forest to hunt. Snow Spirit looked earnestly at the boy before her. Taking hold of one of Yaja's hands, Yaja, although it is somewhat late, I must still tell you directly that I have become bonded with Xianqing. Yaja merely responded with a non-committal remaining silent. Having listened all night, he was acutely aware that the beloved female before him had indeed formed a bond with that serpent, and his gaze swept over the red circle adorning the girl's right wrist. His expression dimming. When I woke up, I was terrified of seeing you angry, terrified that you would never speak to me again. Worry and melancholy glimmered in the girl's eyes. How could that be? As soon as Snow Spirit's words fell, Yaja interjected. There is no way I would abandon my cherished female. It would be better to die. Yaja, I have feelings for Xianqing, as well as for you. Both of you are of utmost importance to me. The girl paused here. That I have never mentioned this before, but I have been residing on the snowy mountains by the edge of the grassland, where they call me the holy female and bestow upon me the most precious things of the tribe. However, I could only remain within the ice fortress, with only A's accompanying me. You have yet to meet him. He is my dearest friend. Unfortunately, both he and Xingyin are now lost, having gone to great lengths to protect me, that I in the past, I was ignorant of so many things, especially the nature of affection between beastmen. After descending the mountain and encountering you and Xianqing, I slowly began to sense that feeling that it is wondrous and warm, and I found an impulse to be with you both forever, that I grieve for Xuanqing's tears and cannot bear to see you angry and ignoring me. I cherish you both as I do A's and Xingyin. Yaja stood frozen in place, the girl's words slowly eroding his jealousy, that I in your eyes, Xianqing is a cold-blooded wanderer. But to me, he is gentle and would never harm a beast man lightly. I do not know what other wanderers are like, but in my heart, he is not a wanderer. He is simply my mate, just like you, that I hope you can try to accept him, that we can be together. Always and forever. Yaja's mouth fell slightly agape, as if digesting the lengthy declaration from the girl. His heart swelled with emotion. The small female liked him and expressed a desire to be together forever. He held a deep aversion to that serpent, believing all wanderers to be brutal, especially a cold-blooded serpent beast. However, the girl before him bore such warmth in her eyes that he found himself inadvertently considering the possibility of trying to coexist with that serpent. Yet, upon glimpsing the red circle on her hand, he could not help but feel a lingering discomfort and hesitantly spoke. So, that serpent is now your second beast husband. Will you not indulge him more? Just now, you shielded him from the sunlight. I have never received such treatment. Chapter 45. Clarifying everything with Yaja's snow spirit beamed even brighter, finding Yaja utterly adorable. However, she regarded the great lion before her with seriousness. Extending her hand, fingers joined to shield his head from the sunlight that fell upon Yaja's face. It is the same for everyone. If you wish to rest here for a while, I shall shield you as well. The girl raised her hand, her gaze tender as she looked at the beast man who regarded her with affection. Yaja was momentarily entranced by the scene he had longed for, only to snap back to reality and quickly lower her hand. Do not hold it up for too long. It is tiring. I am not like that serpent beast who would disregard the feelings of a female. Yaja firmly grasped Snow Spirit's hand that moment. His unease dissipated entirely. The prior matters faded into insignificance. As long as the small female before him loved him and wished to remain by his side, nothing else mattered. Snow Spirit pondered the future. Should she bond with Yaja? She realized that if Qin Yin and Yunzi arrived, they could no longer remain here. However, could Yaja bear to leave the Jinri tribe? Contemplating this, she spoke. Yaja, I just told you that I came from the snowy mountains. There is something I must divulge before we bond. Snow Spirit lowered her gaze, inhaled deeply, and summoned her courage to continue. Yaja, once my mate and friends arrive, I must depart from here. Will you come with me? A torrent of complex emotions surged within her. Worry, conflict, and reluctance intertwined. Yet she needed to ask, even if Yaja cherished her and desired to bond, the decision of where they would live together ultimately lay with him. With a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, Yaja, exhausted from a sleepless night, reclined on the grass with his eyes closed, his words slightly slurred. Nonsense. You are my beloved small female. If I do not go with you, who else would I accompany? Yaja's tone was one of undeniable certainty. What beast man would not follow his female after bonding? Females cherish their partners and would not resent them for following. Upon hearing this, Snow Spirit let out a slow breath of relief. She truly could not bear the thought of being separated from Yaja. However, I am curious. Why must you leave? Yaja inquired, puzzled. Snow Spirit lay beside Yaja, entwining her arms around his strong arm, her eyes gently closing. This has been a long time coming. Let me tell you slowly. The girl softly recounted the events that had transpired on Snow Spirit Mountain. A cool breeze, tinged with a hint of chill, swept across the grassy expanse as Yaja listened, his brow furrowing in response to her tale. What are the elders of your tribe thinking? Are they not essentially imprisoning you to feed the Spirit King? Yaja exclaimed, his indignation causing him to sit up abruptly. Snow Spirit, lying beside him, followed suit. The elders are quite formidable. For now, I simply wish for Qin Yin and Yunzi to leave swiftly. Her voice was calm, revealing little resentment toward Snow Spirit Mountain, only concern for Qin Yin and Yunzi. And that Qin Yin, so powerful, why does he not simply eradicate those detestable elders? Forcing you to hide away, had I encountered you instead of a wandering beast at that time. He trailed off, momentarily choked by the thought of the serpent, hastily altering his phrasing. What vile beast men? What can be done? Snow Spirit wrapped her arms around her knees, shaking her head. Qin Yin is already doing his utmost to protect me. I do not wish to dwell on it too much, as long as everyone is well and together, I will be satisfied. Yaja glanced at the small female beside him, her face clouded with concern, and chose not to press further. Contemplating the girl, as earlier mention of blood possessing healing properties, worry clouded his features anew. Your blood poses a significant issue. Have you spoken to that serpent about it? If other beastmen were to find out, they would surely go mad. I am immensely relieved that you have taken that serpent as your second beast husband. As he spoke, Yaja scrutinized Snow Spirit for any signs of injury. He recalled the time they first met when he had inadvertently harmed her face, and his cheeks flushed crimson at the memory. Hastily, he pushed aside his golden curls, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Snow Spirit shook her head. I have yet to broach the subject, that I will discuss it with him, but you must not mention it in front of other beastmen, understand? Yaja's tone turned serious, a rarity for him. Snow Spirit nodded obediently, aware of the gravity of the situation. After they had exchanged all that needed to be said and rested sufficiently, they prepared to return. That on the way back, Snow Spirit inquired about Dura's sudden departure. He said he had matters to attend to. Let it be. Yaja replied dismissively, "It is best if he is absent. While the small female requires the protection of more beast men, I have yet to successfully bond with her. I would rather not have that stinking lion prancing about in front of her." Upon hearing this, Snow Spirit chose not to press further. Yaja, contemplating a playful tease, murmured in a voice audible to Snow Spirit, "Perhaps he could not endure the sound of you and that serpent and decided to flee." Upon hearing the words, Shuling's face flushed a deep crimson, and she shyly nestled into Yaja's embrace. Yaja let out a hearty laugh, choosing to remain silent. That be why the time they reached the stone cave, Xinqing had already vacated the premises. Shuling glanced around, even venturing into Xuanqing's den, yet found nothing. She donned the bee-skin pouch that had been taken from within the cave and placed the jiaozhu inside. "Little female, you needn't search any longer. That snake is likely out hunting, and besides, it's not as if anything unfortunate will befall him." Yaja picked up the red berries from the table, washed them, and dried them before placing them into Shuling's hands. "These fruits spoil quickly, so you should eat them soon. To be by the way, I brought out the bee-skin skirt I made last night for you to see." With that, he retrieved a yellow bee-skin skirt from his spatial pocket. The skirt before her appeared longer than her previous one, seemingly reaching her calves. Just the right length. Shuling eagerly accepted it, taking a few bites of the berries in her hand. "Leaving the remainder on the stone table, that I'll eat the rest later. I want to try on the skirt in the cave." With that, she joyfully dashed into the stone cave with the bee-skin skirt in hand. Once inside, she removed her bee-skin skirt and examined the new one, recognizing that it was likely crafted by Xinqing. Last night, even at such a late hour, Xinqing had prepared so many items for her, which warmed her heart. Carefully, she laid the removed skirt upon the stone bed when her gaze fell upon several neatly folded bee-skin skirts not far ahead. That a few skirts were stacked together, with a bee-skin pouch resting atop them. Shuling felt a sense of familiarity with this pouch. That as her thoughts drifted, she recalled having seen it before while retrieving bee-skins from Deer's box, which contained various colored stones. What was Deer doing leaving it here? Was it meant for her? Chapter 46. Fire Crystal Shuling stared at the items on the stone bed for a moment before finally setting her own bee-skin skirt aside. Choosing not to disturb the other belongings, she slipped into the skirt made by Yaz. It fit her quite well, though the stitching was somewhat visible. Shuling gently touched the rough edges and chuckled softly. After adjusting it carefully, she exited the cave. That Yaja's craftsmanship is truly remarkable. It looks splendid, and I adore it. Yaja turned around as the young girl emerged, his heart swelling with satisfaction at the sight of her adorned in the skirt he had created. The little female before him was utterly enchanting, and even the red marks on her neck seemed less glaring in his eyes. However, upon hearing Shuling's praise, his cheeks flushed, and his tail swayed from side to side. "This is my first time making clothing for a female. It's not perfect, but I promise to improve," Yaja admitted bashfully. Shuling tugged at the hem of her skirt, beaming as she replied, "I think it's wonderful." Yaja, pleased, scratched his head with a smile. Together, they tended to the flowers at the entrance, and after a while, Xinqing finally appeared. Once Shuling finished watering, she crouched beside the vibrant blooms, her heart tinged with worry. The temperature had been steadily dropping, and she wondered if they could withstand the coming cold season. Suddenly, she was enveloped by a warm body from behind. Turning, she met Xinqing's handsome face. Xinqing bent slightly, wrapping her entirely within his embrace. "That I can't bear to part with you," he murmured softly, though Shuling detected the underlying reluctance in his voice. Remembering the recent chill and how frequently Xinqing had been sleeping, she gently inquired, "Did you go out to find a suitable place for hibernation?" "Yes," Xinqing replied succinctly, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. "That I will leave tomorrow." The man's voice resonated in her ears, leaving Shuling's heart feeling hollowed so soon. The thought of not seeing him throughout the entire cold season troubled her. The rain from last night signaled that the minor cold season was approaching. "I just found a suitable place. My body has been growing increasingly fatigued, so the sooner I leave, the better," Xinqing explained patiently. That he too felt the weight of longing, but knew that once the temperature fell, his body would become unmanageable and sluggish. Even lesser beasts could pose a threat to him in such a state, and he cherished his life too much to risk it wishing to remain by the side of the little female. Shuling nodded. Xuanqing's safety was paramount. Then I shall wait until you finish hibernating. Xianqing tenderly caressed her cheek as they arrived at his cave. He turned Shuling to face him, enveloping her once more in his arms. The sight of her nestled against him, her legs beside his waist, made her feel a touch bashful. Xianqing wrapped her legs around his waist, a gentle smile gracing his face. The snake skin is too thin for the cold season. Once I awaken, I will make you a skirt from it. Shuling raised her flushed face and softly replied with an Xianqing had no intentions beyond mere closeness, for he was aware that Shuling was still recovering from last night. Yet, with the thought of leaving the next day, he desired to be even nearer. He produced a thumb-sized orange stone. This is a fire crystal. Although you are not afraid of the cold season is not merely about dropping temperatures and snowfall. I will help you absorb it. It will significantly shield you from the chill. The fire crystal originated from beasts awakened with flame abilities, which were exceedingly rare in the beast world, making them almost a treasure to behold. Among them, those with fire attributes were particularly feared due to their destructive power, causing many male beasts to hesitate in pursuit. That a fire crystal of this size was something that even a 6th-tier beast man would scarcely dare to dream of possessing. Absorbing its energy would greatly reduce the likelihood of a female freezing to death, especially during the harsh winter months. Male beasts with partners would also refrain from recklessly utilizing them, as they were highly coveted by many. Given that countless beasts perished each season, Shuling gazed at the fire crystal and remarked, "This fire crystal must be incredibly difficult to obtain." "Thank you, Xianqing." Xianqing infused his ability into the crystal before leaning closer to her lips, transforming it into red vapor that flowed into her body. That as Shuling absorbed the crystal, a wave of warmth surged into her abdomen, instantly alleviating the lingering ache and fatigue in her body, leaving her feeling rejuvenated and light. "How delightful!" she exclaimed, unable to contain her delight. Hearing her exclamation, Xianqing's smile widened, tightening his embrace around her. For Shuling, nothing is too difficult. Yet Xianqing soon felt drowsy after feeding Shuling the fire crystal, and he succumbed to sleep once more. Shuling lay beside him, admiring his serene features until Yaja called her outside for food, reluctantly rising to her feet. The daylight hours had grown shorter, and after spending a significant time lying in the cave with Xianqing, the sun, which had hung high in the sky, now dipped low, casting a soft orange glow as it sank behind the clouds. Yaja appeared quite pleased. Since Shuling's emergence, the smile had not left his face. Tonight's meal was not roasted meat, but rather a half-grown beast that had been processed, with its head and limbs removed, leaving just the body to hang over the fire. Occasionally, Yaja would take a stone jar, using a long branch crafted from tail grass to apply the liquid from the jar onto the meat. That as Shuling sat nearby, the sweet aroma wafting from the roasted meat piqued her curiosity, and she observed the jar in Yaja's hand. Noticing her gaze, Yaja picked a green leaf and dipped it into the jar, offering a bit to her lips. She extended her tongue to taste it. Finding it quite sweet, drawn closer, she consumed the liquid from the leaf. Seeing her adorable expression, Yaja's smile deepened, pride evident in his demeanor. "Sweet? I sent it. This is the sweet sap from the thorn beast. It is quite rare. Cooking meat with it is delectable. That am I not impressive?" Yaja said, seeking affirmation. "Absolutely, you're the best, Yaja," Shuling affirmed, and Yaja beamed with satisfaction at her praise, observing Shuling savoring the sweetness on the green leaf. Yaja's gaze softened. "With deer absent from the tribe, you require the protection of a male beast man. That I spoke with the elder today about our intention to bond. He mentioned that in a few days he would arrange it for us. What do you think?" Shuling paused, glancing at Yaja, who awaited her response with eager anticipation, and nodded vigorously. "Yes, that sounds wonderful." Yaja, filled with excitement, lifted Shuling into the air, gazing up at her, his heart swelling with joy. Chapter 47. Yaja meets water. The sweet sap-roasted meat prepared by Yaja was truly delightful. Once Shuling had her fill, she used a nearby bone knife to cut a portion, wrapping it in green leaves, intending to bring it back to the cave for Xianqing to taste. Meanwhile, Yaja, busy preparing the remaining roasted meat, caught sight of Shuling's actions. That he pouted, holding back his words for a moment before finally muttering with a hint of jealousy, "You know, those snake beasts don't prefer their food warm." Shui Ling placed the well-wrapped roasted meat into her own leather bag, a smile gracing her lips. It's nothing that I shall let it cool for a while before offering it to him. This flavor surpasses all the roasted meats I have tasted. I wish for Xianqing to savor it as well. That Yuzha pouted slightly, remaining silent, yet his hands busily tended to the grill with considerable force. Endure, endure, endure. A little female should not be burdened by the jealousy of a male. Shui Ling rose to her feet. Yuzha, could you fetch me some water? I wish to indulge in a warm bath. I recall that Dier had placed the oil barrel in the neighboring cave, where the red warming stones lie. Upon hearing this, Yuzha quickly wiped his hands clean of grease. All right, I shall seek it out. Soon you will be able to wash. With that, he busied himself. Shui Ling caressed the roasted meat in her hand, contemplating whether to seek out Xianqing after her bath, allowing him to sleep a little longer. She reached out to add a few more pieces of wood to the nearby fire pit and poured a bit of water into the stone pot, looking around at the familiar surroundings. She mused that once she and Yuzha became mates, she would reside in his cave. Yet since arriving at the Jinri tribe, she had never visited Yuzha's cave. Perhaps she should ask him to show her tomorrow. Yuzha moved swiftly, for it was Dier's cave, and the orc tribe adhered strictly to territorial rules. He could not linger long. After placing the oil barrel down, he departed. The water heated quickly, and Shui Ling found herself luxuriating in the warmth. The cave was dimly lit, so she placed the jiaozhu on the shelf beside the wooden barrel. As the young woman turned her head to wash her hair, which nearly reached her waist, her sudden movement caused the already precarious jiaozhu to roll into the water, splashing her face. With the fall of the jiaozhu, darkness enveloped the cave, leaving only the barrel emitting a soft, radiant glow. Simultaneously, in a distant, deep ocean, a man seated upon a crystal throne adorned with exquisite shells and conchs paused, clenching a red pearl in his hand. That moment, the mermaid tears sensed something as Shui Ling's jiaozhu fell into the water, flashing a dark light that if any merfolk were present, they would instantly recognize that this red pearl was the blood tears shed by a mermaid in anguish before death. The merfolk of the fallen sea had long worshipped the sea god, believing that those who perished unfulfilled would, after shedding blood tears, be buried with their jiaozhu among the coral reefs, thereby receiving the sea god's protection to fulfill their wishes in the next life. The man squeezed the red mermaid tear in his hand, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. His voice, beguiling and enchanting like that of a siren, murmured, after searching for so long, "You have finally appeared." Shui Ling, bending her body, did not retrieve the jiaozhu that had sunk to the bottom. Unable to hold her breath any longer, she dove beneath the water to retrieve it. Her hands finally grasped the bottom of the barrel, and she quickly surfaced, feeling as though she might burst. Yet at the moment she clutched the jiaozhu, the suffocating sensation in her chest abruptly vanished. Without a second thought, she emerged from the water, staring at the jiaozhu in her hand, a hint of confusion washing over her. After a moment's contemplation, she gripped the jiaozhu tightly and plunged back into the water. Attempting to breathe without holding her breath, contrary to her expectations, she experienced no suffocation, nor did she choke on water. She could breathe underwater as easily as she did on land, so this jiaozhu possesses such a remarkable ability. Excited, she surfaced once more, her eyes sparkling with delight. When Yunzhe returns, she must share this wonderful news with him. Cautiously, she placed the jiaozhu on her leather skirt nearby and began to wash herself. The water remained pleasantly warm, and after finishing her cleansing, she donned her leather skirt, stretching languidly. Orcs had keen hearing, and from the moment Shui Ling emerged from the water, Yuzha was aware that the young woman was nearing completion. Once she finished her stretch, he entered, ready to remove the water barrel for cleaning. Shui Ling beamed with gratitude. "Thank you." Yuzha, glancing at her with a sunny smile, turned to leave. She touched the leather bag on her person. Shui Ling stepped out of the cave towards Xianqing's dwelling. The jiaozhu rested on the leather beneath her as she crouched beside the still sleeping Xianqing, her eyes twinkling. She reached out to trace the contours of the man's brows and eyes, murmuring tenderly, "That great serpent can truly sleep. The roasted meat has already grown cold." Desiring not to disturb Xianqing's slumber, she set down her leather bag and nestled beside him on the leather mat. With heavy eyelids and a gradually dimming consciousness, Shui Ling slowly drifted into sleep. The vigilance of male orcs is notably heightened, although their bodies often enter a state of rest as an 8th-tier orc. Qianqing retained considerable alertness. The moment Xue Ling entered, he awoke, but upon sensing her presence, he refrained from moving, the languor in his body rendering him too lazy to open his eyes, feeling the gentle touch of her fingertips on his brows. He succumbed to the warmth of her caress. Only when Xue Ling had fallen asleep against him did Qianqing finally open his eyes, the serene visage of the young woman, curled beside him like a small beast. Tugged at his heart, he brushed his fingers through her damp hair, using his powers to dry it and arrange it behind her. He pressed a soft kiss to her forehead, his eyes filled with deep affection as he pulled her closer into his embrace. Closing his eyes once more to continue resting. When Xue Ling awoke, it was already midnight. The position in which she lay caused one side of her body to feel somewhat numb, slowing her movements to stretch her limbs. She barely shifted when Qianqing stirred beside her, awake. His deep voice resonated unexpectedly, prompting her to turn her head quickly. In the dim light, Qianqing's green eyes sparkled, and his lips bore a hint of rosy hue. Qianqing was strikingly handsome, yet he possessed an aloof beauty that radiated a sense of distance. Had she encountered such a Qianqing before, Xue Ling would have felt intimidated and shy. She reached out her arms toward him, and he instantly embraced her tightly. I intended to hold you for a while, but who knew I would fall asleep the moment I closed my eyes. By the way, the roasted meat that you made today was exceptionally delicious. I brought some with me. Upon finishing her words, Xue Ling reached for her leather bag, extracting the well-wrapped roasted meat. Noticing its temperature had cooled, she offered it to the man before her. It's already cold. Do give it a taste. He preferred to eat raw meat directly, but as it was given by a little female, he obliged. Qianqing accepted the offering, sampling a piece of roasted meat. Not bad. It has a sweet flavor. You know, after tasting the roasted meat you made before, I thought you were unaware of such combinations. She replied with a hint of laughter in her voice. Qianqing's lips curled slightly at her words. Indeed, I had no idea such pairings could exist. Chapter 48. Yizha's Cave in a Few Swift Bites. He finished all the roasted meat prepared by the young woman. Observing the now empty green leaves, Xue Ling's joy swelled, and she subsequently offered Qianqing a fresh piece of grass leaf. After Qianqing cleaned his hands, he informed her, I shall be departing shortly. Xue Ling paused, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. You are leaving before dawn? Qianqing, reluctantly caressing her cheek, leaned in to kiss her lips. Yes, the temperature is dropping, affecting my powers. My teleportation is limited to short distances, so it is best to leave as soon as possible. Xue Ling lowered her gaze, concealing her dismay. Then you must take care. Qianqing, I will await your return. Qianqing gazed at her intently, meticulously committing her image to memory. Very well, he did not want Xue Ling to accompany him outside. Even within the tribe, caution was necessary at night. Standing at the cave entrance, Xue Ling watched as Qianqing walked away, feeling a sense of emptiness within her. Meanwhile, Yizha, who had been waiting outside the cave, yawned, his eyes glistening as he observed Xue Ling standing there for quite some time. That serpent has been gone for a while. At his pace, he is likely far from the prairie by now. It's cold at night. You should return to sleep. Xue Ling nodded reluctantly, glancing at Yizha, who had already transformed into his human form. Aren't you cold sleeping outside, Yizha? Her tone was filled with concern. Yizha casually stretched. Us male beasts can withstand the cold due to our high beast ranks. Besides, it is not yet the cold season, and my fur is sufficient for warmth. Upon hearing this, Xue Ling bent down to touch Yizha's arm, discovering it indeed felt warm. Reassured, she quickly dashed back into the cave, returning with 2 pieces of leather. This is all my fault. If not for me, you wouldn't need to stand guard here. As she spoke, she placed the leather beneath him. When you transform back into your beast form, you can rest on this. Yizha grasped her hand, a hint of dissatisfaction in his expression. Little female, I shall soon become your male. There is no need for you to be so courteous to me. Xue Ling was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that her behavior might lead Yizha to perceive her as distant. All right, I merely feel concerned for you. Once we become mates, would it please you if I stayed in your stone cave? Unable to restrain herself, the young girl reached out and playfully grasped Yizha's fluffy beast ears. Each time Yizha became upset, his ears would twitch vigorously, expressing his discontent akin to that of a loyal pet. Every time she witnessed this, it struck her as utterly adorable, and this time, she finally succumbed to the temptation of her mischievous little hand. Yaja felt a wave of tingling sensation wash over him, his heart threatening to cease its rhythm as he stiffened, acutely aware of the gentle touch upon his ears that in an instant, his face and neck flushed crimson, feeling as though he might combust from the heat. He hastily grasped the girl's wandering hand, breathless as he implored, "No, no, you mustn't touch." Shuling was compelled to halt her actions, turning her gaze to the great lion beneath her. The boy's entire being was suffused with a rosy hue, especially his ears, which appeared as if they might bleed from the intensity of the blush. Feeling somewhat flustered, Shuling pondered, "Are ears off limits? I still have several moons until the mating ceremony. So on that day, you may touch as you please. Right now, I struggle to contain myself." That Yaja's voice was fragmented, punctuated by soft gasps that in that moment, Shuling comprehended that those ears were indeed not to be casually touched. And her face reddened further. Yaja retracted his grip on the girl's hand, awkwardly adjusting his fur skirt in an attempt to conceal his peculiar predicament. Shuling, too, fidgeted, scratching her head in uncertainty. Yaja smoothed out the fur mat that the girl had laid for him, which carried the strong scent of a serpent. He felt a twinge of distaste. However, as it was a gift from the little female, he dutifully placed it beneath himself. "You should return to sleep. It will still be some time before dawn." Shuling lifted her gaze to the still dark sky. "That right, Yaja. Tomorrow I wish to visit your stone cave, and then go find Micah. That permissible?" Yaja readily agreed, ushering the girl into the cave to rest while he transformed into his beast form, curling up on the fur. Shuling entered the cave, her fingers brushing against the now cold fur mat, recalling that Xuanzhong had already departed, a hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes. She found a comfortable position and drifted off to sleep once more. When dawn broke, they savored the roasted beast meat prepared by Yaja before setting off to his stone cave in the tribe. Shuling desired to walk on her own. Initially wishing to be cradled by the little female Yaja, she could only follow beside him with a sense of disappointment. After walking a while, she would inquire, "Are you tired? Little female, we've come such a long way. Are you truly not fatigued? May I carry you?" Shuling could no longer contain her laughter, letting out a joyful sound. "Not tired, Yaja. You've asked that many times already." Yaja cast a reluctant glance at the surrounding single beastmen, that he certainly did not wish for the little female to be observed by so many male beastmen. Shuling, too, sensed the gaze of the onlookers. Though they did not approach, still, she wished to enjoy her meal before strolling, thus declining Yaja's offer. That Yaja's stone cave was located at the heart of the tribe, so they encountered numerous beastmen along the way. As they neared Yaja's cave, Shuling felt an intense, fiery gaze, so pronounced that she could not ignore it. Upon looking up, she met the familiar face of Zhuoyu, who seemed to have vanished since he delivered roasted meat to her. Polite as ever, she offered him a gentle smile. Zhuoyu had been at home, honing a newly acquired beast bone, preparing to craft a new bone knife when he heard the commotion outside, which piqued his curiosity. Many male beastmen had gathered, seemingly engrossed in something. That he set down the bone knife and stepped outside to investigate. Upon catching sight of the little female walking down the path, his heart raced uncontrollably. The little female seemed indifferent to him. He had already discerned that from their previous encounter. Yet, upon witnessing her enchanting visage and gentle smile once more, he found himself irresistibly drawn in again. Observing Yaja at her side, he begrudgingly thought, "If only I were the one beside her." Alas, he lacked Yaja's prowess and did not capture the little female's affections. With that thought, he managed to smile towards her, though it bore a hint of bitterness. When they arrived at Yaja's stone cave, Shuling finally understood why Yaja had insisted she reside there when she first arrived at Yuri tribe. His cave was indeed quite spacious. Today, she could see that it was truly expansive. Not to compare it with Dayar's cave, but it was significantly larger than the one they had visited at meat-sized as she gazed in astonishment at the size of Yaja's cave. A broader smile spread across his lips. "What do you think? My cave is quite splendid, is it not?" Shuling nodded affirmatively. "This was granted to me by my father Beast, who was the former chieftain of the tribe. This cave should be the second largest, aside from that old man's cave." Yaja's expression swelled with pride. Though his father Beast had passed, he had fought valiantly to protect the tribe, earning his rightful title as a warrior of the tribe, a legacy he cherished deeply. As they entered the cave, Shuling realized it was indeed spacious but rather empty, lacking many possessions. "When I was not yet an adult, I spent my days outside and rarely returned. Thus I did not tidy the cave, that my father's belongings were buried with him. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Yaja glanced at Shuling, who stood beside him. Little female, you wouldn't find me lacking, would you? But I promise, once we become mates, I will fill this cave to the brim. Shuling paused in her steps, turning to face Yaja, who wore a worried expression. Her smile brightened, and she nodded. I wouldn't mind. I look forward to you filling our cave to the brim. Our cave. Yaja's heart surged with emotion as he stepped forward, embracing the girl warmly. You are truly wonderful that I wish to see Mitsai, Shuling said, instinctively wrapping her arms around Yaja's firm waist, her hand resting on his taut abdomen. Feeling the gentle touch, Yaja was momentarily distracted by the warmth of her fingers. That I've arranged with the old man that in 3 moons, the tribe will hold our mating ceremony. He spoke with a hint of shyness, still finding it hard to believe that the little female would become his mate. All right, Shuling replied, her smile radiant. Yaja tightened his grip, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. That my cave is rather dull at present. Let me take you to find Micah. Be cautious not to wander. The cold season is approaching, and I must hunt to stock up on jerky. Understood. Yes, they journeyed. Shuling found herself lost in thought. It had been quite a while since she last comforted Mitsai, and she wondered how she was faring now. Mitsai's cave was not far from Yaja's, so they arrived there swiftly. When they reached, they found Mitsai outside, peeling some fruit. Mitsai, Shuling exclaimed, quickly descending from Yaja's arms and rushing towards her. Upon hearing her name, Mitsai's face lit up with joy. Shuling, you've come. I was just about to peel some GG fruit to bring to you. As she spoke, Mitsai set down the fruit in her hands and approached Shuling. As she drew near, Shuling noticed that Mitsai's hands were stained with dark juice. What kind of fruit is this? Your hands are all black. Mitsai glanced at Yaja, who stood behind Shuling, and then teasingly looked back at her. You and Yaja are to become mates, right? This is GG fruit. On the day of the mating ceremony, it is laid in the stone cave to ensure the couple's love remains sweet and that they may soon have offspring. Shuling's face flushed as she quickly glanced at the black-skinned fruit laid out on the wooden table. Yaja behind her cleared his throat, his ears turning a deep shade of red as he observed the 2 females engaged in lively conversation. I must go hunt now. The cold season has arrived, and it will soon be too chilly for the beasts to emerge. After acknowledging Shuling with a nod, he made his way toward the tribe's entrance to AT. That moment, the nearby game was likely depleted, and he would have to venture further to find robust and succulent prey. Once Yaja had departed, Mitsai motioned for Shuling to sit on a wooden stump. Leaning in closer, she whispered, Did you know that Bai Shui is also set to become a mate? Shuling was taken aback. The chieftain's daughter? I suspect your sudden engagement with Yaja has stirred something in her. How do you know who she has chosen as her beast husband? Mitsai spoke with an air of mystery, igniting Shuling's curiosity. Lowering her voice further, she leaned in closer, her expression brimming with gossip. Yuan Nan. Fearing that everyone might forget, the Golden Day tribe guard appeared in Chapter 18. Shuling found the name somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. You probably do not know that Yuan Nan, like Yaja, is also a 5th-tier beastman, currently serving as a guard for the tribe. Previously, he was quite close with Yaja, back when Yaja had not yet transformed into human form to participate in tribal hunts. He had always been with Yuan Nan. I often heard from my male companion about their impressive hunting partnership. Midden continued to peel the GG fruit in her hands as she spoke. Shuling watched, wanting to reach out and help, but was thwarted by Midden, who sat beside her. Don't touch. This juice takes several moon days to clean up. You are going to find a partner, looking all beautiful. Later, we can gather some thornwood flowers to adorn the beast skin skirt you will wear that day. Is there really going to be flowers in this cold weather? The girl questioned. Of course. Thornwood flowers grow on thornwood trees, and aside from the hot season, they are generally available. Furthermore, they do not wilt for a long time once picked. Their vibrant red color will undoubtedly look stunning on you. Midden assessed the girl, imagining how lovely she would appear adorned with thornwood flowers, nodding in satisfaction. Shuling was amused by Midden's actions. The 2 sat together, giggling and chatting for a long time, until Midden finally finished peeling the GG fruit before her. I'm so tired that I truly underestimated these GG fruits. Shuling, you have no idea. I climbed down from the stone bed immediately after gathering the fruit in Pingmu and started peeling. I'm both exhausted and hungry. Midden stood up, stretching her somewhat sore body. Shuling smiled gratefully, quickly offering the freshly washed fairy fruit to Midden's mouth. Thank you, my dear friend Midden, for preparing this gift for me. Please enjoy a fruit. Midden was pleased with Shuling's gesture, devouring the fairy fruit at her lips, then beaming widely at Shuling. How about we take some fruits and go pick thornwood flowers? I can hardly wait to see how you'll look wearing them. Shuling nodded, sure, as long as you, little female Midden, do not feel tired. After a moment, Shuling seemed to recall something and looked worried. But do we need to go outside the tribe to pick thornwood flowers? Is it dangerous? Midden, still with unwashed hands, grabbed another fruit and stuffed it in her mouth. Don't worry, do we want to go out. The tribe's males sometimes need thornwood, so they have planted many here. There is even a tree behind the chief's stone cave. With that reassurance, Shuling felt at ease. Midden continued to stuff her mouth with fruits, then washed her hands before hastily grabbing a piece of beast skin to pack the Gigi fruits on the table. Shuling quickly stopped her. It's almost the cold season. Beast skins are hard to come by. Since the skin is already gone, it won't lose color. I'll just pack it into my beast skin pouch. After saying this, Shuling began to fill her pouch with the fruits from the table. Midden glanced at Shuling's appropriately sized pouch, and seeing no reason to object, she placed the beast skin carefully on the rack at the cave entrance. All right, let us hurry. We don't want to miss out on all the flowers being picked by others, and we need to go further away. Midden joked, and upon seeing Shuling all packed up, she took the girl's hand and headed toward the chief's stone cave. Chapter 50. Thornwood Flowers. The thornwood flowers were indeed, as Midden had described, vibrantly red and exceptionally beautiful. Midden carried a small basket made of reeds, chatting with Shuling as they picked the flowers. The thorns of the thornwood were quite long, requiring careful handling to avoid pricking their fingers. This was Shuling's first time picking flowers, so she was not as adept as Midden. All her focus was on the action of picking, responding occasionally to Midden's chatter. Just as they were nearing the end of their gathering, a hand suddenly reached out from the side, forcefully knocking Midden's flower basket over. Did I grant you permission to pick thornwood flowers at the entrance of my father Beast's stone cave? The sudden turn of events startled Midden, making her gasp. Shuling turned as well, seeing the cold glare of Baishue directed at them. What do you want? Do you have a problem? Midden retorted angrily. Her face flushed as she looked at the scattered thornwood flowers. Shuling frowned, then crouched down to pick up the basket, placing each flower back inside. These flowers are at the entrance of my father Beast's cave. What right do you have to pick them? Baishue glanced down at Shuling, who was gathering flowers, then turned her attention back to Midden. Thornwood flowers are the tribe's property. The chief has stated that regardless of where they grow, tribe beastmen can gather them when needed. What? Do you intend to oppose the chief's words? Midden shot back, her tone sharp as she crouched down to help Shuling collect the flowers. Baishue was well aware that the thornwood flowers were available for everyone to use. But seeing her two most disliked individuals happily preparing for their partnership ignited a fire of resentment within her, prompting her to knock over the flowers. Midden, I must say, why are you so thrilled about their partnership? If I were you, I would stay hidden in the stone cave and not come out, especially with a brother like that. How can you still be so happy? Baishue's eyes held a mocking glint, eager to see how Midden would respond. Midden paused, her hand tightening involuntarily as the juice from the thornwood flowers seeped in her palm, the vivid red reminiscent of the blood that flowed from her brother after he was whipped with thorny strips. Baishue was not the first to mention her brother in front of her. Over the past few moon days, various voices had filled her ears: mockery, disdain, and scorn. Without exception, their descriptions painted her brother as a figure marred by countless scars from the thorny strips. A portrayal that could only be described as one of utter brutality, his beast skin skirt soaked in blood, akin to the juice of the flowers in her hand. Night, her dreams were suffused with such crimson. Observing Midden, who remained still in her crouched position, Baishue smiled, about to speak again when Shuling, who had been crouching, stood up. Baishue, mi ba is mi ba, and Midden is Midden. Throughout this time, Midden has remained loyal to the tribe. Even that day we sought refuge in the stone cave, it was Midden who quickly alerted everyone that the people of Shirshan tribe had arrived. Shuling continued, lowering her gaze to Midden, who was still on the ground. Furthermore, Miba has already been punished. It seemed unexpected that Shuling, usually gentle, would suddenly speak so much. Baishue momentarily froze, taken aback by Shuling's tone, which lacked her usual softness, her eyes meeting Baishue's with a calm yet firm gaze. She was a content individual. No matter how other beast men spoke about her, She remained unfazed, as long as she could be with those she cared about. However, she could not allow harm to come to her important friend in her presence. She clearly remembered the day Midden had cried in her arms, heartbroken. Even if Midden appeared outwardly cheerful, Shuling understood that her dear friend was undoubtedly saddened within. Bai Shui glared at Shuling, her anger flaring as she recalled the beast man who had sought her out not long ago. A flash of hatred crossed her eyes. This was all you're doing. Shuling, feeling indignant at Bai Shui's glare, snorted coldly before turning to leave, then crouched down again, placing a hand on Midden's back. Watching Midden, who was fixated on the thornwood flowers, Shuling grew concerned. Midden, if we have enough flowers, let us head back. Midden snapped back to reality, looking up at Shuling, who regarded her with care. Thank you, Shuling. Shuling took the crumpled thornwood flowers from Midden's hand and carefully tucked them into the seam of her beast skin attire at her chest. Do they look nice? The girl asked with a gentle smile. Midden, observing the wrinkled flowers being delicately pinned by Shuling, could not help but laugh. Silly Shuling. Shuling joined her in laughter. That I'm hungry. Let us hurry back. Shuling helped Midden to her feet, her tone playful. Midden emerged from her earlier mood, hanging the small basket on her arm. Quickly, let us return to eat, and then make a beautiful beast skin skirt for you. My lovely little female Shuling. Midden followed Shuling back to Deer's stone cave, that at the entrance. Shuling casually grilled some of the beast meat prepared by Yaja that morning. Midden savored every bite. I didn't expect you could grill meat too, and it tastes quite good, not worse than what my male does. Shuling beamed with joy, meticulously tying the thornwood flowers to the yellow beast skin skirt Yaja had made. If I may suggest, a white beast skin skirt would look even better. Black ones are nice too. Midden spoke with her mouth full, her words somewhat muffled. Looking at her makeshift decorations, Shuling gently touched the skirt resting on her lap. This is the first beast skin skirt that Yaja made for me. It looks quite lovely like this. Shuling, while holding the wooden thorn flower in her hand, gestured thoughtfully, contemplating where it would best be placed. Upon hearing her, Midden glanced at the animal skin skirt Shuling wore, encircling the wooden thorn flower around the chest area of the skirt. Although it was not breathtaking, it was likely quite lovely given the petite beauty of the female. With a nod, she remarked, "You look good in anything." Yet she added, "You truly pamper your partner. I seldom see such a female." Shuling lifted the already adorned animal skin skirt to examine it closely, then lowered her gaze. Her expression softening. "They treat me very well," she replied. Midden clicked her tongue and continued to savor the meat in her hands. That as the two conversed, Midden took a moment to admire the flowers Shuling had cultivated. Time passed swiftly, and noticing that Pingmu would soon return from hunting, Midden contemplated heading back. Shuling carefully set aside the animal skin skirt and noticed a flower crown resting nearby, which sparked an idea in her mind. The flowers atop the crown had withered, their once vibrant beauty now replaced by a dull, yellowed appearance. Turning to the remaining wooden thorn flowers in her basket, she settled onto the stone bed and began her work anew. Before long, a crown, resplendent with wooden thorn flowers, appeared in Shuling's hands, its vivid red hue contrasting beautifully with her fair skin. Chapter 51. The Bonding Ceremony with Yaja. When Yaja returned from the hunt, he beheld a young woman adorned with a flower crown and dressed in the animal skin skirt he had crafted, waiting at the cave entrance. The red suited Shuling perfectly, particularly the newly woven floral crown. Yaja found himself momentarily captivated, his attention wholly drawn to the enchanting figure of his petite female. Eager to showcase her accomplishments from the day, Shuling donned the skirt and crown, and shyly inquired, "Do I look good?" "You look splendid," he replied, for he had never witnessed such beauty in a petite female. Unable to restrain himself, he placed his catch down and approached her, keenly observing that if only we could hold the bonding ceremony tonight. He thought, unable to contain his anticipation, that Shuling's face brightened at his words, "that I look forward to it as well." Yaja gently caressed her cheek, his eyes brimming with affection for Shuling that in his heart. He marveled at his fortune. As they awaited the ceremony, time seemed to accelerate. In the days leading up to this moment, Yaja had focused solely on hunting and preparing for the ceremonial necessities. Finally, as a slender crescent moon ascended in the sky, Shuling, adorned in her wooden thorn flower skirt and flower crown, stepped onto the path strewn with the vibrant purple fruit, making her way to the tribal square. The square was already filled with many beastmen, their faces illuminated by J.O. wide in the brief span of several days. Two pairs within their tribe had bonded. As Shuling accompanied the elder females of the tribe into the square, gasps of admiration arose from the crowd. So beautiful! Yaja stood in the square, growing impatient as he awaited Shuling's arrival. When he finally saw her, a smile broke across his face. Unable to be contained, Zhuyu, standing among the beast men, watched Shuling pass by. His expression tinged with disappointment. Throughout her journey, Shuling observed the square, where bonfires illuminated the night. The surrounding beastmen offered blessings to her and Yaja. Before her stood Yaja, resplendent in ceremonial attire, his face aglow with joy as he gazed at her. She had never experienced such a ceremony, not even before arriving at the genie tribe. The decorations mirrored those of the previous day's ceremony for Bai Shui, with the sole difference being that today, she was the center of attention. The genie tribe lacked a shaman. Their bonding ceremonies were conducted by a tribal healer. The healer, appearing quite aged, held a bamboo bucket filled with water, dipping green leaves into it before gently sprinkling the water over Shuling and Yaja's heads. Reciting incantations as he did so, Shuling gazed at Yaja, who appeared different today, dressed in a brown-gray animal skin skirt adorned with mysterious tribal totems from shoulder to chest. Around his neck hung a necklace strung with various animal bones. And his golden hair was swept back, a green gemstone resting upon his forehead. This green crystal, obtained from slaying numerous beasts over the past few days, was a gift intended to extend the life and enhance the beauty of his petite female on their bonding day. After the healer concluded the sprinkling, he bound the green leaves around their wrists. "The beast god shall bless you," he proclaimed. That he then took a stone cup filled with red liquid from a wooden tray held by another beastman, handing the green leaves to Shuling. "Female, anoint your beast husband with the red liquid upon his forehead." Upon hearing this, Shuling accepted the red liquid from the healer's hands, carefully dabbed it with the green leaves, and approached Yaja to anoint his forehead. Yaja crouched down, his eyes fixed lovingly on Shuling. Her touch was gentle as she applied the liquid, and she examined her handiwork closely. The red liquid solidified upon contact with his forehead, enhancing Yaja's already handsome features with an additional touch of allure. In that moment, Shuling found herself completely captivated by Yaja's presence. That we pray to the beast god. The bonding ceremony is complete. The healer loosened the green leaves from their wrists before readying them around Yaja's. At this, they both turned to face the crescent moon above, joining hands in prayer. Grateful that she had witnessed Bai Shui's bonding ceremony the day before, Shuling felt a sense of relief. Just as they finished their prayers, and the healer announced the ceremony's conclusion, a male beastman stumbled into the center of the square. Bai Shan, who had been standing nearby, rushed forward. "It's bad, chief. The guards at the entrance have all been slain. The Shirshan tribe has allied with the Tiger tribe from the Beast King city." Bai Shan's heart sank, his expression darkening. Ever since he received news of the Lion King's defeat in the Beast King city several moons ago, unease had settled within him, with Deer and the Snake Beast absent from the tribe. How could they possibly withstand an attack now? Was the beast god abandoning them? Bai Shui, who had been standing among the beastmen, turned pale upon hearing the news, breaking free from Yuan Nan's grasp. She rushed to confront the beastman, gripping his arm tightly. Her voice, edged with urgency, pierced through the air. "What did you say? What happened to the Shirshan tribe?" The beastman, taken aback by Shui's fervent questioning, repeated his grim tidings. "The Shirshan tribe is allied with the Tiger tribe from the Beast King city and has breached our territory. The guards are all dead." Bai Shui trembled, disbelief washing over her. "You're lying. You're lying." Bai Shan, noticing his daughter's distress, furrowed his brow, but the immediate priority was to arrange a defense. Thankfully, due to the bonding ceremony, most of the tribe's beastmen were gathered in the square. "The Shirshan tribe is attacking us, and this time they have the Tiger tribe from the Beast King city. Yuan Nan, take the females to the stone cave we prepared. Your task is to guard them and ensure their safety. The remaining warriors will accompany me to confront the Shirshan tigers." With that, Bai Shan strode swiftly toward the entrance of the tribe. The surrounding male beastmen instinctively followed suit. Those who had already bonded first assured the safety of their females before joining the ranks. Yaja felt an unsettling anxiety gnawing in his stomach that he grasped Shuling's hand, hesitating momentarily before deciding to stay by her side. "That I can't shake this feeling of unease. I should remain with you. Last time, you were almost taken away, and with the snake beast absent, Yuan Nan alone cannot ensure your safety." Chapter 52. Baishan is dead. Shuling, too, felt a flutter of fear. Midden, who had been standing among the beastmen, stepped closer to Shuling, taking hold of her other hand. Indeed, the memory of that incident still haunts me. Now that Pingmu is left with the group, I would feel a bit more at ease if Yaja could stay. Shuling tightened her grip on Midden's hand and glanced toward Yazid. I said, all right. It seems the chief's side needs assistance as well. Yaja caressed the young woman's cheek. You are of utmost importance as well. He then turned to Yuan Nan, saying, Yuan Nan, gather the females and lead them to safety. Yuan Nan nodded solemnly, pulling Bai Shui, whose expression was grim and silent, closer to him. Bai Shui, you must stay close to me. Understood. Bai Shui suddenly snapped to attention, shaking off Yuan Nan's grip. Her tone was sharp as she replied, I will naturally stick with the group. The expression on Yuan Nan's face stiffened, and the hand that hung by his side slowly clenched into a fist. Yaja observed the tribe's females drawing nearer to their position, then turned to look at Shui Ling beside him. He reached up and removed the green crystal from his head. As he concentrated his powers. He brought it close to the young girl's lips, and in an instant, the crystal was absorbed into her body. Before Shui Ling could react, she felt a sudden lightness in her body, and warmth blossomed in the vicinity of her heart. What is this? Is it similar to the fire crystal that Xian Qing gave me? It is somewhat alike, but this is a green crystal, which can prolong the lifespan of females and maintain youth. It is a gift for you, my betrothed. As Yaja spoke, he lifted the girl into his arms, while Mi Dan stood beside them. Yuan Nan, leading the group, was positioned at the front, and Bai Shui, standing a little behind, slightly turned her head to glance at Shui Ling, her red lips pressed together. Due to the fact that the group was mostly composed of females, along with some elderly beastmen, their progress was exceedingly slow. Yaja, noting that they had barely covered half the distance, wore an anxious expression and shouted ahead to Yuan Nan, if we continue at this pace by the time we settle the females, the tigers from Shirshir Mountain will have already breached our defenses. Yuan Nan halted his steps, turning back to observe the females who were already panting from the exertion of even this slow pace. He could not help but sigh. What shall we do? Yuan Nan asked, looking at Yaja, who was cradling Shui Ling in his arms. Yaja took several large strides to stand beside Yuan Nan. Bai Shui, watching Shui Ling being held, felt a twinge of jealousy. It was because of her that the beastmen from Shirshir Mountain were informed of the absence of the wandering beast and heir from the tribe. How foolish she had been to trust them, believing their claims that they merely sought revenge for their young patriarch and only wished to kill that serpent beast and his companion. She had never imagined that they would ally with the beastmen from Beast King City. Otherwise, she would never have. Yaja took a look at their surroundings, remembering that they were quite close to the cave they had used before. We should take the females there. The cave has already been compromised, and the tiger tribe likely Wunti suspect we would bring the females back there. Then we can guard the entrance together. Yuan Nan thought for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. All right, let us do as you suggest. Having reached a consensus, they led the group toward the cave's direction. Suddenly, both Yaja and Yuan Nan halted in their tracks, their eyes locking as they discerned the grim expressions on each other's faces. The thunderous sound of running was deafening, making it impossible to ascertain how many beastmen were approaching, only that there were many. If they were the beastmen from Jinri tribe, they would have already alerted them with their voices. Yet, there was silence. This could only mean that this group was not their kin. From above came the piercing cry of an eagle, causing both Yaja and Yuan Nan to tense simultaneously. They looked up to see a large, black-feathered eagle beast circling overhead. This was a patrolling beastman from Beast King City, once targeted by an eagle beast. Even the swiftest male beastman would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Yaja swiftly retrieved a piece of beast hide from his space, covering the entirety of the girl's face. Yuan Nan, standing nearby, quickly took hold of Bai Shui. The group had ceased moving. The appearance of the eagle beast signified that they had been discovered, rendering any attempt to flee futile. Before long, their group was encircled by a pack of tiger beasts, led by a middle-aged beastman. Though no longer young, his features still bore the marks of a handsome visage from his youth. Baishan is truly arrogant, leaving only 2 male beastmen to guard the tribe's females. Fu Chuan remarked, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he regarded Yaja and Yuan Nan. But then again, what does it matter? Even if they had stayed, there would still be no match for my Shirshir. Yaja tightened his grip on Shui Ling, anger flaring in his gaze as he glared at Fu Chuan. Bai Shue's complexion paled as she heard Fu Chuan speak. What do you mean? Where is my father? Bai Shue's voice rang out starkly in the otherwise quiet group that Fu Chuan took a keen interest in Bai Shue, surveying her from head to toe. Bai Shan's daughter? Bai Shue did not respond, but continued to glare intently at Fu Chuan. Dead, that I killed him with my own hands. Suddenly, snowflakes began to fall like petals from the sky. The temperature of the night was frigid, causing some females to shiver slightly. Soon, a thin layer of glistening white appeared on the stone-paved ground. The cold season has arrived. Bai Shue's body went soft, stumbling back a few steps until she collided with Yuan Nan. His face also turned pale as he worriedly embraced Bai Shue that no, it's impossible. Bai Shue muttered repeatedly, a snowflake landing on her eyelashes as her lashes trembled. The warmth melted it into a droplet that fell with a tear point. One of Shui Ling's hands gripped the beast hide above her head, unconsciously tightening her hold, her small face paling in the moment that he is dead. The chieftain who had just officiated her bonding ceremony was gone in an instant, facing the conflict within the tribe for the first time. Shui Ling felt her heart enveloped in a chilling dread. That Fu Chuan slowly surveyed the females within the group, finally fixing his gaze on Shui Ling in Yeji's arms. Where is that serpent's companion? Yeji's body tensed, instinctively retreating a large step while still holding Shui Ling. Fu Chuan's gaze was sharp. Even the obscured Shui Ling could feel the intensity of his stare. She sure was the only son of Fu Chuan. A young beast man already at the 6th tier, the Fu Chuan had high hopes of grooming him to become the next leader of Shirshir tribe. But that detestable serpent beast had killed his son. Chapter 53. A battle of life and death. By the time he had contacted the beast men to find his son, the corpse had already begun to decay. The pungent scent of the serpent beast filled him with rage. He had been devising a plan to seize the Jinri tribe, to kill that serpent beast and avenge his son. But upon learning that the serpent beast was an 8th tier beast man, despair had washed over him. 8th tier. He had lived so long, yet remained stuck at the 7th tier. The difference between tiers and beast men was like the chasm between heaven and earth. Yet he could not resign himself to this fate. With the fall of the Lion King of Beast King City and the change of leadership, he knew his opportunity had arrived, that he personally visited Beast King City and met with the Tiger King. Since the fall of the Tiger King, Beast King City had been embroiled in internal conflict, divided into 2 factions led by the Tiger King and the Fox tribe. The leader of the Fox tribe had mysteriously died not long ago. But they still had a young lord wandering outside. The Tiger King needed to bolster his power. Thus, Fu Chuan struck a deal with the Tiger King. If he helped him seize the Jinri tribe and kill the serpent beast, Fu Chuan would pledge allegiance to him. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Are you so afraid? It must be heard that Fu Chuan's voice was filled with certainty that he had already investigated the serpent beast's absence from the Jinri tribe and learned about its companion. There was also a golden-eyed 5th-tier lion by her side, but if he could not kill the serpent beast, then killing its companion would be even better. Without a companion, that serpent would pose no threat. In an instant, Yeji leaped out of the group, transforming into his beast form, and swiftly wrapped his tail around Shui Ling, dashing off in another direction. Startled by Yeji's sudden movement, Shui Ling's hand slipped, causing the beast hide covering her head to fall away onto the now snow-dusted ground. Shui Ling hurriedly turned back to look, only to find that the hide had vanished in an instant. The young girl's beauty was laid bare before everyone. Even the middle-aged Fu Chuan was momentarily stunned by her exquisite appearance. Half of you stay behind and take the females back to the tribe. The other half follow me to pursue them. After giving his orders, Fu Chuan transformed into his beast form and took off in pursuit. The speed of a 7th-tier beast man was formidable, and Yeji was nearly expending every ounce of his strength. His powers surged beyond his limits, making him feel as if he were being scorched in a fire. The pain in his chest was nearly tearing him apart. Faster! We must go faster! One must absolutely prevent the young female from being captured by the beast. Shui Ling sat upon the lion's back, lowering her body and gripping tightly to its mane to avoid being thrown off. Her silver hair danced wildly in the air, mingling with the snowflakes that struck her face with an exceptionally sharp chill. Yeji poured nearly all his extraordinary abilities into his speed, while Shui Ling could only awkwardly hunch down, hoping to withstand the fierce winds and snow that a bolt of electricity surged from behind, aiming towards Shui Ling. Yeji sensed the oppressive air around him and turned to witness a scene that nearly shattered his heart. A sudden twist allowed him to narrowly evade the electric strike that almost struck the girl. But it also halted his flight. Before him stood the black-striped white tiger, its presence almost blinding in its ferocity. In a swift leap, the white tiger lunged towards him. Yaja quickly bent low, rolling the girl aside. And in an instant, he summoned a whirlwind of energy that propelled Shuling far away. She landed on the ground, only to be gently swept away by a soft gust of wind. When she stood up, trying to discern the situation with Yaja, her vision blurred, and she realized she needed to run quickly. Yet fear gripped her. If she left, she would never see Yaja again. The beast man before her was formidable, and she could sense the tension in Yaja's body as he faced the adversary. She strained her eyes to see the battle unfolding, but the snowstorm intensified, obscuring her view. Remaining would only hinder Yaja. She could not assist him and might instead weigh him down. With a staggered turn, Shuling began to move forward, glancing back with worry. The snow continued to fall heavily, quickly blanketing her in a layer of white. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck a nearby tree, instantly charring a large section of its surface. As Shuling looked on in terror, she noticed a flicker of electricity dancing atop the blackened trunk. A wave of azure energy materialized behind her, forming a wall of wind. Through this azure barrier, she beheld Yaja, bloodied and injured. The animal hide skirt he wore was tattered, and his body bore no unscathed skin. In his frantic search for any sign of injury on Shuling, he was unrecognizable to her. His once handsome face, now marred by crimson stains. A deep gash on his chest exposed raw flesh, darkening at the edges, with deep concern etched across his face. Yaja urgently called out, "Run!" Shuling fell upon uttering those words. He strode forth, leading the orcs away. The remaining orcs also set their course towards the Jinri tribe, departing from their original location. Unbeknownst to the departing orcs, the lion lying on the ground exhibited an unusual and vigorous heartbeat at the position of its heart, as blood coursed rapidly through its veins, causing its entire body to shimmer with an unnatural shade of red. At the moment Snow Spirit plunged into the water, the faint crimson halo surrounding her vanished entirely. The young girl, drenched in icy water, sank beneath the surface, her body carried along by the tumultuous current. The previously concealed fish pearl nestled within her fur skirt emitted a soft glow as she fell into the water. Time stretched on, and eventually, the unconscious girl slowly opened her eyes, her body thoroughly soaked. The once warm fur cloak now weighed heavily against her, rendering her feeble frame even more exhausted. Suppressing the pervasive ache coursing through her, she braced herself against the ground and gradually stood upright. An ache throbbed in her ankle. Any movement felt akin to being pricked by bone needles. She touched her side to find the fish pearl still there, and a sigh of relief escaped her lips as she carefully retrieved it. Holding it in her palm while cautiously surveying her surroundings, behind her lay the raging river, and the snow from above fell with increasing intensity, blending into the water and causing the current to surge violently. The muddy ground where she stood bore a crescent-shaped depression formed by the water's impact. Ahead lay a forest, shrouded in a layer of grayish mist that obscured its depths. She had no recollection of how she arrived here. But given her drenched state, it was clear she had been swept away. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she hastily raised her right wrist to gaze at the red partner mark. Was the last halo a dark blue? Yaja and the others had only recently conducted the bonding ceremony, yet she bore no partner mark from Yaja upon her wrist. She had no means to ascertain Yaja's current state, and a pang of anxiety stirred within her heart. Scanning her surroundings, she realized she needed to find a way back. The river behind her was surely not an option. The thought of surviving in such a turbulent current was daunting. Her gaze fell upon the fish pearl in her hand, yet as the snow intensified and the water swelled, she feared the presence of falling boulders and floating branches in the river. She was uncertain where she might be swept away. Her only recourse was to venture into the forest ahead, though it was a haven for wild beasts, not all of whom were as benign as Xianqing. Hesitation gnawed at her, but recalling the tumultuous river behind, she reluctantly suppressed her trepidation and moved forward. This woodland bore a striking resemblance to the misty forest she had previously entered, yet the latter had been devoid of mist during her daytime entrance. Now, the fog was dense, so thick that upon entering, she could no longer see the river behind her. Fearful, she extended the fish pearl before her, but her field of vision remained unchanged. She advanced slowly, the sharp pain in her ankle intensifying with each step as time elapsed. Her vision began to blur, accompanied by a wave of dizziness. Her grip on the fish pearl tightened as she struggled to maintain her composure. Strangely, she encountered no wild beasts along the way, not even a single small herbivore. The forest was vast beyond imagination, its towering trees and dense undergrowth making her journey arduous. Chapter 55. The red fox's embrace. The dizziness grew more pronounced, occasionally accompanied by sharp pangs. Since entering the forest, her eyes had experienced a burning sensation. Initially, Snow Spirit paid little mind, but now that sensation had morphed into a stinging pain, transforming her surroundings into a blur of darkness. Just as she voiced her concerns regarding the oddity of the forest, a wave of darkness engulfed her, and Snow Spirit collapsed heavily to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. The fish pearl tumbled from her hand. Shortly thereafter, soft rustling sounds broke the silence of the nearby grass. The sounds were rhythmic, alternating between heavy and light, slow and swift. As a snow-white creature darted forth, swiftly reaching the girl's side, frequently licking the face of the female beneath it with its soft pink tongue. Shuetuan. A melodious voice drifted from behind. Upon hearing her name, Shuetuan ceased her actions and dashed to the side of the newcomer, eagerly entwining her paws around the man's flowing red silk robe. The man approached the place where Snow Spirit lay, each step accompanied by the crisp sound of jade colliding. Fu Ran narrowed his fox-like eyes slightly, raising a brow as he observed the girl sprawled on the ground. Her form now covered in a blanket of white snow, with only a small portion of her skin exposed. The soft glow emitted by the fish pearl illuminated her delicate features, though a few scratches on her cheek were somewhat unsightly. How intriguing, a fragile female, untouched by frostbite or poison. Ignoring the snow fox at his feet, Fu Ran crouched down, scrutinizing Snow Spirit's entire figure. His gaze lingered on her right wrist for a moment before shifting to the nearby fish pearl. When did the sea folk return to land? If those old geezers in Beast King City found out, they would surely be terrified. That a smirk of derision crept to his lips as he rested his chin on his hand. Watching Snow Spirit struggle, his vibrant red fur cloak wrinkled slightly with movement, a reminder of his indecision. Should he take her back or leave her here? It had been quite some time since any orc had passed through this area, and he was uncertain of the lioness' fate. They had claimed to return to Beast King City, but he hardly expected those fellows to spare him, though a sense of trouble loomed. His curiosity prevailed. He extended his arms, lifting Snow Spirit effortlessly. Very well, today he would be a good orc for once. Shuetuan watched her master carry away the beautiful female, hastily picking up the fish pearl with her mouth to follow suit. Pain coursed through her entire body. Slowly, she opened her eyes to find herself enveloped in darkness. Had dawn not yet arrived? Struggling to rise, she sought the fish pearl, only to suddenly recall that she had fainted in the forest. Where could the fish pearl be? The soft touch beneath her palm sparked a flicker of confusion. It felt like animal hide. Had an orc been here? The once drenched fur skirt now felt remarkably dry. Waking up, a melodious male voice resonated nearby, cool and languid, yet it instilled in Snow Spirit an inexplicable sense of aggression, a pressure she could only sense from high-ranking orcs. "Did you save me?" she asked nervously, inching backward, her eyes unable to perceive anything, and her anxiety grew alongside her unfamiliarity with the situation. That Fu Ran observed her movements, noting the lack of luster in her open eyes. "It was I who rescued you. What now? Do you wish to repay me?" Hearing the man's somewhat flippant tone, Snow Spirit's hand instinctively tightened around the animal hide beneath her. Hesitantly, she stammered, Are you a wild beast?" Fu Ran could not restrain his laughter. "Being driven from the tribe indeed qualifies one as a wild beast. You're not wrong." Upon hearing this, Snow Spirit felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, prompting her to retreat slightly. However, recalling that the orc opposite her had saved her, she halted her movements. To Fu Ran sat up, gradually making his way toward the stone bed where the girl lay. Observing her movements, he inadvertently glanced into her eyes. Leaning closer, Snow Spirit felt the warmth of his breath against her ear, followed by the deep timbre of his voice. "Are you afraid?" The two were uncomfortably close, creating an intimate atmosphere from a distance. Snow Spirit felt a wave of unease and instinctively attempted to retreat, only to find herself restrained in that moment. With her vision obscured, she had nowhere to flee. The man had already distanced himself, his mismatched eyes locked onto her that can't see. At his words, Snow Spirit quickly waved her hands in front of her eyes, but felt nothing at all. How could this be? This forest harbors miasma. You're fortunate, as you've merely lost your sight. The man stepped away from the stone bed that he had merely intended to draw nearer to see if the girl's eyes were as he had imagined. But it seemed she truly could not see, and he had inadvertently provoked her curiosity that it was indeed the miasma that had drawn him to remain here. The environment was perfect for his illusions, and even those who traversed mountains and valleys would struggle to find him. Yet, the sudden appearance of this girl stirred a flicker of interest within him. Snow Spirit's voice trembled. No wonder I felt such pain in my eyes while I was unconscious. Is it dawn now? She raised her head, attempting to discern Fu Ran's figure before her. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, it was futile. The day had brightened, and the snow had ceased. That Fu Ran sat with keen interest at a distance, observing the despondent countenance of Snow Spirit. That you're the merfolk, yet you carry no scent of the sea. Snow Spirit shook her head. No at her response. Fu Ran's interest piqued further, his fingers toying with the fish pearl as he pondered. Not so. How intriguing. Is your partner the merfolk? Neither. Shuling responded weakly, her body weary, leaving her somewhat lacking in strength and reluctant to speak. That a glimmer of amusement flickered in her eyes as she rose and approached the young girl, placing the fish pearl beside her. And where did you acquire this fish pearl? It is the heart of a mermaid, and they do not easily part with such treasures for the beast men on land. The girl, feeling the familiar sensation beside her, groped for the pearl and grasped it in her hands, a look of delight crossing her face. Thank you for the fish pearl, that I'm relieved I didn't lose it. Fu Ran bent down, tilting her head to closely examine the girl before her. This female, in any tribe, would be well protected. Even among the fox tribe, it is rare to find someone like her. How intriguing. Would you like to accompany me to gather herbs later? Shuetuan is quite fond of you, but I do not allow it into my cave, so it has been watching you from outside, scratching at the entrance, which has become rather bothersome. Shuetuan? Shuling inquired, puzzled at a noisy white-furred fox. Outside the cave, Shuetuan whimpered, scratching the stone wall more vigorously. All right, but I'm a bit tired. May I rest for a while? Shuling spoke gently. That is acceptable, but do not take too long, or your eyes may become irreparable, the man's voice teased. Chapter 56. Why not let me be your partner? Shuling, still worried that if she delayed too long, her eyes would not heal. After all, she was utterly exhausted. If she fell asleep, it was uncertain when she would awaken. Carefully placing the fish pearl into the pocket of her clothing, she gingerly shifted her body, attempting to descend. Each movement was cautious due to her blindness. Suddenly, she found herself suspended in the air, securely held in a robust embrace. Startled, Shuling instinctively clutched the beast hide on the man's chest, the fur soft and smooth beneath her fingers. Taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart, she quickly released her grip. You adapt rather quickly. I expected you to struggle a bit, Fu Ran observed, his fox-like eyes glimmering with interest as he regarded the girl in his arms. That I cannot see, and my foot is injured. Since you are helping me, I certainly will not resist, Shuling replied, a faint smile gracing her lips, though a layer of melancholy lingered in her expression. Fu Ran stepped outside the cave, and Shuetuan, waiting at the entrance, hurried to follow. Are you unhappy? Fu Ran asked, glancing at the girl as they walked. Shuling let out a bitter smile. I cannot see, and my partner was severely injured before I left. That I am worried about him, that if I use the medicine, how long until my eyes might heal? Shuling inquired, her concern evident. That is uncertain. Healing times vary by constitution. Upon reaching their destination, Fu Ran gently set the girl down and then walked away. Moments later, Shuling felt a furry little creature darting around her feet. Initially startled, she quickly realized this must be Shuetuan, the fox that had rescued her. That a smile spread across her face as she bent down, reaching out to touch the fluffy snow fox. Before she could make contact, a warm, soft little creature leaped into her arms. The suddenness of the leap caused Shuling to lean back, a sharp pain shooting through her already aching ankle. Fortunately, she managed to secure the fluffy ball in one arm while using her other hand to brace herself against the ground to avoid falling. Feeling the soft texture beneath her hand, she noticed that the little creature seemed rather plump. Shuling found it utterly adorable as she settled on the ground, embracing the fox with both arms. Shuetuan? Inging, the little fox responded, nestling obediently in her embrace and remaining still. Shuling affectionately stroked the fox's head. She had always cherished such fluffy little creatures, But now, her blindness prevented her from fully enjoying the experience. A low voice suddenly inquired beside her, "Do you like it?" The unexpected sound caused Shuling to pause her movements, and she quickly realized it was the Beastman's voice. It feels very cute. My beast form is also a fox. Shuling sensed that the Beastman was standing quite close to her. Her body stiffened, and she instinctively wanted to retreat slightly. The snow on the ground is quite thick. If you lean back any further, I will have to help you change your beast hide skirt again, Furan said, his voice low and alluring to Shuling's cheeks flushed, her mind racing to digest his earlier words about changing skirts. When she had awakened, her clothes had indeed been dry, and she had assumed it was her original outfit, especially since this one also had the pocket made by Yinja. Shuling began. Feeling a bit flustered. Since becoming partners with Xianqing, she had learned quite a bit about the dynamics between males and females, that if this Beastman had changed her skirt, it would certainly leave her feeling quite bashful. Her cheeks and ears tinged with a rosy hue. Furan. "That is my name," he replied. "Shuling," she murmured, still processing the rapid shift in their conversation. "Would you like me to help you return to find your partner?" Furan regarded the girl sitting on the ground. Cradling Shuetuan, Shuling's heart stirred, and she instinctively exclaimed, "Yes." Furan chuckled softly, breaking a root from the plants he had gathered and applying the transparent, sticky liquid to her closed eyes. "You are quite fortunate. Finding white leaves during the cold season is rare. Otherwise, I would not be able to assist you." Shuling felt a cool sensation envelop her eyes. The burning sensation within gradually dissipating. "That won't help. I cannot leave this place for the time being." Furan's voice carried a hint of mockery. After a brief pause, he examined Shuling's face closely. "Just a partner. If he dies, he dies. Why not let me be your partner? You can stay here and keep me company." Shuling felt a warm, slender hand gently caressing her cheek, and she hastily reached out to stop him. Shuetuan, who had been nestled in her arms, suddenly jumped out and scampered to Furan's feet, darting around playfully. Before Shuling's hand could reach Furan, it was intercepted midair. Furan glanced down at her hand and then raised his gaze to meet her eyes. Unwilling, Shuling bit her lips slightly, remaining silent and motionless. "Very well, I shall not force you," he said, standing and looking down at the girl half-seated on the ground. Though his face bore a faint smile, it did not reach his eyes. Shuling gently touched the ground for a moment before slowly rising to her feet. "Let's go back." After speaking, Furan turned and walked away. Shuling listened intently to the sound of the man's footsteps. She reached her hands out in front of her, cautiously taking a step to follow him. As she walked, the sharp pain in her ankle flared up again, and she tread carefully. "I forgot. You cannot see," the man remarked, finally realizing, and he halted his steps, remaining in place, watching as Shuling approached him slowly with her eyes closed, appearing somewhat anxious to at this pace. "It will likely be dark by the time you return. Alternatively, I will make a concession and hold your hand, even without the status of a partner." Shuling, unable to see, was unaware of the teasing expression on the man's face. Upon hearing his words, she paused, remaining silent for a moment before obediently extending her hand toward him. As soon as she reached out, she found herself lifted into the air. She then felt the man walking steadily forward. "Although I, Furan, am merely a wild fox exiled from my tribe, I have no interest in bullying little females." Furan spoke slowly, his last word rising slightly in pitch, which if one listened closely, was almost irresistibly enticing. "Thank you," Shuling said, sensing that this fox before her, despite its flippant words, was genuinely caring for her. "That I don't require thanks. I simply wish to avoid causing you any trouble." Entering the stone cave, Furan set Shuling down and began to remove his beast hide. In a few moments, he was left wearing only a silk garment, the sound of jade and stone clinking resonating in the air. Shuling, unable to see, had no idea what the person in front of her was doing. She only heard the occasional rustle of fabric brushing against one another. "I am going to soak in the hot spring. Do you wish to join me?" Furan casually tossed the red fur beast hide onto a corner of the stone bed. Observing Shuling, who sat there looking lost. Chapter 57. Heterochromia. "I am not in a position to join you right now. That if you wish to go, please do. I will wait here for your return." Shuling replied with a gentle smile. Having just applied the medicine, she was eager to go, but she refrained from wandering about, hoping for her eyesight to improve quickly so she could find Yinja. Very well, as soon as the words left her lips, Shui Ling heard footsteps retreating outside. Feeling somewhat fatigued, she collapsed onto the bed, her worries surging within her like a tidal wave. What had happened to Yuzha? It truly seemed as if she was about to be by his side, yet the sight of so much blood filled her with fear. Her eyelids grew heavier, and the weariness enveloped her. Lulling her in a slumber, in her dreams, a soft sensation brushed against her face, something small and fluffy. Shortly thereafter, she vaguely heard a voice utter, "Go out." Not long after, she felt a shadow cast beside her. Accompanied by an unfamiliar fragrance, her head felt heavy, and without further thought, Shui Ling drifted back into sleep. Uncertain of how long she had been asleep, Shui Ling awoke with the sensation that her head might explode. Feeling an intense weight pressing down on her. Habitually, she opened her eyes, and the blurry vision before her jolted her body. Had she not lost her sight? The effectiveness of that potion was astonishing. She had been recovering slowly from her previous injuries, and this rapid improvement was unexpected. Although she could make out shapes, they were merely outlines, not distinct. The figure beside her lay on their side, facing her, and was quite close. Shui Ling could even feel the warmth of their breath. Fiery red, silky hair sprawled across the stone bed, while red and white fox ears perked adorably atop their head. A pair of peach blossom-like eyes were tightly shut, their breathing long and steady. Startled, Shui Ling instinctively recoiled slightly. Attempting to sit up from a distance, the man still lying on the bed was now somewhat indistinct. Yet the vivid red hue remained striking. Hungry, Fu Ran's voice was still laced with sleepiness. Shui Ling edged closer, her body leaning inward. "That it seems my vision has improved a bit," she said, her voice somewhat awkward. "Such remarkable recovery for a female. Have you recently consumed a green crystal?" Fu Ran lazily propped her head up with one hand, her eyes still closed, as though she had not fully awakened. Shui Ling recalled the green crystal that Yuzha had fed her on the day of their bonding, and nodded. "Yes, I just had it a while ago. That it does enhance recovery speed." As Fu Ran yawned and lowered her hand, she appeared ready to drift back into sleep. Shui Ling could not clearly see the edge of the stone bed, but the prominent red color was unmistakable. She reached out to support herself on the stone bed, intending to step past the red and move beneath the stone bed, just as she was about to climb over Fu Ran. The person who had seemed ready to sleep suddenly propped themselves up, their face directly in front of Shui Ling's. That a pair of unusual eyes, one purple and one red, gazed at her with curiosity. Shui Ling instinctively swallowed hard. Although everything appeared shrouded in a thin mist, the mesmerizing eyes before her instantly captured her attention. Staring into the eyes of a male beast man was not a wise habit, especially given my own. Just as the thought crossed her mind, Shui Ling felt the environment around her warp suddenly, finding herself alone on a snow-capped mountain, surrounded by an eerie silence. Suddenly, a fearsome wolf appeared before her, lunging at her in an instant. Shui Ling trembled, her bee-skin skirt drenched in cold sweat. The terror that surged from within her jolted her awake. The man beside her had risen at some point, now standing beside the stone bed, observing her with keen interest as she struggled with her fear-stricken expression. "That a little reprimand. I do not appreciate others staring into my eyes." Fu Ran's voice was ice-cold, laced with a palpable sense of detachment. The earlier scene felt hauntingly real, and a lingering sense of weakness still enveloped her. Relaxing her body, she collapsed onto the ground. "That I'll go prepare some roasted meat." With that, Fu Ran turned and exited the cave. That it was only then that Shui Ling noticed the outside world had succumbed to darkness. Several softly glowing orbs were embedded in one wall of the cave. Though she could not see clearly, they resembled the pearls she held, albeit with a brighter glow and a wider illumination range. Shui Ling rose from the stone bed and walked slowly to the cave entrance. The snowball that had been waiting outside immediately pounced at her feet, whimpering pitifully. She looked down to find a fluffy, white ball circling around her. Unable to resist, she crouched down and scooped it up. "You really are a bit plump, haha." Shui Ling laughed. It seemed even foxes could be this chubby. She recalled the stone painting she had seen on Shui Ling Mountain, where the fox depicted was beautiful, but lacked the cuteness of the little ball in her arms. Outside the cave was dark, yet the snow blanketed the forest, reflecting the moonlight that cast a gentle glow. The snowfall had ceased, but the temperature remained low. Even she, who was not afraid of the cold, felt a stark difference from the chilly season's onset. The surroundings were silent, save for the soft sounds of the snowball in her embrace. This forest felt peculiar. She remembered entering in utter silence. Devoid of beasts or even herbivores, that Fu Ran mentioned roasting meat, suggesting she would have to venture far to hunt. The snowball nestled in her arms continued to whine softly. Xueling gently stroked its furry head, and it settled down. After what felt like an eternity, Fu Ran finally returned, but instead of a beast, she held freshly roasted meat, seemingly unprepared for Xueling to be waiting at the cave's entrance. Fu Ran paused momentarily upon seeing her, before quickly resuming her stride, a smile playing on her lips, her eyes sparkling with allure. "Are you starving?" she teased as she stepped into the cave. Xueling, still holding the snowball, wished to follow her inside, but as she took a step in, she noticed the snowball looking up at her with eager eyes. Feeling a little shy, she chuckled and set the little creature down before entering the cave. Not long after, Xueling heard scratching sounds emanating from the stone wall outside. She glanced back helplessly, unable to discern anything. Settling onto a stone stool adorned with a soft bee skin, she found it significantly higher than the one in the Jinri tribe. Along with the stone table before her, she could vaguely see roasted meat resting at the edge of the stone table, accompanied by a bowl of clear water contained within a circular fruit shell. Looking towards the stone bed, she discerned Fu Ran lying there, facing inward, utterly still, as if already asleep. Chapter 58. The sudden sweet aroma. Listening to the scratching sounds outside, Xueling picked up a piece of roasted meat and stepped out, offering it to the snowball, which gazed at her with starry eyes. Leaning closer, it swiftly snatched the meat from her hand, devouring it in one gulp. There is no need to feed it. It will naturally seek food when hungry. A cool voice echoed from within the cave. Xueling glanced at the snowball, which had just swallowed its morsel, now looking at her with eager anticipation. After gently patting its fluffy head, she slowly returned inside. "Have you eaten?" she asked, observing Fu Ran still lying on the stone bed. Her words. Fu Ran, who had been sleeping, turned to face her, a smile gracing her lips. "That if you haven't eaten, will you share your food with me?" Xueling, who had just swallowed a piece herself, nodded rapidly. "Of course. It's the one you prepared for me. You may not know, but some stray beasts also consume beastmen. The taste of the wild meat in your hands cannot compare," Fu Ran said, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. Xueling paused, suddenly feeling uneasy about the flavor of the roasted meat in her mouth. Was she truly the only beastman here? She glanced anxiously at Fu Ran, who was propping her head with one hand, gazing at her with a hint of amusement. Noticing the caution in Xueling's eyes, Fu Ran couldn't help but chuckle. "That I've eaten. That little bit of food you have is hardly enough for me." After speaking, she directly lay down and closed her eyes. It was only then that Xueling realized the other party was teasing her. With a hint of helplessness, she glanced at the direction of the stone bed and continued to eat the roasted meat beside her. The cave did not have a burning bonfire, and in the extreme cold of the winter season, the temperature inside the cave should be nearly the same as outside. However, Xueling had ventured outside the cave and felt a significant difference in temperature between the two. Unsure of the reason, she finished her meal and idly gazed outside the cave. Vaguely, she saw Furian sleeping on the stone bed. She had been asleep for quite some time and now appeared quite refreshed. Suddenly struck by a thought, Xueling approached the edge of the wall, earnestly observing the luminous beads embedded there, water-like pearls. She recalled that during her time in Xueling Mountain, her clan had gifted her several precious gems, among which were a few of these pearls. She had adored them for their ability to glow at night. Later, when she visited the shaman, she found that the shaman often struggled to grind herbs at night, so she had given them to him. She remembered that Kai had mentioned that water-like pearls were exceedingly rare, exchanged from the distant Luohai, originating from the depths of the ocean, known as moonlight gems. The few her clan possessed were all sent to her ice fortress. This moment, the water-like pearls embedded in the stone wall before her, although similar in size to hers, were numerous, Xueling pondered. This place was strange, and so was Furian. "Stop moving around. It's quite distracting," came Furian's low voice from not far away. Xueling snapped out of her thoughts and turned to look, blocking a patch of light with her presence in front of the water-light pearls, casting a shadow on the stone bed behind her. Realizing her movement, she exclaimed, I didn't notice," and quickly stepped away from the wall to return to sleep. That Furian's tone was nonchalant. Upon hearing this, Xueling paused, staring blankly at the stone bed that Furian occupied. I'm fine, not sleepy, that I won't eat you, she replied hurriedly. Furion let out a light scoff before suddenly rising and walking toward her. The sound of jade colliding grew closer. Shuling instinctively took 2 steps back, only to be forcefully lifted by the man. Once I fall asleep, my abilities will only envelop the area of the stone bed that if you don't come to sleep. You'll freeze to death. That he smiled slightly at Shuling, but the amusement in his eyes was scarce. This was, of course, a ruse to deceive the little female. However, he had unexpectedly enjoyed a good sleep when they shared a bed before. The scent emanating from this little female had surprisingly provided him with a sense of security. Shuling was reluctant to sleep and struggled against his hold. Furion, I'm really not sleepy, she insisted, not fearing the cold. She attempted to get down, but the man forcibly held her in his embrace, lying her on the stone bed. Feeling the heat radiating from his body enveloping her, Shuling slightly twitched her wrist. But his grip was too tight. Furion, sleepy, he replied. The red silk garment he wore had slipped slightly over Shuling's legs, leaving no gap between them. Shuling was not accustomed to being so close to a strange male beast man and gradually shifted her body inward. The man behind her seemed to quickly fall into slumber, and soon, the sound of even breathing filled the cave, not interfering with Shuling's movements. She gazed at the wall before her, with the blurred silhouettes of the 2 cast shadows. Her ears warming with embarrassment. Time passed, and finally, she heard movement behind her. Just as she was about to speak, the man who had been sleeping behind her suddenly rolled over and pressed down on her. His originally heterochromatic eyes had turned entirely red. Startled, Shuling placed her hands against Furion's chest. Furion, what's wrong? At this moment, Furion's gaze was fixed intently on her, his face slightly flushed, yet his eyes were chillingly cold. Are you in heat? Furion, who had been in a deep slumber, was suddenly overwhelmed by an intoxicating scent, causing his body to become increasingly heated and uncontrollable. By the time he regained consciousness, he found himself atop the little female. He could sense that the aroma was emanating from her, growing more potent the closer he got, pulling him into a state of blissful intoxication. Did I in heat? Shuling's body stiffened as she questioned, feeling something unusual from the area where their bodies met. Having had a partner before, she was no longer naive about such matters. She could discern that the individual atop her was unstable, his eyes bloodshot and glinting with danger. You don't know? Furion raised an eyebrow. Shuling shook her head. She had only heard other beastmen mention it, but she had never encountered such a situation herself, nor had anyone explained it to her in detail. At that moment, Shuling felt a warmth pooling beneath her, accompanied by a faint metallic scent. Furion, pressing against the young girl, furrowed his brow, sensing the scent intensifying, that if he remained this close to the little female, his heat cycle would arrive prematurely, with some difficulty. He rose from Shuling. Are you feeling unwell? Furion turned, steadying his breath as he asked. Shuling sat up, her gaze fixated on the crimson stains on the beast skin mat for a long while before she finally spoke. Blood. Upon hearing this, Furion, now composed, turned to look at the young girl. Following her gaze, he too observed the bloodstains on the beast's skin mat. Chapter 59. Suppressed desires. Furion's expression stiffened, an unusual discomfort crossing his face as he glanced at the astonished and bewildered little female. After a moment, he asked, Aren't you bonded? You should be of age. Haven't you experienced this before? Furion discerned from the girl's expression that this was likely her first encounter with such a situation. Yes, but I truly have not experienced this before. Is bleeding during heat normal? Shuling questioned, feeling the blood increasing and afraid to move. Remaining frozen in her position, Furion's expression grew peculiar. I'll get you some hot water, he said, turning to leave. Then, as if remembering something, he turned back to caution her, Don't move around. Even though this is my territory, the scent on you is quite strong, and I can't guarantee that some reckless beastmen won't dare to enter. Can the scent travel that far? Shuling asked, puzzled. Who knows? Furion replied, slightly raising an eyebrow, already on the verge of madness due to the scent. Outside, the river had begun to freeze over. Had Shuling seen it, she would have been astonished. The once rushing waters now appeared almost stagnant, a thin layer of ice forming atop. Furion crouched by the riverbank, sighed, closed his eyes, and weakly covered his face with his hands. What had he been doing? For a fleeting moment, he had considered using force against that little female, that he had truly become a stray beast after wandering for so long. His hands slowly slid down, his gaze falling upon the river, where his heterochromatic eyes had returned to normal. The jade earrings dangling beneath his ears glimmered eerily, casting shadows of totemic markings upon the ice surface. His expression gradually turned cold. The foolish lion had been gone for too long, and it seemed he would soon have visitors. That a sardonic smile crept upon his lips. Did they think he was still that little fox who could be easily manipulated? Once the totemic markings were undone, he would eliminate every last one of those loathsome creatures without exception. Concentrating his abilities, a glimmer passed through his eyes, and the previously solid ice was suddenly shattered. He retrieved a finely crafted wooden basin filled with water from his space and made his way back to the cave. Shuling watched as the man, who had entered the cave exuding coldness, now crouched beside the stone bed. Starting a fire, he casually tossed the wooden basin onto the freshly made bone hook rack. Shuling gazed at the exquisitely crafted wooden basin being carelessly placed over the fire. Unsure of what to say, she lifted her eyes to Furion, who was staring intently at the flames, seemingly lost in thought. That in no time, the basin began to blacken from the heat, but its sturdy base assured Shuling that the water would likely not leak out, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Drenched in blood, Shuling hesitated to rise, fearing she would smear more, maintaining her position without change. Furion, having emerged from his thoughts, walked over to Shuling, retrieving several pieces of beast skin from his space and handing them to her. I haven't stored much beast skin. I dried your previous beast skin skirt and placed it in the box beside the stone bed. You can change it yourself. That he said this quickly before turning to walk away, returning to the fire and then frowning slightly, retreating to the stone table. Holding the beast skin in her hands, Shuling glanced at the retreating Furion before lowering her gaze to the steaming water, contemplating whether to change directly like this. Wouldn't he step outside? Biting her lip, she recalled the man who had just pressed her down and finally spoke softly. I need to wash up and change clothes. That Fu Ran lifted his head, gazing at the girl for a while, before rising to his feet. That he carefully removed the wooden basin from the fire and set it aside, then made his way outside. That if this doesn't work, I'll carry you to the hot spring, he suddenly remarked to Xue Ling just as they reached the cave's entrance, and then he stepped out. Xue Ling swallowed the words she had yet to speak, observing the steaming water beneath the stone bed. After rinsing herself slightly, she changed out of the blood-soaked bee-skin skirt. She then replaced the bedding, relieved to find that the stone bed remained unblemished. Holding the soiled bee-skin skirt and mat, Xue Ling found herself at a loss. She carefully folded the blood-stained areas inward and gently placed them at the edge of the stone bed, before attempting to lift the wooden basin from the ground. The moment she touched it, she recoiled from the scalding heat. Puzzled, she glanced down, realizing that the basin was thoroughly heated, with faint flickers of flame visible beneath it when the wind blew. Looking at her slightly reddened hand and the water below, Xue Ling felt a wave of discouragement. Perhaps it would be best to wait until it cooled down. The dampness beneath her was still palpable, and she feared that it would soil her freshly changed bee-skin skirt once again. Resigned, she sat obediently on the stone bench, remaining still, propping one hand on the stone table, and closed her eyes to rest. Xue Ling was unaware of when she fell asleep, only to be awakened by the sound of footsteps nearby. She lifted her head to see Fu Ran standing beside the stone table. His fiery red hair flecked with bits of white snow. It had begun to snow again, and with the cold season making wild beasts hard to find, he had only managed to locate a single green crystal. This herb will be beneficial for your foot injury and your heat cycle, he said. Xue Ling looked at the green crystal resting in Fu Ran's palm, taken aback. She then glanced outside the cave, where the sky had lightened, revealing heavy snowflakes descending like goose feathers in a dense flurry. That you've been gone so long to fetch the green crystal, she remarked, handing him a clean bee skin from the table. Wipe yourself with this. Fu Ran gently pushed the bee skin aside. That I don't need it. He then gathered his energy in his fingertips and offered it to Xue Ling's lips. That a warm current coursed through her limbs, and the discomfort in her abdomen faded as warmth enveloped her, bringing immense relief. Thank you, Fu Ran. I feel much better. Xue Ling smiled gratefully at him, her eyes sparkling. Fu Ran merely gazed intently at the girl before him, silent. Had it been any other time, he would have exchanged playful banter, but the sweet aroma permeating the air drove him to the brink of madness, stirring his primal instincts. This was the innate desire of a male beast man for possession of a female. His hands hanging at his sides, slowly clenched, Fu Ran simply murmured an acknowledgement, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the bloodstains on the stone pedestal. "That I will take you to the hot spring." Ling, aware of the blood soaking her again, lowered her head in slight embarrassment. How long will this bleeding last? Do other females experience this as well? It must be quite inconvenient, requiring so many bee-skin skirts. Chapter 60. He gave me his bee-skin garment. The hot spring seemed a bit distant, and Ling sensed that Fu Ran had carried her for quite some time. The snowfall was heavy, soon blanketing their heads and shoulders in white. Fu Ran remained distracted, oblivious to the snowflakes that melted upon contact with Ling's neck, trickling down her back. Feeling uncomfortable, she shifted against him, the cold droplets unsettling her. Yet, glancing at the snow accumulating around her calves, she thought of her aching ankles and remained nestled in his embrace. "Are we almost there?" she inquired, for reasons unknown. Since her bleeding began, she felt a chill in her body. The cool water droplets on her back were particularly discomforting. Fu Ran's attention was drawn to her voice, and he lowered his gaze to the girl in his arms. Her silver hair and warm yellow beast-skin gown were dusted with snow. Noticing her slightly pale face, he quickly enveloped her in a protective bubble of energy. The sudden appearance of a soft purple light shielded her from the raging storm outside, and the bothersome droplets ceased. Observing that the protective circle encompassed only her while Fu Ran remained exposed, Ling noticed the snow accumulating on his long lashes, contrasting with his fiery red and white hair, creating an inexplicable allure. Ling felt her vision improving significantly, nearly returning to her original clarity. That moment, she could distinctly see the man above her, noticing that the purple eye on his left had taken on a faint reddish hue. "Fu Ran, shouldn't you use your powers to shield yourself? The storm is quite intense," she questioned, puzzled. "That I need to remain calm," came his cool response after a brief pause. "Calm?" Ling recalled the subtly reddening gaze she had observed earlier, the same hue that had enveloped her when he had shielded her. Ling fell silent, not uttering another word. Fortunately, they finally arrived at the hot spring, nestled within a peculiar cave. The cave's walls were composed of a brittle gray-white material, and the circular pool emanated steam. Even in the cold season, the moment they entered the hot spring, a wave of warmth greeted them. The protective bubble around Ling vanished, and the chill on her cheeks, previously numbed by the wind and snow, was instantly replaced by comforting warmth. "That it's so warm here," Ling exclaimed sincerely today. As soon as she was set down, Fu Ran handed her a vibrant red beast skin. "I haven't made a skirt yet, so we're mine for now," he said, placing the garment in her arms before stepping outside. Startled by the sudden warmth enveloping her, she recognized the rich red hue. She recalled seeing Fu Ran drape this type of bee skin over his silk garments. Its fur resembled that of a fox, and though she had learned from stone carvings that snow foxes were common, red foxes were exceedingly rare. If a beastman were to possess 9 tails, there would be a high-ranking beastman with inherited powers. That moment, she merely found it intriguing. However, reflecting now, she believed Fu Ran might be a red fox. What did those inherited powers entail? Did they relate to the legacy of memories that Xianqing had mentioned? The warmth radiating from beneath her interrupted her thoughts as she swiftly removed her beast-skin skirt. Carefully retrieving the jiaozhu from its pocket and placing it aside, observing the bloodstains on the inner side of the skirt, she sighed softly. She had only just changed and hadn't had the chance to wash it. And now it was soiled again. That if she dirted Fu Ran's clothing as well, she felt her ears flush with embarrassment. She needed to devise a plan, covering her body with the red beast skin. She softly called out, "Fu Ran, are you there?" Came his voice from outside the cave. "Do you have a bone needle and some beast tendons?" "Oh, and I need that piece of beast skin you gave me earlier. I want to make something. Otherwise, I will keep soiling the beast skin skirts, which is quite inconvenient." After a brief pause, Fu Ran's voice responded from outside, "I don't have a bone needle, but I'll fetch a bone from the snow mound to make one. I have beast tendons. Wait for me a moment. I'll go get them. Don't wander off." After he spoke, Ling heard the crunch of snow underfoot. She placed the red, furry beast skin in a dry spot near the pool. Carefully sitting at the edge of the hot spring, she scooped water with her hands and sprinkled it over herself. Feeling warmth spread throughout her body, so comfortable, she sighed contentedly. Ling meticulously washed herself. And after a while, the scent of blood began to dissipate. Initially concerned that the blood would contaminate the water, she noticed a tiny opening at the bottom of the pool, continuously bubbling with water that flowed outside through a crack in the cave walls. After a lengthy wash, Xueling felt sufficiently clean and decided to wash the soiled bee skin skirt as well. Suddenly, she remembered that she should have brought the previously stained skirt along. When Fu Ran returned from the cave, he held various items, and Xueling leaned against the wall, enveloped in the mist rising from the hot spring. Fu Ran clearly spotted the yellow bee skin lying at the cave entrance. His grip on the bone needle and beast tendons tightened slightly, and he bent down to place the items at the cave's mouth, pushing them further inside. "That I brought everything." Upon hearing Xueling's words, she swiftly turned around to see that she had become somewhat dizzy from washing inside. Hastily retrieving her materials, she clumsily began to sew them together, soon crafting a short leather skirt. However, the center of the skirt was stitched together, with openings on the sides allowing her legs to pass through. Resembling a pouch, the young girl meticulously used a bone needle to carve a small piece of leather to cushion the inside of the seam. The leather was remarkably resilient. After several attempts, she finally managed to cut through. She gazed at the completed leather pouch with a sense of satisfaction. Although it appeared somewhat rudimentary, it would at least permit her to stand and move freely. She was uncertain how long the bleeding would persist. Remaining seated and immobile would be exceedingly uncomfortable. After changing in her attire, Xueling realized that the leather garment originally worn by Fu Ran, which merely concealed the upper body, now hung loosely on her, reaching nearly to her knees, completely enveloping her arms except for the tips of her fingers. The waist was slack and glancing at the remaining piece of white leather. She rolled it up and tied it around her waist. After a moment's thought, she loosened the white leather belt and stitched a small pocket onto it, placing the nearby sharp pearl inside before fastening it again. She then gathered her belongings from the ground and exited the stone cave, where Fu Ran leaned against the stone wall, glancing over. Seeing the girl clad in his leather garment, Xueling's pure appearance, complemented by her fair complexion and rosy cheeks, exuded an enchanting beauty with every movement. Chapter 61. Hold me. Kiss me. Her eyes flickered, and the warmth that had initially cooled began to surge once more. The washing had been quite pleasant. However, the remaining piece of leather was barely sufficient, and she was unsure what else she could craft from it. Perhaps it could serve as a cushion on the stone pedestal, for it was quite soft. With a smile, Xueling approached Fu Ran, her once pallid face now flushed and glistening from the moisture. "What is your name?" she inquired as Fu Ran lifted her into his arms. A sweet, intoxicating scent wafted through the air, igniting a rush of warmth within him, prompting him to divert his attention. Startled by the question, Xueling realized that Fu Ran had not yet learned her name during their time together. "Xueling," she replied softly, her eyes scanning the surroundings through a purple haze. The snowfall was heavy, burying the trees in white, obscuring any hint of green. "Then my eyes feel much better now. Fu Ran, did I wish to leave here tomorrow to find my partner? I am quite worried about him." She spoke cautiously, glancing subtly at the man's expression that Fu Ran had rescued her, prepared her meals, and led her to the hot springs for cleansing. Yet now that her vision had improved, she felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of leaving. "That I don't know how to repay you, but I am truly grateful for your help. Once I find my partner, if there is anything you desire that I can obtain, I will gladly bring it back to you." Upon hearing this, Fu Ran's gaze fell downward, a smirk forming on his lips. "What I desire, you likely cannot provide." Xueling sighed softly, momentarily at a loss for words. Her abilities were indeed limited, and without Xian Qing and Yizhe, merely surviving was a challenge. However, she was resolute in her determination to find Yizhe. Her concern palpable. Fu Ran discerned the girl's inner turmoil and the increasingly sweet fragrance emanating from her, which began to cling to him as well. There might be a solution, he suggested, a playful glint in his peach blossom eyes as he regarded the girl in his embrace. "What is it?" she asked, her gaze fixed on him anxiously. "Upon returning to the cave, you will hold me and kiss me. Tomorrow I will personally escort you out. The snow is falling heavier, and the river is freezing. Without me, it will be quite difficult for you to leave." Xueling's mouth fell slightly agape, astonished, before she seemed to grasp the implication of his words. "What?" she exclaimed. "I shall say it only once. If you do not wish to, then so be it," Fu Ran stated, averting his gaze from her face. Upon entering the cave, Neither spoke further, Shuai Ling still processing Fu Ran's proposition. She had not anticipated him making such a request. Yet if it meant she could leave to find Yuzhe, she would be willing. However, it struck her as peculiar, and more than anything, she felt bashful. She had never been so close to anyone other than her partner. Once back in the cave, Shuai Ling noticed that the basin used for water and her discarded leather skirt had vanished, and the bloodstains on the stone pedestal had been cleaned, that a few fruits lay on the stone table. Fu Ran, did you take care of everything? Where did you put the leather skirt? I wanted to wash it, she said, running her hand through her hair, a shy smile gracing her face. The one you intended to wash is gone. Fu Ran replied, reclining on the stone bed with his eyes closed. Gone? I still wanted to clean it, she protested. The water is frozen. How do you plan to wash it? With snow, it would be best if you rested during your heat cycle. Fu Ran advised. Shuai Ling remained silent, and Fu Ran assumed she was worried about not having a leather skirt to wear. When I obtained the green crystal, I hunted a beast and acquired quite a bit of leather. After tanning it, I will give it to you. There are no markets here, or else it wouldn't be such a hassle that he had never before wasted time on such matters. That discarded leather skirt was the first he had ever crafted. Made to resemble the original perfectly, with a self-deprecating smile, he realized he had become increasingly unlike himself since encountering this young female. Rising, he prepared to go outside to tan the leather. Shuai Ling hurried forward, tugging gently at his clothing. Are you going to tan the leather? There's no need for that. My original one should dry by tomorrow. I can simply exchange it for yours. She glanced at her own leather garment before looking back at Fu Ran. Her lips curling into a smile. Fu Ran, upon hearing her, surveyed her thoughtfully, his gaze lingering on her hand, grasping at his clothing before settling on her face. The girl before him exuded purity and softness, her eyes devoid of any malice, a stark contrast to the beast men he had encountered previously. This beauty stirred a profound possessiveness within him. That I asked how you feel about my proposition, he said, a playful smile gracing his lips, his eyes fixed intently on Shuai Ling, who barely reached his chest. While his previous words had been laced with jest, his tone now bore a serious weight. Shuai Ling, who had been clutching his clothing, suddenly released her grip, her ears flushed with crimson. Will you really escort me out? Do you know where the Jinri tribe is? My partner is there. If you have a direction, it would expedite the search. She looked up at Fu Ran, her eyes filled with anticipation. That Fu Ran recalled having heard the tribe's name before. Naturally, you bear the mark of a partner. Once you are outside, free from the miasma and my powers, as long as he remains alive, he will sense your location. Upon hearing this, Shuai Ling's expression dimmed slightly. My partner, and I have not yet fully bonded. Fu Ran's brow arched as he noticed the two partner marks on her right hand. Realizing there were three, that a flicker of displeasure crossed his mind as he narrowed his eyes, his tone growing colder. There are not many tribes nearby. Most rely on the river for sustenance. That I will have Shuai Tuan accompany you. It possesses intelligence, and, due to its mutation, harbors an orange crystal that can handle ordinary beastmen without much difficulty. The mention of the orange crystal, the most prestigious gem among beast crystals, capable of aiding beastmen during their breakthrough periods or enhancing those stagnated in their abilities, brought a smile to Shuai Ling's face. That sounds wonderful. I was washed here by the river, so I can follow the current upstream. She beamed with joy. Fu Ran's expression darkened slightly. He leaned closer to Shuai Ling, his red hair cascading forward, brushing against her crimson leather attire. And what about your promise? Shuai Ling's earlobes flushed a deep red, as if on the verge of bleeding. After a moment's hesitation, she clenched her hands tightly, her eyes fluttering shut in nervous anticipation, and quickly pressed her lips against Fu Ran's cheek. Humph, Fu Ran chuckled, feeling the warmth of her soft, damp kiss against the skin that hardly suffices. As soon as the man's words fell, Shuai Ling felt herself suddenly enveloped by a searing embrace, and before she knew it, her feet were lifted off the ground, and she was gently laid upon the stone bed. Chapter 62. Does he also seek a mate? Shuai Ling stared in a daze as Fu Ran effortlessly cradled her in his arms. Just as she was about to inquire, his fervent lips captured hers in a passionate kiss, but a soft sound escaped Shuai Ling's lips. A low murmur that ignited Fu Ran's already heightened desire, prompting his kisses to deepen with fervor. Overwhelmed, Shuai Ling felt as though she were on the verge of suffocation. The quiet stone cave resonated with ambiguous sounds and the girl's breathy whispers. Outside the cave, the snowball, lying at the entrance, opened one eye, gazing curiously at the two closely entwined figures on the stone bed. With a soft whimper, it shut its eye again. Fu Ran felt his body grow even hotter. His originally violet eyes uncontrollably shifting to a crimson hue, desire surging within him. Xueling sensed a growing pressure in her chest. She instinctively reached out to struggle, but in an instant he seized her wrists, pinning them above her head. The sensation of her arms suspended was disconcerting. Fu Ran shifted, pressing the girl down onto the stone bed, one hand cradling her head while the other held her wrists firmly in place. Noticing the rapid rise and fall of her breath beneath him, he gradually released his claim on her lips, planting delicate kisses along her chin, and then her neck, lingering to leave a trail of indelible marks. Realizing he had relinquished his hold on her lips, Xueling gasped for air, still reeling from the earlier suffocation, only to feel warm, moist breaths brushing against her neck, followed by a prickling pain. As soon as Fu Ling attempted to utter a word, his lips silenced her once more. Fu Ran felt as though he were losing his mind, overwhelmed by an insatiable craving that he could not contain. He had indeed wandered for too long, and his current actions bore no difference from those of a wild beast. Yet the little female beneath him seemed like an addictive nectar. The suffocating sensation returned, and Xueling found her head spinning. The hand that had been supporting her head slowly withdrew, in her hazy state. She felt a hot hand venture beneath her animal skin skirt, only to pause the moment it made contact with her skin. The little female was still in heat. What was he doing? Forcing her to mate. Fu Ran silently derided himself. Suddenly realizing something, he quickly withdrew from Xueling, sitting on the edge of the stone bed with one leg bent. Breathing heavily, his fingertips still tinged with her warmth, he took a moment to compose himself before daring to glance back at the motionless Xueling lying on the bed. The girl's shoulders trembled slightly. Her cheeks flushed, and her lips, ravaged and crimson, bore traces of their earlier encounter. The delicate marks on her slender neck stood out starkly against her fair skin. The red fur he had draped over her now hung loosely, hinting at the allure beneath. Xueling's appearance was undeniably captivating, and Fu Ran's gaze darkened as the sweet scent in the air intensified. Clenching his fist, his fingers turned pale from the pressure. After a brief moment of rest, Xueling finally felt her breath steady. She lifted her gaze to Fu Ran, who remained seated at the edge of the stone bed, only to be met with his dangerous stare, causing her to instinctively recoil. The Fu Ran from before had been terrifying. She felt as though she might suffocate. Cautiously propping herself up, she dared not meet his eyes, instead focusing on adjusting her clothing. Wasn't he just a cuddle and a kiss? That earlier encounter, akin to what Xianqing had wanted, seemed to suggest Fu Ran wished to mate as well. However, his actions had been far more assertive, leaving her with a sense of trepidation. Xueling fell silent for a moment, lowering her head before slowly speaking. "Is it over?" Her voice was barely above a whisper, so soft that Fu Ran had to strain to hear her. Slightly averting his gaze, he replied awkwardly. Thus, the two maintained a prolonged silence. Feeling a bit parched, Xueling glanced at Fu Ran, still sitting beside her, and gradually shifted her body to move beside him. Just as one foot touched the ground, Fu Ran suddenly grasped her wrist, causing her to turn her head swiftly. His eyes had returned to their unusual hue, now fixed intently on her. He had intended to apologize for losing control. But as he looked into her crystal-clear eyes, still innocent despite his earlier advances, the words died on his lips. "You must take responsibility." Xueling was momentarily taken aback. "What?" she inquired. "Never mind." Fu Ran let out a self-deprecating laugh, releasing her wrist and abruptly standing up, the jade ornaments on his ears clinking together. "There are fruits on the table. Eat if you're hungry." With that, he strode out of the cave, leaving Xueling to ponder the absurdity of a bound beast man wishing to mate. Responsibility. Does that mean he wants to mate? She murmured to herself. Approaching the stone table, she took a sip of water from her cup, finding it cold but grateful that the cave's temperature had prevented it from freezing. She touched the animal skin laid on the stone pedestal, still damp, before rushing to the fire pit to add some twigs she had collected. The twigs, having been thoroughly dried by the fire, ignited fiercely upon being added. The orange flames cast a warm glow over Xueling, who found herself lost in thought that Fu Ran had yet to return. And when the snowball outside awoke, it climbed up to peer into the cave. Eager yet hesitant, afraid to venture inside. After a few moments of indecision, it finally made a determined leap, only to be seized firmly by Fu Ran just as it dashed forward. The snowball, recognizing the familiar scent, turned back to look at Fu Ran with pitiful eyes, letting out a soft whimper. Fu Ran glanced at Xue Ling, who sat by the fire, and casually tossed the snowball aside, watching it roll once before coming to a stop. Meanwhile, Xue Ling remained oblivious to the commotion outside, lulled by the warmth of the fire and the tranquility of the cave, slowly drifting into a drowsy state, her head resting on her knees. Her profile facing the stone wall, breathing steadily. Fu Ran placed the still warm roasted meat on the stone table, casting a fleeting glance at Xue Ling before sitting down on a nearby stone stool, remaining silent and moving with deliberate care. After a while, sensing that the heat from the roasted meat was dissipating, he finally spoke. "It's time to eat." Xue Ling, still in a drowsy haze, stirred at the sound. Blinking her sleepy eyes open to see Fu Ran seated above her, his gaze fixed upon her with a mixture of intensity and curiosity. Her cheeks flushed slightly upon meeting his eyes. As the previous images flooded her mind uncontrollably, Fu Ran offered her the roasted meat from the stone table. "It's getting cold." Hearing this, Xue Ling quickly reached out to take it, feeling the warmth against her skin as she looked at the neatly cut pieces of meat. "Thank you," she said, hesitating before asking, "Have you eaten?" But recalling Fu Ran's response the last time she had asked, she held her tongue. Fu Ran studied Xue Ling, who was bathed in the warm orange glow of the fire. "You will sleep here in the cave tonight." Xue Ling nodded in response, then thought of the heavy snowfall outside. "And you, it's cold outside. Where will you sleep?" Fu Ran rose, his gaze drifting toward the cave entrance. "I am an 8th-tier beast man. It's merely the cold season. I will come to find you first thing tomorrow, and we will set off." Xue Ling nodded obediently at this, her heart fluttering at the prospect of seeking out Yaja the following day. Fu Ran watched as Xue Ling's cheeks flushed with joy, an inexplicable sense of suffocation building within him. With a heavy gaze, he turned and exited the cave. After finishing the roasted meat, Xue Ling played outside with the snowball for a while, shaping the snow into various forms, while the snowball curiously inspected her creations, sniffing and circling her feet. Growing weary from their frolic, Xue Ling quickly succumbed to sleep that night, by the time she awoke. It was already the next morning. After wetting the animal skin with water to freshen up, she changed out of her red fur garment and donned her original attire as she stepped out of the cave. She spotted Fu Ran leaning against the stone wall, his eyes closed, one leg casually resting against the rocky surface, his red hair swaying gently in the breeze. Upon hearing her approach, he slowly opened his eyes. "Ready?" The voice of Furion was laced with a hint of hoarseness as she cast a sidelong glance at the girl standing at the entrance of the stone cave, her gaze ultimately settling on the red beast fur draped over Xue Ling's arm. Noticing the attention directed towards her, Xue Ling hastily extended the beast skin garment in her hand. "That beast skin skirt is dry, and with the water frozen, I haven't had the chance to wash it. Please wear it for now. That I know that you high-ranking male beastmen are not afraid of the cold, but the wind and snow are quite fierce, and this will provide you with some protection." Furion regarded the beast skin skirt in Xue Ling's hands for an extended moment before finally reaching out to accept it, casually draping it over her shoulders. Instantly, she was enveloped by the potent scent that belonged solely to the girl. An involuntary warmth surged through her body once more, prompting Furion to sigh as she approached Xue Ling and lifted her into her arms. The snowfall was heavy, blanketing the entire forest in a layer of white, obscuring its boundaries. Yet as they ventured deeper into the woods, a grayish-white mist began to permeate the air. Xue Ling, feeling a twinge of fear, squeezed her eyes shut. Furion, attuned to the girl's movements, smirked slightly. "You had previously applied white leaves to your eyes, so there is no need to fear the miasma." Hearing this, Xue Ling slowly opened her eyes, a sigh of relief escaping her lips. "That's wonderful," she added with a shy smile. The two of them traversed the forest for quite some time until the sound of footsteps crunching through the snow reached their ears. The noise suggested a considerable number of individuals were approaching. In an instant, Furion's expression grew cold, her purple energy radiating around her, forming a protective aura around Xue Ling. Gently placing Xue Ling down, her gaze remained fixed on the approaching group. "I have guests arriving. You should hide behind that tree and be sure not to let them see you. They are not good beast men, and they tend to capture any attractive females they come across." As she spoke, a wicked grin spread across her face, her eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty excitement. The rustling sound, albeit faint, was unmistakably audible in the stillness of the forest. Understood. Shuling replied hastily, darting behind the indicated tree. Meanwhile, the fluffy companion that had been trailing Furion quickly altered its course to follow Shuling. Moments later, a group of male beastmen sporting fox ears emerged before them. Their ages varied, with the oldest appearing to be a middle-aged leader. His shoulder-length silver-black hair framing a youthful face, he regarded Furion, who stood not far away, with a serious expression. "You dare to enter my territory?" Furion's words were accompanied by a surge of her purple energy. Many beastmen within the group recoiled in fear, their faces betraying their shock. Even the leader's expression shifted from astonishment to overwhelming joy. "Young lord, you have now attained the 8th tier of beast power. This is splendid news. Our Fox clan's victory is within reach." The middle-aged beastman's voice trembled with excitement that a cold chuckle interrupted his exuberance. The Furion's gaze dripped with scorn as she regarded the beastman. "I am hardly worthy of such a title as young lord. I am merely a wild fox cursed by fate. What does the Fox clan's victory have to do with me?" Her voice was imbued with icy sarcasm as she feigned casual interest in the beastman before her. "Has Yuanwu not come? Have you merely sent your lot?" The middle-aged beastman, fearful yet eager to appease, replied. "The former lord recently passed away, and the wizard has remained in the royal city to assist the lady queen with various matters." "Ah, that simply won't do if Yuanwu does not come. You will find it rather challenging to bring me back." To Furion's tone was flippant, her words rising in inflection. The middle-aged beastman's expression shifted, and just as he opened his mouth to speak, a violet circle of energy enveloped them from above, encasing them completely. In an instant, Furion, who had stood some distance away, appeared directly in front of him. Her eyes, once deemed inherently cursed, now burned a blood-red hue, and her crimson 9 tails unfurled, shrouded in purple light. The middle-aged beastman felt the world around him contort, and soon he was beset by a frenzy of rabid beastmen, their forms reduced to mere bones. The excruciating pain coursed through him, his pupils dilating in terror, the red veins beneath his skin threatening to burst. His heart grew colder with each passing moment, and the sound of gnashing bones assaulted his mind, prompting tears to cascade down his cheeks as he cried out in panic. Not far away, Shuling, who had been hiding quietly, heard the sudden cries of agony and involuntarily peeked out, her eyes widening in horror. The group of beastmen seemed to be driven mad, their eyes turning crimson as they viciously tore at one another. Some brandished severed limbs, chewing on blood-stained bones, as blood stained the once pristine blanket of snow. Spreading ever wider, the cacophony of screams echoed through the forest. Meanwhile, Furion, seemingly entranced by the unfolding chaos, regarded the scene with an indifferent expression. The fluffy creature that had been crouching on the ground noticed Shuling turning her head to look, and promptly leaped onto her shoulder, adjusting its position to shield her view. Furion lowered her gaze, her expression no longer as frigid as before, revealing traces of annoyance and solitude. Turning to face Shuling, she observed the creature blocking the girl's line of sight and spoke softly. "Are you afraid as well?" Chapter 60 for the scene was utterly terrifying. She had never witnessed anything like it before. In an instant, the once normal beastmen were devouring each other, their eyes hollow and devoid of life, as if manipulated like puppets. Shuling stood frozen, paralyzed by fear, unable to turn away from the hellish nightmare unfolding before her. Before long, she felt a weight on her shoulder, followed by her vision being obscured, sparing her from the harrowing sight that had threatened to overwhelm her. "Are you afraid as well?" A voice suddenly broke through, gradually pulling Shuling back from her stupor. Carefully, she cradled the creature from her shoulder in her arms, her gaze falling upon the man whose entire being radiated crimson like fire. However, upon seeing the expression on Furion's face, she was taken aback. Sadness? No, it felt more like a profound sense of loneliness. She had never before seen such an expression on Furion. The playful teasing and icy demeanor of those enchanting eyes now conveyed a hint of vulnerability. "Are you afraid?" Furion inquired, observing the girl who seemed transfixed by her gaze, unable to tear her eyes away. "Yes," Shuling replied, her gaze dropping to the fluffy creature in her embrace. The creature stared back at her with wide eyes. A self-deprecating smile graced Furian's lips as the wind rustled her red hair, obscuring her expression. Much like a tribal war, I have never witnessed the brutal slaughter among beast men in my previous days. My companion suffered greatly to protect me, that I understand that in the beast world, only the strong can survive. That as she spoke, Shualing's mind drifted back to the memory of Maiba kneeling in the square, his voice hoarse with despair. Yet, I still dislike it, even fear and detest witnessing such scenes. That I am afraid, Furian. But this fear is not directed at you. Embracing the plump fox in her arms, Shualing slowly approached Furian, who was gazing directly at her. Just as tribes are instinctively wary of stray beasts, I have never encountered their brutality, so I cannot comprehend why they harbor such innate malice towards all wandering beasts. However, I have never wished to argue with them, that I understand what is good and what is not, and that is sufficient. What do you mean? Furian's voice was gentle. What I mean is, I am merely a female beastman who has known you for a short time. Yet you have saved me and treated me with kindness, while they are your kin, and you have slain them. The reasons behind this, I do not know. What I see and hear may not be the truth. Many things must be felt with the heart. You are in sorrow. Each of Shualing's words resonated deeply within Furian, causing her to unconsciously step closer. As she gazed at Shualing's face, she opened her mouth, wishing to articulate something, but found her throat constricted, leaving her unable to voice her thoughts. That I wish to leave this place, that I am frightened. Furian, please take me to find my companion. That Shualing's voice was soft as one hand gently stroked the head of the fluffy fox. The man nodded at Shualing, unaware that the hatred and sorrow that had once lurked in his eyes were gradually being softened by a touch of tenderness. That it was no wonder that this little female, who spoke such words, did not recoil in disgust or distance herself upon seeing his heterochromatic eyes. That in her presence, he was no longer the cursed fox, no longer the cub driven from his clan by his parents, nor the ominous being despised by his as they prepared to leave. Shualing turned her head to the side, unwilling to cast another glance at the horrifying scene. That I will accompany you to the tribe you wish to reach. Furian's voice was calm, yet laced with a hint of gentleness. Wait, I thought we couldn't leave this place yet. Shualing questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion. That Fu Ran suddenly felt an urge to share with her the memories that had once caused him immense pain. I was originally an orc from Beast King City, but due to my naturally, I was regarded as an omen by my kin. Fearing and disputing my existence, I was driven out by my father and mother. At that time, I was still not of age, yet I had already reached the 5th tier as an orc. Reluctant to part from my tribe and mother, I lingered near the royal city, frequently subjected to bullying by higher-tier orcs. However, my innate talent was remarkable, and my abilities grew rapidly. By the time I reached adulthood, I had already attained the 6th tier, fearing my potential for revenge. The tribe sought a shaman to cast a spell upon me. Fu Ran spoke as he absent-mindedly caressed the jade earring hanging by his ear with one idle hand, an ornament that appeared beautiful but served as my constraint. As long as a shaman is present, no matter how powerful I become, I can be easily subdued. Naturally, I was unwilling to accept this fate, fleeing far and wide until I became an 8th-tier orc, finding it difficult for them to locate me amidst the miasma combined with my unique abilities. So, are you not staying here now? Snow Ling, cradling the sleeping snowball in her arms, adjusted its position cautiously. Because she held the snowball, her hands could not firmly grasp the man embracing her, causing her body to tense slightly. Today's orc was merely a test from my tribe shaman. My value only warranted his personal visit because I had not been taken back. There is no longer a need to remain here. Snow Ling had never engaged in such an extensive conversation with Fu Ran before, and an unusual feeling stirred within her. Why are you suddenly telling me so much? She lifted her gaze, attempting to read the expression of the man above her, only to meet Fu Ran's gentle eyes. Because I wish for you to understand me. Fu Ran's words fell like a stone cast into her heart, stirring ripples within. Her ears flushed slightly, and she hurriedly lowered her head. Can I request that previous statement once more? Fu Ran's tone returned to its previous teasing nature, his voice lifting at the end. What? Snow Ling failed to grasp the meaning behind his words. You must take responsibility. In an instant, Snow Ling's memories were pulled back to that day on the stone bed, her face flushing crimson. As she tightened her grip around the snowball, it stirred slightly, letting out a soft whimper. What does that mean? Is it about becoming partners? She stammered, her voice trembling with shyness. That I wish to become your partner. After what we shared, no other female would want me to. Fu Ran's lips curled into a smile as he gazed tenderly at the blushing Snow Ling, his words slow and imbued with a hint of grievance. Yet on his captivating face, no trace of grievance could be discerned. That wasn't at your request, Snow Ling murmured. That indeed happened. Do you not wish to take responsibility? Fu Ran's voice was laced with melancholy. But I already have 3 partners, Snow Ling admitted bashfully. Well, then I shall simply be the 4th. Chapter 65. Fu Ran and Xian Qing. Upon hearing this, Snow Ling felt her entire body heat up. Pressing her lips tightly together, remaining silent. The girl's silence and refusing only made Fu Ran's smile grow brighter. That means you agree. Once I return from Beast King City, we shall officially become partners. Snow Ling buried her head even lower. Then suddenly processing the man's words, she lifted her head, questioning, You're going to Beast King City? I must go. Evading indefinitely is not an option, and I wish to resolve these troublesome matters and people, so that I can return and become your partner. As Fu Ran spoke, his gaze drifted to a nearby clearing, his expression distant, lost in thought. Observing Fu Ran's demeanor, Snow Ling felt a sudden pang of sorrow in her heart. During their conversation, the two had already exited the forest, and gazing out at the endless snow-covered grassland before them, Snow Ling couldn't help but marvel once more at the speed of male orcs. Had she traveled alone, she could not fathom how long it would have taken her. Do you remember what characteristics the Jin Ri tribe had? Recalling the sight she had seen alongside Xian Qing and Yizhe, Snow Ling quickly replied, There seemed to be a sea of flowers, and the tribe is located in the middle of a valley. Upon finishing her sentence, Snow Ling awkwardly eyed the vast expanse of white snow before her. It would likely be difficult to find now, and the tribe has probably been occupied by another valley. I happen to know of a place nearby that is close to a water source and is indeed a valley. Really? That's wonderful. Just as Snow Ling exclaimed, she noticed Fu Ran's expression grow cold as he fixed his gaze on something not far ahead. Following his line of sight, she too looked over and, upon recognizing the familiar figure in the distance, felt her blood run cold. Her eyes widened in surprise and delight. Xian Qing, she murmured, hastily slipping from Fu Ran's embrace. The snowball, having awakened, leapt to the ground, only to be promptly covered by the snow. The moment her feet touched the ground, they sank into the deep snow, reaching her knees. Each step felt laborious, yet her focus remained solely on the serpent beast that was watching her from a distance. The once pale and translucent face was now smeared with blood, and a neatly donned black robe was in disarray. The closer she approached, the clearer she could see the black serpent tail against the white snow, marred with cracks covered in blood, the rosy lips now dry and peeling, and the entire countenance exuding fatigue. Snow Ling could hardly believe that the disheveled orc before her was Xian Qing. What has happened to you? Why do you look like this? Are you in pain? She trembled, reaching out to gently touch the bloodstains on his face. That as long as you are unharmed. Xian Qing's green eyes locked onto hers. His voice soft, the worries, fatigue, and uncontrollable drowsiness of recent days converging into an overwhelming love in that moment. The emotions of regaining what was lost surged within him, and the body he had been forcing to endure gradually relaxed. Tears blurred her vision, and Xian Qing's figure became indistinct. Unable to hold back any longer, Snow Ling threw herself into his embrace, transforming her heartache for him and concern for Yizhe into tears that flowed freely. What happened to your injuries? She asked, her voice cracking as she spoke. During the cold season, the serpent beast's abilities stagnate, that I expended all my power to stay awake and keep moving, which weakened my defenses. You did this to find me. She nearly choked on her words. But the blood on you. Despite the weakened defenses, how could your tail be so severely injured? As she reached the end of her sentence, tears streamed down her face once more. That it's nothing. The blood belongs to other orcs. The wounds will heal quickly. Xian Qing tenderly brushed his fingers through her hair. That I wonder how Yizhe is faring. Xian Qing, you cannot afford to be injured again. Snow Ling's eyes brimmed with worry. That he is fine. Those despicable orcs have already been slain by me. Xian Qing replied nonchalantly. That if to allay her fears. He lowered his head, scrutinizing her expression. That Yizhe is safe. Is he truly safe? She asked, her voice filled with relief. Thank goodness. I was so worried. Where is he now? Her concern for Yaja caused her to overlook the latter part of Xianqing's statement, and she gradually released her hold on him, her face etched with urgency. Xianqing replied, "He is currently at the Jinri tribe, but that lion has sustained severe injuries and has entered a critical phase. His abilities surge to save his life, yet he remains unconscious." Upon hearing this, Snow Ling's expression turned anxious once more. "Xianqing, in this cold, can you still travel?" "Yes, we are not far from Jinri," he responded. Without hesitation, Snow Ling reached out to support Xianqing's arm, hoping to alleviate some of his burden. Just as she grasped him, a large hand seized her animal hide skirt from behind, causing her to loosen her grip on Xianqing and turn to see Fu Ran, his eyes glinting with playful mischief. "It is said that serpent beasts are born cold-blooded. It seems the rumors cannot be entirely trusted. Even in the cold season, you are out and about, unafraid of death." Fu Ran's words were laced with provocation. Having observed the tender exchange between the two for quite some time, his mood growing increasingly irritated. It seems this serpent beast is merely one of the female partners. The sight was truly bothersome. Snow Ling frowned slightly at Fu Ran's remark. "Fu Ran, please refrain from speaking like that." Since witnessing his injury with her own eyes, she has become acutely sensitive and fearful of the word death. When she heard Furian use this word in reference to Xianqing, her heart ached, and her tone involuntarily turned stern. Upon hearing Shuoling's voice, which was different from her usual softness, Furian shifted her gaze from Xianqing to Shuoling. Observing Shuoling protectively standing by Xianqing only deepened Furian's discomfort. "Release your grip." Xuanqing's voice was icy, casting a glance at the fox beast before finally resting his gaze on Furian's hand gripping Shuoling's collar. This. Furian raised an eyebrow and slowly loosened her hold. She stared at Shuoling's face for a moment before gradually shifting her gaze to the opposing Xianqing. "Are you also Shuoling's partner?" "For some time, I've only heard the little female mention that her partner is a lion. I did not realize there was also a snake beast." Furian leaned closer to Xuanqing's face for a meticulous examination, her hand that was holding a snowball brushing forward as her body moved. Xuanqing's eyes slightly lowered, his demeanor cold as he regarded Furian before him, not uttering a single word. Then, as if struck by a thought, he cast his gaze down to the anxious and uneasy Shuoling, who was also observing them. He noticed the numerous red marks adorning the little female's neck, his slit pupils narrowing slightly, but he then glanced at Shuoling's wrist, where the partner mark remained unchanged with 2 lines. Suddenly, a surge of red energy erupted from Xuanqing's body, and he reached out toward Furian. Naturally, as Xuanqing's gaze shifted, Furian noticed it as well. In tandem, Furian moved, catching the hand enveloped in red energy. "If I am not mistaken, you should also be at the 8th tier. What a pity, in this cold season, you are no match for me." A slight smirk curled at the corners of Furian's lips, her eyes glinting with mirth as she regarded the frost-covered snake beast before her. Xuanqing's eyes darkened with growing malice, the crimson aura around his serpent tail intensifying as it swiftly coiled toward Furian's body. Simultaneously, the purple energy emanating from Furian surged, and with a swift movement, she leaped to a considerable distance, her unique eyes turning red, the smile vanishing, replaced by a chilling gaze fixed upon the snake beast. These actions unfolded in the blink of an by the time Shuoling reacted. She hurriedly positioned herself between them, facing Xianqing with her arms outstretched, imploring Furian, "Do not fight." The Furian's cold eyes gradually shifted to Shuoling, pausing briefly on Shuoling's outstretched hands. "You are biased." Furian's voice was nearly devoid of emotion, spoken with a flat tone. Yet Shuoling could still detect a hint of grievance on the fox's face. That Shuoling's palms loosened slightly as she turned to face the menacing Xianqing behind her. "Xianqing, why did you attempt to strike Furian just now?" Shuoling's voice was gentle. 2 acts of appeasement cannot be performed in succession. She had been concerned about Xuanqing's injuries, stepping in front of him. "Do you intend to bond with him?" Xuanqing's voice was indifferent, his green eyes fixed intently upon Shuoling. Upon hearing this, Shuoling's face flushed slightly, and after a moment, she quietly replied with an this. Xuanqing's energy gradually receded. Snow began to fall gently from the sky, and Xianqing, facing the wind and snow, glided to Shuoling's side, retrieving a piece of black snake shed from his space to drape over her hair. "Good, as long as he is not coercing you." After speaking, a scarred hand gently caressed Shuling's cheek. "It is my fault. I did not protect you well this time, with more and stronger beasts around you." "That is good." The Xuanqing's words were soft and gentle, and his touch was tender, causing Shuling's heart to flutter as if brushed by a feather, stirring a subtle itch within her. Repeating Xuanqing's words in her mind, a sense of bitterness slowly welled up in her nasal passages. Tears began to mist in her eyes, eventually coalescing into a single drop that rolled down her cheek. Gazing at the weary, blood-streaked face before her, she found those green eyes holding a warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. Gradually, she understood that this emotion encompassed love filled with care and guilt. Her Xianqing was truly gentle. Suddenly, Shuling felt a warm hand beside her wipe away her tears, and she turned to find Furian, who was intently focused on her. "Have I received your acknowledgement?" Furian's lips curled into a faint smile before shifting her gaze to Xianqing. "Of course, there will be no more fighting. After all, you will be the little female's partner from now on." With that, Furian's eyes curved downwards, her smile unabashedly exuberant. Xianqing paid her no heed, instead watching Shuling. "I just caught a delightful scent on you. Has your mating season arrived?" Shuling nodded. The Xuanqing's brows furrowed slightly. "As a snake beast, there is no need for concern. The scent on the little female has diminished significantly. If one does not draw near, it is unlikely to be detected. Besides, you have draped her with your shed. Lower-tier male beasts can only catch your scent." Furian casually tossed the snowball she was holding into her arms. "All right, let us depart. Lingering here any longer, and the snowball will freeze solid." Furian raised her brows, flashing a playful smile at Shuling. Her expression boldly suggestive. Shuling's expression faltered, her ears turning crimson as she hastily averted her gaze from Furian's face. She reached out to link her arm with Xuanqing's, speaking as she moved. "Xianqing, I will support you. Fear not, I can still manage for a while longer. Transforming into my beast form will expedite matters." Xuanqing's voice was gentle. "Without energy, my body will be quite cold, so it is best that you do not sit upon me." The Xuanqing's tone softened, and then he transformed into a long, thick black python. Gliding forward, Furian handed the snowball to Shuling, loosening her clothing. "That if you are to support me, we may not reach our destination until nightfall. Make sure to hold on tightly, or your beast husband shall be left bare." Furian's tone bore a teasing lilt. As soon as she finished speaking, the man who had been standing in the snow instantaneously transformed into a strikingly beautiful nine-tailed red fox. The garments that had been loosened fell away effortlessly to the ground. Shuling gazed in awe at the magnificent creature before her, exclaiming, "So beautiful!" As she stood rooted in place, the red fox extended a paw to nudge the fallen clothing. Blushing with embarrassment, Shuling hastily bent down to retrieve it. The garment was lengthy, and with one hand clutching the snowball, Shuling found it difficult to manage. Causing one end to drop into the snow to retrieve it, she had to awkwardly maneuver her arms. Furian, noticing the girl's struggle, observed with her mismatched eyes as the snowball leaped onto the back of the large fox. Feeling the cool gaze upon her, the snowball hopped onto the back of the majestic fox. Shuling chuckled softly at the snowball's adorable antics. The red fox, with a gentle demeanor, half-squatted, allowing Shuling to laboriously extract her legs from the snow, adjust her clothing, tighten the black veil on her head, and finally sit upon the back of the grand fox. The Furian's transformation was swift, and Shuling, glancing back through the purple aura, caught a fleeting glimpse of Furian's tail, 9 tails of a crimson fox. Could Furian be a beast of heritage? A question lingered in Shuling's mind as she observed Furian, who was diligently following the large black snake, yet chose not to voice her inquiry. Before long, Shuling recognized familiar scenery. The valley that we are nearing the Jinri tribe. She thought it'd be by the way, Xianqing mentioned he had killed those beasts. Were they from the Shirshan tribe? Contemplating this, Shuling recalled that fateful night of pursuit. Because of them, as had yet to awaken, but within the tribe, aside from those male beasts that sought to kill them, what of the females? Memories seemed to take on a reddish hue, and unwilling to dwell further. Shuling shook her head, staring blankly at the endless expanse of snow. Upon reaching the entrance of the tribe, Shuling slowly descended from Furian's back, placing the clothing beside Furian's feet, that in no time, Furian had transformed back into human form. And before Shuling could fully comprehend, the fallen garments had already been donned. Furian regarded Shuoling's astonished expression with a teasing grin. Why does Shuoling appear so dejected? Upon hearing this, Shuoling's ears flushed once more uncontrollably. She was not dejected. With an annoyed huff, she turned to walk towards Xianqing, who had also reverted to his human form, ignoring Furian's presence behind her, since she had agreed to bond with Furian. She felt as though this great fox had taken to teasing her incessantly. Is, as in a stone cave? Shuoling inquired. Yes, Xianqing replied, reaching out to scoop Shuoling into his arms. Shuoling quickly protested. It's all right. Xianqing, did I just observe the path inside the tribe? And the snow has been cleared. I can walk on my own. Please do not put pressure on your wound. Cautiously, Shuoling extricated herself from Xuanqing's embrace, taking his hand as she turned back to wave at Furian before heading into the tribe. Furian watched with amusement as the girl beckoned to her, as if summoning a snowball. Along the way, Shuoling gazed around, noting the absence of Shirshan tribe members, yet also spotting very few beasts from the Jinri tribe. Xianqing, just now you mentioned having killed those beasts. Were you referring to those from the Shirshan tribe? The young girl raised her head slightly, inquiring of the companion by her side. Xianqing, the Xuanqing's eyes could not help but close again, but upon hearing Shuoling's words, he forced himself to open them once more. Slowly articulating, they have harmed you. Damn it. This. Shuoling refrained from further questioning, her gaze softening with concern as she noticed Xuanqing's persistent weariness. Xianqing, please return to the cave and rest, and I will come to see you after I check on Yaja. Xianqing glanced at Shuoling, his expression wavering. However, the fatigue coursing through his body was overwhelming. His abilities had been excessively drained, and without rest, he risked succumbing to the cold. All right. Ultimately, Xianqing resolved to rest first, reaching out to gently caress Shuoling's face before transforming into his beast form and gliding towards his cave in the tribe. The serpent beast would certainly seek a place of absolute safety to slumber. Yet in light of previous events, Xianqing opted to remain near the small female, intending to stay by her side until the situation stabilized. As the serpent beast departed, the companion Fu Ran stepped forward, walking beside Shuoling. Did I ask this the tribe you belonged to before? Shuoling nodded. Where are the beast men of the tribe? Are they all gone? Fu Ran scanned the desolate stone dwellings surrounding them. Shuoling recalled the tribal war. Perhaps, I hope there are still beast men who survived, and I wonder how Midden is faring. Yaja's stone cave was centrally located within the tribe. Entering through the tribe's entrance, one could reach it swiftly. Upon seeing the familiar structure she had visited once before, Shuoling hurriedly trotted inside. The stone room remained as empty as before, the only difference being that the stone bed, which had previously been unoccupied, now cradled the beast man she had long worried for and missed. Observing the lion in his beast form lying upon the bed, Shuoling gently sat at the edge of the stone bed, extending her hand to tenderly trace the prominent scars that marred Yaja's body, tears pooling in her eyes before cascading onto the stone surface, spreading into dark splotches. Fu Ran first assessed the lion on the stone bed, his gaze ultimately landing on Shuoling's face, his eyes dimming. Yet he remained silent, standing quietly beside her, watching. Xianqing mentioned that Yaja entered a breakthrough phase after sustaining injuries, causing his abilities to clash within him, which is why he is not awakened. Fu Ran, do you know of any way to rouse Yaja? Shuoling wiped away her tears and turned toward Fu Ran, who stood with his arms crossed. There is a method, he replied, an orange crystal, but it is not easy to find. After speaking, his gaze shifted slightly to the snowball creature that was curiously gazing up at Shuoling. The round snowball quivered, then sprang up, retreating several steps with wide eyes. Not sure if it was due to its sudden leap or sheer fright, its four tiny paws scrambling chaotically. Shuoling, drawn by the sound of its claws scratching the ground, turned to see the round creature slowly backing away. First taken aback, she then recalled that Fu Ran had once informed her that within the snowball's body lay an orange crystal. How fortuitous, for our snowball possesses one, that we could simply peel back its skin and extract it with ease. Fu Ran's eyes curled into a slight smirk as he observed the snowball's frantic attempts to escape, a glint of danger flickering in his gaze. The snowball trembled all over, whimpering pitifully at Shuoling. Shuoling, initially feeling despondent, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the snowball's pitiful and frightened demeanor. Do not tease it, she said softly. Observing Shuoling's mood lift, Fu Ran slowly allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, gazing at the large lion on the stone bed, whose breathing was steady yet still unresponsive. An idea suddenly flashed through Shuoling's mind. During her time on Snow Spirit Mountain, Qingyan had once mentioned that her blood possessed formidable healing powers required by the elders to awaken their ancestors. Could she not try the same for Yaja? But would such healing powers alleviate the burden of his abilities? Filled with excitement, Shuling stood up. "That I have a method we can try, regardless of the outcome." She was determined to attempt it. If it failed, she could always seek out the orange crystal later. Fu ran, taken aback by Shuling's sudden determination, questioned, "What method?" Shuling turned to face Fu Ran, who wore a look of curiosity. As they were about to become mates, she believed he would understand that my blood has healing properties. "That I will explain the details later, but for now, I wish to try it. What if it helps Yaja?" A glimmer of anticipation illuminated Shuling's face. Upon hearing Shuling's words, Fu Ran's expression turned icy. No, absolutely not, regardless of its potential efficacy. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. That he disregarded the peculiar nature of her claim. The notion that a female's blood could possess healing properties was unprecedented, even unfathomable. Yet if it were true, it would incite a frenzy among the beast men of the entire Star Luo continent. His sole concern was Shuling's well-being. The thought of her harming herself to draw blood for the lion was unacceptable. In his eyes, allowing her to be injured was out of the question. But Shuling's eyes glistened with urgency as she pleaded. "Fu Ran, Yaja has transformed into this state to protect me. That if he does not awaken, I will suffer for a lifetime." That Fu Ran's lips pressed tightly together, a mix of frustration and anger coursing through him. Had he known, he would have followed the serpent to sleep instead of coming here. Although he understood the risks to Shuling's health, the sight of her pleading, sorrowful eyes softened his resolve. The echo of her words lingered in his mind. "I will suffer for a lifetime." Taking a deep breath, Fu Ran exhaled slowly, his tone laced with resignation. "Just a trial, a mere drop of blood, and it must be administered by me." Hearing his words, Shuling eagerly nodded, concentrating her abilities at her fingertips. Her slender fingers gradually extended into sharp claws resembling those of a fox. From a side view, the tips of her claws appeared exceedingly sharp, rivaling the edge of a bone knife. "Place your finger near the lion's mouth," Fu Ran instructed. Shuling complied, obediently extending her finger towards Yaja's mouth. Fu Ran brought his sharp claw near her fingertip and gently made a small incision, causing a tiny droplet of blood to surface. He swiftly harnessed the blood with his abilities, flicking it towards the lion's tightly sealed lips. "That not too little?" Shuling mused, observing the minuscule wound on her finger with a hint of regret. "Let us first ascertain if it has any effect." Fu Ran's gaze remained fixed on the lion, lying on the stone bed as he spoke. Chapter 68. Yaja awakened. Shuling's expression mirrored his tension as she too looked anxiously at Yaja. The beastman on the stone bed showed no sign of response after consuming the droplet of blood, his eyes remaining firmly shut, not even a hint of movement in his eyelids. Shuling felt a wave of despondency wash over her as she glanced at her wounded finger. Fu Ran, could it be that the amount of blood was insufficient, resulting in no effect? Upon hearing this, Fu Ran directed his gaze back to Shuling, raising an eyebrow as he silently scrutinized her. "Why do you look at me like that?" Shuling felt uneasy under Fu Ran's intense scrutiny. She subtly diverted her gaze, only to notice that the large lion on the stone bed seemed to shift slightly, albeit imperceptibly. To Fu Ran, "I think Yaja just moved," she exclaimed, leaning closer to observe the lion intently. Fu Ran, too, leaned in to examine, but the beast man on the stone bed remained still. "The blood is effective, Fu Ran. We must draw more," Shuling urged, grasping Fu Ran's hand and bringing it closer to her own. Yet, just as they were about to connect, she sensed his hand freeze in place and turned to him in confusion. "What is it?" Shuling inquired, then realized Fu Ran was likely concerned for her safety. "Do not worry. I know my limits. Though my body may be frail compared to the strong male beastmen, I have always been healthy. If I lose a bit of blood, I can simply rest and recover. I promise to eat well and restore my strength." As she spoke, her gaze held firm with determination, locking onto Fu Ran's eyes. The frailty of a female's body was a known fact, particularly during the cold season, when excessive blood loss could lead to illness. Countless females succumbed to sickness each winter, while Fu Ran could gather ample green crystals for her. He still wished to avoid any risk. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "The more I see you like this, the the more my heart aches with discomfort, jealousy, and even a desire to eliminate that lion. Shuling paused, taken aback by the unexpected reason behind his feelings. She gradually released her grip on Fu Rant's wrist and caressed his face gently. But Yaja is my mate, just like you. Shuling's expression was imbued with a gentle warmth, her eyes sparkling with fragmented glimmers of light, that I deeply desire for you both to harmoniously coexist. If today were the day you required my blood, I would treat you with the same unwavering resolve as I do with Yaja. Without the slightest hesitation, Furion felt the youthful warmth of his cheeks as he heard Shuling's words. His body stiffened, and his face was filled with incredulity that I would treat you the same, without a hint of hesitation. Furion repeated. Shuling nodded. For to me, you both hold equal significance. That in that fleeting moment, Furion felt as though his heart was about to burst with a sensation akin to joy and happiness. Unable to restrain himself, he let out a laugh. This petite female before him effortlessly captured his heart. The laughter reverberated in his chest, resonating like a buzzing sound. This was his companion, in the long course of his beastly life. He was no longer shrouded in solitude and disdain, that he had this little female before him. Perhaps it was truly the blessing of the beast god, he mused. But what of his heart? Did his little female sense it too? With a gaze both tender and resolute, he looked at Shuling and vowed a lifelong commitment. That I, the Red Fox Furion, hereby swear to the beast god, that in this life there shall be only Shuling as my companion, to eternally follow, regardless of life or death. Beastmen hold the beast god in reverence. Oaths are not lightly given. They believe that promises made to the beast god bind one for a lifetime. And those who betray such oaths are condemned to an existence devoid of a next life. While beastmen yearn for reincarnation, Shuling's eyes widened slowly as she gazed at the steadfastly swearing fox. Her heart enveloped in warmth, nearly rendering her speechless. Furion grasped Shuling's hand, saying, "Do as you wish." Shuling gradually revealed a smile. The sharp tip of her finger once more sliced through the delicate skin of her hand. But this time the wound was several times larger, that a sharp sting pulsed through her fingertip, causing her hand to tremble uncontrollably. Furion shot a pained glance at Shuling, his fingertips gathering ethereal energy, collecting the blood that flowed from her wound and directing it into Yaja's mouth. This may still not be enough. Let us extract a bit more. Shuling looked anxiously at the lion on the stone bed and spoke. Furion pursed his lips, sighed softly, and extended his hand to make another incision on Shuling's other fingertip. Observing the trickle of blood, which was not abundant, Shuling pushed her finger forward at the knuckle. Watching the blood flow as she hurriedly brought it to Yaja's lips, the lion's mouth was tightly shut, and Shuling struggled for quite some time to insert the tip of her finger inside. Fearing her blood would run out, she continuously squeezed the area above the knuckle with her other hand. Suddenly, the lion lying on the stone bed seemed to sense something and began to suckle eagerly. Feeling the sting intensify at her fingertip, Shuling involuntarily emitted a soft sound, then quickly realized Yaja's actions, and her face blossomed with joy. Beside them, Furion's expression turned icy in an instant as he swiftly pulled Shuling's hand away. "Furion, let me continue. Just now," Yaja responded. Shuling exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Furion cast a cold glance at Yaja, his voice laced with frost. "After all this time, it's about time he woke up. Allow me to assist him." With that, a brilliant violet light emanated from him, and the gathered ethereal energy surged towards the stone bed. Amidst the girl's startled exclamations, the lion, who had been lying there, leaped beneath the stone bed, warily eyeing Furion. When his gaze fell upon Shuling, the lion's eyes widened in astonishment, transforming instantly into the form of an adult man. Before Shuling could process the change, she was suddenly enveloped in a searing embrace. With a swift motion, they stood face to face with Furion. "Little female, step behind me," Yaja instructed, swiftly retrieving a hide skirt from his spatial pouch to wrap around himself. Furion regarded the vigilant Yaja with amusement as he leisurely rose, crossing his arms and casually sitting on the stone bed. The snowball, which had been feigning death on the ground, shook itself awake and leapt onto Furion's lap, its eyes wide open, mirroring Furion's gaze towards Yaja. Shuling grasped Yaja's hand. "Yaja, you're finally awake. Do you still feel any discomfort?" "I feel quite light and agile now, and my abilities have significantly improved. Fear not, little female," Yaja replied, holding Shuling's hand tightly, though his eyes remained fixed on Furion, who sat on the stone bed. Yaja sensed that while he was in slumber, a sweet, warm energy had surged into his body, but it was too scant and dissipated quickly. Not long after, he felt his body ache all over, an unbearable heaviness rendering him reluctant to move. Just when he thought that the sweet energy had vanished, it suddenly flowed into his mouth, spreading down his throat and throughout his body. As two soft entities probed in, he instinctively began to suckle, the sweet warmth invigorating his once heavy body and harmonizing his chaotic abilities. Soon, he felt rejuvenated, the pain and soreness from his wounds gradually subsiding. However, he still could not make any sudden movements. At that moment, he felt a powerful surge of ethereal energy attacking his body, awakening the memories ingrained in him. He instantly leaped to a safe spot. Just as he was about to discern who the assailant was, he caught sight of the little female he had been yearning for. His soul nearly fled in terror as he rushed forward to embrace her. Drawing her close, he sensed that the opponent's abilities were formidable, rivaling that of the serpent. Shuling noticed Yaja's body tensing, his gaze fixed on Furion with the readiness to strike. She quickly interjected, "Yaja, that is Furion. He saved me when I fell to the bottom of the cliff. He means us no harm." "Then why did he just attack me?" Yaja questioned, still on high alert. "Naturally to aid you. Otherwise, could you stand there so full of energy?" Furion replied, reaching out to pet the snowball on his lap, a playful smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it was a form of stimulation, but if he and T awakened, there would have been no point, Furion said, his touch on the snowball becoming gentler. Yaja heard this. A chill ran down his spine as he cast a quick glance at the stone bed, which bore a large dent from the earlier encounter, and let out an annoyed click of his tongue. "Well, I should extend my gratitude for your kind intentions. Just because you smile so charmingly, don't think that you can entice my little female. She only has eyes for me." Yaja tightened his grip on Shuling's hand. "That may not be the case. Just moments ago, the little female mentioned she would treat you and me the same," Furion replied, his tone teasing, observing the growing astonishment on Yaja's face, unable to suppress a chuckle. Yaja swiftly turned to Shuling, urgency radiating from his eyes, his face etched with disbelief. "I don't believe this. It can't be true. Little female, please tell me this isn't real." Shuling blinked, nodding, "Yes, Yaja, you just woke up. And I hadn't had the chance to tell you that, Furion." Her cheeks flushed slightly. "Furion is also to become my companion." Boom. Yaja felt as if the sky were collapsing. Surely his ears had deceived him. He had merely taken a nap, and now the little female was running off with another beastman. That red fox was so skilled at seduction. Could it be that she favored him with superior abilities? He feared losing her affection, that he hadn't yet completed the bond with her. And now this fox might usurp his position as her third mate. In a panic, he grasped Shuling's wrist, lifting it to his face for a closer inspection. Upon seeing the two previous marks of companionship still intact, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly reassuring himself. "It seems all style and no substance." Furion observed Yaja's actions and the smile that spilled from him, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his eyes. "Little female, why keep your distance from me? Are you upset with me?" Furion lifted the snowball into his arms, looking at Shuling with a pitiful gaze. The snowball mirrored Furion's expression, its eyes wide and full of grievance as it regarded Shuling. Shuling hurried to step closer to Furion, for she could never harbor any resentment toward him, but was abruptly halted by Yaja's firm grip on her wrist. "Little female, I've just awakened. Can you not stay with me a little longer? I missed you." Yaja's ears twitched slightly atop his head, and his tear-filled eyes gazed at Shuling, who had turned back to look at him. He gently shook her hand a few times. Shuling glanced around, first at the wrong Furion not far away, then back at Yaja, who had just awakened, a long scar marking his chest. He raised his hand, somewhat awkwardly wanting to scratch his head, but at that moment, Yaja's other hand grasped his palm. "What is the meaning of this? So many injuries." Yaja, filled with concern, leaned closer to inspect the wounds on Shuling's fingers, extending his tongue to lick them a few times. "It's not my fault. Finding cold season herbs and green crystals is quite a challenge. The little female will be in pain for several days." Furion spoke softly. "Because of me." Yaja recalled the severity of his own injuries at that time, when he had believed he was on the brink of death. Subsequently, his body fell into a fervor, with his powers fluctuating wildly. Once he realized he had entered a breakthrough phase, he gradually succumbed to darkness. Yet now, his wounds had all healed, and his powers had increased significantly. Although he hadn't fully reached the 6th tier, he was not far from it. His body had recovered so quickly, and the little female had injured herself for his sake, reminding him of the sweet liquid that had merged with his body in the dark. Could it be the blood of the little female? His eyes widened slowly. You fed me your blood. Seeing the guilt slowly emerging in Yaja's eyes, Shuling wore a gentle smile, her tone soothing. It's all right. You'll be fine soon. It's worth it that Yaja could awaken. Yaja suddenly pulled Shuling into his embrace, bending slightly as he rubbed his cheek against the top of her head. Silly female. Shuling returned the embrace, gently patting his back. Just as Yaja wished to hold her longer, an external force suddenly pulled Shuling aside. While I know you wish to express your affection, the little female has yet to eat. I must take her for some roasted meat. The Furian smile was faint, his eyes fixed on Yaja, while the snowball at Shuling's feet stretched out its paws, whining adorably at her, to go ahead and roast your meat. But why take the little female with you? Besides, I will go hunting for the little female soon. Your presence is unnecessary. Yaja glared at the red fox in displeasure. This fox truly irked him. Even the snake was better than him, of course. We must take her. Our snowball loves the food Shuling prepares. Shuling questioned, confused. Weren't you against her feeding me before? At that moment, footsteps and the sounds of beast men conversing echoed from outside the cave, growing ever closer, until a female and a male entered. Upon seeing the scene inside, the newcomers couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Shuling and Yaja, you're awake. Shuling's face lit up with delight at the sight of them. As Midden rushed forward to embrace Shuling tightly, she exclaimed, You're back. This is wonderful. I thought I would never see you again. Yes, I too believed I would never see you again, but fortunately, I was lucky enough to be rescued by Furian. Shuling smiled tenderly, returning Midden's embrace. Midden slowly released Shuling, questioning, Furian? Shuling nodded with a smile, pointing at the man beside her, who was also gazing at her. Midden followed her gesture, locking eyes with Furian's unique gaze. Momentarily stunned, before cautiously leaning in to whisper in Shuling's ear, Your partner? Shuling shyly nodded. Midden remarked, an unusual eye color, but quite handsome. The Midden's affirmation made Shuling glance over at Furian, whose peach blossom eyes were filled with affection as they fixated on her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Yaja perked up his ears, pretending not to overhear the conversation between the two females, yet the keen hearing of male beast men allowed them to catch every word spoken in the vicinity. Hearing Midden praise that flirty fox, Yaja couldn't help but let out a soft huff. The sound caught the attention of both Midden and Shuling, who turned to look at him in unison. Yaja was taken aback as Midden spoke up, observing the well-recovered Yaja. Yaja, you've fully recovered. Huh. I came here with Pingmu today, thinking you'd still be the same as yesterday. It's a relief to see you awake. When Pingmu and I secretly searched for you, seeing you lying in the snow nearly frightened us to death. Yaja flashed a bright smile, wrapping his arm around Pingmu, expressing his gratitude. I must thank you both for taking the risk to bring me back. Thank you, my brother. He nodded at Pingmu, who also relaxed slightly and returned the gesture. How are things in the tribe? What of the black-striped white tiger from Shirshan? I haven't yet sought vengeance against him. As he spoke, Yaja's irritation resurfaced. Damn tiger. If not for his low beast power, I would have surely slain him. He is already dead. Pingmu, who had remained silent, finally spoke. This, Yaja was taken aback. Did? Who did it? Midden glanced at Shuling before speaking up. That snake of yours, on the very night you and Shuling encountered trouble. Nearly all the beast men in the Shirshan tribe, save for the females, perished. Midden's voice was low, carefully assessing Shuling's reaction as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Yaja was once again shocked. That snake was in hibernation. The powers of the cold season snake beasts operate slowly, yet it managed to kill so many beast men in the Shirshan tribe. If you remember correctly, aside from the tribe leader, Fuchuan, there were several 6th-tier beast men, and many others possessing powers at the 4th and 5th tiers among the tribal warriors. That it was indeed a beast man of the 8th tier. If only he could be that strong, his little female wouldn't have been in such peril. That a wave of indescribable emotion surged within Yaja. The beast men of the Shirshan tribe have perished, and the remaining males in our tribe organize themselves to discuss the arrangements for what comes next. As many females from the Jinin tribe are quite unstable emotionally, the males will temporarily stay there to provide comfort. Shuling listened attentively, her heart trembling at the words all dead. That day, when she and Yaja were surrounded by the Jinin people, she vividly recalled the terrifying presence of those beastmen, their numbers overwhelming. She understood clearly that Xianqing had killed those beastmen because of her. The cold season, the long-dormant serpent forced awake, she remembered the sight of Xianqing. Its tail marred with wounds that it had sought them out that very night. It had searched tirelessly for her during her prolonged absence. Outside, the cold was biting, the snow piled thick. Min was about to say more. But upon seeing Shuling's expression, he quickly fell silent, concern etching his features. Shuling, what's wrong? You don't look well. Shuling snapped back to reality. I'm fine, just a bit lost in thought. She offered Midden a reassuring smile. That's good to hear. Now that Yaja is awake, Pingmu and I must inform everyone, especially Yuanan, who has been quite worried. Midden remarked that they're all safe. That's wonderful. Shuling smiled. Then, recalling the beastmen she had come to know within the tribe, she inquired again, what of Zhuyu? Is he well? Midden's eyes clouded with a hint of sorrow as he shook his head slowly. Zhuyu has remained by the tribe leader's side. He was severely injured, and the shaman could do nothing for him, passing away shortly after that Shuling's body stiffened, the memory of that beast man who had cautiously offered her roasted meat and fruits resurfacing in her mind, bringing a wave of sadness. Midden paused, then continued. Yuanan, on the other hand, can't be said to be fine. You don't know. Ever since the tribe leader died, that Baishu has gone a bit mad. And Yuanan has been caring for her. Females naturally have shorter lifespans than males, and now that she's gone mad, with only one partner, Yuanan can't leave her, fearing that something might happen. Shuling fell silent. Lost in thought. Shuling, it's exceedingly cold outside during the cold season. I still need to return to Shirshan with Pingnan. Once it warms up a bit, we can have a good meal of roasted meat and chat. However, I will be back in a few moons. We can meet again, then ditto, and we still have some beast jerky left in the cave. Food is hard to come by during the cold season. So if you get hungry, eat some first. Shuling nodded gratefully. All right, please be safe on your journey. Midden embraced Shuling once more, gently saying, you two that a tribal conflict had cost them dearly, and the path to restoration would require an even greater price. Each beastman's heart bore the weight of sorrow, a victory built upon the blood and corpses of their kin. Both Midden and Shuling, having endured the ravages of war, had inadvertently matured beyond their previous selves. After Midden and Pingmu departed, Yaja, burdened with heavy emotions, ceased his quarrel with Furian. After Shuling reassured him multiple times that he was fine, Yaja left the cave to hunt. Furian surveyed the cave's sparse arrangements. You have nothing here. Do you plan to stay overnight? Shuling expressed her desire to see Xianqing that I didn't reside here before. I had been living in a cave of a tribal member, but he hasn't returned recently. Now that I am bonded with Yaja, it's better to stay here. Furian, I wish to see Xianqing now. I'm a bit worried. Xueling lifted her gaze to Fu Ran before slowly speaking. All right, he also needs to tidy up over here, that I'll escort you there first, and once the meat is roasted, I'll come back for you. After saying this, Fu Ran picked Xueling up, and considering the considerable distance between Yaja's cave and Dier, she did not resist. Ever since entering her estrus period, she had often felt an overwhelming fatigue in her body that Fu Ran moved swiftly. When Yaja had brought her to his cave, she vaguely remembered the route. With her memory as a guide, they eventually arrived at their destination. As Xueling slipped into the cave, Fu Ran did not linger, but turned back towards Yaja's cave. Chapter 71. Old friends. The cave was shrouded in dim light, prompting Xueling to take out the jiaozhu. Upon spotting the coiled serpent beast at the far end, she slowed her pace and cautiously approached its side. The exhaustion from the depletion of her abilities had led Xianqing into a deep slumber. Unaware that Xueling had reached him, gently caressing the serpent's tail, which bore mottled bloodstains, Xueling felt a pang of affection and sorrow. She then glanced at the blood-soaked head of the serpent. Noting how Xianqing had always been meticulous and had rarely allowed blood to mar his form, that I end her search for him, he must have been utterly exhausted, picking up a piece of beast skin. She stepped outside, packed some snow inside, and returned to Xianqing's side. Xueling repeatedly kneaded the snowball in her palm, the warmth gradually melting the snow and soaking into the hide. She shook off the remaining snow and began to gently wipe away the blood from the serpent's face with a wet beast skin. After cleaning the blood, she observed the face closely. Indeed, as Xianqing had previously mentioned, there were no significant wounds. Even if there had been, they had likely healed by now. Lowering her gaze, she focused on Xianqing's tail, which must have been injured that night at the Stone Mountain tribe. Male beastmen possessed remarkable healing abilities, yet even now, the injury on the serpent's tail remained conspicuously visible. How severely had Xianqing been hurt back then? As this thought crossed her mind, Xueling's fingertips, reddened by the icy snow, trembled slightly. Suddenly recalling something, she pressed her already stopped bleeding finger again, causing crimson blood to slowly seep out. Leaning closer to Xianqing, she intended to feed him the blood, but was taken aback when the serpent, who had originally kept his eyes closed, opened them wide upon catching the scent of blood, his green eyes fixed intently on her. The previously coiled serpent relaxed his body, transforming into a semi-human form. The black gauze robe fell to the ground as Xianqing grasped Xueling's still bleeding hand, his gaze lingering on it before gradually shifting to her face. "What are you doing?" Xueling, feeling a bit apprehensive, curled her fingers. "That Yuzhe's woken up, that I gave him a bit of my blood. You know my blood has healing properties, and I didn't expect it to be useful for abilities too. I just saw your tail and became very worried." Xianqing frowned slightly at her words, his icy gaze turning even colder. He naturally remembered the conversation they had before his hibernation, when a young female had suddenly confided in him about her past. He had traveled the continent and had never heard of such matters. That as he was about to enter hibernation, he felt uneasy about leaving such a young female without a high-ranking beastman to guard her. So he infused a thread of his abilities into their bond. "Above all, do not harm yourself." Xianqing's voice was calm, yet his eyes gradually reflected concern that my abilities are functioning slowly. Hence the injury on my tail has yet to heal. Once I hibernate sufficiently, it will be resolved naturally. Do not worry." Upon hearing this, Xueling withdrew her hand from his grasp and extended it toward his mouth. "That It1T happen again, but since it's already done, let us not waste it," Xueling expressed with a hint of childish charm. Xianqing, with a resigned smile, gently ruffled her hair and leaned closer, taking in the blood that had already flowed from her. Just drawing in the blood, he released her hand. In that instant, as the blood merged with his body, Xianqing felt the sluggishness of his abilities begin to quicken, and the pain at his injury eased significantly. His green vertical pupils widened slightly in surprise. Meanwhile, Xueling kept her head lowered, observing Xianqing's tail. Noticing little change at the wound, she sighed. "Why does it feel like there's no effect?" Her tone was tinged with disappointment. "Did I it too little?" A faint smile graced Xianqing's lips. "It naturally won't show immediate results. However, I can distinctly feel my abilities accelerating within me as long as they are revitalized. The wound will heal swiftly." Xueling's spirits lifted. "Really? That's wonderful." Xianqing tenderly arranged her long hair and pulled her into his embrace. His warmth was comforting, yet realizing it was his abilities heating her, she quickly protested. "You needn't do that. I'm not cold. Focus your abilities on healing instead." Xianqing's eyes had already closed, his voice low and laden with drowsiness. "It's all right," as soon as he finished speaking, Xueling felt his breathing grow steady. With a smile on her face, she fell silent, nestling comfortably in his embrace. After a while, footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Xueling thought it might be Fu Ran and, remembering that Xianqing disliked beastmen approaching this place, she quietly slipped from his arms. She took the jiaozhu and stepped outside. Fu Ran was seated on a stone platform not far from Dier's cave, propping his chin up with one hand, his gaze fixed in her direction. Xueling quickened her pace to approach him. "Is everything all right now?" Fu Ran nodded. "That lion returned from hunting and insisted on roasting the meat himself. So I left him to it. This cave belongs to whom? Though the residual scent is faint and mixed, I can vaguely detect the presence of an old friend." Xueling was taken aback and immediately replied. "This is Dier's cave. I used to live here." Fu Ran's interest deepened upon hearing this. "Dier, a 7th-tier lion?" Xueling nodded. "What a coincidence. Do you know Dier?" she inquired. "We are both beastmen from Beast King City and grew up together." As Fu Ran spoke, a smile slowly emerged on his lips, and for a moment, the perpetual chill in his eyes warmed at the mention of Dier. Xueling was astonished, What a coincidence. Fu Ran, gazing gently at Xue Ling, reached out to tenderly stroke her cheek. Once you finish your meal, I must leave for Beast King City. There are matters I need to attend to. After everything is settled, I will return to find you as my mate. All right. His voice was soft, and his touch was slow and reverent. Xue Ling understood that Fu Ran had important matters to handle. Her gaze shifted to the jade earrings dangling beneath his ear. Concern lacing her voice. You must return safely. Fu Ran's smile widened as he lifted Xue Ling into his arms and headed towards Yuzha's cave. All right. Both eagerly anticipated their reunion once all was resolved. However, fate took a turn, and the promise made on the Golden Day was abruptly ended by unforeseen circumstances. Their next encounter would occur in the renowned Beast King City on the grasslands. Chapter 72. I want to see them by the time they returned. Yuzha had already prepared the roasted meat, awaiting Xue Ling's return. With a small appetite, Xue Ling finished quickly, realizing that she had already eaten while Yuzha was out hunting. So she no longer felt the need to eat more. Instead, she occasionally offered pieces to Fu Ran, who accepted them without complaint, knowing he would hunt for himself later, but enjoying the sight of the young female feeding him. Meanwhile, Yuzha watched, his irritation boiling to the point of nearly grinding his teeth. Xue Ling, I must set out now. If I stay any longer, I will find it hard to leave. That he halted Xue Ling's attempts to feed him again. Xue Ling's expression reflected reluctance, yet she nodded in agreement. To be safe on your journey, I will await your return. Deep down, Xue Ling felt uneasy, even contemplating whether joining him would ease her worries. Yet this was the nearest large tribe to Xue Ling Mountain, and she needed to wait for Yun Zhe and Qing Yin, both of whom weighed on her mind. Seeing the look of disappointment on Xue Ling's face, Fu Ran couldn't help but lean forward and kiss her gently on her furrowed brow. From the side, Yuzha glared coldly, clicking his tongue, as he forcefully snapped a skewer of roasted meat in half. Since Fu Ran's departure, Yuzha's spirits had been unusually high. He meticulously laid out the beast's skins on the stone bed, boiled some hot water, and filled a wooden tub. Little female, are you in your estrus period? Just now, when I got close to you, I caught a delightful scent mixed with the scent of blood. Yuzha's cheeks flushed as he spoke. Are you feeling unwell? A wash with hot water will help immensely. Once your estrus period concludes, we can officially become mates. As he spoke, his ears twitched vigorously. With fervent eyes, he gazed at Xue Ling, who felt a subtle blush creeping up her ears. Upon hearing his words, she nodded in acknowledgement. Before taking her bath, Xue Ling requested Yuzha to fashion her another leather pouch, so she could change into a fresh one during her cleansing ritual. She sensed that the blood within her had significantly diminished, nearly vanishing altogether. Was the estrus period truly so brief? Xue Ling pondered, uncertain if other females experienced the same. Perhaps she would inquire with Meat's Eye next time. After her musings, Xue Ling shed her leather skirt and immersed herself in the warm water barrel. The wooden tub was a recent creation by Yuzha, filled with hot water that emanated a faint scent of wood. Given the frigid temperatures of the cold season, the hot water could not be retained, prompting Xue Ling to emerge from the tub after a brief respite. Yuzha, who had been patiently waiting outside the stone cave, inquired upon hearing the sound of water, "Is the little female finished with her bath? Is it cold?" as she dried herself with the leather. Xue Ling replied, "Not cold at all. It was quite pleasant." Hearing her response, Yuzha let out a sigh of relief. "Will you be sleeping here with me tonight, or will you be going to that snake?" he asked, a hint of nervousness in his voice. "That I'll stay with you. Fu Ran has already prepared everything, and Xianqing is in hibernation. That I wouldn't want to disturb him," she said, stepping out of the cave and waving him in. "Come inside. It's very cold out here." Inside the cave, a stone fire pit had been constructed, casting a warm glow throughout the space. Yuzha tidied up the water and Xue Ling's discarded garments, while she sat on the stone bed, bored, delicately savoring the fruit he had just given her. The scarcity of fruit during the cold season made her wonder where Yuzha had procured such a find. Once Yuzha had finished his tasks, he added a few dry twigs to the fire. "That I won't be hunting tomorrow. I've stored quite a bit of jerky, and thankfully, none of it has been taken by the beast men from the stone mountain." As he spoke, he approached the stone bed and sat beside Xue Ling, who was puffy-cheeked from her careful eating, causing him to chuckle heartily. "Little female, you are truly adorable." As he spoke, he gently wiped the juice from her mouth. The mention of food reminded Xue Ling of Xianqing, who had been hibernating for so long, and with his abilities slowed by the cold, she couldn't help but voice her concern. Yaja, does Xinqing not need to eat while he's in hibernation? Should we bring him something? Since Xinqing had bonded with the little female, Yaja had been trying to accept their relationship. Although a twinge of jealousy arose at her words, seeing her worry prompted him to answer slowly. Snakes can go a long time without eating, and before hibernation, they consume a large amount of food. However, if he wakes during this period to seek you, if it eases your mind, I can bring him some jerky tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Shuling wrapped her arms around Yaja's, her voice soft as she said, "Thank you, Yaja." The fragrant scent emanating from her and the softness of her touch sent Yaja's heart racing. He repeatedly reminded himself that this little female was now his partner. A wave of heat rushed over him, and he suddenly declared, "Little female, I wish to kiss you." Before Shuling could react, Yaja leaned in and pressed his lips against hers. Their breaths intertwined, causing her cheeks to warm. Yaja, eyes closed, kissed her deeply, that if not for Shuling being an estrus, he would have longed to bond with her fully. Resisting his overwhelming desire, he reluctantly released her, "That I don't know when your estrus will end." "I was hoping we could bond," he murmured softly as Shuling's heart raced, the sound echoing in her ears, overwhelming her senses. "That I feel it should be ending soon," she stammered. "That I in an instant." Yaja understood her implication. "Wonderful. Finally, I can possess you completely. Little female, that I have harbored fears that without the bond mark, you could abandon me at any moment." Shuling shook her head vigorously. "How could that be? Yaja is my partner. I could never abandon you." Her words stirred something within Yaja, and he took her hand, pressing kisses upon it repeatedly. "I am truly fortunate," he declared. "Little female, I must step out for a moment. Please remain here during the cold season. You need to rest during your estrus. That I am uncertain of the tribe's situation, and I must visit the stone mountain to check on everyone. That old man always looked out for me. Now that he is gone, I need to pay my respects." That As Yaja spoke, his brow furrowed, and a somber tone enveloped his words. Shuling placed her hand over his, saying, "All right, I will stay in your cave and go nowhere. If you are concerned, I can visit Xinqing." Yaja gave a low affirmative, pulling Shuling back into his embrace, his eyes slowly closing, concealing the sorrow within. Just a few days had passed since their joyful bonding ceremony, and already much of their kin had departed. Chapter 73. The endearing yet heartbreaking little female. Ultimately, Shuling chose to remain in Yaja's cave. Fortunately, Furan had left her with Shuetuan, a spirited beast with an orange crystal. Known for its intelligence, even with Shuetuan's defenses, capturing it would take Yaja considerable time. Although Yaja felt some unease, he noted Shuling's determination and refrained from voicing his concerns that in the aftermath of the Lion King's demise. Many nearby tribes had aligned themselves with Beast King City. The two strongest tribes, Stone Mountain and Golden Sun, had suffered mutual losses, their former glory now a distant memory. With the scarcity of beasts during the cold season and the proximity of Stone Mountain to Golden Sun, Yaja would soon return, his heart slightly reassured as he stepped out of the cave. Shuling sat beside the fire pit, lazily warming herself alongside Shuetuan, who lay across her lap. Occasionally, she would reach out to tease the drowsy creature, stirring it from its impending slumber. It blinked up at her, tilting its head and nuzzling against her hand, yawning widely, with tears forming at the corners of its eyes, seeing Shuetuan's sleepy state. Shuling's heart softened, and she gently caressed its fur, opting to refrain from further teasing. Yaja returned swiftly, bearing tangy fruit-pickled jerky, his expression somber. He tossed the provisions onto the wooden table within the cave and sat beside the fire. Lost in thought, concerned by his demeanor, Shuling softly inquired, "Yaja, what troubles you?" At the sound of her voice, Yaja seemed to awaken from his reverie. His tone was unusually heavy as he replied, "I just returned from Stone Mountain, where I saw the remaining tribesfolk and paid respects at the old man's grave. That I knew the battle would be fierce, but I never anticipated it would be far worse than I imagined. After I left the group, Yuan Nan was injured while protecting the females, losing an arm in the process. That As he spoke, Yaja enveloped Shuling in his arms, causing Shuetuan to protest with a soft whine from the sudden pressure. Yaja's voice trembled as he held her close, and Shuling could feel his body shaking. Warm drops fell onto her neck, quickly turning cool. Was this reflective of Yaja's own heartache? The tribe he had grown up and was fading away. That night, after consuming the warm jerky, Yaja lay on the stone bed, wide awake, lost in thought. Shuling turned to face him, wrapping her arms around his waist. What occupies your mind? She asked softly, her lips curving into a smile as she leaned closer to his ear. This action was instinctual for her. She often shared such proximity with Yaja. Yet, lying together in bed, her sweet fragrance wafted through the air, causing Yaja to freeze. Momentarily entranced, he turned to gaze at Shuling, her flawless face illuminated by the distant firelight, and he murmured, "Little female, you are truly beautiful." Shuling was taken aback, momentarily stunned by his unexpected compliment. After a moment, her eyes brightened with a gentle smile. "Yaja, you are handsome as well." That Yaja's cheeks flushed, her words igniting a fire within him that he suddenly recoiled, nearly tumbling off the stone bed. Stammering, he exclaimed, "Little female, please keep your distance." Ling initially found herself somewhat perplexed by Yaja's words. However, as her gaze descended and fell upon the prominent scene before her, her body froze, and a deep crimson hue instantly crept onto her face. She subtly shifted her position, retreating ever so slightly. Subsequently, a profound silence enveloped them, with neither party daring to utter a word. In the warm embrace of the tranquil stone cave, fatigue gradually overcame Ling, and she soon succumbed to slumber. In contrast, Yaja remained wide awake, stealing glances at the sleeping Ling beside him, unable to find rest until dawn broke. Naturally, when morning arrived, Ling beheld Yaja, who bore the unmistakable signs of 2 dark circles under his eyes, and found him utterly endearing. That Yaja gazed at the smiling Ling with a hint of melancholy, repeatedly lamenting, "Little female, do you not care for me?" Thus, in the Jinri tribe, Ling took the opportunity to recuperate for several days, spending her time feasting and resting, as well as visiting Xianqing. Fortunately, Xianqing's injuries began to heal at a gradual pace, allowing Ling to finally ease her worries. During this time, Ling's estrus period quietly came to an end. One night, after returning from their visit to Xianqing's cave, Ling found herself pulled onto the stone bed by Yaja. The warmth of the boy's body pressed against her, and she could feel his breath quickening. "Ling, I wish to bond with you," Yaja implored, his voice laden with yearning. His unwavering gaze fixed upon the little female beneath him, the affection in his eyes unmistakable. Having already performed the bonding ceremony, this moment felt only natural. Under the fervent anticipation of the boy, Ling slowly nodded in agreement. Fiery, fervent kisses cascaded upon her like raindrops, and she wrapped her arms around Yaja's neck. Gently closing her eyes, after a sleepless night, she finally succumbed to a deep slumber as the first light of dawn emerged, her body aching all over. Ling lay beside him. Yaja rose to clean the marks left on her skin. Crouching by the edge of the stone bed, he ran his fingers over the newly formed green ring mark on her wrist for quite some time before finally lying down beside her, contentedly embracing her as he drifted into sleep. When Ling awoke, the sun had already risen significantly. After a simple wash, she accepted the food and water offered by Yaja and began to eat slowly. The soreness in her body served as a constant reminder that the great lion before her had truly become her partner, a warm sensation blossoming within her heart. After finishing her meal, Yaja placed a green crystal into Ling's hand. The herbal supplies in the shaman's cave are running low. I have been searching for green crystals. They are hard to find, as most are purple crystals used to enhance male beastmen. Fortunately, I managed to find one. Please take it. It will alleviate some of your discomfort, Yaja said, his tone tinged with guilt. He recognized that his impulses had led them to stay awake until nearly dawn. Upon hearing this, Yaja lifted Ling's hand and brought it closer to her lips. As he released his abilities, the green crystal was swiftly absorbed into her body. Instantly, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Stretching her limbs in gratitude that Yaja had also endured great hardships. Hunting during the cold season was inherently difficult, and he had gone out of his way to find the green crystal for her. Looking at the little female before him, Yaja's expression bore no traces of reproach. Instead, he felt a sense of comfort emanating from her. A wave of emotion surged within him, prompting him to gently caress her cheek, thinking to himself how endearingly foolish she was. Chapter 74. The beast tied as per usual. Ling accompanied Yaja to visit Xianqing's cave. Halfway there, they encountered Midan, who had just entered the tribe. Spotting Ling from a distance, Midan hurriedly called out, "Ling! Ling!" Catching sight of Midan, bundled warmly in furs, smiled and waved in response. Once Midan being held by Ping Mu. Reached Xueling, she quickly hopped down, her face alight with surprise as she took in Xueling's appearance. Xueling, you're dressed so lightly. Aren't you cold? I can hardly bear to be out in this cold season without my thickest fur skirts. Xueling glanced at Dan's heavily layered attire, then down at her own, realizing she indeed wore much less, that I'm not particularly sensitive to the cold. This is sufficient for me, she replied, that Dio take care not to catch a chill. You must be cautious. There are few herbs available during the cold season, and it can be quite dire if it worsens, Dan cautioned, concern evident in her voice. Xueling, aware of her own body, nodded to reassure Dan, don't worry, I will be careful. You mentioned you would come to the tribe, and I was wondering when I would see you again. What a delightful coincidence, Xueling exclaimed, linking her arm with Dan's, whose arm was heavily wrapped in furs that Xueling thought to herself how Dan's hand felt similar to that of a snowball. Dan continued. I came back to retrieve some dried meat and furs from the stone cave. The cold season is unbearable, especially with many females expecting young. It's difficult to move around, and we've decided to stay at the stone mountain for now. It's just too exhausting to keep running between two tribes. Since Yezha is awake now, I thought I would make another trip to gather everything. With that, Dan winked playfully at Xueling and whispered, By the way, Xueling, you've bonded as well. When do you plan to have young? I was hoping that when my little ones arrive, they could play with yours. Upon hearing this, Xueling felt her cheeks flush, just as she was about to respond to Dan when the ground suddenly trembled. Ping Mu and Yezha's expressions shifted dramatically. Xueling and Dan exchanged alarmed glances and quickly turned to face their respective partners. Yezha and Ping Mu swiftly lifted their little females into their arms. The tremors intensified, and Yezha urgently instructed Ping Mu, Do not head to your cave. Stay with me, that I will take you to Dier's cave, which is near the edge of the tribe and at a higher elevation, making it easier to evade danger. Ping Mu, now a fourth-tier beastman, recognized Yezha's superior strength and felt assured. He nodded without hesitation. Xueling, we need to find that snake. His abilities are superior to mine, even in his dormant state, that if anything happens, follow his lead and flee. Xueling, feeling the tension, nodded in agreement. Once Yezha finished speaking, he began to sprint at an incredible pace, with Ping Mu closely following, both unwilling to relent for even a moment. The ground shook more violently, and an unsettling thought crept into Yezha's mind. The beast tide. Yet the chilling wind surrounding them made him doubt this notion. The beast tide typically occurred during the warm season when beasts entered a frenzied state, often appearing in the thousands, sweeping through tribes and causing immense devastation, leading to the potential collapse of those tribes due to overwhelming casualties. However, it had been several springs and autumns since such an event last transpired, leaving Yezha feeling increasingly uneasy. Suddenly, a stout, brown beast with a round head and two prominent tusks burst forth from the nearby forest, its blood-red eyes locking onto Yezha and the others as it snorted heavily, that Yezha instinctively took a large step back, tightening his hold on Xueling as a grave expression settled on his face. This beast is not right. Be cautious, he warned Ping Mu. Understood, Ping Mu replied solemnly. The creature's crimson gaze reminded Yezha of the frenzied wolf he had encountered in the misty forest. Under normal circumstances, that wouldn't be alarming, but given the violent tremors preceding its appearance, the situation felt dire. Little female, close your eyes, Yezha commanded gently. Xueling complied without hesitation. That Yezha's powers coalesced, and a gust of azure wind swiftly enveloped the beast, tearing its spiky body in two in an instant. The creature had no time to react, its blood-red eyes wide open as it collapsed. After dispatching the beast, Yezha and Ping Mu dared not linger. Channeling their powers to hasten their escape, they pressed on. The number of beasts encountered only increased. Eventually, near Xianqing's cave, the four found themselves surrounded by an overwhelming horde of beasts, making it nearly impossible to break free. Yezha held Xueling tightly, the struggle to fend off the onslaught growing increasingly arduous. The sheer volume of beasts made it impossible for just the two male beastmen to eliminate them all. Their stamina waned as they continuously channeled their powers. The beasts varied in strength, and had it only been Yezha and Ping Mu, they might have managed to escape. However, with the little females in their arms, they could not afford any missteps. Just as Yezha contemplated handing Xueling over to Ping Mu to carve a path for their escape, a black serpent with a swift tail surged forward, sweeping away the beasts in front of them and creating a gap. That Yezha immediately seized the opportunity. sprinting forth with Shui Ling in his arms, while Ping Mu quickly followed suit. The abnormality and sheer number of the beasts heightened Yu's urgency as he called out to Xianqing ahead. These beasts are not normal, and their numbers are far too great. That as he spoke, he effortlessly dispatched another plump gray beast. It is indeed the beast tide. The voice of Xianqing was faint, with the half-snake body gliding effortlessly at the forefront. A sudden jolt gripped Yu's heart, for it turned out to be exactly as he had surmised. The group continued their hunt while making their way forward, eager to escape the primary path of the beast tide. However, this particular beast tide was indeed peculiar. Even though they had distanced themselves somewhat from the tribe, there was still no sign of a decrease in the wild beasts.